Upon joining the foremost sect in the world, my daily thoughts are not consumed by the fear of expulsion from the order. It is a contemplation on how one might bring about the destruction of a sect. At long last, the awaited day has arrived. During the initiation trials, 2 disciples fell victim to the treachery of a nefarious individual. The Grand Elder summoned all the newly initiated disciples of the sect. The Grand Elder, increasingly incensed by the inquiries, spoke in a low, resonant voice, "If one were to voluntarily confess at this moment, in consideration of your youthful ignorance, I shall expel you from the Xinghe sect. However, should I choose to unearth the truth, your life would be in grave peril." I find it amusing. Expelled from the sect. Is there truly such good fortune? Is this not an opportunity presenting itself? As the words of the Grand Elder resonated, I found my voice. "Grand Elder, there is no need for further inquiry, it was indeed my doing." The disciple is acutely aware of his grave transgressions, and feels he has lost the honor to remain within the Xuantiangong. I humbly request the esteemed elder to expel me from the sect as a form of just punishment. Upon hearing my words, the members of the team stood frozen in place, including the eldest elder. I am filled with joy. "Hurry, hurry, great elder, cast me out of the sect." Expelled from the Xinghe sect, the misfortune compass shall reward me with the pinnacle cultivation of the martial emperor. Yet, as I envision myself becoming the martial emperor, I ponder how I might traverse the vastness of the cosmos thereafter. The Grand Elder, however, was ensnared in profound silence, and it was uncertain how much time had elapsed. In the gaze of my anticipation, the original chill on the face of the Grand Elder abruptly vanished, giving way to a resounding laughter. Surely, I must be utterly bewildered. Next, I suppose they shall expel me from the sect, shall they not? I await this moment with bated breath. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The Grand Elder exclaimed thrice, leaving me somewhat bewildered. Good child. How did you uncover that the 2 of them were spies of the Shadow sect? And lead them into perilous grounds to eliminate them before they could instigate chaos? I was left in a state of bewilderment, questioning what on earth was happening. Before they could sow chaos, they were ruthlessly eliminated. Subsequently, the Grand Elder recounted the events as I stood there, utterly perplexed. It turns out that the 2 deceased disciples were, in fact, infiltrators sent by the Shadow sect to undermine the Xinghe sect. However, they never anticipated that their nefarious scheme would be thwarted before it could be executed, leading to their untimely demise due to misleading information. Seeing me with a bewildered expression, the elder smiled gently and patted my shoulder. Having concluded all matters, the surrounding individuals fervently exclaimed, "May the heavens bless the Xinghe sect." The Grand Elder's delight was palpable upon hearing the news. With a grand gesture, Lang proclaimed that Chu Xinghe had eradicated the treacherous spies of the demon Shadow sect, safeguarding the disciples of the Xinghe sect. Beginning today, Chu Xinghe is promoted to the esteemed rank of elite disciple, receiving a reward of 10 gathering spirit pills to study under my tutelage. Upon the conclusion of the Grand Elder's words, all the disciples from the various teams turned their gazes toward me, their eyes glimmering with a mixture of admiration and envy. But only I am left in a state of bewilderment. What on earth is this? My pinnacle cultivation of the martial emperor has vanished. Can you truly expect 10 spirit-gathering pills to mend the wounds of my soul? Upon witnessing the bewildered Lin Tang by my side, an ingenious idea suddenly struck me. Great Elder. Your disciple is unworthy. In truth, it was our captain, Lin Tang, who orchestrated the demise of the malevolent sect, the Shadow of the Demon. I am merely an executor. If merits and rewards are to be discussed, it should rightly be the captain. As for the disciple who has deceived the Grand Elder, I beseech you to expel this disciple from the sect. Upon uttering these words, everyone was taken aback. Lin Tang, in particular, wore an expression of disbelief. He had never anticipated that I would bestow such a significant accolade upon him. At the moment when Lin Tang was filled with excitement, the originally amiable Grand Elder turned towards him, his expression now icy. You are Lin Tang, are you not? Disciple Lin Tang. Today, I intentionally set this test to observe whether you possess the courage to stand forth. Yet, as the leader of the team, you exhibit a complete lack of responsibility, failing to promptly approach me to acknowledge all that you have done. Jian Dao has brought shame upon our Xinghe sect. You and Lin Xinghe should be of similar standing, yet Lin Xinghe, out of a sense of camaraderie, was even willing to accept the punishment of being expelled from the sect by me. However, you remain silent. What face do you have now to claim credit? Lin Tang was bewildered. I too was taken aback. Transfer the elder's decree. Lin Tang is expelled from the inner sect of the Xiantian sect, and from this day forth, he shall be regarded as an outer disciple, serving as an example for others. Lin Tang was taken away. The elder regained his smile once more, patting me on the shoulder. Reward not with arrogance, punish not with fear. Such a good child. A tempest came to a close with the elder's departure. Countless novice disciples gathered around me, extending their heartfelt congratulations on my achievement of becoming the first elite disciple in this new cohort. Coupled with the esteemed recognition from the Grand Elder, my future appears boundless. Yet at this moment, the smile upon my face is more unsightly than tears. My peak as the martial emperor has vanished just like that. All the elite disciples and the affection of the Grand Elder are but mere nonsense. All I desire is to be expelled from the sect. Clad in a black disciple's attire that signifies elite status, I find myself adorned in it. I have bid farewell to the fifth group of well-wishers who came to congratulate me today. Just as I intended to take a brief respite, another visitor has arrived. The members of our team have arrived. Except for Lin Tang and those two treacherous scoundrels. Everyone else is present. Congratulations, Brother Lin. Now that you have become an elite disciple, do not forget your brothers. In the future, you must lend us your support within the sect. Alas, why has Lin Tang not arrived? I feign ignorance, inquiring nonetheless. That wretched creature has now become an outer disciple. Gaining entry into the inner sect is not something he can simply desire. Previously, when he was a captain, he treated us with disdain. Now, having been demoted to the outer sect, let us see how he maintains his arrogance. The members of the team are well aware that Lin Tang had previously broken one of my arms. Thus, they understand all too well that despite our shared hometown, there exists no semblance of camaraderie between us. Indeed, he is now an outer disciple. It is truly a pity, I lamented. Upon hearing my words, Zhao Dong, the most astute member of our team, quickly reacted. Lin Gu, that despicable fellow has certainly laid his hands on us more than once. His statement illuminated the eyes of everyone present. Your statement is rather inaccurate. Though that fellow, Lin Tang, is indeed shameless, somewhat despicable, and rather contemptible. However, we are indeed fellow townsmen. Both in a foreign land. Fellow townsmen are like brothers. How could you possibly take advantage of someone in distress? Zhao Dong and the others quickly replied that they would not dare. With a heavy heart, I declare. Let it be so. To break an arm would suffice. But one must not go too far. After all, they are also an external disciple, are they not? Brother Lin possesses a magnanimous spirit. His heart is vast and expansive, earning our utmost admiration. We shall proceed as Brother Lin has suggested. After exchanging a few compliments, I bid farewell to my comrades from the small team. Until the evening, I received news that several brothers from the squad had gone to visit Lin Tang. However, this fellow spoke disrespectfully and ended up having his arm broken after being beaten by several men, leaving him bruised and battered. Yet, who would truly care about the life or death of an outer disciple? Nightfall. I recline upon my bed, gazing at the tasks inscribed within the ominous compass of fate. Countless assignments are laid before me. Each one a potential means to fulfill the ambitions of the Xuantiangong. Despite having missed the opportunity to ascend as a supreme martial emperor, I remain unfazed as I contemplate the fate compass. Should I desire to embrace peril and face exile from the sect? A multitude of paths would then unfold before me. A night of dreamless sleep. The next morning, I donned the attire of an elite disciple and made my way to the dining hall designated for the elite disciples to partake in breakfast, greeting my fellow elite disciples along the way. One must admit, the cafeteria of the elite disciples truly lives up to its reputation. The cuisine is incomparable to that of the ordinary disciples. After indulging in 4 bowls of braised pork, I was thoroughly satisfied and was just about to take my leave. Behind me, 2 dejected elite disciples approached. Their robes, identical to mine, bore the unique crane emblem of Elder Gon. This indicates that, like myself, they too are distinguished elite disciples under the tutelage of the esteemed elder. Greetings to both esteemed seniors. The 2 individuals did not even lift their gazes to regard me. Instead, they each sought a place to sit and partake in their meal. I remained unfazed and was just about to depart. Yet I heard one of the elite disciples speak. Ma Shao Tian. I fear this time I may be doomed. Ma Xiaotian sighed and said, Shen Xingshan, you see, the Grand Elder has devoted himself to the art of alchemy, thus all disciples under his tutelage are required to practice this noble craft. However, the Grand Elder's greatest disdain lies with those disciples who lack dedication. The fact that you managed to cause an explosion during the alchemical competition left the Grand Elder so furious that his beard was askew. There is no doubt that you will not escape punishment for this transgression. Shen Xingshan exclaimed in astonishment, what punishment will Xing face? A minor infraction may result in a month's confinement, while a severe violation could lead to the immediate revocation of your status as an elite disciple. No, please. I have just become an elite disciple. I cannot do this. Shen Xingshan is on the verge of tears. But my eyes sparkled with intrigue. What is this? As long as one engages in alchemical practices and causes an explosion in the furnace, one may face punishment. The consequences could range from confinement to the severe measure of revoking one's status as an elite disciple. Is such a fortunate occurrence truly possible? I swiftly glanced at the doom compass, and indeed, there were similar tasks. Those subjected to confinement punishment could directly advance to the rank of martial artist, while those stripped of their elite disciple status could ascend directly to the rank of grand martial artist. I am filled with exuberance, to the point where the braised pork in my stomach begins to churn with excitement. In this world, practitioners of cultivation are categorized into 9 grades, ranging from the 1st to the 9th. The 1st grade warrior, which reflects my current level of cultivation, signifies a mere novice, possessing little to no prowess. Allow me to share this with you. 2nd grade martial master. 3rd grade grand martial master. 4th grade martial sovereign. 5th grade martial spirit. Noble excellence. 6th grade martial king. 7th grade martial sage. 8th grade martial venerable. 9th grade martial emperor. Furthermore, there are rumors about the existence of the martial deity realm during the reign of the martial emperor. However, the specifics elude my comprehension. The unique abilities of the Doom Compass enable me to embark on a path of reverse cultivation. Seclusion can lead to the elevation of my martial prowess, and relinquishing my status as an elite disciple allows me to ascend directly to the rank of a 3rd-tier Grand Martial Master. Ah, my friend. Let us converse leisurely. If one were to cultivate oneself steadily and diligently. Although I possess commendable talent, it seems that without 2 or 3 years of earnest effort, I would find it quite challenging to ascend to this level. I excitedly dashed before my 2 despondent seniors and, without uttering a word, performed a deep 90-degree bow to express my gratitude, leaving them utterly bewildered, completely at a loss as to what had transpired. Departing from the cafeteria, I converse leisurely with you. Master Ma declares. I am hastening swiftly towards the Lingyi Palace. The Xiantian sect occupies the entirety of the Xiantian mountain range. Each elder presides over their designated peak, with the Grand Elder's peak known as Lingyi Palace, which is the location imbued with the most abundant spiritual energy, aside from that of the sect master. The Grand Elder is a master alchemist of the 9th rank, who embraces the path of alchemy. Consequently, the disciples under his tutelage are mandated to master the art of potion making. Savoring the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs, I stepped into the palace of the King of Medicine without pause. After a series of inquiries, I located an elite disciple named Ma Feifei. The 4 cauldron insignias adorning his chest reveal to me that he is a 4th-tier alchemist. Moreover, Ma Feifei serves as a senior disciple who routinely instructs the students in their cultivation. The elders, burdened with their numerous responsibilities, are unable to provide personal guidance on a daily basis. The tale of Xinghe's disciple, who remains humble in the face of accolades and unperturbed by punishment, has indeed spread throughout the Zhuantian zone. It is truly admirable to witness someone resolutely stand up for their compatriots. Clearly, Ma Feiyang has heard of my reputation. I find myself somewhat embarrassed by what has been said. After all, my fellow townsman has likely been confined to bed for nearly half a month. Master Ma, I wish to delve into the art of alchemical refinement. In my excitement, I nearly revealed my innermost thoughts. Since you are eager to learn, I shall personally instruct you. However, the art of alchemy demands exceptionally high innate talent. Ma Feifei rambled on for quite a while, yet not a single word was retained in my memory. I became attentive when Ma Feifei began to speak about the points of caution. Master Xinghe. The initial step in the art of alchemy is the mastery of fire. I shall now proceed to assess your spiritual fire. However, Master Xinghe, please remember. During the testing of the spiritual fire, when the ethereal flames envelop the cauldron, it is imperative that you maintain a tranquil mind. Otherwise, the uncontrollable surge of spiritual fire could lead to a catastrophic explosion, which would indeed spell trouble. This is precisely what the Grand Elder abhors the most, and the repercussions for such an event would be exceedingly severe. Ma Feifei wore a grave expression. I nodded in acknowledgement. Despite Ma Feifei's lengthy discourse, only a few points lingered in my memory. First, a lapse in focus could lead to catastrophic failure. Second, the repercussions of such a failure are exceedingly severe. It's simply perfect. Accompanied by Ma Feifei, I arrived at the Vermilion Bird Palace to test the spiritual flame. Ma Feifei meticulously reiterated the method to me once more, advising that even if the test were to fail, it would not matter as there would always be another opportunity. However, she firmly cautioned against losing focus, as that could lead to a catastrophic flare-up of spiritual fire. Rest assured, Master Ma. I bestowed upon Ma Feifei a resolute gaze. Seeing Ma Feifei nodding in satisfaction, I too feel a deep sense of contentment. When it comes to disappointment, I never fail to meet expectations. All preparations are complete. I sit before the earth fire, channeling my spiritual energy into it as per Ma Feifei's instructions. In an instant, the earth fire surges upward, transforming from its original crimson hue to a vibrant orange. Upon witnessing this scene, Ma Feifei was instantly filled with joy. The ethereal flame changed color, indicating that I should possess the ability to manipulate spiritual fire. However, just as Ma Feifei was excited to discover the grade of my spiritual fire, the originally orange-hued spiritual flame suddenly erupted, the terrifying blaze surging forth from the depths of the earth, swiftly engulfing the elixir. Under the intense heat of the spiritual fire, the alchemical furnace turned a brilliant red. Xinghe, my junior brother, please stop. Ma Feifei, realizing that I had lost control, urgently shouted. I have painstakingly unleashed the fury of the spiritual flames. I can cease my actions. I pay no heed to Ma Feifei's words. Increase the intensity of the flames and charge forth. The furnace shall erupt today. Upon noticing my lack of response, Ma Feifei mistakenly assumed that I had lost my composure. In that moment, he disregarded everything else and hastily summoned his own spiritual energy in an attempt to subdue mine. After the infusion of power from Ma Feifei, the spiritual flame was indeed subdued to a considerable extent. Ma Feifei let out a sigh of relief. I am filled with rage. I am on the verge of exploding. I cannot allow Ma Feifei to ruin my plans. At this moment, I disregard everything else. I unleash my full power. All the spiritual energy within him was poured into the spirit fire in one overwhelming surge. In an instant, the once flickering flame transformed from a warm orange to a deep crimson, and then from crimson to a vivid scarlet. The terrifying blaze swiftly obliterated the spiritual power that had constrained Ma Feifei. Ma Feifei was taken aback. Just at that moment of her alarm and confusion, a faint, almost imperceptible cry emanated from the ethereal flames. At that moment, the crimson blaze intensified, rendering the already fragile Dan furnace incapable of withstanding the ferocity of the flames. With a thunderous roar, an immense explosion erupted. As the flames scattered in all directions, Ma Feifei could only step forward to shield me as we fled the scene. The alchemical furnace erupted with a resounding explosion, flames swiftly engulfing the chamber of the Vermilion Bird Palace. The entire room was utterly consumed by the voracious fire. Ma Feifei stared in astonishment at the devastated room, a singular thought echoing in her mind: it was over, utterly and irrevocably over. Yet, as I gazed upon the devastated room, a sense of joy blossomed within me. This time, I am determined to witness who can stand in my way. The resounding roar of the furnace reverberated throughout the hall of the Medicine King, prompting countless disciples to rush in from all directions. Who is it? The voice of the Grand Elder reverberated throughout the entire Vermilion Bird Hall. In that fleeting moment, neither disciples nor elders dared to utter a word. Ma Feifei regarded me with an expression akin to that reserved for the deceased. He understood that this time, I was likely beyond redemption. What on earth is happening? The Grand Elder cast his gaze upon Ma Feifei. Ma Feifei hurriedly rose from the ground and said, "This is an unexpected turn of events." Today, Ma Feifei dared not conceal the truth and recounted in detail the matter of testing my spiritual fire. Yet, as the words drew to a close, Ma Feifei spoke once more. I beseech you, Grand Elder, to impose punishment. Although today's incident was instigated by junior brother Xinghe, as the supervising senior brother, I failed to prevent it and must also bear my share of the responsibility. I kindly ask that you do not place the entirety of the blame upon junior brother Xinghe. Oh, what a good person! As I gaze at my companion Ma Feifei, I find myself filled with a sense of regret. My actions have inadvertently placed Ma Feifei in a difficult position. Yet, Ma Feifei stands resolutely to bear the burden on my behalf. This esteemed brother Ma fills my heart with profound gratitude. It is you. However, the esteemed elder paid no heed to Ma Feifei, but instead swiftly moved to my side. Indeed. The Grand Elder is not as Brother Feng Fei described. Brother Feng Fei has elucidated all pertinent matters to me. And it is solely my negligence in listening that has led to this outcome. All blame rests upon my shoulders. I implore the Grand Elder not to penalize Brother Feng Fei. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Feng Fei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chu Xinghe would bear the burden alone. Previously, rumors had circulated about Chu Xinghe stepping forward to take the blame for a fellow townsman. But it was later said that this townsman had suffered a broken arm, leading to speculations that Chu Xinghe and the fellow townsman were not in fact on good terms and that the whole thing was merely a fade. Yet now, Feng Fei yearned to deliver a resounding slap to those whispering such words. Look! In this situation, junior brother Xinghe did not seek to shift the blame, but rather, out of fear of punishment, he chose to shoulder everything alone. How could such a junior brother Xinghe possibly be as they claimed? Just as Feng Fei felt overwhelmed with emotion, on the verge of tears, the Grand Elder suddenly spoke, "Is it truly you?" Absolutely. Xinghe has wronged the Grand Elder by failing to heed his guidance. Fully aware of the gravity of his transgressions, I beseech the Grand Elder to impose a heavier punishment. Chu Xinghe's face was filled with guilt, yet his heart danced with joy. Cast me out of the sect. Please, expel me from the sect, or if that fails, revoke my status as an elite disciple. If I cannot attain the pinnacle of martial emperor, then a third-rank grand martial master would suffice. The thought of soaring directly from a first-rank martial artist to a third-rank grand martial master is simply delightful. However, instead of facing the Grand Elder's reprimand, Chu Xinghe was unexpectedly ushered into another chamber for the spirit fire test, where the Grand Elder pointed at the earth fire and commanded, "Come. Repeat what transpired earlier." Ha! Chu Xinghe was bewildered. What was happening? Quickly, once more. The Grand Elder insisted, urgency etched upon his face. Confused by the situation, Chu Xinghe glanced at the Grand Elder and the equally perplexed onlookers. It was evident that none grasped the Grand Elder's intentions. Yet, Chu Xinghe could not ponder further. If he desired to witness an explosion, then so be it. I shall provide another. Adopting the previous method, Chu Xinghe sat cross-legged and began channeling his spiritual energy into the earth fire. As before, the flames surged and transformed into a vibrant orange hue. This time, no one restrained Chu Xinghe, thus he boldly went all in. He poured all his spiritual energy into the earth fire, and in the blink of an eye, golden red flames re-emerged. Accompanying these flames, the cauldron began to emit a low humming sound, a sign of impending explosion. However, just as Chu Xinghe anticipated the Grand Elder to intervene, he noticed the Grand Elder and the other observing elders were all gazing at him with alarm. What was happening? Just as Chu Xinghe pondered this, a screech akin to that during the previous explosion echoed through the room, followed by a tremendous crash. Once more, the cauldron had exploded. In that instant, the Grand Elder shielded Chu Xinghe and whisked him out of the room as flames engulfed the entire chamber. The Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire. Indeed. It is the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire. Truly. The heavens have favored our Haotian sect. After 4 centuries, our Haotian sect has finally birthed the Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire. The sudden exclamation left everyone in a state of disbelief. Chu Xinghe gazed at the Grand Elder who had seized him. The elder's face, previously marked by coldness and reproach, was now transformed with astonishment and uncontainable joy. In that moment, everyone comprehended why the Grand Elder had not shown anger upon discovering the explosion of the alchemical furnace, nor at the charred state of the room. Instead, he had urged Chu Xinghe to attempt once more, having sensed the extraordinary nature of the flames. A trace of the hidden Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire. Unsure yet hopeful, he allowed Chu Xinghe another chance. And this time, All witnessed the moment when the flames turned a resplendent golden red before erupting once more, drawing forth the vermilion bird spirit fire from the depths of the earth. The true resurgence of the Haotian sect should have occurred 400 years ago, during which several unparalleled powerhouses emerged, including the revered medicine sage, Lu Changfeng, who possessed the vermilion bird spirit fire. It was this very fire that enabled Lu Changfeng to ascend to the status of the closest to the divine pharmacist in existence. Through Lu Changfeng's alchemical prowess, the Haotian sect rose to prominence, with its alchemical techniques hailed as the finest in the realm. Yet, in the ensuing 4 centuries, Lu Changfeng mysteriously vanished, his legacy largely dissipating, and the vermilion bird spirit fire became but a distant memory. Countless grandmasters of alchemy emerged from the Haotian sect during this time, yet none could attain the heights reached by Lu Changfeng. However, today, the explosive furnace has once again revealed the vermilion bird spirit fire. The flames conjured by Chu Xinghe moved all present. After 400 years, the Haotian sect has finally produced a disciple capable of wielding the vermilion bird spirit fire. The Vermilion Hall derives its name from this very fire 4 centuries ago. It was Lu Changfeng, now it is Chu Xinghe. The Grand Elder, in his excitement, resembled a child, while the other elders looked on with fervent admiration towards Chu Xinghe. Yet, Chu Xinghe himself was perplexed. This was not the outcome I desired. What of the punishment? What of the severity of the explosion? What does this mean now? After much hesitation, Chu Xinghe resolved to speak. Grand Elder, a nation has its laws, and a family has its rules. Even if I have indeed acquired the vermilion bird spirit fire today, the transgression of 2 consecutive explosions cannot go unpunished. I implore the Grand Elder to mete out a fair penalty. Upon hearing this, not only the Grand Elder but also the disciples of Lingyi Palace surrounding them were deeply moved. Listen. What defines a realm? What exemplifies magnanimity? Brother Xinghe has just been elevated to an elite disciple, yet he bears no arrogance. Today, he becomes the first in 4 centuries to possess the vermilion bird spirit fire. It is evident to all that his future is bright. Yet, in such circumstances, Brother Xinghe displays no trace of hubris. Still feeling profound guilt over his explosive mishap and seeking punishment from the Grand Elder, what remarkable character this is. In an instant, even those disciples who had envied Chu Xinghe moments ago could not help but marvel at his extraordinary nature. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid, splendid. Upon hearing these 3 praises, Chu Xinghe sensed that trouble was imminent. Indeed, the Grand Elder looked at Chu Xinghe with a sense of gratification and remarked, "You are truly deserving of being my chosen disciple. To cultivate martial prowess, one must first cultivate virtue. I have encountered many exceptionally talented youths whose moral character does not match their gifts. Today, your words bring me immense comfort. The legacy of the medicine sage shall continue. Heaven bless Haotian." The crowd once again erupted in congratulations. Xinghe, while the explosion of the furnace occurred due to you, it is not your fault. The Xinghe spirit fire is not something an ordinary alchemical furnace can withstand, the explosion was therefore inevitable. Thus, you are innocent. However, your words today have awakened me. I realize that I have unjustly punished too many disciples for the furnace incidents, as they too were merely victims of circumstance. From this day forth, any disciple who causes an explosion due to inadvertence shall no longer be punished. Upon hearing this, the disciples present rejoiced. Thank you, Grand Elder, for your magnanimity. A multitude of disciples bowed respectfully, while Shen, who had encountered Chu Xinghe in the cafeteria, was so moved that tears streamed down her face. Ha ha! You should thank your fellow disciple, Xinghe. Were it not for him, how could I have liberated myself from my own obsessions? The Grand Elder chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. Thank you, disciple Xinghe. The disciples of Lingyi Palace once again bowed to Chu Xinghe, their gazes filled with goodwill. Now, starting today, I and many other elders will personally instruct you in the art of alchemy. Xinghe, you must not squander the potential of your Xinghe spirit fire. Ah! Thank you, Grand Elder. Chu Xinghe was on the verge of tears. It was evident that merely being expelled from the sect could have led him to greatness. Yet now he was to be subjected to daily scrutiny by a host of elders. Was there any justice in this? Was there any law? As the Grand Elder departed with the other elders, Feng Fei and a group of disciples from Lingyi Palace immediately surrounded Chu Xinghe. Disciple Xinghe, We must express our gratitude once more. From this day forth, anyone who dares to harm you within Lingyi Palace shall be at odds with us all. Disciple Xinghe. Your righteousness shines through. Previously, I was misled by slander, believing that you had orchestrated the injury to Chu Xinghe's arm. Now, I feel utterly ashamed. Rumors cease with the wise. How could Disciple Xinghe be such a person? I shall investigate who is spreading these unfounded tales and ensure they are dealt with. No need for investigation. I went to the outer gate today and heard that it was Chu Xinghe himself who spoke of it. Nonsense. That scoundrel has been relegated to the outer gate, and Disciple Xinghe has not even laid eyes on him since. How could he possibly have instigated any harm? Clearly, that wretched individual feels twisted in his heart due to Disciple Xinghe's ascent to elite status. Just watch, I shall make him pay. The fervor of the crowd stirred Chu Xinghe to the point where he began to doubt whether he had indeed been responsible for the incident that day. Brothers, please. Chu Xinghe may have his own unspoken troubles. After all, we are from the same hometown. I feel guilty about his relegation to the outer gate. If you all were to harm him further, how could I bear it? Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, the expressions of the senior disciples grew even more resolute. Listen. This is what true character embodies. How is it that two young individuals hailing from the same humble village can exhibit such a vast disparity in their character and accomplishments? Chapter 4, Is there such a good thing? Perhaps the words of Chu Xinghe had some effect. For the senior disciples of Lingyi Palace indeed refrained from taking action against Chu Xinghe. However, they opted for an alternative approach, suspending the supply of medicine. Indeed. While the outer sect of Haotian sect may not enjoy the privileges of the inner sect, it remains the foremost sect in the world. Even the resources available to outer sect disciples surpass those of inner disciples in many ordinary sects, and even some of the more prominent sections. Among these resources, the medicinal pills were naturally supplied by Lingyi Palace. It could be said that all the medicinal resources of Haotian sect came from them. Various parties would arrive at designated locations to collect their medicinal resources and then distribute them among their disciples according to their shares. However, this time, the outer sect did not receive their medicinal pills, and the reason was simple: scarcity of supplies. Initially, the outer sect did not think much of it. After all, they were the outer sect, and when there is a shortage, it is not unusual for them to be the first to be cut off. But when they inquired about when they would receive a supply, the response was that there would be none. This left the outer sect in a state of alarm. What is this? Are the outer sect disciples not human? It was one thing to be bullied in everyday matters, but now it was overt. Just as the outer sect disciples were clamoring to confront the Grand Elder, a piece of news arrived from Lingyi Palace. What? It was because of that scoundrel Chu Xinghe. He claimed that it was Chu Xinghe who broke his arm? Nonsense. Chu Xinghe had never even set foot in the outer sect. I was present that day. It was one of his former team members who came to see him, and he spoke arrogantly, resulting in a collective beating. I have heard that this fellow has always treated those in his team with disdain. How outrageous! Because of this scoundrel, we cannot obtain our medicinal pills? It seems the people of Lingyi Palace said he slandered their junior brother Xinghe, and they could no longer tolerate it? I do not care. Watch me deal with this bastard. How ruthless can a group of outer sect disciples be when they cannot obtain medicine? Chu Xinghe should be acutely aware of this. Although he had been recuperating for a few days and still bore the marks of his bruises, he was now able to get out of bed and walk. Chu Xinghe swore. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the young and impoverished. One day, he, Chu Xinghe, would return to the inner sect in the guise of a great emperor. At that time, the first thing he would do is make Chu Xinghe kneel before him and call him father. And then, he would not rest until he had broken all of his limbs. No. All 5 of them. But just as Chu Xinghe was lost in fantasies of wielding a divine sword in his left hand and a magical technique in his right, the door was kicked open by a group of outer sect disciples. Is it you, Chu Xinghe? A portly outer sect senior, resembling a fat-headed fish, tilted his head to look at Chu Xinghe. Senior, what is the matter? I am Chu Xinghe, what orders do you have? Chu Xinghe had returned from paradise to the mortal realm, but he would not remain in this realm for long. The gates of hell had been opened. Once the group of outer sect seniors confirmed that the person before them was indeed Chu Xinghe, they disregarded any decorum, launching into a frenzied assault. The exact duration of this beating remains unclear, but everyone was particularly aware of how long it would take for him to get out of bed afterward. Half a year has passed. After a severe reprimand, news reached Lingyi Palace. When the outer disciples returned to claim their elixirs, the once scarce supplies were now abundantly available. The outer disciples not only received their rightful share, but the instigator of the reprimand against Chu Xinghe, the rotund fish, was additionally rewarded with a bottle of body refining elixir by the senior brothers of Lingyi Palace. Consequently, forming a group to confront Chu Xinghe became a routine pastime among the outer disciples. Upon receiving the news, Chu Xinghe expressed his profound dismay to Feng Fei, who had delivered the message, "Brother Feng, how am I to face this situation?" "Xinghe, do not jest, this matter bears no relevance to you or to our Lingyi Palace. Chu Xinghe is a petty individual, having previously bullied others during his tenure as captain. The matter has been thoroughly investigated by the senior brothers. And the fact that he was beaten by a group yet tried to frame you is truly infuriating. The actions of the outer disciples are fueled by an unyielding sense of justice, naturally seeking to punish such scoundrels." Feng Fei's words left Chu Xinghe at a loss. How could one speak of bullying others with such righteous indignation? "Brother Feng, I misjudged you." Yet, beneath his exasperation, he felt an odd fondness for the situation. Regarding Chu Xinghe, Feng Fei had inquired about him too. Both Chu Xinghe and Chu Xinghe hailed from Kashan village. Though fellow villagers, their circumstances were starkly different. Chu Xinghe, an orphan since childhood, had been raised by the kindness of his fellow villagers. In contrast, Chu Xinghe was the son of a prominent family in the village, a tyrant from a young age. Chu Xinghe had long endured bullying from him, a fact that his former teammates corroborated. They recounted how, upon entering Haotian's sect, Chu Xinghe had even broken Chu Xinghe's arm during an outdoor trial, yet his teammates insisted that Chu Xinghe, with his broad-mindedness, had never reported the incident. Feng Fei, typically gentle, was genuinely furious upon hearing these accounts. What is this? Picking on the honest? It is one thing to bully my junior brother Xinghe since childhood, but to continue this behavior after entering the sect is intolerable, even for me. Almost forgetting the pressing matter at hand, he quickly reminded, "Xinghe, the Grand Elder is awaiting you at the Apothecary Palace. Today, he will teach you the fundamentals of alchemy. You are the first disciple to receive such personal instruction from the Grand Elder." Though Feng Fei felt envy, he recognized Chu Xinghe's extraordinary potential. With the vermilion bird spirit fire, he was destined to reach the pinnacle of greatness. Alas, upon hearing Feng Fei's words, Chu Xinghe felt helpless. "To be honest, I never intended to study alchemy. I've heard it requires memorizing tedious knowledge, and my memory is truly quite poor. I cannot do it." Yet, no amount of protest would alter his fate. Under Feng Fei's guidance, Chu Xinghe arrived at the Apothecary Palace. At the heart of the palace stood the magnificent vermilion bird furnace, radiating an ethereal glow. This was the treasured relic of the Apothecary Palace, the vermilion bird furnace. Once the alchemical vessel of the sage of medicine, Lu Changfeng, its combination with the vermilion bird spirit fire allowed Lu Changfeng to dominate the realm of alchemists, earning him the reverence of all and solidifying Haotian sect's reputation as the foremost authority in medicinal arts. However, throughout the span of 4 centuries, the vermilion bird furnace has remained dormant, for without the sacred vermilion fire, it cannot be ignited. At this moment, the Grand Elder stood beside the furnace, gazing at it and then turning his attention to the entering Chu Xinghe, lost in thought. He envisioned a day when the vermilion bird furnace would reignite the sacred vermilion fire, propelling the Haotian sect to unprecedented heights. The disciple, Chu Xinghe, Feng Fei, greeted the Grand Elder, and both bowed in respect. "You have labored well, Feng Fei, now go and instruct the other disciples." The disciple accepted the command and departed from the Apothecary King's palace, leaving behind the beleaguered Chu Xinghe and the Grand Elder, whose heart brimmed with hope for the future. In the ensuing time, the Grand Elder commenced his discourse by recounting the tales of the legendary apothecary, Lu Changfeng, to Chu Xinghe. While the narrative was indeed captivating, a disheartening thought lingered in Chu Xinghe's mind: "I do not wish to pursue alchemy." His plight deepened. To master alchemy, one must first discern the herbs. From this day forth, I shall personally impart to you the various methods of herb identification. The path of alchemy is arduous, yet you possess the vermilion fire within you. The future belongs to you. What constitutes tedium? In merely half an afternoon, Chu Xinghe had grasped the essence of his predicament. What of the moonlit grass, the moonshade grass, the moon spirit grass, brother? They all appear identical. How am I to distinguish between them? And the slight variations in their patterns? Chu Xinghe felt as though his eyes were on the verge of bursting, utterly unable to perceive any discernible differences. The cursed misfortune compass, does this not constitute a form of punishment? Would it not be more fitting to grant me compensation akin to that of a peak martial sovereign? This is far more intolerable than solitary confinement. His heart was steeped in despair, yet Chu Xinghe found himself powerless. Why was it so challenging to be expelled from the sect? All he desired was to become a martial emperor in an instant. Previously, he contemplated confronting the Grand Elder, hurling accusations at him, pondering whether such actions would lead to his expulsion under the guise of treachery against his master. But the consequence of such treachery was not mere expulsion, it was met with severe retribution. He sought to be expelled, not reincarnated. And the misfortune compass seemed to impose restrictions on overtly deliberate actions. To court disaster, one must do so with finesse, therein lies the true challenge. As Chu Xinghe gazed at the three herbs, he inwardly exclaimed in frustration, is this misfortune compass akin to a system? Logically, should not a system provide assistance to help one ascend against the odds? Since acquiring the misfortune compass, he had received no assistance whatsoever. Various tasks dangled before him like alluring beauties, yet he was forbidden to touch or engage with them. What was the meaning of this? Xinghe. Discerning herbs is not a task to be accomplished in a day, you need not be disheartened. Observing the visibly dismayed Chu Xinghe, the Grand Elder mistakenly believed that it was merely the difficulties of his first day that had dampened his spirits. Thank you, Grand Elder, but how long will it take to master this skill? I, too, began identifying herbs as an apprentice. And it took me a mere 5 years to grasp the properties of 70% of all herbs in the world. The Grand Elder chuckled lightly, stroking his beard. A mere 5 years? Ahem, dear Xinghe, you may be unaware that although my innate talent is not of the utmost caliber, it is indeed a rarity that emerges once in a century. In merely 5 years, I have mastered 70% of the craft, making me unparalleled in this era. For those with slightly inferior aptitude, achieving 30 to 50% in a decade would indeed be considered exceptional. A crack of thunder resonated in Chu Xinghe's ears. 10 years? 30 to 50%? Is this what is deemed as slightly inferior talent? What of my own disinterest in learning? 20 years, 30 years? Chu Xinghe envisioned himself, aged and frail, still seated here, struggling to distinguish between the moonlit herb and the moonshade herb, pondering their trivial differences. Very well, today's lesson concludes here. You may return to rest, and come back early tomorrow for further instruction, the Grand Elder said with a smile as he bid farewell to the wooden-like Chu Xinghe. Dazed, Chu Xinghe greeted the passing senior brothers on his way back. He had now taken residence in the Lingyi Palace, sharing a room with Feng Fei. A deliberate arrangement made by the Grand Elder. Upon witnessing Chu Xinghe return to their chamber in a daze, Feng Fei was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled the Grand Elder's strict demands. It was only natural for Xinghe, on his first day of study, to receive a reprimand. Junior brother Xinghe. The Grand Elder is indeed stern, yet his alchemical skills are rare in this world. You must strive diligently while learning under him, Feng Fei encouraged. Thank you, Brother Feng, I will do my best, Chu Xinghe replied dully, his thoughts consumed by a desire to give up entirely. What did the Grand Elder teach you today? Feng Fei inquired, seeking to continue the conversation. Herb identification. Moonlit herb is the moonlit herb, moonshade herb is the moonshade herb, and the moon soul herb is the moonlit herb. I can't even think straight. Chu Xinghe's mind was in turmoil. Feng Fei, seemingly understanding, nodded reassuringly. Do not be disheartened, junior brother. The art of herb identification is indeed challenging at first. However, once you grasp the fundamentals, the Grand Elder will undoubtedly impart more advanced fire control techniques. It will become far less tedious. Moreover, with your possession of the vermilion bird's spiritual fire, you are the only one capable of wielding the vermilion bird divine furnace. Your future is boundless, but please, do not act recklessly as you did the first time. Damaging the vermilion furnace would be disastrous. Feng Fei patiently reminded Chu Xinghe. Yet, all that resonated in Chu Xinghe's mind was damage the vermilion furnace? Is there such a fortunate opportunity? Chapter 5, Benevolence of the Star River Disciple. The Zhuke Divine Furnace, a treasured relic bequeathed by the apothecary sage Lu Changfeng, has eluded the grasp of the Haotian sect for 4 centuries. Despite exhausting every conceivable method, the sect remains unable to reignite the furnace, concluding that only the Zhuke spirit fire can awaken its dormant powers. Consequently, the Haotian sect has patiently awaited the emergence of one who possesses this coveted fire. Moreover, the Zhuke furnace symbolizes the apothecary sage for the sect, revered as a divine artifact in the hearts of countless individuals. The destruction of such a revered entity would be unthinkable. While expulsion from the sect seems improbable, especially as one who wields the Zhuke spirit fire, one would need to commit heinous acts against the sect's leader and their kin to warrant such a fate. However, should one dare to destroy the furnace, they might find themselves relegated to the outer sect and face years of confinement. Yet such a punishment could still yield rapid personal advancement. With this in mind, Chu Xinghe has set his sights on a new objective, brimming with determination. Moonlight grass, midnight grass, soul grass. He diligently committed these names to memory over the course of 2 weeks. Despite occasional missteps, the Grand Elder was largely pleased, remarking that Chu Xinghe was akin to an uncut gem, one he would meticulously refine. One morning, Chu Xinghe arrived early at the apothecary palace, greeting his fellow disciples. It was then that Xinchun approached him. Disciple Xinghe, in just a few days, the spirit tomb will open. All inner disciples of your cohort will enter to select their spirit weapons. Have you decided what you wish to choose? The spirit tomb? Spirit weapons? Chu Xinghe was taken aback. Beyond the moonlight, midnight, and soul grasses, he had little knowledge of spirit weapons. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, disciples of the Haotian sect enter the spirit tomb, which houses countless spirit weapons. Each disciple must seek out a weapon that resonates with them, for only through the weapon's acknowledgement can one become its new master. However, the more powerful the weapon, the more difficult it is to forge such a bond. Thus, the selection of a suitable spirit weapon is paramount, as it becomes one's lifelong companion. As a martial artist, Chu Xinghe's cultivation had not waned, even while he immersed himself in studies at the apothecary palace. After all, the Lingyi Palace is a revered sanctuary for elixirs. While disciples from other sects might receive only a handful of pills monthly, Chu Xinghe enjoyed a different fate. Each day, he consumed elixirs with the abandon of a child relishing sweets. Whenever he finished a batch, his fellow disciples would promptly supply him with more. And with the 10 spirit-gathering pills previously bestowed upon him by the Grand Elder, he found his cultivation thriving without the need for arduous practice, surpassing even those who toiled diligently. However, when it comes to selecting spiritual weapons, Chu Xinghe truly lacks experience. It seems that junior brother Xinghe is not entirely aware of this, but fear not, for as long as you have a preference for a certain type, your elder brother, will find a way to assist you in locating it. Thank you, brother Xinchun. No need for gratitude. It is we who ought to express our thanks to you. Moreover, with your possession of the vermilion bird's spiritual fire, it is not beyond possibility for you to one day preside over the Lingyi Palace. When that time comes, we shall indeed rely on you. I cannot presume to say such things, for I have never entertained such aspirations. My qualifications are modest, and I dare not covet those positions. I merely wish to cultivate diligently within the Lingyi Palace and support my elder brothers in the future. How refreshing! Xinchun felt a sense of comfort from Chu Xinghe's words. Even if one knows that the future may not be as bright as in others, it is hard not to feel at ease when someone adopts such humility and respects others in this manner. Therefore, dear junior brother, remain steadfast. Rest assured, the matter of spiritual weapons shall be entrusted to us, and we will undoubtedly find the most suitable one for you. Xinghe expresses his heartfelt gratitude for the kindness shown by his senior brothers. Enough of this, let us not delay any further, for the Grand Elder is awaiting you. Yes. Safe travels, brother. After bidding farewell to Xinchun, Chu Xinghe returned to the apothecary palace. Today, the Grand Elder was not seated in his usual position but stood beside the vermilion bird furnace. Disciple Chu Xinghe pays his respects to the Grand Elder. Ah, Xinghe. After studying with me for so many days, do you not find the identification of medicinal herbs rather tedious? I would not dare to say so, but since you inquire, I must confess it is indeed somewhat monotonous. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder chuckled heartily. What he appreciated most about Chu Xinghe was not only his humility but also his candor. Since his initiation into the Lingyi Palace, the Grand Elder had been observing his every move. He maintained utmost respect for his senior brothers and never exhibited even a hint of arrogance despite possessing the vermilion bird's spiritual fire. Within the brief span of a month, both disciples and elders throughout the Lingyi Palace had grown fond of this young lad. This filled the Grand Elder with immense satisfaction. Furthermore, even in the face of his own displeasure, Chu Xinghe answered honestly, never shying away from the truth, regardless of the potential consequences. The Grand Elder had experienced moments of frustration and even contemplated reprimanding Chu Xinghe, but ultimately, he reasoned that a disciple willing to speak the truth is infinitely more valuable than one who merely offers insincere flattery. The Grand Elder genuinely wished to nurture Chu Xinghe as his direct disciple, not solely for the sake of the vermilion bird's spiritual fire, but also due to Chu Xinghe's character. His intention was to cultivate Chu Xinghe as the future leader of the Lingyi Palace. Initially, the Grand Elder worried about potential dissent from others, yet Chu Xinghe's conduct over the past month had won over everyone, including the Grand Elder himself. Gazing into the Grand Elder's exceedingly gentle eyes, Chu Xinghe remained unaware of the Elder's thoughts, otherwise, he would have exclaimed, "Was that honesty? It was sheer folly on my part. I only seek punishment, Grand Elder, I implore you. Today, we shall not delve into monotonous matters, instead, I will teach you the art of fire control, and you shall attempt to communicate with the vermilion bird furnace." Chu Xinghe was taken aback, as if emerging from a fog to behold the clear sky. Had he finally persevered? Indeed. The excitement was such that he nearly lost control. The Grand Elder's continuous explanation of the fire control technique went unheard by Chu Xinghe, until the Grand Elder declared, "The vermilion bird furnace is a divine artifact, remember. Do not act recklessly. The vermilion spirit fire is formidable, it must not harm the furnace. Disciple shall heed this." Chu Xinghe vowed, diligently noting every method that might damage the vermilion bird furnace. Today was a fortuitous day, all his aspirations seemed destined to come to fruition. A divine artifact, indeed. The vermilion bird furnace, today it shall be mine. With the furnace in my grasp, even the Grand Elder cannot protect me. Following the Grand Elder's guidance, Chu Xinghe began to commune with the earth fire. Soon, the vermilion spirit fire was coaxed forth, yet Chu Xinghe remained composed, attentively manipulating the fire closer to the furnace. Step by step, as instructed by the Grand Elder. It was not that Chu Xinghe lacked the desire to be bold, rather, the presence of the Grand Elder instilled a sense of caution. To falter in his focus before such a powerful figure was daunting. The Grand Elder's prowess was terrifying. A single strike could subdue him, making any attempt at recklessness perilous. Thus, Chu Xinghe maintained an outward demeanor of utmost propriety. The moment the vermilion spirit fire made contact with the vermilion bird furnace, the long-sealed furnace trembled. It responded. The Grand Elder was filled with exhilaration. The quaking furnace shifted dramatically, and soon an ethereal image of the vermilion bird began to orbit the furnace in a mesmerizing dance. It was indeed true. It was indeed true. Tears of joy streamed down the Grand Elder's cheeks. Only the vermilion spirit fire could breathe life back into the furnace. 400 years. The Haotian sect had awaited this moment for 4 centuries. The divine vermilion furnace had returned. The Grand Elder was beside himself with joy. And the rotation of the divine furnace drew the attention of the elders from Lingyi Palace. In a flurry, countless elders rushed from various directions. And upon witnessing the reignition of the vermilion furnace, they too were overwhelmed with excitement. "Heaven bless Haotian!" the elders cried in unison. Their gazes converged upon Chu Xinghe. And in that moment, the eyes of all were filled with gratitude. With the presence of the vermilion spirit fire, coupled with the vermilion furnace, the alchemical arts of the Haotian sect were destined to soar to unprecedented heights. As the vermilion spirit fire faded, the vermilion furnace returned to its normal state. A throng of elders surrounded the Grand Elder and Chu Xinghe, continuing to chant blessings for Haotian. This day marked a monumental occasion for both the Haotian sect and Lingyi Palace, a celebration 4 centuries in the making. Let us raise a toast. Indeed, let us drink. Several elders chimed in, and even the typically stern Grand Elder broke into a smile, proclaiming, "Let it be known, today Lingyi Palace shall lift its ban on alcohol." A joyous uproar erupted as the elders leapt with elation. As the news spread, the disciples of Lingyi Palace erupted in cheers. Being the only place within the Haotian sect where alcohol was prohibited, the Grand Elder's disapproval had long dictated this rule. Yet, on this occasion of monumental joy, it was only fitting to celebrate with wine. In the kitchen of Lingyi Palace, the chefs were in a flurry, their spatulas dancing as they prepared a feast. Flames leaping from the stoves. A sumptuous feast was laid out at the apothecary king's palace. The esteemed elder first raised a glass in honor of the ancestors of the Haotian sect, followed by a toast to the revered saint of medicine, Lu Changfeng. Finally, he raised his cup for all to partake in joyous revelry. As the wine flowed abundantly, laughter echoed throughout the palace, with many seeking out Chu Xinghe for a drink. As today's celebration was in honor of their beloved junior brother. However, Chu Xinghe, unable to withstand the effects of alcohol, soon found himself flushed and somewhat inebriated. Noticing his state, Feng Fei promptly shielded him from further drinks, while the other senior brothers found amusement in Chu Xinghe's drunken antics, ceasing their attempts to coax him into more toasts. As the night deepened, the banquet eventually came to a close. The elder and the assembly of elders departed first, followed by the other disciples, who left in varying states of exhaustion. Chu Xinghe appeared to be thoroughly intoxicated, but this was merely an illusion. After seeing off the nearly incapacitated Feng Fei, he urged his senior brothers to leave, expressing his intention to assist in tidying up. This act of kindness elicited a chorus of admiration from his peers, who hailed him as a paragon of virtue. Chu Xinghe himself was puzzled by the notion of virtue. And once all had departed, he found himself alone in the apothecary king's palace, his gaze fixated upon the vermilion bird divine furnace. Thus, it was time to engage in matters of righteousness. He chuckled softly, "Ah, little vermilion bird, allow your elder brother to cherish you." Chapter 6, The Spirit of the Vermilion Bird. Within the illustrious halls of the Medicine King Palace, Chu Xinghe gazed fervently at the vermilion bird divine furnace before him, its allure surpassing that of any enchanting beauty. The inebriation he had previously felt had dissipated entirely, he was adept at managing his alcohol tolerance. Approaching the divine furnace, he reached out to caress its surface, a sly smile spreading across his face. "Little vermilion bird, at last, we can indulge ourselves without restraint." Settling into a cross-legged position, the ground fire, guided by Chu Xinghe, surged forth from beneath, and the vermilion spirit fire enveloped the entire furnace in an instant. The ethereal image of the vermilion bird above the furnace began to swirl, as if a genuine bird were dancing amidst the flames. However, at this moment, Chu Xinghe had no time to admire the spectacle of the bird's dance. Finding the opportunity to cause the furnace to explode was no simple task. Today presented a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Thus, he unleashed the full force of the flames. The vermilion spirit fire erupted with ferocity. And even a treasure as esteemed as the vermilion bird divine furnace began to glow crimson under its relentless assault. Yet, divine artifacts, as they were, did not yield so easily. Therefore, Chu Xinghe chose to go all in. His spiritual energy surged into the ground fire with fervor, and under this infusion, the vermilion spirit fire showcased why it was deemed the most domineering of flames. Even the divine furnace trembled under its heat. It was almost there. The explosion was imminent. Humph. This time, no one could intervene. Should the vermilion bird divine furnace be destroyed, not even the Grand Elder could shield me from the consequences. The sect leader, who was in seclusion, might even have to emerge personally to punish me. While being expelled from the sect would be a considerable challenge, losing my status as an elite disciple and enduring a few years of confinement seemed inevitable. This martial sect would be mine to claim. No one could stand in my way. At this moment, the vermilion spirit fire, under Chu Xinghe's command, transformed into a fiery tornado. Beneath the onslaught of the terrifying flames, the vermilion furnace could no longer withstand the pressure, its tremors causing the very foundation of the Medicine King Palace to shake. With a resounding crack, fissures began to form upon the furnace. Witnessing this, Chu Xinghe nearly leaped in exhilaration. The diminutive vermilion furnace had ultimately succumbed to his vermilion spirit fire. Shortly after the first crack appeared, the entire furnace erupted into a frenzy of fractures. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Xinghe turned to flee. What a jest! The explosion of a typical alchemical furnace could obliterate a room or two. How catastrophic would the detonation of a divine furnace be? Surely, it could annihilate the entire Medicine King Palace. If that were to occur, it would be utterly splendid. Sprinting to the farthest reaches of the palace, Chu Xinghe glanced back to behold a wave of crimson golden flames surging from the Medicine King Palace, followed by a thunderous roar. Boom! The dread explosion echoed throughout the domain of the Lingyi Palace. The shockwave from the blast hurled Chu Xinghe several meters away, leaving him sprawled on the ground, covered in dust and debris. Yet, at that moment, Chu Xinghe felt a profound blend of pain and exhilaration. Initially contemplating the destruction of the vermilion bird furnace, I could never have anticipated the formidable prowess of the little vermilion bird. Now, everything has culminated in an explosion that has obliterated the entire Medicine King Palace. I can only ponder who might shield me from the aftermath. The terrifying sound not only sent Chu Xinghe flying but also jolted numerous disciples and elders of the Lingyi Palace from their inebriated stupor. The Grand Elder, comfortably ensconced and pampered by his disciples, had surprisingly enjoyed his drunken state, despite his usual aversion to alcohol. Although his head was spinning, he continued to contemplate the future of Lingyi Palace, envisioning its resurgence to greatness under his guidance, perhaps even surpassing its former glory. However, a deafening roar abruptly yanked the Grand Elder from his reverie. He swiftly leapt from his bed, channeling his spiritual energy, which instantly dispelled his intoxication. Rushing out of his chamber, the Grand Elder was met by a throng of disciples and other elders gathered outside. What has happened? He wondered, startled. Following their gaze into the distance, he quickly discerned the situation. It was the direction of the Medicine King Palace, now engulfed in flames that soared skyward. An incident had occurred. Without a moment's hesitation, the Grand Elder made his way to the Medicine King Palace. Meanwhile, countless individuals, shaken from their drunkenness, hurried towards the scene. Yet, upon their arrival, they were rendered speechless by the sight before them. The inferno seemed to consume the entire Medicine King Palace, casting the night in a crimson hue. This. The Grand Elder was utterly bewildered. The Medicine King Palace was a cornerstone of Lingyi Palace, yet here it lay in ruins. What happened to the divine protection of the heavens? The Grand Elder could scarcely afford to ponder this question. Extinguishing the flames was of paramount importance. Numerous individuals began to harness their spiritual energy to combat the fire, but it was evident that the flames within the Medicine King Palace were no ordinary blaze. Even many elders struggled to extinguish the inferno. This is the vermilion bird's spiritual fire. Finally, someone recognized the gravity of the situation. This was not mere fire, making it exceedingly difficult to quench. The vermilion bird's spiritual fire? At this revelation, the Grand Elder's mind buzzed. The entire Lingyi Palace had only one individual capable of wielding the vermilion bird's spiritual fire, Chu Xinghe. The Grand Elder vaguely recalled that Chu Xinghe had remained behind to handle the aftermath. How had this calamity escalated to the destruction of the Medicine King Palace? The Grand Elder's thoughts raced. What had Chu Xinghe done to obliterate the entire palace? Surely, there could not have been a malfunction with the vermilion bird divine furnace? In a state of urgency, the Grand Elder dashed forward to assist in extinguishing the flames. Meanwhile, at the far edge of the Medicine King Palace, Chu Xinghe had been crouched in a corner, waiting for the Grand Elder's arrival. From a distance, seeing the Grand Elder's expression of utter despair confirmed his success. Now, all he needed to do was rush out and inform the Grand Elder that, through an unfortunate mishap, not only had he destroyed the vermilion bird divine furnace, but he had also set the Medicine King Palace ablaze. The Grand Elder would surely be compelled to deliver a resounding slap to his face, befitting his esteemed position. As the flames gradually extinguished, various forms of punishment were imminent. Chu Xinghe was overjoyed. Fortune favored the diligent, and he had finally persevered through his trials. Rising to his feet, he prepared to dash out of the Medicine King Palace to face his penalties. However, just as he stood and was about to rush outside, the palace unexpectedly erupted once more, a terrifying blaze surging forth in a colossal wave, sending those who had been attempting to extinguish the fire sprawling backward. Chu Xinghe, wielding the vermilion bird's divine fire, had no fear of being consumed by the flames. Yet, just as he was on the verge of escaping the palace's inferno, a melodious cry pierced the chaos. It was the cry of the vermilion bird. Accompanied by this enchanting sound, the Medicine King Palace, which had been on the brink of collapse, shattered into pieces. The resounding crash of the palace collapsing struck the Grand Elder like a devastating blow. Witnessing this spectacle, Chu Xinghe was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, his heart soared as he prepared to exit. Just as he reached the entrance, a magnificent vermilion bird soared from the heart of the flames behind him, its wings unfurled and ablaze. The immense creature, radiating fiery brilliance, forced everyone outside the palace to retreat. After circling above the palace, it seemed to have found its target, then dove from the sky, aiming directly at Chu Xinghe's position. "Do not come any closer." In shock at the approaching vermilion bird, Chu Xinghe was momentarily bewildered. Had the divine furnace come to life? Aware that he had caused its explosion, intending to perish alongside him? Without the luxury of contemplation, he hastily summoned the vermilion bird's divine fire to defend himself. Yet this time, the flames proved futile against the oncoming bird. The vermilion bird pierced through the divine fire, colliding with Chu Xinghe in a tremendous impact. Instead of being reduced to ashes as he had imagined, the moment the bird struck him, Chu Xinghe felt himself enveloped in a world ablaze with fire. Flames swirling toward him like a tempest. Simultaneously, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. Junior brother Xinghe. At that moment, Feng Fei, following the path of the descending vermilion bird, spotted Chu Xinghe standing amidst the sea of flames. However, before he could utter another word, the bird had already enveloped Chu Xinghe within its fiery embrace. Not only Feng Fei, but everyone present witnessed this extraordinary scene. The vermilion bird had awakened. This was indeed the awakening of the vermilion bird. An elder, still reeking of alcohol, trembled as he spoke, his words igniting a fervor outside the Medicine King Palace. There had long existed a legend within the Haotian sect, recounting how the medicine sage Lu Changfeng had once left behind a legacy intended for future disciples of the sect. However, the whereabouts of this legacy had eluded the sect for 4 centuries. Some speculated that it might be concealed within the vermilion bird's divine furnace. Yet for 400 years, the furnace had remained dormant, leaving the truth unverified. But today, as the vermilion bird ascended into the sky, all present understood that this legend was indeed true. The soaring vermilion bird is the legacy left behind by the medicine sage, Lu Changfeng. At this moment, the vermilion bird is awakening to impart the medicine sage's heritage, and the one destined to receive this legacy is none other than Chu Xinghe, amidst the raging flames. The Grand Elder was taken aback for a full half-minute, but once the stupor lifted, the fury that had once marred his countenance vanished completely. When the Medicine King Palace was engulfed in flames, was it truly an accident caused by Chu Xinghe? Yet now, the Grand Elder comprehended that it was not Chu Xinghe at all. It was the vermilion bird divine furnace that sought out its successor. Thus, the vermilion bird's divine fire had erupted, incinerating the entire Medicine King Palace. Subsequently, the vermilion bird burst forth from the divine furnace to bestow the vermilion bird's awakening on Chu Xinghe. The vermilion bird enveloped the entire Medicine King Palace, and the Grand Elder frantically urged everyone to retreat. At this juncture, no one was permitted to attempt extinguishing the flames. Should anyone interfere with the awakening of the vermilion bird, each person would be deemed a historical sinner of the Haotian sect. What is the loss of the Medicine King Palace? It can be rebuilt effortlessly with the might of the Haotian sect. However, this vermilion bird awakening has been awaited for 4 centuries. Today, the vermilion bird has finally descended. Chapter 7. Why is it so difficult to seek punishment? The flames raged uncontrollably, reducing the entire Medicine King Palace to ashes. Countless onlookers, drawn by the towering inferno, hurried to Lingyi Palace, only to be met with bewilderment. The Grand Elder had issued a stern decree: no one was permitted to extinguish the fire under any circumstances. Upon hearing this news, those who rushed to offer assistance were left in shock. What madness was unfolding at Lingyi Palace? The Medicine King Palace was in ruins, yet they refused to intervene? Were the inhabitants of Lingyi Palace inebriated? Soon, it became apparent that every member of Lingyi Palace exuded a strong scent of alcohol. Indeed, they had indulged excessively. However, as the elders from various mountain peaks arrived at the scene, the true nature of the situation began to unfold. A colossal vermilion bird overshadowed the entire Medicine King Palace. While amidst the raging sea of flames, a figure enveloped in radiant golden fire hovered in mid-air, the vermilion bird circling around him in a mesmerizing dance. The realization dawned upon the onlookers: this was not merely a fire, it was the manifestation of the vermilion bird's spiritual essence. The legacy of the medicine sage from 4 centuries past had truly come to fruition. And the inferno consuming the Medicine King Palace was a result of the vermilion bird's spiritual power. At that moment, everyone comprehended why the Grand Elder had displayed neither anger nor sorrow upon their arrival, but rather an expression of sheer ecstasy. Initially, they thought he was laughing out of frustration, but now it was clear he was genuinely overjoyed. The destruction of the Medicine King Palace paled in comparison to the acquisition of the Medicine Sage's legacy. The Grand Elder would have gladly sacrificed all of Xinghe Palace for such a boon. The flames continued to blaze fiercely, and the legacy of the vermilion bird reached its culmination within the inferno. Ultimately, the vermilion bird transformed into a streak of light and entered the center of Chu Xinghe's brow. As the flames surged behind him, the golden fire coalesced into a spectral image of the vermilion bird, granting him wings of fire. Awakening from the legacy, Chu Xinghe's mind brimmed with an overwhelming wealth of alchemical knowledge, a chaotic amalgamation of information. Yet, this inheritance bestowed upon him unimaginable benefits: the patterns of moonlight grass, the textures of moonshade grass, the glimmer of moon spirit grass. All the fragments he had painstakingly endeavored to memorize now lay clear and accessible in his mind. Realizing what had transpired, Chu Xinghe grappled with his predicament. This was not what he desired. He had no wish to become an alchemist. He aspired to be a martial emperor. Even a martial sovereign would suffice. Once the Grand Elder confirmed that the inheritance was fully realized, he disregarded the searing flames of the vermilion bird and plunged into the inferno, scooping up the bewildered Chu Xinghe in a rather undignified princess carry, rescuing him from the blaze. Though singed and soot-covered, the Grand Elder beamed with a toothy grin. Heaven bless Hao Tian. In this moment, whether the individuals from Xinghe Palace or those who had hurried from afar, all eyes were fixed upon the Grand Elder as he emerged from the flames, cradling Chu Xinghe. A chorus of exclamations filled the air, proclaiming the favor of heaven upon Hao Tian. Chu Xinghe felt an overwhelming urge to spit blood at the mere utterance of those 4 words. Why did the heavens only favor Hao Tian? When would they bestow their grace upon him? All he wished for was to face punishment. Why was that so difficult? Someone soon arrived with a garment to drape over Chu Xinghe, for the flames had reduced all of his belongings to ashes, leaving him utterly exposed when he was brought out. As soon as he was clothed, Chu Xinghe, with a wretched expression, spoke up: Grand Elder, disciple, inadvertently caused the vermilion bird divine furnace to explode, igniting the entire apothecary palace. I am guilty. At that moment, Chu Xinghe disregarded the gravity of his situation. After all, he thought it prudent to at least strive for a punishment. However, upon hearing his confession, the Grand Elder burst into hearty laughter. Good child indeed. Today marks the awakening of the vermilion bird. How could you be blamed? Besides, the vermilion bird divine furnace is a divine artifact. Would it be so easily damaged? Look. The Grand Elder pointed towards the apothecary palace, and Chu Xinghe gazed in disbelief, nearly losing consciousness on the spot. Before him, the vermilion bird divine furnace blazed with terrifying flames, suspended in midair above the apothecary palace, while the ethereal image of the vermilion bird danced joyfully around the fiery furnace. There were no cracks to be seen, it bore no semblance of having been destroyed. At that moment, the vermilion bird divine furnace appeared far more magnificent than before. This was the true vermilion bird divine furnace. After 4 centuries, it had finally revealed its authentic form. The Grand Elder laughed heartily once more. Chu Xinghe had joined in, but his laughter was far more pitiable than tears. It turned out that what he had just destroyed was not the actual vermilion bird divine furnace. Not only had he failed to obliterate it, but he had also unwittingly received the legacy of the apothecary sage. What a farce! As the flames finally extinguished, the vermilion bird divine furnace descended, transformed into a brilliant crimson, shedding its previous appearance, yet this was its true visage. Good child, you have just received the legacy of the apothecary sage, have you not? The Grand Elder inquired eagerly. Yes. Chu Xinghe replied weakly. Although he longed to claim nothing had occurred, given the multitude of witnesses, his exposure was undeniable. And the legacy had been laid bare for all to see. He had no opportunity to fabricate a lie. Excellent! 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 The Grand Elder's repeated exclamations of excellent made Chu Xinghe's head throb. For centuries, after 4 centuries, our Haotian sect has finally reclaimed the legacy of the apothecary sage. Heaven bless Haotian! Heaven bless Haotian! At that moment, both the members of Lingyi Palace and those who had come from other peaks joined together in a resounding chorus, their voices echoing across the land. By my command, from this day forth, Chu Xinghe shall be promoted to a core disciple. The Grand Elder, seemingly unsatisfied with the day's excitement, delivered another unexpected twist to Chu Xinghe's fate. Clutching his chest, Chu Xinghe gasped for breath. He had yet to lose his status as an elite disciple, yet here he was, suddenly elevated to core disciple. What could this possibly mean? After the various attendees congratulated the Grand Elder and Chu Xinghe, they gradually departed. The Grand Elder, seemingly filled with concern, engaged Chu Xinghe in a myriad of inquiries regarding alchemy. In the past, Chu Xinghe could only perceive these questions as foreign language. However, now he effortlessly answered each one posed by the Grand Elder, for he had indeed inherited the legacy of the apothecary sage. Once he was fully assured of Chu Xinghe's acquisition of this esteemed inheritance, the Grand Elder erupted into hearty laughter, advising Chu Xinghe to rest well and to cast aside any burdens stemming from the destruction of the apothecary palace. Subsequently, the Grand Elder summoned Feng Fei and imparted various instructions, including the task of reconstructing the apothecary palace. With laughter echoing around him, the Grand Elder departed amidst a gathering of elders. Following his exit, Feng Fei and others gravitated towards Chu Xinghe. "Congratulations, Senior Brother Xinghe!" exclaimed a group of disciples from the Lingyi Palace, their address shifting from Junior Brother Xinghe to Senior Brother Xinghe. This change was inevitable, as the Grand Elder had publicly announced Chu Xinghe's elevation to core disciple status, which necessitated that elite disciples address him as Senior Brother. "Esteemed brothers, how can I, Xinghe, possess the merit to warrant such an honor?" Chu Xinghe expressed, his face a canvas of astonishment. Upon hearing his words, the disciples of Lingyi Palace were visibly moved to tears. Look at him, this is their Junior Brother Xinghe. When others are elevated to core disciple status, they often become haughty. Yet here stands Junior Brother Xinghe, who not only achieved this elevation but potentially set a record for the swiftest ascent from inner disciple to core disciple in the history of Haotian sect. Despite this, he remained humble and respectful towards his senior brothers. What a magnanimous spirit! Senior Brother Xinghe is now a core disciple, and according to the sect's regulations, we must indeed address him as such. Shin Chun stepped forward to elucidate for Chu Xinghe. Ah, is there such a regulation? Chu Xinghe, with a visage of trepidation, scanned the assembly and continued, "Esteemed brothers, my journey to this day has been made possible by your unwavering support. Without you, there would be no present-day Xinghe. Although the regulations dictate such titles, as I entered the sect later than you, how could I allow you to address me in this manner? Therefore, if outsiders are present, you may address me according to the regulations. But if it is just among ourselves, I implore you to continue calling me by my former title." Upon Chu Xinghe's heartfelt words, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Feng Fei, also a core disciple, regarded Chu Xinghe with admiration. The surrounding elite disciples were equally touched. Listen, when Junior Brother Xinghe referred to us as "we are all our own," it transcended mere titles, it was a testament to his unwavering roots. Despite his exceptional talents, he remained devoid of arrogance. Such a remarkable junior brother is truly rare to find. Let us adhere to Junior Brother Xinghe's wishes, Feng Fei finally spoke. And upon hearing his words, the elite disciples nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Chu Xinghe brimming with an unparalleled sense of camaraderie. Well, well. Today, Brother Xinghe has been exceedingly weary and deserves a respite. You all should return early, for tomorrow we must commence the reconstruction of the Medicine King Palace. I am deeply appreciative of all my senior brothers who have labored due to Xinghe's circumstances, it weighs heavily on my conscience. As Chu Xinghe spoke, he once again bowed at a 90-degree angle to all the elite disciples. Witnessing such humility from Chu Xinghe, Even those who harbored slight discomfort regarding the palace's reconstruction felt their hearts lighten. After all, Chu Xinghe has ascended to the status of a core disciple. And it is unprecedented for one of such stature to exhibit such deference towards so many elite disciples. What is there to question about assisting this extraordinary junior brother in the reconstruction of the Medicine King Palace? Feng Fei escorted Chu Xinghe amidst the laughter and joy of the brotherhood as they departed the Medicine King Palace and returned to their quarters. Observing the pained expression on Chu Xinghe's face, Feng Fei attributed it to his exhaustion, advising him to rest early and take care of himself. Once Feng Fei had left, tears streamed down Chu Xinghe's face. Why must it be so difficult to accept punishment? Chapter 8, Caring for Fellow Villagers at the Break of Dawn. Disciples of Lingyi Palace delivered the exclusive robes of core disciples to Chu Xinghe. The black robes, adorned with golden threads, seemed to narrate the prestigious status of a core disciple. According to the established rules, the attire for core disciples was to be delivered within 3 days, however. The heartfelt words spoken by junior brother Xinghe the previous night had deeply moved everyone. Consequently, the senior responsible for the core disciple-esque garments had spent a sleepless night crafting Chu Xinghe's robe, which was delivered early that morning. Moreover, the newly delivered robe bore 2 extra tails of golden thread compared to the standard ones, making it even more exquisite. As Chu Xinghe donned the attire signifying his core disciple status, a cloud of melancholy overshadowed his face. It was already a formidable challenge to shed the identity of an elite disciple. Relinquishing the status of a core disciple seemed an even greater endeavor. The sole glimmer of joy for Chu Xinghe lay in the notion that the rewards for discarding the core disciple identity appeared to be significantly higher. Previously, the reward for shedding the elite disciple status had been the peak cultivation of a martial master. Now, if he succeeded in relinquishing the core disciple identity, the reward was an even loftier pinnacle of a 5th-grade martial spirit. In light of this, the situation seemed somewhat acceptable. After refreshing himself, Chu Xinghe had joined his fellow disciples for breakfast, before proceeding to the Medicine King Palace. The previous night's fire had reduced the entire palace to ashes, leaving only the Zhuke furnace steadfastly standing amidst the devastation. At this moment, the disciples of Lingyi Palace had begun the arduous task of clearing the ruins in preparation for the reconstruction of the Medicine King Palace. Feeling a pang of guilt, Chu Xinghe had joined the ranks of those laboring to restore it. Junior brother Xinghe, you need not assist here. Junior brother Xinghe, you toiled through the night. Please take some rest. Despite the myriad of refusals, Chu Xinghe persisted in his efforts, willingly undertaking the most arduous tasks, earning the profound admiration of his fellow disciples. Observing the contrast, they noted how other core disciples carried themselves like lords, while junior brother Xinghe had exemplified true dedication through action. They toiled until noon. While others took a respite, Chu Xinghe continued undeterred. Today marked the day for various palaces to collect medicinal resources. Although the Medicine King Palace had been destroyed and many medicinal concoctions lost to the flames, the profound foundation of Lingyi Palace ensured that the supply to other palaces remained uninterrupted. Chu Xinghe assisted the disciple in charge of distributing the medicinal resources, who was visibly touched by his unwavering commitment. Though exhausted, Chu Xinghe found that engaging in such labor allowed him to vent the guilt and resentment brewing within him. Greetings, esteemed seniors. I am Lu Bo from the outer sect, here to collect the medicinal resources for the outer disciples. Spoke a rather rotund fellow with a demeanor akin to a plump fish. Such was the nature of the outer disciples. The disciple responsible for dispensing the medicines casually handed over the resources to the portly Lu Bo. Yet, a recollection stirred within Chu Xinghe. This rotund individual was none other than the one who had mercilessly beaten Chu Chang during their last encounter. Upon recalling Chu Chang, Chu Xinghe spoke, "You are Lu Bo from the outer sect?" "Indeed, I am Chu Xinghe," replied the senior brother. "Ah. Greetings, Chu. Chu's senior brother." Lu Bo clearly recognized Chu Xinghe. "Hello, I am a fellow townsman of Chu Chang." The moment those words escaped Chu Xinghe's lips, Lu Bo broke into a cold sweat. The last time he had assaulted Chu Chang seemed to have been due to rumors spread by Chu Chang about Chu Xinghe, which had even earned him a reward in the form of a medicinal pill. Lu Bo was perplexed. What was the meaning of Chu Xinghe's visit today? Was it because his actions had been too harsh? Was Chu Xinghe, out of a sense of camaraderie, seeking to defend Chu Chang? Lu Bo, Chu Xinghe continued. We are indeed fellow townsmen, and what transpired in the past is behind us. However, I still hope you can take good care of Chu Cheng in the outer sect. I cannot forget our shared roots, and regardless of what Chu Cheng has done, he will always remain my townsman. Upon hearing this, both Lu Bo and the disciples of Lingyi Palace nearby were taken aback. Listen. This is what true character looks like. The prior rumors regarding Chu Cheng's slander of Chu Xinghe were well known. Some even speculated that it was Chu Xinghe who orchestrated the beating of Chu Cheng. Yet now, hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Lu Bo was genuinely impressed. Such a magnanimous individual truly existed in this world, and there were those who doubted he could act with such integrity? Is there no sense of justice left in the world? Chu Xinghe casually retrieved a bottle of elixir from nearby and placed it in Lu Bo's hand. Speaking once more, junior brother Lu Bo, consider this a small token of my appreciation. I kindly ask you to look after Chu Cheng in the outer sect. Ah. Lu Bo gazed at the elixir in astonishment. Very well. Once he was certain that Chu Xinghe was not speaking in jest, Lu Bo solemnly declared. Rest assured, Chu senior brother, from this day forth, while I am in the outer sect, no one will dare to bully Chu Cheng. With your words, I am at ease, Chu Xinghe replied with a grateful smile. Lu Bo prepared to take his leave, but at that moment, Feng Fei approached from a distance. Evidently having witnessed everything, he was genuinely impressed by Chu Xinghe. Previously, when he had arranged for someone to deal with Chu Cheng, he assumed Chu Xinghe was merely putting on an act to intervene. However, today's conversation with Lu Bo made Feng Fei realize that he had underestimated his junior brother. Chu Xinghe's heart was indeed vast, and his sense of justice was commendable. Junior brother Xinghe, this approach is ill-advised, Feng Fei lamented, shaking his head. Ah? Is it because of the elixir? Do not worry, senior brother Feng, I will make up for that elixir. Junior brother Xinghe, I am not referring to the elixir. When has Lingyi Palace ever lacked in such resources? What I mean is your recent actions. I know you are a good person, but Chu Cheng's character is exceedingly poor. He has maliciously harmed you behind your back, and a slight punishment is what he deserves. Yet now you wish to have others look after him? From what I know of him, he will not appreciate your goodwill, instead, he will only become more emboldened. Feng Fei's words prompted nods of agreement from those around them. And they silently reflected on how naive junior brother Xinghe truly was. Moreover, the Haotian sect, whether in the inner or outer sanctum, is a realm where strength reigns supreme. If Chu Cheng were indeed endowed with extraordinary talent, even being relegated to the outer sect would not impede his resurgence. However, dear junior brother, by having Lu Bo look after him, he will not only fail to appreciate your kindness, but it will also offer him little benefit in his cultivation. Today, should he suffer a beating due to his lack of strength, and you provide Lu Bo with elixirs to tend to him? What shall happen if he faces further violence tomorrow? Feng Fei stated, shaking his head. I comprehend Brother Feng's intentions, yet he is, after all, my fellow townsman. This is the only assistance I can extend to him. If, as Brother Feng suggests, he is indeed targeted again, my recourse may simply be to offer more elixirs to persuade the assailant to refrain from striking him. Chu Xinghe's innocent demeanor prompted Feng Fei to shake his head in resignation. Ultimately, Feng Fei chose not to voice further objections, after all. It is precisely this naive disposition that endears Xinghe to everyone. As Feng Fei departed, not far behind, the rotund head fish happened to overhear the exchange between Chu Xinghe and Feng Fei. The initial part of their conversation nearly caused him to fret that the elixirs he had obtained might be reclaimed. But the latter part ignited a spark of excitement within him. Chu Xinghe's innocence was of no concern to the head fish, what mattered to him was, if anyone were to strike Chu Cheng, would Chu Xinghe still provide elixirs? By the heavens, what a fortunate circumstance! The head fish felt a thrill of exhilaration, his excitement almost causing a dampness in his trousers, his squinting eyes shining with fervent anticipation. Elixirs! I am coming for you! The head fish eagerly departed from Lingyi Palace. Oblivious to the fact that from a distance, Chu Xinghe observed his retreating figure, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Chu Cheng, you little rascal! Last time you escaped unscathed. But this is indeed fortuitous, I shall relish in tormenting you slowly. Just in time, I am in a foul mood. and I shall let the head fish teach you a lesson in humility. Meanwhile, in the outer sect, Chu Xinghe lay in bed, bound like a mummy. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. As the most gifted youth from Kaoshan village, Chu Xinghe refused to be toppled by a few setbacks. He vowed that when the opportunity arose, he would undoubtedly wield a sword and claim the head of that scoundrel Chu Xinghe. No. And that head fish? He must have been sent by Chu Xinghe, without a doubt. I shall sever his head and transform it into a spicy fish head dish. Let him learn that those who provoke me, Chu Xinghe, shall pay a price beyond their means to bear. Just as Chu Xinghe envisioned himself as the pinnacle of martial supremacy, a loud crash echoed as the door was violently kicked open. The rotund head fish stormed in, accompanied by a throng of followers. Oh dear, please don't act this way. Brother Chu Xinghe has specifically instructed us to take good care of his fellow townsmen. I must stop you. You cannot lay a hand on Chu Xinghe, alas. There are too many of you for me to contend with. Such clumsy theatrics. Utterly inept. Before Chu Xinghe could express his thoughts on the performance of the fat-headed fish, a fist the size of a sandglass was already upon him. The dreams of the peak martial emperor were shattered by that fist, as a throng of individuals relentlessly assaulted Chu Xinghe. No one could ascertain the duration of the beating. But it was certain that his aspirations of becoming a martial emperor, along with his determination to dictate his own fate, would be postponed by over a year. In the afternoon, Chu Xinghe continued to assist everyone at the Medicine King Palace, bustling about. The Grand Elder, accompanied by several other elders, came to pay a visit. Upon observing Chu Xinghe diligently engaged in his tasks, both the Grand Elder and the other elders nodded in approval. This child possesses an exemplary character. Indeed, Grand Elder. This child Xinghe is of pure and sincere disposition. Even now, as a core disciple, he remains devoid of any arrogance. I have heard from the disciples below that he still refers to everyone as brothers, only addressing outsiders according to the sect's regulations. What a good child! The vermilion bird sacred fire and the inheritance of the medicine sage each alone would suffice to elevate one to the status of a prodigy. Yet this child takes no pride in such gifts. Truly, heaven has favored him. The Grand Elder, stroking his singed beard, revealed a knowing smile. In martial arts or alchemy, while talent is undeniably significant, character holds even greater importance. How many gifted individuals have turned against their mentors after achieving mastery? Yet, look at Chu Xinghe, humble towards his fellow disciples and respectful of the elders of the sect. Such a child is deserving of the vermilion bird sacred fire and the inheritance of the medicine sage, and even so, he remains steadfast in his original intentions. The Grand Elder felt that bringing Chu Xinghe to the Lingyi Palace was the wisest decision he had ever made in his life. Chapter 9, Xin Chun's guidance. The Grand Elder and the other elders refrained from extolling Chu Xinghe, for they understood that this good-hearted youth did not require flattery. His actions had already conveyed the essence of his character to all. With beaming faces, the Grand Elder departed alongside a group of elders. Although the apothecary palace had been reduced to ruins, the formidable strength of the Haotian sect remained unscathed. The increasing number of disciples at the apothecary palace had rendered it somewhat congested, thus, the fire that consumed it might pave the way for the construction of an even grander apothecary palace. Indeed, Chu Xinghe had done well to set it ablaze. As evening fell, the somewhat soiled Chu Xinghe concluded a day's labor with his fellow disciples from Lingyi Palace. Fatigued though he was, the news that Chu Xinghe had been dealt with by others invigorated him, dispelling his weariness in an instant. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the situation, he would have insisted on visiting the outer sect to see the state in which Chu Xinghe had been left. Just as he prepared to return and rest with Feng Fei, Xin Chun approached. Junior brother Xinghe. Greetings, senior brother Xin Chun. Ha ha. Junior brother Xinghe. You have been quite busy today and must be exceedingly weary. Upon returning, be sure to remove your core disciple attire and hand it over to the inner sect disciples. They will have dedicated individuals to assist you with its cleaning. This is a privilege reserved for core disciples. That cannot be, Chu Xinghe replied earnestly. I entered the sect later than most. How could I allow my senior brothers to wash my clothes? I already feel a twinge of guilt for not assisting you all with your laundry. Therefore, I shall wash this myself. I am unsure of what privileges other core disciples enjoy, but I kindly ask you to treat me as an ordinary disciple. I am immensely grateful for the care you have all shown me. Moved to tears, Xinchen exclaimed, "It is indeed junior brother Xinghe." "Very well, as you wish. Junior brother Xinghe. By the way, in a few days, the time for the Ling tomb to open will arrive. I have arranged for someone to gather information regarding the various treasures within the Ling tomb for you. May I inquire what type of spirit weapon you prefer?" Taken aback, Chu Xinghe pondered, "What kind of spirit weapon do I prefer?" It is well known that entering the Ling tomb is largely a matter of fortune. The Haotian sect believes that the bond between a disciple and a spirit weapon is fateful. A spirit weapon bestowed upon a disciple will accompany them throughout their life, only returning to the Ling tomb upon their death. Thus, fate holds great significance. This notion of fate is quite enigmatic. Some individuals possess exceptional talent. Yet due to a moment's inattention, they may unwittingly select the poorest of spirit weapons, resulting in a fortunate encounter that ultimately leads to their demise. Conversely, others may acquire a powerful spirit weapon, potentially altering their destiny. However, only a select few are aware that this so-called fate is not absolute. All who enter the Ling tomb are newly initiated disciples, largely ignorant of its intricacies. Even those favored by the elders may receive only scant information prior to their entry, as the elders are cautious not to divulge too much, in deference to sect regulations. But now, was Xinchen implying that one could choose their own fate? Senior brother Xinchen, would such an action contravene sect rules? Chu Xinghe inquired with utmost seriousness. I discreetly inquired about the matter with the Grand Elder, who nodded in agreement. Thus, there will be no violation of sect rules, and no punishment shall befall us. You need not worry, my junior disciple. What a relief that is. Upon hearing Xinchen's words, Chu Xinghe was both amused and exasperated. Did I inquire if there would be a breach of sect rules only to be assured that there would not? If there is no breach, what is the significance? Without punishment, what future can one hope for? Ah, I see. Thank you, senior brother Xinchen. I have a fondness for swords. Yes. Swords. Ha ha. Fear not, my junior disciple, within our Haotian sect's spirit tomb, there exist 10 divine swords. Although 5 are currently in the possession of various elders and the sect leader, 5 remain unclaimed, while their locations are shrouded in mystery. The Grand Elder surely possesses some information. Rest assured, I shall discreetly seek him out for insights. I trust there will be fruitful results. In that case, I extend my gratitude to you, senior brother Xinchen. No need for such formality among us brothers. Off I go. With that, Xinchen departed, and Chu Xinghe returned to his chamber, where Fengfei was already seated, sipping tea after completing his ablutions. Chu Xinghe mentioned Xinchen's visit. His intentions quite simple: it is better to probe for possibilities than to remain ignorant of potential violations. This matter is hardly a secret. The elders of each palace often pave the way for favored disciples, and our Lingyi palace is no exception, so it cannot be deemed a violation. Chu Xinghe wore a look of disappointment. If Fengfei insisted there was no violation, then it must indeed be true. Junior brother Xinghe, with your talent, should you acquire a divine sword, your future prospects would undoubtedly soar to greater heights. Thus, pursue this endeavor with confidence, Fengfei encouraged. Thank you, brother Feng. Chu Xinghe managed a wry smile, realizing it seemed there would be no opportunity for a breach after all. Observing his junior's expression, Fengfei mistakenly assumed his concern lay in the ability to tame the divine sword. After a moment's contemplation, he added, Junior brother, the 5 divine swords are not solely dependent on fate, some subtle maneuvers are also required. Therefore, you need not fret. The Grand Elder will surely find a way for you to obtain a divine sword. Ah! Chu Xinghe was taken aback, realizing that behind the notion of fate lay hidden machinations. However, Fengfei chose not to elaborate further, having conveyed all that was necessary. Chu Xinghe pondered whether to expose this underhanded manipulation. If he did, would the new disciples not erupt in outrage? It would likely deal a significant blow to the entire Haotian sect. Yet, after much deliberation, Chu Xinghe deemed such an action unwise. Would revealing this lead to his expulsion from the sect? Quite possibly. Would he face punishment? Perhaps, but it would not be severe. For the Grand Elder would go to great lengths to suppress the matter. Given the Grand Elder's capabilities, It is highly likely that it would ultimately be swept under the rug, with Xinhe, the intermediary, being scapegoated and declared a mere rumor to the outside world. Engaging in self-serving actions is one thing, but damaging others while reaping no benefits is a course Chu Xinghe felt he could not pursue. Moreover, acquiring the divine sword is of paramount significance to me. The 10 renowned divine swords of the Haotian sect are indeed legendary. Akin to the Qingtian sword wielded by the sect leader and the soul-destroying sword of the Grand Elder, these are true treasures. To possess such a divine sword as a spiritual weapon would undoubtedly herald a promising future. Currently, 5 of the 10 divine swords remain within the spirit tomb. And with the Grand Elder's manipulative prowess, securing one for myself is undoubtedly within reach. Although I feel a twinge of guilt for having previously deceived the Grand Elder numerous times, despite my failures, there lingers a sense of remorse. One night, Chu Xinghe had a vivid dream in which Chu Changbao, resembling a Zongzi, sought vengeance against him, uttering phrases like 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not belittle the youth in poverty, and declaring, my fate is determined by me, not by heaven, even threatening to sever his head with a sword. Good heavens! Is this brat not deceased? How could he still haunt me in dreams? Does such intense resentment allow for dream visitation? Infuriated, Chu Xinghe rushed to the dining hall at dawn, demanding, brother, bring me 2 tightly wrapped zongzi, the meat-filled kind. After devouring the 2 savory zongzi, he felt considerably relieved. It seems this little brat harbors quite the deep-seated resentment. What have I, Chuge, not witnessed? Don't just send dreams, come in person. And I'll see if I can swallow you whole. The remnants of the Medicine King Palace have been tidily cleared away. The Haotian sect boasts its own construction team, comprised of disciples skilled in earth and wood techniques, who demonstrated the art of building to Chu Xinghe on site. Previously, I had often heard tales of towering edifices rising from the ground, mere exaggerations. Here, however, the structures truly ascend from the earth, as stones are lifted and transformed into pillars. Remarkably, various palaces have risen around the Zhuke furnace, and within just a few days, the Medicine King Palace has begun to take shape under the efforts of the disciples. Its area has expanded tenfold, becoming a labyrinthine expanse where one could easily lose their way. Of course, there remains much to be added to the Medicine King Palace. But in the face of the Haotian sect's substantial financial resources, these considerations pale in comparison. For several days, Chu Xinghe observed the miraculous construction. Though he harbored little interest in becoming a disciple of the earth and wood techniques, he truly adored the techniques of the Haotian sect. However, Chu Xinghe currently stands at the pinnacle of a first-grade martial artist. To formally learn the techniques, he must first acquire a spiritual weapon and officially step into the realm of a second-grade martial artist to begin studying the techniques suited to him. During this period, the Grand Elder visited Chu Xinghe, even seeking his opinion on the construction of the Medicine King Palace. Unfortunately, Chu Xinghe was utterly uninformed about such matters and could only suggest that the Grand Elder proceed as he saw fit. Nevertheless, these past few days have been the most comfortable for Chu Xinghe. He merely needed to observe the arduous efforts of the disciples as they erected structures, allowing him to remain idle, as he truly lacked the capability to contribute. Thus, during these days, Chu Xinghe has been contemplating his next steps. Should he incinerate the spirit tomb? That seems impractical. What if the spiritual weapons automatically protect the tomb and unleash a barrage of swords upon him? That would not be worth the risk. Just as Chu Xinghe found himself at a loss, Xinhe arrived. With an air of mystery, Xinhe handed a piece of paper to Chu Xinghe. Upon glancing at it, Chu Xinghe was astounded to see that 4 out of 5 divine swords were marked, with clear instructions on how to obtain 3 of them. No wonder the Grand Elder had cryptically advised him to seize the opportunity during their last encounter. This was what he meant. Thank you, senior brother Xun. Oh, you're too kind, junior brother. I'm merely the errand runner, do not let the Grand Elder down. Rest assured, senior brother. Xinhe continued. The Grand Elder instructed me to tell you to select one of those 3 swords, avoid the others. Moreover, once you enter the spirit tomb, remember to limit your interactions with others. The last time the spirit tomb was opened, a disciple received some information, but he recklessly misled others based on that information. In the end, a group of disciples ended up with the most inferior spirit weapons. The various palaces were furious, and even the elders could not protect that individual. who was expelled from the sect. So, junior brother, you must, do not worry, senior brother. I will certainly not mislead anyone. Tears welled in Chu Xinghe's eyes. Senior brother Shen. You are truly my most esteemed brother. After pondering for so many days without progress, I can see that you are the expert who knows the way. To be expelled from the sect for misleading others, is that so? Rest assured, in terms of misguided guidance, that expelled disciple is merely a novice compared to me. Chapter 10. The disparity of humanity today is a splendid day, and it seems that all my aspirations shall come to fruition. With a heart unburdened by previous shadows, Chu Xinghe merrily bounced back to his residence. His junior brother appeared to have obtained what he desired, evident from his buoyant demeanor. Feng Fei cast a knowing smile at Chu Xinghe. Indeed, the elder brother was correct. Chu Xinghe nodded in agreement. Yet he was determined not to disappoint the elder's earnest efforts. Feng Fei, however, had misconstrued the situation. Believing that Chu Xinghe's joy stemmed solely from acquiring the method to obtain the divine sword. In truth, it was not merely this that brought him joy. It was also the news brought by Shen Chun. Nonetheless, when the topic of the divine sword arose, Chu Xinghe hastily opened the document for a glance. Among the 5 swords, the elder knew the locations of 4, Luoxing, Xintinghao, Guhong, and Jianling. The 5th sword, named Yueyin, remained elusive. The elder had only a vague idea of its whereabouts and thus refrained from documenting it. Of the remaining 4 swords, apart from Jianling, which lacked a precise methodology, Luoxing, Xintinghao, and Guhong had clearly delineated instructions for retrieval, even specifying the most suitable routes for each divine sword. It was evident that the elder had meticulously illuminated every shadow for Chu Xinghe. Feng Fei was momentarily taken aback after reading through the details. The elder had truly invested considerable thought, such detailed records were likely unprecedented. Feng Fei's observation held no faults. As the foremost sect in the realm, Haotian sect not only possessed formidable strength but also maintained a commendable sense of fairness. Typically, when a spiritual tomb is opened, the elders of various clans make efforts to favor their own kin, usually suggesting that a certain individual is well suited for a specific location or method, at most. The privilege of receiving such information was generally reserved for those whom the elders regarded as their own. However, the elder's guidance to Chu Xinghe was nothing short of extraordinary. It was as if the elder had personally ventured into the spiritual tomb, retrieving the divine swords and presenting them to Chu Xinghe for selection, while others might discreetly offer a morsel of assistance. The elder seemed to have forcibly opened Chu Xinghe's mouth, stuffing food within and ensuring it reached his stomach, all while providing digestive aids to prevent any discomfort. Thus, Feng Fei was astonished. Yet, he did not perceive the elder's actions as excessive. In his eyes, Chu Xinghe was destined to tread a path toward mastering Lingyi Palace, warranting the elder's willingness to spare no effort in smoothing his way. The elder must be concerned that I may not comprehend fully, Chu Xinghe mused, recognizing the depth of the elder's intentions reflected in Feng Fei's expression. Make sure to memorize this and then incinerate it, Feng Fei advised. Understood. Chu Xinghe attentively committed every word to memory before burning the paper cleanly before Feng Fei. Junior brother, remember to remain discreet. It is sufficient for you to keep this knowledge to yourself, do not recklessly guide others, Feng Fei added. Rest assured, elder brother. Perhaps it was the effect of the zongzi consumed in the morning, or perhaps due to a buoyant mood, but that night was filled with beautiful dreams. At dawn, Chu Xinghe resumed his journey to the towering peaks while contemplating his next course of action. By afternoon, he received word that the spirit tomb would open at the break of day, and due to the sect leader's seclusion, the Grand Elder would personally preside over the forthcoming spirit tomb assembly. Upon the announcement, disciples from various factions were rife with diverse thoughts. Although some had received prior whispers of the news, it would be disingenuous to claim they were unperturbed. After all, even accurate rumors could not guarantee that others were not privy to the same information. The clandestine nature of such matters rendered it unlikely for elders from different sects to convene and deliberate on the whereabouts of their disciples. Consequently, the possibility of overlapping information was not entirely out of the question, resulting in a race to see who would arrive first. Naturally, individuals like Chu Xinghe were unique within the Haotian sect. The position of the divine sword was typically not divulged to disciples unless an exceptionally suitable candidate emerged. Aside from such individuals, the majority comprised ordinary inner sect disciples, as outer sect disciples were not qualified to enter the spirit tomb. Only those who transitioned from the outer to the inner sect could join the subsequent cohort of disciples permitted entry. This time, the Haotian sect had recruited 3,000 disciples from across the realm, and this spirit tomb assembly was poised to determine the fates of many. Securing a formidable spirit weapon would pave a smoother path ahead, while lacking one could lead to arduous trials. Once the news was disseminated, it was evident that disciples congregated in groups across the various halls, fervently discussing the impending spirit tomb assembly. However, their discussions bore little fruit. Aside from gleaning a few insights from senior brothers, little else was of practical use. Which spirit weapon was superior, and which would suit them best, who could truly know? Amidst the tension of many and the excitement of a select few, the spirit tomb assembly arrived as scheduled. 3,000 inner sect disciples gathered at the martial arena outside the Haotian palace, the heart of the Haotian sect. Although Chu Xinghe stood at the periphery, he remained the focal point of attention. The individual who had become a core disciple in record time. His black disciple robes exuded an air of elegance. The golden threads woven into the fabric were striking. What a pity it was not adorning my own form. A core disciple. I wonder when I shall attain that status. Stop dreaming. To become an elite disciple, one must at least reach the rank of a Grand Martial Master, and even then, one must possess notable achievements. As for becoming a core disciple, even a lifetime of effort may prove futile. Each core disciple is personally selected by the elders, destined to become remarkable figures within the sect. Whispers of admiration and criticism swirled around, yet Chu Xinghe remained unfazed. Silence. With a commanding voice, the Grand Elder ascended the platform, surveying the multitude of disciples below. He began with a few words of commendation for the sect, followed by a reminder to the disciples that entering the Haotian sect was a stroke of fortune, one they ought to cherish. Finally, a brief introduction to the rules of the spirit tomb was provided. These rules are quite straightforward. Once inside, one may wander freely. Yet each individual is allotted only half a day. Should one fail to select a suitable spiritual weapon within this designated timeframe, the sect will impose upon them a weapon of the lowest rank. This serves as a cautionary reminder to those who are overly ambitious to reflect upon their true capabilities, rather than seeking unattainable divine armaments, lest they find themselves with nothing to show for their efforts. Although the elder's words may not have been particularly pleasant, they encapsulated the essence of the situation. Once the elder concluded his address, the platform behind him descended, unveiling a pathway leading to the rear of the Haotian palace. This path was the gateway to the spirit tomb. Under the guidance of the sect's disciples, everyone began to enter the spirit tomb in an orderly manner. Chu Xinghe noticed the elder subtly nodding in his direction before he stepped into the tomb, an encouraging gesture. Following the main group, Chu Xinghe traversed the underground passage of the spirit tomb, ultimately passing through a mist-laden gate into its depths. Before his eyes unfolded a cavernous world resembling an underground grotto, with countless colossal stones standing irregularly before all present. Adorning these immense stones were various spiritual weapons, albeit shrouded in dust, rendering it impossible to discern their quality. As Chu Xinghe surveyed the terrain, some individuals had already set off, evidently those privy to insider information, making their way toward their desired weapons. However, many others remained rooted in confusion, surrounded by an overwhelming array of paths and stones. The abundance of spiritual weapons only compounded their indecision. Selecting one seemed entirely a matter of luck. While Chu Xinghe pondered how to execute his plan, a melodious voice rang out from behind him. "Excuse me. Are you senior brother Chu Xinghe?" A delicate young lady approached him. Chu Xinghe's gaze instinctively fell upon the emblem upon her chest. My goodness. So prominent. No, wait, it was the insignia of Shaolin Palace. Indeed. Chu Xinghe was merely curious about her origin and had no concern for her physical attributes. Greetings, junior sister. I am Chu Xinghe. Senior brother Xinghe. My name is Wan Lin. As a core disciple, you must possess more knowledge than we do. I wonder if senior brother Xinghe could assist us. The individuals behind her all turned their eyes to Chu Xinghe, yet Wan Lin had mentally prepared for rejection, understanding that the spirit tomb pertains to personal interests. Most would be reluctant to expend their precious time aiding others. However, just as Wan Lin braced for a refusal, Chu Xinghe spoke up, "There is no need for formality."
Junior sister Wan Lin. Although I am a core disciple, my knowledge is not vastly superior to yours. Nevertheless, I feel a duty to assist my fellow sect members. If you do not mind, you may follow me, and I will do my utmost to guide you along some paths.
Ah!
Thank you, senior brother Xinghe.
Wan Lin and the disciples behind her were so elated that they nearly leaped with joy.
Wan Lin gazed at Chu Xinghe with a twinkle in his eyes. Previously, rumors had circulated about Chu Xinghe's righteousness and his willingness to take risks for the sake of his fellow townspeople.
His entry into the Lingyi Palace had earned him immense praise from countless peers. Wan Lin had assumed these were mere tales. Yet he was astonished to discover that the core disciple, Chu Xinghe, was indeed so amiable. This revelation led Wan Lin to realize that sometimes
rumors hold a kernel of truth.
To all my fellow disciples, if you are unsure of the way, feel free to follow me. I shall endeavor to guide you as best as I can, Chu Xinghe proclaimed, garnering a chorus of cheers from the bewildered disciples.
Thank you, brother Xinghe.
I am truly impressed. No wonder brother Xinghe has attained the status of a core disciple.
Indeed.
You cannot imagine, just the other day, I encountered a core disciple. And when I called him brother, he completely ignored me.
How can there be such a disparity among those of the same rank?
A multitude of voices hailed brother Xinghe's benevolence, all eager to follow in his footsteps.
Unbeknownst to Chu Xinghe, within the Haotian Palace,
a group of elders was silently observing the events in the Ling tomb through the Haotian mirror. The Grand Elder stood at the forefront. Feeling both gratified and helpless upon witnessing Chu Xinghe's willingness to lead his fellow disciples,
he felt a sense of pride in the boy's admirable character.
Even if he were not a disciple of the Lingyi Palace, he would still reach out to assist any member of the Haotian sect.
However,
he also lamented that such selflessness might cost Chu Xinghe precious time, potentially hindering his own quest for the divine sword. The other elders nodded in agreement, fully aware of the underlying complexities of the situation. They understood the intricacies of the darker aspects of their world, though they could not speak of them openly. Observing their own disciples rush toward the source of information, eager not to miss out on any treasures, they contrasted this with Chu Xinghe's demeanor. It was evident to all that he had received guidance from the Grand Elder, perhaps even more profound than the hints given to others. Yet, in the face of his peers' pleas for assistance, Chu Xinghe hesitated not for a moment. This singular act of selflessness had already won over the majority of the elders present. As the saying goes, when evaluating disciples, one must not only consider talent but also character. Chapter 11, Original Intent. Within the Spirit Tomb, everything is vividly displayed in the Haotian mirror.
The actions of each individual are laid bare for all to see. Some, upon entering, frantically search for their desired locations based on insider information,
disregarding the pleas of fellow disciples around them. Not even a glance in their direction would they spare, which would be considered a loss for them.
In stark contrast,
Chu Xinghe graciously accepts requests for assistance from his peers. This juxtaposition unmistakably highlights the disparity between them. Our Haotian sect, renowned as the foremost sect in the world,
boasts disciples of unparalleled talent.
Yet, while innate ability is undeniably significant, one's character ultimately shapes their destiny.
What are your thoughts on this matter?
The voice of the Grand Elder, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of every elder present.
During the sect master's seclusion,
the Grand Elder oversees all affairs of the sect and naturally supervises each elder. Although he did not explicitly state it, the implication of his words was understood by all. Look at the disciples you have selected.
What are they doing?
Each one disregards their fellow sect members in pursuit of their own interests. Is this truly the caliber of disciple you wish to champion? The Grand Elder's admonishment was a call to reflection for all present.
Many elders felt a sense of shame.
The competition among individuals was starkly evident. Previously, during the opening of the Spirit Tomb, everyone was generally on par, and no one raised objections. However, today, Chu Xinghe's performance shone so brilliantly that it cast others into the shadows. What was most disheartening was that, even when reprimanded by the Grand Elder,
the elders could not find fault with Chu Xinghe. How could they blame him for aiding his comrades? Though the Haotian sect comprises numerous factions and palaces, It has always been an exceptionally united sect, a fact that underscores its position as the preeminent sect in the world. Unfortunately, these newly initiated disciples seem unaware of this unity.
Fixated solely on their own aspirations, forgetting that the spirit tomb gathering is not merely a competition of life and death, but rather a gathering of like-minded brothers and sisters. Within the spirit tomb, the maidens of Cholin Palace followed in Chu Xinghe's footsteps, and soon, an increasing number of individuals joined him. They admired this core disciple who selflessly dedicated his time to guide others. It is no wonder he is regarded as a core disciple, his righteousness is truly commendable.
Fellow disciples, like you, this is my first time entering the spirit tomb. Although I have heard tales from senior brothers about the happenings within, my understanding remains limited. The selection of spiritual weapons is ultimately dictated by fate.
I shall guide you, but the nature of the spiritual weapon you acquire depends on your own affinity with it. If you do not obtain a weapon that satisfies you, please do not hold it against me. Chu Xinghe's words brought tears to the eyes of his fellow disciples.
We shall forever remember your goodwill, senior brother Xinghe.
There is no need for such humility, your guidance is more than enough. Senior brother Xinghe is truly magnificent.
Wan Lin followed closely behind Chu Xinghe, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Initially, she had merely intended to give it a try.
Yet she was pleasantly surprised by the amiable nature of her senior brother. Under Chu Xinghe's guidance, the group advanced steadily, and as they progressed, the types of spiritual weapons around them began to multiply, indicating that they were indeed on the right path. Within the spirit tomb, countless paths existed, some of which might lead to areas devoid of spiritual weapons altogether, so straying from the correct route could pose significant issues.
However,
the path that Chu Xinghe had taken was one he had previously acquired. Yet, his intention was not to lead everyone to the final location of the divine sword,
but rather to. Soon enough, upon rounding a bend, Chu Xinghe discovered the place he sought.
It was distinct from the others, for a stone tablet suddenly appeared before them.
The spirit pool. Wan Lin recognized the inscription on the stone tablet.
And everyone was aware of the significance of the spirit pool.
It could be considered the very heart of the entire spirit tomb. The earliest site of the Haotian sect's spirit tomb. After the ancestors of the Haotian sect had passed, their spiritual weapons had also settled here in the spirit pool. Upon seeing the spirit pool, Chu Xinghe spoke, "This is it. Fellow disciples, you may select the spiritual weapons you need from here."
He gestured toward the spirit pool.
However,
as soon as he finished speaking, countless individuals, including Wan Lin, were left bewildered.
Did senior brother Xinghe not know what this place was?
Wan Lin was momentarily stunned.
They knew it was the spirit pool. So why would senior brother Xinghe allow them to choose spiritual weapons here? Indeed, the spirit pool was the original site of the Haotian sect's spirit tomb, and the spiritual weapons here were among the oldest. Indeed,
many of these spiritual weapons were damaged, and even those that were not were of the lowest quality.
What did senior brother Xinghe mean by this? Selecting spiritual weapons here? Wasn't this a trap? In an instant, chaos ensued, just as everyone had remarked.
The spirit pool contained the spiritual weapons of the earliest ancestors of the Haotian sect. But during that era, the Haotian sect was not yet the foremost sect in the world. The spiritual weapons in the spirit pool back then were far less diverse and powerful than those available now. Thus, to have everyone select weapons here was clearly a detrimental decision. A wave of confusion and anger washed over the crowd as they turned their gazes toward Chu Xinghe, questioning the meaning behind his supposed guidance. Not only within the spirit tomb but also in the Haotian palace. The elder of the Haotian mirror and numerous elders bore expressions of disbelief. No one had anticipated that Chu Xinghe would lead everyone to this place. What happened to his promised benevolence? Was this not an obvious attempt to mislead? In the spirit tomb, Wan Lin was equally perplexed, pondering what Chu Xinghe was truly attempting to accomplish. This was clearly a trap. The emotions of the surrounding disciples grew increasingly agitated, with a few hot-headed individuals already on the verge of verbal outbursts. They expressed that even if Chu Xinghe was a core disciple, such actions against them warranted a collective complaint, ensuring he would face the consequences. Silence. Amidst the cacophony, Chu Xinghe's thunderous roar reverberated, silencing the tumult around him. "Do you believe I am leading you astray?
forcing upon you the most inferior of spiritual weapons?
His words drew countless nods from the crowd.
Ah, how tragic.
This is indeed the greatest sorrow of all. Chu Xinghe's visage was one of profound melancholy as his gaze swept across the assembly, and he began to speak slowly. A millennium ago, our esteemed founder, the great Emperor Haotian, emerged from a humble mountain village.
Lacking unparalleled talent or divine weaponry, he nonetheless forged the Haotian sect through sheer determination.
Over the subsequent centuries, countless sects have risen and fallen, swept away by the relentless tide of history. Yet our Haotian sect has ascended from obscurity, overcoming innumerable challenges.
For centuries past, the 10th great Emperor Haotian was born, a prodigy of extraordinary gifts, vanquisher of demons, an exterminator of evil.
On that fateful day, 4 words graced the gates of our sect, the foremost in the world.
For the next 400 years, our Haotian sect has remained unassailable in its position as the preeminent sect, yet today, I implore you, dear disciples, who among you remembers the spiritual weapon wielded by the first great Emperor Haotian? Or that of the 10th?
A profound silence enveloped the room.
Allow me to enlighten you.
The spiritual weapon of the first great Emperor Haotian was the Xian Tai sword, this very sword that stands before you.
Chu Xinghe had gestured toward the weapon. Now weathered and worn after a millennium, its imperfections narrating the tale of its former glory.
The spiritual weapon of the 10th great Emperor Haotian was the Mercury sword.
Another unassuming blade, now before your eyes.
1,000 years have passed, and from obscurity to the pinnacle of greatness, how few remember the stories of your.
How lamentable indeed. As we enter the Haotian sect and approach the spiritual tomb, we are here to select our spiritual weapons, but is that all? No.
We are here to pay homage to the legacy bequeathed to us by our ancestors, to comprehend the splendor they once embodied. Today, as you gaze upon these spiritual weapons, you dare to label them as worthless? Yet who among you recalls that each of these relics once stood by their masters,
fighting valiantly for the Haotian sect until the very end?
Silence. In this moment, the spiritual tomb fell into stillness.
The path of cultivation is arduous. Akin to scaling the heavens, a single spiritual weapon can greatly ease our journey.
Yet,
let us reflect, the 10th great Emperor Haotian wielded the Mercury sword and still led the Haotian sect to its zenith. Why can we not do the same? For centuries prior, our forebears lacked divine weaponry but still bestowed upon the Haotian sect the title of the world's finest. Yet here you stand, each a child of destiny, contemplating how to smooth your paths to cultivation through mere possession of a spiritual weapon. Do you truly deserve to be disciples of the Haotian sect?
Silence. In this moment, not only was the spiritual tomb silent, but even the Haotian mirror bore witness to an encompassing stillness. The Grand Elder, along with numerous other elders,
fell into deep contemplation. For centuries ago marked the zenith of the Haotian sect, and even to this day, it appears that the sect cannot surpass the glory of that era. Everyone pondered the reasons behind this phenomenon.
The resources available to the Haotian sect now far exceed those of the past, and the disciples possess superior talents, yet the magnificent achievements of you remain unattainable.
Why is this so? Today, Chu Xinghe provided an answer to all. We have forgotten our original intentions.
In our pursuit of more powerful spiritual weapons and greater resources,
we lost sight of the essence of our cultivation journey. Material possessions are ultimately external. It is only by rediscovering our original aspirations that we can revive our former glory. Now, I ask you, do you still consider the spiritual weapons in this spirit pool to be ordinary?
Chu Xinghe spoke fervently, his voice filled with emotion. As the saying goes, to inspire others, one must first be inspired oneself. Whether they believe it or not, he has found faith within himself.
Chapter 12, A Grand Adventure. The Haotian Sword Box.
One must remain true to their original intentions to achieve a successful conclusion. The Grand Elder silently uttered these 8 words, lifting his gaze to the reflection of Chu Xinghe in the Haotian mirror. Observing the numerous disciples lost in contemplation, Chu Xinghe realized that in order to succeed,
he must ignite their spirits anew.
For centuries prior, our ancestors reached the pinnacle without external assistance. Why should we not do the same today?
Do you believe yourselves inferior to others? Not at all.
Wan Lin's voice rang out, her eyes brimming with tears. As she spoke, a chorus of voices emerged from the crowd.
Senior Brother Xinghe, I was wrong. I once thought you were deliberately leading us astray. Yet I now understand that your cultivation far surpasses ours. Our ancestors relied on these spiritual weapons to establish the foundation of our present realm, yet today, we have forgotten their legacy, merely chasing after external aids. Senior Brother Xinghe is right, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. While external aids can lend a helping hand, if we only pursue them, how can we ever reach the pinnacle? A boisterous youth emerged from the crowd, striding boldly to the spiritual pond. He grasped the edge of the pond, his hand clutching a spiritual weapon dusted with time, as if responding to his touch. In a flash of brilliance, the weapon recognized its master. With the first acquisition made, the path became clearer. Wan Lin stepped forward from the throng, deeply bowing to Chu Xinghe before selecting her own spiritual weapon, claiming her destined companion. One by one, others approached to claim their spiritual weapons, though many still hesitated. Witnessing this, Chu Xinghe gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. As the saying goes, one cannot catch a wolf without parting with their child. Wasn't he just a spiritual weapon? He had just declared that it was merely an external object. Today, he would not relent until he had thoroughly inspired them. Approaching the spiritual pond, Chu Xinghe surveyed the seemingly ordinary spiritual weapons before him, hesitating not for a moment. His gaze settled on a sword that appeared quite agreeable. And he made his decision. The path of cultivation is riddled with thorns. I may have hesitated, yet I have never retreated. With that, Chu Xinghe stepped forward. As he made his choice, the hesitant disciples below found their resolve solidified. Senior Brother Xinghe, a core disciple with an infinitely bright future, had the courage to rely solely on his own cultivation rather than external aids. As he proclaimed, the path of cultivation may be fraught with challenges. He may have had doubts, but he had never faltered. Perhaps this is the essence of true cultivation. If even Senior Brother Xinghe could make such a choice, what was there left for us to hesitate about? In that moment, countless doubts vanished as they approached the spiritual pond. One by one, they selected their spiritual weapons, forging lifelong partnerships. Although these weapons may have been of low rank, each individual who claimed one bore an unwavering determination in their eyes. Seeing more and more people make their choices, Chu Xinghe understood that he must invest fully today. Gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, he grasped the ordinary spirit sword before him, raising it high as he sang joyously to the heavens. The great rock soars with the wind, ascending to heights of 90,000 miles. Today, we shall forge new brilliance. At this moment, all present echoed the fervent cries of Chu Xinghe. Yet, as Chu Xinghe summoned his spiritual energy to bind the spirit sword in his grasp, an unforeseen anomaly arose. With a swift motion, the spirit sword was seized by an unknown force, liberating itself from Chu Xinghe's grasp and soaring back to its original position. Simultaneously, a peculiar sound reverberated around them. A hum filled the air, and in an astonishing display, every spirit weapon within the spirit pool began to tremble in unison. This unexpected spectacle left Chu Xinghe in a state of bewilderment. What was transpiring? However, before the Haotian mirror, the elders, including the Grand Elder, gasped in astonishment. The divine sword has emerged. All spirits converge? The Grand Elder's eyes widened. Within the Haotian sect's spirit pool lay 10 divine swords, and historically, whenever a divine sword acknowledged its master, countless spirit weapons would shake in response. It was indeed the emergence of the divine sword that heralded the convergence of all spirits. Yet, there was no divine sword present here. What was happening? Quickly, the Grand Elder discerned something amiss. The spirit weapons within the Haotian sect amounted to far more than mere thousands. They numbered in the hundreds of thousands, accumulated over millennia. According to prior occurrences of divine sword emergence, many spirit weapons would tremble in concert, yet in the vicinity of Chu Xinghe, no divine sword existed. Why then were these spirit weapons quivering? Moreover, many elders soon realized that not only were the spirit weapons near Chu Xinghe vibrating, but the entire spirit tomb was in upheaval, with even those spirit weapons that had already acknowledged their masters beginning to tremble. This tremor did not remain confined to the spirit tomb. Quickly, centered around it, all spirit weapons across the Haotian sect began to vibrate in synchrony. Not only the ordinary disciples, but the Grand Elder discovered that one of his 10 divine swords, the soul-extinguishing sword, had entirely slipped from his control, soaring into the air and vibrating as well. In that moment, it felt as though some unseen force was stirring the entire Haotian sect. compelling all spirit weapons towards the spirit tomb. What is happening? The elders were left dumbfounded, having never encountered such a phenomenon. The emergence of a divine sword prompts the tremor of myriad spirits, but now the entire Haotian sect's spirit weapons were trembling. What could this signify? Boom!
Just as everyone stood astonished at the unfolding events, a thunderous roar erupted from the spirit tomb, and in the next instant, the stone pillar at the center of the spirit pool exploded.
1, 2, 3.
A total of 9 beams of distinct colors surged from the shattered pillar, shooting skyward. The speed of these 9 beams was astonishing. Yet they converged instantaneously at the very spot where Chu Xinghe stood, surrounding him in a frenzied whirl, as if in celebration. Accompanying the 9 divine lights was a beam of white radiance that also surged forth from the shattered pillar.
The Haotian sword box. This is the Haotian sword box. At this moment, the Grand Elder exclaimed in astonishment, and the expressions of the elders behind him shifted dramatically. The Haotian sect possesses 10 renowned divine swords, celebrated throughout the realm. Yet, few are aware that these 10 divine swords are not the mightiest spiritual weapons of the sect. The true pinnacle of their arsenal is the Haotian sword box, acquired in the twilight years of the 10th generation Haotian emperor. Within this box lie 9 ancient divine weapons, which even the 10th emperor could only possess but not wield. Consequently, he sealed the sword box within the spiritual tomb of the Haotian sect, rendering it the supreme weapon to suppress the sect's myriad spiritual artifacts. For 4 centuries, each generation of formidable warriors from the Haotian sect endeavored to commune with the sword box, yet it remained unresponsive, hidden within the stone pillar. Even the feats that eluded the 10th emperor were ultimately abandoned by others. However, today marks a momentous occasion. The Haotian sword box has emerged from the earth. And after 400 years, 9 swords dance in unison, responding to the will of Chu Xinghe. The divine artifacts have manifested, and all spirits rejoice. The entire spiritual tomb,
along with the multitude of spiritual weapons within the Haotian sect, now bows reverently towards the sword box. The elder before the Haotian mirror was on the verge of astonishment. No one anticipated that Chu Xinghe's unwavering declaration, steadfast and resolute, would awaken the sword box, allowing it to acknowledge its master.
9 beams of divine light encircled Chu Xinghe in a mesmerizing dance. Flying locust, thunder shadow, suspended edge, white rainbow, gentle as a finger, a line of heaven, wickedness, shattered star, stabilizing sea. Each of these 9 swords possesses unique attributes and extraordinary powers, surpassing even the might of the 10 divine swords of the Haotian sect. As the 9 swords spiraled around Chu Xinghe, an array of dazzling lights emanated from the sword box, radiating outward in wild splendor. In an instant,
all disciples wielding spiritual weapons found themselves enveloped by the brilliance of the divine swords, as if spellbound, frozen in place.
The sword box recognizes its master, bestowing blessings upon all. They entered a state of profound enlightenment.
The Grand Elder gasped once more at this sight. While everyone within the spiritual tomb felt as though they were drawn into a separate realm, entering a state of comprehension.
Not only did they achieve enlightenment,
but the spiritual weapons in their hands also began to emit resplendent light, merging with their very souls.
The sword box is revealed, bestowing blessings upon all.
The spiritual weapons fuse with their souls, elevating these young individuals to newfound heights. Each disciple's spiritual weapon harmonized with their essence, radiating even greater brilliance. They achieved a symbiotic existence with their weapons, enabling these relatively low-tier artifacts to continually evolve alongside their masters, transforming each into a treasured relic.
In an instant, chaos ensued within the spiritual tomb.
Those who had resolutely pursued spiritual weapons found enlightenment, while the hesitant souls now faced the unfortunate reality of missing their opportunity. They rushed towards the spiritual pool in a desperate bid to seize the weapons, but alas, it was too late.
Wan Lin was the first to awaken.
Her gaze fixed upon the spirit weapon, which resonated harmoniously with her soul, nearly causing her to leap with exhilaration.
What manner of spirit weapon reigns supreme in this world? Is it the divine sword? No.
While divine swords possess immense power, it is the spirit weapon that can merge with your soul that stands as your most formidable ally.
It will never betray you, nor will it ever let you down. Today,
Wan Lin could scarcely fathom that she had been bestowed with a spirit weapon capable of such soul fusion.
It was all thanks to Senior Xinghe.
His words had earned the recognition of the Haotian swordbox, which, in turn, granted the greatest benefits to all those who shared his ideals. Wanlin and her fellow recipients of the spirit weapons were elated, while those who hesitated to claim their own were left in a state of despair, nearly choking on their regret for missing such a monumental opportunity.
How could they have overlooked Senior Xinghe's benevolent intentions? Buzz.
A tremor resounded once more as all 9 swords soared into the Haotian swordbox, which then levitated before Chu Xinghe.
In a flash,
the box pierced into Chu Xinghe's left shoulder, leaving an indelible mark upon his body.
The Haotian swordbox had acknowledged its master.
As all eyes were fixed on the box merging with Chu Xinghe's arm, a voice reverberated through the heavens, and a figure appeared, treading upon the void. The world beneath his feet seemed to shatter at his touch, and when he re-emerged, he stood before the Haotian mirror in the Grand Hall of Haotian.
Salutations, Sect Master.
All present, including the Grand Elder, bowed in reverence to the newcomer. He was none other than the master of Haotian sect, Gu Mingqiao, known as the foremost martial artist of the realm. Yet, at that moment, Gu Mingqiao paid no heed to the multitude of elders. His unwavering gaze was fixed upon the Haotian mirror, watching as Chu Xinghe became the recognized master of the Haotian swordbox. Chapter 13. Ascending to greatness. Gu Mingqiao remained in seclusion, firmly ensconced in a deadlock. The Haotian sect would only summon him for matters that were insurmountable.
Not even the resounding toll of the Haotian bell could rouse him from his contemplation.
Yet today, Gu Mingqiao emerged.
The catalyst was not merely the elder's soul destruction sword,
but also his own Xingtian sword, both stirred by the Haotian swordbox. To command the reverence of such divine swords,
Gu Mingqiao understood that only the legendary Haotian swordbox could possess such influence.
However, when he beheld the spectacle within the spirit tomb through the Haotian mirror, he was taken aback, despite his preparedness. The fabled Haotian swordbox, which even the Haotian emperor could not tame, had chosen to recognize a master today, yet this master was not an unparalleled powerhouse, but rather a fledgling disciple. After all, only newly initiated disciples could enter the spirit tomb.
Soon, however, Gu Mingqiao discerned a peculiarity.
This fortunate disciple, who had claimed the Haotian swordbox, was clad in the distinctive garb of a core disciple.
Thus, he was a core disciple?
Gu Mingqiao recalled that among the recent batch of initiates to the Haotian sect, while a few had shown promise, they were merely designated as reserve elite disciples.
When had a core disciple emerged from this cohort?
It was crucial to note that core disciples differed from elite disciples. Elite disciples could be appointed directly by the elders of their respective halls. But only 2 individuals within the Haotian sect possessed the authority to designate a core disciple, one being Gu Mingqiao himself, and the other, the Grand Elder.
Consequently, Gu Mingqiao's gaze shifted immediately to the Grand Elder, eager to ascertain the events that had transpired during his reclusion.
Congratulations on your emergence from seclusion, Sect Master.
Observing the bewildered expression on Gu Mingqiao's face, the Grand Elder could easily surmise his thoughts. As he beheld Chu Xinghe within the Haotian mirror,
a look of pride illuminated the Grand Elder's countenance. The Grand Elder then recounted the recent developments in meticulous detail. From the tolling of the bell to Chu Xinghe's willingness to shoulder blame for his fellow townsfolk, to the resurgence of the Zhuke divine fire in the Zhuke Hall 400 years later. He detailed the subsequent events involving the Zhuke furnace igniting the Medicine King Hall, the Zhuke spirit medicine saint's legacy, and the current acknowledgement of the Haotian swordbox within the spirit tomb. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Gu Mingqiao felt his mind whirl, so much had transpired within the sect during his brief period of seclusion.
An extraordinary disciple had emerged.
What astonished him further was that Chu Xinghe belonged to the Lingyi Palace, the Grand Elder's own hall. While it was understandable for the Grand Elder to extol Chu Xinghe's virtues, the chorus of praise from the other elders truly astounded Gu Mingqiao. From the words of the other elders, Gu Mingqiao gained a deeper understanding of Chu Xinghe.
With unparalleled talent,
possessing the Zhuke divine fire and the legacy of the medicine saint, and now having secured the Haotian swordbox, this young man was not only gifted but also held in high regard for his character and integrity by the majority of elders. The Haotian sect had never lacked for prodigious talents, but to have garnered the unanimous approval of nearly all the elders was indeed unprecedented within the Haotian sect. For a moment, Gu Mingqiao found himself captivated by Chu Xinghe, pondering the true nature of this intriguing individual.
Within the spirit tomb,
As the Haotian sword box merged with Chu Xinghe's being, the long-standing shackles binding him as a first-grade martial artist were finally shattered. His spiritual power surged instantaneously, allowing him to successfully ascend to the realm of a second-grade martial artist, marking a genuine entry onto the path of cultivation. However, Chu Xinghe was not alone in this advancement. All the disciples who had placed their faith in him while selecting spiritual weapons experienced a profound fusion with their chosen artifacts, leading to simultaneous breakthroughs into the second-grade realm.
Brother Xinghe's grace shall never be forgotten in this lifetime, Wan Lin exclaimed, his chest heaving with excitement, as he bowed deeply to Chu Xinghe. Brother Xinghe's kindness shall forever be etched in our hearts, echoed more disciples awakening behind Wan Lin, their faces radiating gratitude as they paid their respects to Chu Xinghe. Yet, amidst such overwhelming appreciation, Chu Xinghe found himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. In truth, his intention had merely been to play a trick on them. Who could have imagined that in doing so, he would inadvertently bring forth the Haotian sword box? Initially, he had envisioned a playful scheme to deceive numerous disciples, anticipating their eventual realization, which would inevitably stir chaos and potentially draw the ire of the sect leader. He feared that even the Grand Elder would be unable to shield him from the consequences, be it expulsion from the sect or severe punishment. Yet now, with the Haotian sword box having emerged, those who were meant to be deceived had unexpectedly become its greatest beneficiaries due to its benevolent nature. Nevertheless, Chu Xinghe found solace in having acquired the Haotian sword box. Brother Xinghe, please assist the rest of us, came another voice, belonging to the disciples who had previously evaded his ruse. Their hesitation to select spiritual weapons had resulted in their exclusion from the blessings of the Haotian sword box, leaving them to lament their missed opportunity. How dare you even speak? Wan Lin retorted, unable to contain his indignation. Brother Xinghe has illuminated the path for us, granting us such a marvelous opportunity, yet you had the audacity to doubt his intentions. Now, in your shame, you seek his help? Wan Lin's frustration was palpable. He had once harbored doubts about Chu Xinghe's motives, but the outcome had spoken volumes. Moreover, during the selection of spiritual weapons, Chu Xinghe had been unaware of the Haotian sword box's existence, choosing only the ordinary artifacts like the others. It was his genuine actions that had resonated with the Haotian sword box, leading it to accept him as its master. The fact that such a magnanimous figure as Brother Xinghe faced skepticism from these individuals was infuriating to Wan Lin, who wished to deliver a resounding slap to each of them. Now, those who had failed to acquire their spiritual weapons were filled with deep regret. Why do I find it difficult to trust Senior Brother Xinghe? His character is well known throughout the entire sect. Had I chosen to place my faith in him, I would undoubtedly have acquired a soul-integrated spiritual weapon by now. They are all aware that there is no remedy for regret in this world. At this moment, they can only silently vow to follow Senior Brother Xinghe's lead without a shred of doubt in the future. Fellow disciples, the Haotian sword box, which benefits all beings, is beyond my control. At this juncture, all I can say is that I am deeply sorry to everyone. However, there is still some time left. You may continue to seek the spiritual weapons you desire. As I have said, the path of cultivation is fraught with thorns. We may have hesitated, but I believe we have never retreated. As Chu Xinghe concluded his words, a fervent applause erupted around him. Wan Lin was moved to tears. Listen. This is the essence of true cultivation. Senior Brother Xinghe's realm far surpasses ours. Even in the face of doubt and distrust, he harbors no resentment and is willing to guide them even at this moment. He is truly an exceptional senior brother. Countless disciples, despite their hearts brimming with regret for not obtaining a spiritual weapon, embarked on the path of seeking once more. Chu Xinghe has illuminated the correct path for them. Perhaps he can offer them some assistance. When Chu Xinghe emerged from the spirit tomb with a group of jubilant disciples who had acquired their spiritual weapons, many elders of the Haotian sect, including the sect leader Gu Mingqiao, stood at the entrance of the spirit tomb. Disciples pay their respects to the sect leader and esteemed elders. Chu Xinghe led everyone in a bow before the distinguished figures. Gu Mingqiao nodded slightly, rise. Thank you. Sect leader. After everyone stood, the gazes of Gu Mingqiao and all the elders fell upon Chu Xinghe, particularly Gu Mingqiao. Among the 3,000 disciples entering the Haotian sect,
He had a recollection of all those who stood out, yet Chu Xinghe was a complete blank to him. However, the rapid rise of a single individual in such a short time made Gu Mingqiao believe that they must have overlooked something.
Chu Xinghe's acquisition of the Haotian sword box was a blessing from heaven.
The Grand Elder beamed with joy.
A blessing from heaven, echoed the other elders in unison.
Xinghe, bring forth your Haotian sword box for us to admire, the Grand Elder said proudly, stepping closer to Chu Xinghe.
Certainly Chu Xinghe said no more.
As his spiritual power surged, a white light burst forth from his left arm, transforming into the Haotian sword box that floated majestically before him.
Flying locust.
With a mere thought, a yellow beam of light shot from the sword box, swiftly arriving before Chu Xinghe. The flying locust did not resemble an ordinary sword, rather, it took on the form of an oval stone. However, as it soared through the air, sword radiance spontaneously emanated from its surface. This was the first of the 9 swords within the Haotian sword box, the flying locust.
It was also the only one Chu Xinghe could wield at present. Yet, the moment the flying locust appeared, the expressions of everyone present, including Gu Mingqiao, changed dramatically. A flying sword. This is the legendary flying sword. Everyone gazed in disbelief at the locusts and flying swords that moved in accordance with Chu Xinghe's will. These were entities that existed only in legend, capable of pursuing souls from 1,000 miles away with a single strike. To this day, only the tales of flying swords remain in the world. The Haotian sect possesses 10 divine swords, with the foremost among them being the Qingtian sword held by the sect leader. Yet, even the Qingtian sword, despite being in the hands of the sect leader, could merely allow for a fleeting mastery of sword flight. This was not a testament to the sword's innate ability but rather a reflection of Gu Mingqiao's overwhelming prowess, enabling him to wield the sword with his own essence. However, the Qingtian sword could not stray too far from its master.
In stark contrast, the locust served as a true flying sword, indeed.
All 9 swords within the Haotian sword box were genuine flying swords.
Gu Mingqiao could scarcely fathom the terror that would unfold if, one day,
Chu Xinghe were to truly command the Haotian sword box, summoning all 9 swords in an instant. The 10th generation Haotian emperor,
despite being the strongest entity throughout the sect's illustrious history, had been unable to subdue the Haotian sword box in his time.
Yet now,
it seemed that the box had acknowledged Chu Xinghe as its master. Perhaps this was a fated decree from the heavens.
Xinghe,
though our Haotian sect lacks the art of flying swords, I have devoted half my life to the path of the sword.
Would you be willing to become my direct disciple and learn the art of swordsmanship under my guidance? Gu Mingqiao spoke,
and his words plunged the gathering into an immediate silence.
The sect leader sought to take Chu Xinghe as his direct disciple? This was an unprecedented elevation.
Chapter 14, The Supreme Technique, The Will of Haotian. The Haotian sect occupies the entirety of the Haotian mountain range, which is divided into 18 palaces. Above these 18 palaces lies the Haotian Palace, the residence of the sect leader. Disciples of the Haotian sect practice under the guidance of various elders within the 18 palaces. Yet the Haotian Palace stands apart. Within it, there are no elite or core disciples, it solely comprises the sect leader's direct disciples. 30 years ago, Gu Mingqiao ascended to the position of the current sect leader, and throughout these 3 decades, he has never taken on a disciple.
However, who could have anticipated that today he would express his intention to accept Chu Xinghe as his direct disciple? The crowd was left in stunned silence. To be the sole direct disciple of the sect leader, what an immense honor! The direct disciple of the sect leader is also referred to as the chief disciple. Indeed, the sect leader's direct disciple is none other than the chief disciple of the Haotian sect. For 30 years, Gu Mingqiao refrained from accepting disciples, but today, Chu Xinghe's acquisition of the Haotian sword box has evidently moved him.
Gu Mingqiao intends to pass on his legacy to him.
If Chu Xinghe were to inherit Gu Mingqiao's teachings, the future would hold boundless possibilities.
Everyone was deeply touched, their gazes fixed upon Chu Xinghe. At this very moment, should he nod in agreement, he would become the sect leader's direct disciple, instantly elevating himself to the position of chief disciple of this generation of the Haotian sect. I am sorry, sect leader, but I do not wish to become your direct disciple.
What on earth?
In an instant, the entire assembly was rendered speechless, including Gu Mingqiao,
who looked at Chu Xinghe with disbelief. He refused? Chu Xinghe actually turned down the offer to become the sect leader's direct disciple, to become the chief disciple? Insanity. This fellow must be out of his mind. Even the Grand Elder gazed at Chu Xinghe in utter astonishment.
When the sect leader proposed to take Chu Xinghe as his direct disciple, the Grand Elder felt a twinge of resistance. After all, he was reluctant to let such an outstanding disciple leave the Lingyi Palace.
Yet, considering Chu Xinghe's future, the Grand Elder ultimately remained silent. For becoming the sect leader's direct disciple would provide an opportunity to ascend as the next leader, an opportunity he did not wish for Chu Xinghe to miss.
Even the Grand Elder believed that Chu Xinghe would acquiesce, but to everyone's astonishment,
Chu Xinghe refused?
Honorable sect leader, I hail from a humble place known as Kaoshan village. Orphaned at a young age, I grew up relying on the kindness of others.
Gaining entry to the Haotian sect is the proudest achievement of my life.
Here, I have felt the warmth of brotherhood among my fellow disciples. And I have encountered the Grand Elder, who has made me experience the warmth of family for the first time, the care of parents. On the day I entered the Lingyi Palace, I silently vowed to myself that the Grand Elder sees me as his own, and I shall regard him as my parent. A teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. I wish to remain in the Lingyi Palace to serve the Grand Elder.
Chu Xinghe's words flowed steadily. Yet as they landed, the venue fell into profound silence.
When Chu Xinghe declined the sect leader's offer,
many thought he had lost his senses. What an extraordinary opportunity to ascend. However, upon hearing Chu Xinghe's heartfelt declaration, even Gu Mingqiao could not help but be moved. Faced with the opportunity to become a disciple of Gu Mingqiao, countless individuals clamored to secure their place. However, Chu Xinghe remained steadfast in his principles. When Gu Mingqiao heard Chu Xinghe passionately proclaiming the importance of never forgetting one's original intentions within the spirit tomb, he was initially unfazed. Yet at that moment,
Gu Mingqiao was profoundly moved by Chu Xinghe. This young lad was not merely paying lip service to ideals, but truly embodied them.
Xinghe, splendid.
Splendid indeed, the Grand Elder exclaimed as he stepped forward and embraced Chu Xinghe, deeply touched by his heartfelt words. There had been other disciples in Lingyi Palace who had professed their devotion to the Grand Elder, likening him to a parental figure.
Nevertheless,
when faced with the opportunity to become a disciple of the sect leader, it was likely that such sentiments had long been forgotten.
What a good child. A genuine smile finally graced Gu Mingqiao's face, emanating sincerity.
Upon inquiring about Chu Xinghe's situation, he discovered that most elders were extolling the young man's virtues, leading him to briefly suspect that the Grand Elder had orchestrated this. After all, how could such an exceptional child exist in this world? Yet, in that very moment, Gu Mingqiao harbored no doubts. This child was not only extraordinarily gifted, but possessed an unparalleled character. Perhaps it was precisely due to his pure and sincere nature that he had garnered the recognition of the Haotian swordbox.
My dear child, I permit you to remain in Lingyi Palace.
However, your talents must not go to waste. I shall personally impart to you the Haotian battle intent,
Gu Mingqiao declared once more, and the atmosphere erupted in astonishment. The Haotian battle intent? The sect leader was willing to teach Chu Xinghe the Haotian battle intent?
It is important to note that only the direct disciples of the sect leader were qualified to learn this technique, and those who mastered it were essentially considered candidates for the future sect leadership. The number of individuals within the Haotian sect eligible to learn this was exceedingly rare. No one anticipated that Gu Mingqiao, despite being previously rejected by Chu Xinghe, would still be inclined to bestow upon him the Haotian battle intent. Quickly express your gratitude to the sect leader for this gift.
The Grand Elder's eyes were brimming with emotion.
He now regarded Chu Xinghe as his own son.
Ah, thank you, sect leader. Chu Xinghe was bewildered. What was happening? Why was he being offered the Haotian battle intent?
When Gu Mingqiao had initially proposed to accept him as a direct disciple, Chu Xinghe had been equally exhilarated, nearly bowing in reverence. However, he quickly came to his senses. It was already a Herculean task to relinquish his status as a core disciple in Lingyi Palace.
If he became the sect leader's direct disciple, the prospect of losing that identity would be utterly remote. How could he aspire to ascend to the rank of martial emperor?
Looking around at the elders, a few had indeed attained the rank of martial emperor. Yet they had devoted their entire lives to such endeavors. My dream, after all, was to be expelled from the sect.
Initially, Chu Xinghe even contemplated outright rejecting the sect leaderess offer, reasoning that such a blatant rebuff might incite the leaderess' ire,
leading him to storm away and subsequently create obstacles for him, eventually utilizing his authority to expel him from the sect. A rather conventional narrative, indeed.
Yet, why do you insist on imparting the profound Haotian battle intent to me at the slightest disagreement?
However, at this juncture, Chu Xinghe finds himself unable to refuse,
as he cannot discern a suitable rationale for doing so.
Good child, remain at Lingyi Palace. From this day forth, you shall be my direct disciple.
The elder,
moved to tears, finally spoke, nearly causing Chu Xinghe to weep as well. Thus, it seems he cannot escape the identity of a direct disciple after all. The sole consolation for Chu Xinghe is that being the direct disciple of the Grand Elder carries a higher probability of retaining his standing than being the direct disciple of the sect master,
who might cast him out.
Gu Mingqiao nodded with a smile, while a multitude of elders gathered to congratulate the Grand Elder, observing their envious expressions. The Grand Elder's joy was palpable. Gu Mingqiao entrusted a Haotian token to Chu Xinghe before departing, and with this token in hand, he could venture to Haotian Palace to study the strongest martial art of Haotian sect, the Haotian battle intent, under Gu Mingqiao's guidance.
Countless disciples gazed enviously at the shimmering Haotian token in Chu Xinghe's possession. After emerging from the spirit tomb,
most had either already entered the second rank or were on the verge of doing so. Thus it was time to proceed to the Tower of Hidden Skills to select their techniques. Although the Haotian sect boasts an abundance of martial arts, the pinnacle techniques are not readily accessible to ordinary disciples. One must gradually demonstrate a talent that captivates the elders to earn the privilege of learning superior skills. Yet, Chu Xinghe, in a single leap, attained the opportunity to learn the most formidable technique of the Haotian sect. Therefore, even though he declined the sect master, the latter bore no resentment and continued to treat him as a direct disciple. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with the Haotian battle intent. With the conclusion of the Spirit Tomb Convention, most disciples acquired spirit weapons, though whether they were to their liking is another matter.
However,
the most unfortunate were not the ordinary disciples, but those who had received insider information. They emerged with their newly acquired advanced spirit weapons,
only to be met with scathing rebukes before they could boast to their elders. What is there to be proud of? This scrap metal is worthless.
Look at your senior brother Xinghe. Not only did he obtain the Haotian sword box, but he also received the sect master's personal Haotian battle intent. Comparing oneself to others brings despair, and comparing goods leads to discarding them. In comparison to Chu Xinghe, these disciples were rendered insignificant. They hardly qualified as individuals, merely as commodities. Upon returning to their respective palaces, none of these prodigies escaped unscathed. They all faced various forms of punishment. Upon hearing this news, Chu Xinghe nearly spat blood. He yearned for punishment in his dreams, yet no opportunity seemed to arise for him, while these individuals incurred punishment without lifting a finger. Why did such fortune elude him? Chu Xinghe recognized the Haotian sword box as his own, and even outright declined to become the sect master's direct disciple. Yet, the sect master not only remained unperturbed but also swiftly disseminated the news of Chu Xinghe learning the Haotian battle intent throughout the entire Haotian sect.
Consequently,
from the highest elders to the outer disciples, there was scarcely anyone unaware of Chu Xinghe's name. When this news reached the ears of Fathead Fish, who related to Chu Chang, the latter immediately spat 2 tails of blood. On this day at Lingyi Palace, Feng Fei personally presented Chu Xinghe with the attire symbolizing the direct disciple of the Grand Elder. It remained black, yet adorned with even more intricate golden cloud patterns in addition to the existing gold trim. From this day forth, I shall henceforth refer to you as Brother Xinghe.
Feng Fei jested with a smile.
Brother Feng, while it may be permissible for the other brothers to tease me, how can you do the same?
Chu Xinghe replied, feigning annoyance. Ha ha ha, all right, shall I call you Brother Xinghe, then?
Feng Fei, having completed his jest, returned to his tasks.
Chu Xinghe chose not to disturb Feng Fei, instead making his way towards Haotian Palace. In recent days,
everyone had begun to travel to the Kangong Tower to study martial techniques, but he was unable to attend,
as he could only learn the Haotian battle intent from the sect master. With the Haotian order in hand,
Chu Xinghe traversed effortlessly and soon arrived at the Haotian Great Hall, where he found sect master Gu Mingqiao.
Upon seeing Chu Xinghe's arrival, Gu Mingqiao greeted him with a warm smile and a wave.
Xinghe, today I shall impart to you the Haotian battle intent, but before we begin,
there are a few points I must caution you on to prevent any future mistakes. Mistakes? Upon hearing this term, Chu Xinghe's interest was piqued. Was an opportunity finally presenting itself?
Chapter 15, The Procurement Order. While others flocked to the Tower of Hidden Skills to learn martial arts, Chu Xinghe found himself bereft of such an opportunity, which incited a wave of frustration within him. After all, the Tower of Hidden Skills was one of the most significant places within the Haotian sect. If only he could ignite a fire there, what a spectacle that would be. Regrettably, he could not access the tower and was instead relegated to studying the Haotian battle intent under the sect master at Haotian Palace. Although the Haotian battle intent was indeed alluring, it paled in comparison to the thrill of incinerating the Tower of Hidden Skills.
Xinghe,
listen carefully, the inheritance of the Haotian battle intent is the most formidable legacy of our sect. However, without my explicit permission, it must never be divulged.
Or else. Chu Xinghe felt a surge of excitement. This was his opportunity. What would happen if he failed to comply? Would he be stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the sect? Or worse, face a torturous death?
Chu Xinghe thought to himself, alas, this leaves no room for retreat.
I will remember, master.
Very well, I shall personally impart the Haotian battle intent to you.
Gu Mingqiao nodded in satisfaction and began the gradual transmission of the Haotian battle intent to Chu Xinghe. It must be said,
the Haotian battle intent was indeed an exceptional martial art, encompassing various body tempering techniques, spiritual cultivation methods, and an array of combat strategies. Each of these components stood as the pinnacle of excellence, incomparable to the mundane techniques found within the Tower of Hidden Skills.
Ordinary martial arts are generally singular in focus. Cultivation methods pertain solely to spiritual advancement, while combat skills exist independently. Thus, when selecting arts from the tower,
one must not only choose a cultivation method but also a suitable combat technique. A slight misstep could lead to starting anew, or at the very least, inefficiency in progress. However, the Haotian battle intent alleviated such concerns, for it contained not only methods for cultivation but also an optimal combination of combat techniques. The culmination of wisdom amassed by countless ancestors of the Haotian sect. The pairing of martial skills with the appropriate operational pathways constituted the most advantageous choice,
rendering the Haotian battle intent a flawless match.
To Chu Xinghe's astonishment, one would expect such a formidable technique to be exceedingly complex, yet, paradoxically, it was far simpler than typical methods.
As Gu Mingqiao put it, the wisdom of our ancestors has transformed complexity into simplicity.
Throughout the course of a single day,
Gu Mingqiao imparted the Haotian battle intent to Chu Xinghe.
Despite the overwhelming amount of information, Chu Xinghe adeptly retained every detail. This remarkable ability might be attributed to the legacy of the medicine sage. Ever since he acquired that inheritance, he discovered he possessed an extraordinary memory,
greatly accelerating his learning process. From this point forward, you must diligently practice. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek my guidance at Haotian Palace.
Gu Mingqiao expressed his profound satisfaction with Chu Xinghe. Initially, he believed it would take Chu Xinghe at least 3 days to grasp the Haotian battle intent. But he was utterly surprised by the young man's exceptional aptitude. He mastered it in a single day, surpassing even Gu Mingqiao's own accomplishments in his youth. Before such an exceptional figure as Chu Xinghe, although he could not become his direct disciple, Gu Mingqiao had resolutely decided to nurture him diligently.
After all, the title of a direct disciple is but a mere formality.
After bidding farewell to Gu Mingqiao, Chu Xinghe returned to Lingyi Palace, where the main structure of the Medicine King Palace had been completely constructed, and the various decorations were nearly finished. Now was the time for significant procurement. Items such as alchemical furnaces, medicinal herbs, and various consumables were being purchased in astronomical quantities daily. Chu Xinghe could see merchants from all directions bustling in and out of the Medicine King Palace. Securing an order from Haotian sect was indeed a tremendous opportunity. The Haotian sect was renowned for its wealth, and as long as the quality of goods was exceptional, they were willing to offer a correspondingly high price. Upon returning to his room, he found Feng Fei, weary and hunched over the table, engrossed in calculations, so much so that he did not even notice Chu Xinghe's return. It was only when Chu Xinghe approached that Feng Fei realized it was him.
Junior brother Xinghe, how was your day of learning?
I completed my studies. The sect master mentioned that my aptitude is quite commendable. He took 3 days to learn what I grasped in just one.
Upon hearing this, Feng Fei could not help but exclaim, "Junior brother Xinghe, you truly are extraordinary. The sect master is no ordinary figure."
To receive such praise from him signifies just how remarkable you are.
What are you working on, senior brother Feng? Ah, various procurement lists. Feng Fei did not conceal anything, laying the documents before Chu Xinghe for him to examine.
Upon glancing at them, Chu Xinghe understood why Feng Fei was troubled.
The volume of items to be procured was indeed overwhelming.
Junior brother Xinghe, you must understand, the scale of this procurement for the Medicine King Palace is immense. Any slight misstep could lead to unimaginable losses for our sect. I dare not show any negligence.
What do you mean? At Feng Fei's words, Chu Xinghe immediately felt invigorated. Any minor error could result in catastrophic losses for the sect? And there was such an opportunity? Senior brother Feng, why did you not mention this earlier? With such stakes,
I fear neither hardship nor exhaustion. I am ready to confront any challenges. Seeing senior brother Feng toil so hard was something Chu Xinghe could not bear.
If you trust me, allow me to assist you in this endeavor.
His eyes sparkled with determination. Having just made a breakthrough, he had been preoccupied with solidifying his realm and learning the Haotian battle intent, leaving him little room for frivolity. Now, with such a significant task before him,
he would not let it slip away.
Junior brother Xinghe, such words.
How could I ever doubt you? However, these matters are trifles, and involving you might inadvertently hinder your cultivation. If you say that, I shall be displeased.
As a disciple of the Haotian sect,
is it not my duty to dedicate myself to the sect's endeavors?
If everyone were to neglect the various trivialities of the sect in pursuit of cultivation,
what would become of our sect?
Chu Xinghe spoke with righteous fervor.
Feng Fei nodded secretly, acknowledging, indeed. How commendable is junior brother Xinghe.
Previously, I sought assistance from others. Yet they all hesitated, whereas junior brother Xinghe's high awareness puts them to shame. Without further ado, Feng Fei handed a procurement list to Chu Xinghe. This document comprises a procurement list of medicinal herbs, meticulously detailing various herbs that need to be acquired, along with their respective shares, categories, and quantities,
which could easily overwhelm anyone upon a cursory glance.
Brother Xinghe, all the herbs we need to procure are listed here.
Please organize this information, as the president of the Daxing Chamber of Commerce will be visiting us tomorrow.
You simply need to instruct him to prepare the goods according to this list. And for pricing, refer to this compendium.
With determination, Chu Xinghe took the procurement list and price record to a quiet corner to study them.
The variety of herbs was extensive, exceeding 1,000 types, primarily consisting of those routinely consumed, with prices clearly indicated for each. When it comes to purchasing,
the Haotian sect never inquires about the selling price, rather, they dictate how much they wish to pay.
Even the esteemed Daxing Chamber of Commerce, renowned as the foremost trading entity, holds no authority to negotiate prices with the Haotian sect. This exemplifies the undeniable confidence of the world's premier sect.
Rest assured,
Haotian sect's prices are fair, aligning with market value, allowing for profit, but any attempt to exploit us would be futile. As Chu Xinghe examined the price record,
he felt troubled. With prices already established, what room was there for negotiation? Was he merely running errands? Wasn't the risk of incurring substantial losses supposed to be a possibility? This simply would not do. If challenges do not present themselves, we must create our own. If prices are unyielding, surely we can manipulate the herbs. In no time, Chu Xinghe discovered what he sought. 3 million stalks of zhongling grass.
This herb is essential for concocting the zhongling pill, a common ingredient and one of the least expensive.
However, if a certain amount were inadvertently added, transforming it into zhongling grass, the situation would be entirely different. What is zhongling grass? After an exhaustive search through his memory,
he recalled that it could only be used to produce one type of pill, known as the poshidin.
The name alone, poshidin,
suggests it is only capable of accomplishing trivial matters. In fact, this pill is effective solely against petrification toxins, which are among the rarest of poisons. Even if you summon Shinnon to taste hundreds of herbs again, he would likely never encounter petrification poison.
While the poshidin may appear to lack utility, zhongling grass is truly remarkable.
In Chu Xinghe's words, it embodies the three essential elements of a good scam: rarity, expense, and minimal practical use.
Nevertheless,
such an herb is akin to a dream come true for him. Purchasing 3 million stalks of zhongling grass would cost a mere pittance, however.
Acquiring 3 million stalks of zhongling grass would send the price soaring. To create losses for the sect is a duty we must embrace. Chu Xinghe couldn't help but smile, imagining the expression on the elder's face when confronted with 3 million stalks of zhongling grass. Perfection.
Having organized everything meticulously, Chu Xinghe enjoyed a restful night's sleep. The following morning, after freshening up and having breakfast, he encountered the emblem of the Daxing Chamber of Commerce, which had been waiting at the Yaowang Palace.
A corpulent individual,
likely weighing around 300 pounds, bore a visage akin to that of a pig, yet his face was adorned with a broad smile. "I am Wei Deqian of the Daxing Chamber of Commerce. I have met the esteemed hero of the stars, Chu Xinghe." Although Wei Deqian holds the position of president of the Daxing Chamber, the chamber's reputation pales in comparison to the colossal presence of the Haotian sect, rendering him quite humble. Upon entering a lounge within the Apothecary King's palace, I casually handed him the procurement list without further ado.
As he received the document,
Wei Deqian's eyes lit up with astonishment. He was well aware of the vast array of medicinal herbs required by the Haotian sect. Yet the sheer volume laid out before him was nothing short of staggering. I then handed him the price list, having clearly discerned the Haotian sect's intentions. Without engaging in unnecessary dialogue, he nodded in agreement and began transcribing the prices onto the procurement list.
However, it was not long before the expression on Wei Deqian's face shifted dramatically. "Hero of the stars, could you take a look at this? The Xinqing grass. Is there a mistake?"
He pointed to the procurement list, which indicated a demand for 3 million stalks of Xinqing grass, his bewilderment evident.
Had the Haotian sect lost its senses? To procure 3 million stalks of this herb was an absurdity.
Even the Daxing Chamber would need to expend vast resources and manpower to gather such a quantity from across the realms.
To put it plainly,
the Haotian sect was effectively attempting to monopolize the entire global supply of Xinqing grass.
While the Haotian sect possessed considerable wealth,
one must ponder the utility of acquiring such an overwhelming quantity of Xinqing grass.
Thus, Wei Deqian's initial reaction was to assume an error had been made.
If it were any other organization, he might have attempted to brush it aside, but with the Haotian sect, he lacked the audacity to do so. Therefore, he cautiously presented the list to me for confirmation. Just as he expected that I would also express skepticism, he was taken aback when I merely nodded and stated, "The list is accurate. Proceed with preparations as indicated."
Wei Deqian, Chapter 16, The Charisma of Chu Xinghe. Wei Deqian was genuinely bewildered. 3 million zhongling herbs? What was the Haotian sect intending to do?
Yet, he dared not voice his inquiries. A fleeting glance at the robe worn by Chu Xinghe, an attire reserved solely for direct disciples, silenced all his questions.
Had he been conversing with an ordinary disciple?
Even an elite one, he would have insisted on further confirmation. However, Chu Xinghe, so young yet already the favored disciple of the Grand Elder of Lingyi Palace,
was anything but ordinary. How could someone of such stature be mistaken?
It was evident that the Haotian sect harbored secrets, but he lacked the standing to probe into them. After confirming that the other items on the list were without issue, Wei Deqian retrieved the procurement contract. Without a second glance, Chu Xinghe signed his name with a flourish. "Young hero Xinghe, this contract requires not only your signature but also the Grand Elder's decree to be valid."
The Elder's decree? Chu Xinghe felt a jolt of realization.
The decree lay with the Grand Elder, and should the Elder discover this contract, his plans would surely unravel. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The Grand Elder had been preoccupied with affairs of late and was nowhere to be found. Perhaps the Haotian command would suffice? This is quite acceptable. Wei Deqian stared in disbelief at the Haotian command in Chu Xinghe's hand.
Who exactly was this young man? The Haotian command could only be bestowed by the sect leader,
and possessing it signified the leader's endorsement. Not only was Chu Xinghe the direct disciple of the Grand Elder at such a tender age, but he also held the Haotian command. What was his true background? Though Wei Deqian's mind was awash with questions, he dared not utter a word. The imprint of the Haotian command was affixed to the contract, rendering it officially binding. With great effort, Wei Deqian extricated his hefty frame from the chair.
smiling as he bid farewell to Chu Xinghe. Once Wei Deqian departed, Chu Xinghe exhaled a sigh of relief.
3,000,000 shunling herbs. The Grand Elder would surely be astonished. With a cheerful hum, he ambled through the newly constructed Yaowan Palace, almost losing his way, and ultimately sought guidance from several senior brothers to find his exit. In the following days, the various purchased items began to arrive at the Haotian sect in succession.
What did it mean to spend money like water?
Chu Xinghe witnessed it firsthand. Each order was substantial enough to bankrupt a great family on the spot.
Yet the Haotian sect processed these transactions without so much as a blink.
This left Chu Xinghe in awe. Indeed, the foremost sect was worthy of its reputation. Its foundation formidable beyond measure.
To dismantle the Haotian sect seemed an insurmountable challenge.
But as the saying goes, the road ahead is long and arduous. I shall seek the truth from above and below. Regardless of the difficulties in dismantling the Haotian sect, as long as he remained steadfast to his original intent, there would come a day when he could obliterate the sect and attain enlightenment. With a vast array of supplies arriving at the Yaowan Palace, order began to be restored. And thus commenced Chu Xinghe's arduous days. The moment the Grand Elder was able to resume alchemy at the Yaowan Palace, he sought out Chu Xinghe.
With a profound expression, he spoke to Chu Xinghe. Xinghe.
Though you have inherited the legacy of the apothecary sage, the path of alchemy stretches long and arduous before you. And you shall seek knowledge tirelessly.
Only by remaining true to your original intentions will you eventually find enlightenment through medicine.
Why do those words sound so familiar?
Soon after,
the Grand Elder personally imparted various alchemical techniques to Chu Xinghe. Although there was no longer a need to distinguish between the moonshade grass, moonsoul grass, and moonview grass, the art of alchemy itself was indeed a laborious endeavor. Chu Xinghe vowed that he loathed alchemy more than anything else in life. The Xinghe spirit fire must have sensed his disdain for the craft and bestowed this burden upon him in retaliation, pushing him to the brink of madness. Yet, on the surface, Chu Xinghe maintained an obedient demeanor, adhering to whatever arrangements the Grand Elder set forth. For he knew that the gift he prepared for the Grand Elder was soon to arrive. On this day, guided by the Grand Elder, Chu Xinghe was concocting the fourth great elixir, the fire spirit pill. The inheritance of the apothecary sage was indeed extraordinary. Despite his aversion, within just a few days, Chu Xinghe had ascended from a novice with a penchant for explosions to the rank of a fourth-grade alchemist. He could even engage in a contest of skill with his senior brother Feng Fei in alchemical endeavors. However, the Grand Elder was evidently dissatisfied with Chu Xinghe's progress. After all, this was the legacy of the apothecary sage. Theoretically, if Chu Xinghe grasped even a fraction of it, becoming a ninth-grade master of alchemy would be as easy as child's play. Surpassing the Grand Elder seemed merely a matter of time. The Grand Elder regarded Chu Xinghe as if he were his own son. What father does not wish for his son to soar? The Grand Elder's greatest hope was for Chu Xinghe to surpass him swiftly, at which point he would willingly entrust the entirety of Lingyi Palace to him. Under the enhancement of the Xinghe spirit fire, the elixir in the cauldron gradually took shape, and a vibrant red fire spirit pill emerged before everyone. A group of alchemical seniors gazed in awe at the fire spirit pill, as it was indeed Chu Xinghe's first attempt at crafting a fourth-grade elixir. And he succeeded on the first try. Such dominance from the apothecary sage's inheritance. Yet, the Grand Elder wore an expression of discontent.
Xinghe,
the legacy of the apothecary sage is not meant for crafting ordinary elixirs. You still have a long way to go. All the elixirs you concoct from now on,
if they do not reach the pinnacle quality, shall be deemed failures.
Chu Xinghe nearly spat blood but could only nod in acceptance, while the gazes of his senior brothers towards him shifted. Truly, our junior brother Xinghe is remarkable. While others may rejoice at a 70% success rate in alchemy, our junior brother has maintained a perfect 100% success rate since he began.
However, now even a 100% success rate is insufficient. The Grand Elder's demand is that anything less than the finest quality is considered a failure. Such intensity.
Very well. Let us take a brief respite before continuing with other elixirs.
All right.
Chu Xinghe sighed in resignation. Alchemy was exceedingly tedious, with the only solace perhaps being the absorption of spiritual energy to enhance his own abilities during the process. Thus, although everyone in Lingyi Palace practiced alchemy, even as a means to attain enlightenment, their cultivation was by no means inferior to that of other palaces. As the arduous rest of Chu Xinghe came to an end, the Grand Elder began to attend to other matters. At that moment, Feng Fei rushed in from outside, sprinting to the Grand Elder's side. After a quick glance around, he leaned in and whispered into the Grand Elder's ear. "What?" The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Observing this expression, Chu Xinghe realized he had succeeded. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. The Daxing Merchant Guild had indeed arrived, delivering various goods listed on the inventory. While this would typically be a mundane occurrence, when 3 million Shangling herbs were placed before Feng Fei, he was utterly dumbfounded. When had the Haotian sect decided to purchase 3 million Shangling herbs? We may be affluent, but we are not foolish. Are we out of our minds, buying such an excess of Shangling herbs merely to let them lie fallow? Feng Fei immediately began to argue with the hefty Wei Deqian, but when Wei produced the inventory and contract, Feng was rendered speechless. The contract explicitly stated that there were no issues with the 3 million Shangling herbs. Most alarmingly, it bore the signature of his junior brother Xinghe. And rather than using the Elder's token, he had directly employed the Haotian token. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Feng hurried to inform the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder followed Feng outside, seizing the contract from Wei Deqian's hands. A mere glance at the document nearly caused him to choke with rage. Chu Xinghe's name was clearly inscribed, and the imprint of the Haotian token was unmistakable. Yet, the issue remained 3 million Shangling herbs. Chu Xinghe emerged as well, his heart racing at the sight of the Grand Elder's astonished expression. Would the Grand Elder, in a fit of fury, strip him of his status as a personal disciple as punishment? After all, he had caused the sect considerable trouble and loss. Such an oversight surely warranted severe repercussions. The number of disciples from Lingyi Palace gathering around increased, and upon hearing that a procurement blunder had resulted in the acquisition of 3 million Shangling herbs, they gasped in shock. "Grand Elder, the fault lies with me." Feng Fei suddenly knelt before the Grand Elder. "I entrusted the procurement to junior brother Xinghe, who has no experience in such matters. Now that the procurement has gone awry, I implore the Grand Elder to punish me." Feng bowed his head, a bitter expression on his face. Upon witnessing this, Chu Xinghe thought to himself, "This cannot stand. If you wish to claim credit for my work, I shall remain silent. But if you seek to take my punishment, that is unacceptable. Grand Elder, this matter has nothing to do with Brother Feng, it was my insistence to be involved. The procurement error is solely my responsibility. Brother Feng has devoted himself tirelessly to the construction of the apothecary palace, having not rested properly for days and nights. Moreover, this procurement failure stemmed from my transgression of sect rules by not seeking the Grand Elder's approval, resulting in these consequences. I humbly request the Grand Elder to impose a heavier punishment on me." Wei Deqian was left in a daze. His mind buzzed with confusion. At this point, he recognized the procurement issue, yet he was unconcerned about the Haotian sect shirking their obligations. For the stature of the Haotian sect was such that they would never stoop to breaching a contract. However, what truly left Wei flabbergasted was witnessing someone not only claim credit but also attempt to seize punishment. Heavier punishment? What is this? Are you addicted to being punished? The Grand Elder's face was etched with helplessness as he gazed upon Chu Xinghe and Feng Fei, both of whom were his most esteemed disciples. Yet their significant blunder was indeed inexcusable. While Feng Fei's situation could be understood, as he too was merely human and susceptible to fatigue, seeking assistance was reasonable. However, the gravest transgression lay with Chu Xinghe, though a mistake in the procurement order could be overlooked. The pivotal issue was that he had audaciously utilized the Haotian order without the Grand Elder's explicit permission, a grave offense. Grand Elder. Master Xinghe is new to the sect and unfamiliar with its regulations. This slip was unintentional, I beseech you to forgive him, Shin Chun implored, kneeling before the Grand Elder on behalf of Chu Xinghe. Grand Elder, while Master Xinghe has indeed erred, considering his youth, I humbly request your clemency. Master Xinghe is a person of genuine integrity, and since his initiation, he has diligently adhered to his duties without faltering. This was surely an inadvertent mistake. I implore you to show mercy. As the pleas continued, the surrounding disciples prostrated themselves on the ground, and even those who arrived later, upon learning the circumstances, joined in supplication for Chu Xinghe.
This scene left Wei Deqian utterly astonished.
Truth be told, it was the first time he had witnessed such a young direct disciple of the Haotian sect, and for a moment, he even speculated whether this individual might be the Grand Elder's illegitimate child.
Yet, in that instant, Wei Deqian realized the narrowness of his perspective.
It is one thing for an individual to err and have someone plead on their behalf. But it is a profound testament to one's character when an entire assembly of the Lingyi Palace kneels in unison to advocate for them. How deeply beloved this person must be within the Lingyi Palace. Chapter 17. The first punishment. The incident of the procurement error spread throughout the Lingyi Palace like wildfire, drawing the attention of everyone from ordinary disciples to elite and core disciples alike. Each person who arrived knelt on the ground, pleading for Chu Xinghe.
Witnessing this scene left Wei Deqian in a state of shock.
He found it hard to fathom how one individual could inspire the entire Lingyi Palace to advocate on his behalf.
Wei Deqian was not alone in his astonishment. The Grand Elder was equally taken aback. Yet, amidst his surprise, he felt a surge of joy. The Grand Elder understood that Chu Xinghe was highly regarded within the Lingyi Palace. Previously, his senior brothers had gone to great lengths for his journey to the spirit tomb. However, witnessing the current scene made the Grand Elder realize he had underestimated Chu Xinghe's influence.
It is said that sharing prosperity is easy, but enduring hardship together is challenging. If today Chu Xinghe were being rewarded, and everyone came to congratulate him, the Grand Elder would not have thought twice about it. However, today Chu Xinghe had committed a grave mistake, and in his fury, the Grand Elder believed these students should recognize his temperament. Previously, those who had interceded on behalf of others had faced consequences themselves.
All of you, stand up. Anyone who dares to plead will face punishment as well,
the Grand Elder commanded sternly. Yet, at that moment, no one rose, all remained kneeling, motionless. This spectacle truly astonished the Grand Elder, but more than that, it filled him with immense pride. His earlier proclamation was a test to see whether these individuals would flee in fear of punishment or stand resolutely to defend their junior brother, Xinghe.
Now,
the Grand Elder had his answer. This young man, Chu Xinghe. Since the establishment of the Haotian sect and the Lingyi Palace, no one had ever wielded such charm, compelling the entire palace to willingly accept punishment on his behalf in such a short span of time.
Upon reflection,
the Grand Elder realized that Chu Xinghe had done nothing extraordinary. He had merely been himself, exceedingly humble towards every senior brother, eagerly taking on the most arduous tasks. From elite disciples to core disciples, and even as his personal disciple, nearly becoming the Grand Elder's favored disciple, most would have let pride overwhelm them. Yet, Chu Xinghe remained the paragon of a devoted junior brother in the eyes of others. He never allowed his status to alter his demeanor. Even when encountering the most ordinary disciple of the Lingyi Palace, he would respectfully greet them with a cheerful, "Good morning, senior brother," regardless of who sought his assistance. He was always obliging, willing to undertake tasks others shunned and unfazed by the burdens others found daunting. In this manner, Chu Xinghe had subtly influenced the entirety of Lingyi Palace. Whenever someone erred, others hesitated to intercede, but Chu Xinghe was unafraid. Even when he had previously expressed his ire, declaring that anyone who dared to plead should leave the Haotian sect, the Grand Elder vividly recalled the unwavering determination in Chu Xinghe's eyes and words.
Grand Elder, if expelling me from the sect will assuage your anger, then please do so.
Although my senior brother has erred, it was an unintentional mistake that should not warrant such punishment.
If punishment is to be meted out, let it be upon me.
Please spare my senior brother.
These are the words of Chu Xinghe. Since his entrance into Lingyi Palace, each time a senior brother has erred, Chu Xinghe has sought to intercede on their behalf, requesting to bear their punishment.
Once, twice, countless times, the Grand Elder has lost count, yet he is acutely aware that in Lingyi Palace, the name of junior brother Xinghe is perpetually on the lips of every individual. Even in private, he has never heard a single disparaging remark about Chu Xinghe. Elders from all corners have convened, and upon witnessing the scene, their faces are etched with astonishment. However, it is not long before they speak up. Grand Elder,
no one is infallible.
You are most familiar with the character of this child, Xinghe. This is indeed his first encounter with such a matter, and mistakes are inevitable. Not to mention Xinghe, even you and I, in our youth, were not without our blunders.
Indeed, Grand Elder, the misuse of the Haotian order is a grave transgression. Yet since the sect master entrusted it to Xinghe, he did not expressly forbid its use. Precisely.
The sect master never stated it could not be used.
In any case, Xinghe's invocation of the Haotian order does not constitute a crime.
Over the past few days, Grand Elder, you have been overwhelmed with tasks. It is likely that at that moment, he could not locate you, and being unfamiliar with the rules, he acted as he did.
Wei Deqian. Did Xinghe not mention that the Grand Elder was preoccupied and unlocatable? An elder glared at Wei Deqian.
Ah, he did. I recall that junior hero Xinghe earnestly sought the Grand Elder in vain.
Fearing a delay in procurement, he was compelled to utilize the Haotian order.
It is also my fault for not clarifying matters with junior hero Xinghe at the time, so it was indeed not his intention.
Wei Deqian, in that moment, spoke utter nonsense.
Yet, if he had even a single functioning brain cell left, he knew precisely what to say and what to keep silent about. To recount the situation truthfully would have resulted in him being flayed alive by the people of Lingyi Palace. Despite his considerable weight,
he would not suffice to satisfy even a single one of them. How could one dare to speak ill of a person for whom the entire Lingyi Palace pleads? The Grand Elder turned his gaze toward Wei Deqian, evidently pleased with his response.
The entire assembly was satisfied, except for Chu Xinghe, who was not at all pleased. You fat fool, what nonsense are you spouting? I did not act in that manner. Chu Xinghe felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and slap this fool. But he refrained. The sight of so many senior brothers and elders pleading for him was a profound impact on him.
One must discern between appropriate actions and those that are not.
With so many senior brothers and elders beseeching on his behalf, he could not utter a single word in protest.
Chu Xinghe. Present, Master. To use the Haotian order without authorization in Haotian sect is a serious crime. However, considering your brief time in the sect and your lack of familiarity with the rules, there is some leniency. Yet, a mistake must be met with punishment. Are you willing to accept this? Merit is to be rewarded, and transgressions must be penalized. I am prepared to accept any punishment. I implore the Grand Elder to deliver my sentence.
Chu Xinghe's heart raced with excitement.
At last, he was to be punished.
Very well. The error in procurement also involves Feng Fei, who shall be penalized with a 6-month resource deduction. The disciple thanks the Grand Elder for his mercy. Feng Fei expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that this punishment, within the realm of the Spirit Crane Palace overseeing elixirs, was merely a formality.
Chu Xinghe, having misused the Haotian order,
was deemed somewhat excusable, thus, he was sentenced to 3 months of confinement within the Medicine King Palace.
During this period,
he was permitted only to refine elixirs and was forbidden to step outside the palace, with the Haotian order being rescinded. I will report this matter to the sect leader.
Elder Xie, in his benevolence. Countless senior brothers, including elders, expressed their heartfelt thanks to Elder Xie, and smiles finally graced their faces. 3 months of confinement within the Medicine King Palace?
This punishment was hardly significant. Junior brother Xinghe could diligently cultivate for 3 months, and besides, whatever he required, his senior brothers could easily procure for him. Laughter echoed around, yet Chu Xinghe was in tears.
Is this it?
Elder,
could you not at least strip me of my identity as your direct disciple?
Losing that title directly correlates to an elevation to the 5th rank.
What does mere confinement signify?
However, at this juncture, Chu Xinghe found himself devoid of options. 3 months of confinement it would be, better than nothing. As Elder Xie's words fell, Chu Xinghe felt a jolt in his mind, and in the next instant, the ominous compass hidden within his consciousness began to rotate for the first time. The pointer swiftly halted at the penalty of 3 months confinement, indicating the completion of his task, and a reward subsequently materialized before Chu Xinghe's eyes.
For receiving a 3-month confinement penalty?
The reward was the pinnacle cultivation of a 2nd-rank martial artist.
Chu Xinghe felt an intangible force emanating from the compass, and in an instant,
his spiritual energy surged dramatically. Having just broken through to the initial stage of the 2nd rank, Chu Xinghe ascended directly to the pinnacle of the 2nd-rank martial artist.
Delightful. Although the gains may seem modest, they are nonetheless substantial. I have finally glimpsed hope.
Elder Xie departed the Spirit Crane Palace with the Haotian order. as this matter was of considerable magnitude and required reporting to the sect leader.
Many senior brothers came forth to console Chu Xinghe. Junior brother Xinghe.
It was Feng brother's fault, your good intentions were misinterpreted.
Feng Fei lamented, his face etched with remorse. Brother Feng, you are mistaken.
It is I who owe you an apology. My negligence has led to this outcome, and you too must bear the consequences.
I am truly. Sigh. Junior brother Xinghe, how can Feng brother's situation be considered punishment?
The elixir resources elsewhere are scarce, in our spirit crane palace.
It is hardly an issue.
Therefore, you need not feel guilty.
Indeed. Last time I erred, without you, junior brother Xinghe,
I would have likely been expelled from the spirit crane palace.
And me.
Junior brother Xinghe, you have always been so loyal.
We brothers shall never stand idly by while you suffer punishment.
Yes. Junior brother Xinghe need not worry, 3 months will swiftly pass. Just focus on your cultivation in the Medicine King Palace, and whatever you need, simply speak up, and we will procure it for you.
Thank you, esteemed brothers.
Chu Xinghe expressed, truly moved at that moment. Numerous elders also came to offer their comfort, asserting that he should harbor no grievances regarding Elder Xie's punishment. For it stemmed from deep affection and high expectations.
High expectations. Chu Xinghe nearly spat in exasperation. Was this truly a form of punishment?
The punishment I sought was far from this.
The Grand Elder personally entered the Haotian Palace to return the Haotian order,
leaving the sect master utterly astonished upon hearing the circumstances. It is not uncommon for a disciple to have a group of people plead on their behalf. But for an entire sect to advocate for a single disciple is simply beyond belief.
Regarding the Grand Elder's punishment, the sect master merely acknowledged it with a simple understood,
cautioning the Grand Elder to keep a close watch on that troublesome Chu Xinghe, emphasizing that not only should he pursue the study of alchemy,
but also the cultivation of Haotian battle intent must not be neglected.
Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder breathed a sigh of relief,
knowing that he had successfully navigated this trial.
After all, he was aware that his punishment was rather inconsequential, and the sect master's approval indicated satisfaction with his actions. The news quickly spread throughout the entire Haotian sect.
The incident of Chu Xinghe's sole wrongdoing, resulting in the disciples of Lingyi Palace kneeling in supplication, left many incredulous. I assure you, had I been present, I would have fervently advocated for Brother Xinghe.
Wan Lin, now an elite disciple of Chiulin Palace, regardless of how her fellow sisters perceived the matter, staunchly supported Chu Xinghe. Brother Xinghe is the most benevolent person I have ever encountered.
His kindness towards his peers is unparalleled.
I may be somewhat inarticulate, but if Brother Xinghe is in trouble, I, Wan Lin, would undoubtedly risk my life to assist him.
Unbeknownst to her, Wan Lin had already become a fervent admirer of Chu Xinghe. Chapter 18. What does it mean for all of you to seek the spirit herb? Wan Lin has become a little fan of Chu Xinghe. Within the ranks of Haotian sect, Wan Lin is not the only one captivated by him.
Those who previously accompanied Chu Xinghe in acquiring spiritual weapons have certainly given him a resounding thumbs up. Brother Xinghe possesses the finest character among all I have encountered. In this lifetime, I shall only bow to him.
Back at the spirit tomb, I even harbored doubts about whether Brother Xinghe was deceiving us.
Reflecting on that incident keeps me awake at night, revealing how narrow-minded I was to think so poorly of him.
A 3-month confinement seems excessively harsh for Brother Xinghe.
Couldn't they have settled for just 3 days?
The notion that 3 months is too severe left many speechless. Good grief! Do you even know what crime Chu Xinghe committed?
He first purchased 300,000 spirit herbs.
Although our Haotian sect is vast and prosperous, that amount is staggering. It could bankrupt a small nation. As if that were not enough, he then rashly utilized the Haotian order. What is the Haotian order, you ask?
It is a privilege reserved solely for the sect leader. Even the Grand Elder cannot wield it unless the leader is absent.
This is a monumental transgression.
To put it bluntly, had it been anyone else, they would have faced immediate execution.
Even core disciples risk expulsion for such an offense. Yet, what happened to Chu Xinghe? A mere 3-month confinement, and still within the Medicine King Palace? Is that truly confinement? Why not say that being in the Haotian sect itself suffices?
He is already a disciple of the Lingyi Palace, and at the newly established Medicine King Palace.
He sleeps in luxurious quarters, he couldn't possibly occupy even a fraction of them in 3 months.
Such a grand place hardly qualifies as confinement.
Regardless, one must admit that the punishment meted out to Chu Xinghe is indeed impressive. To use the Haotian order without permission and receive just 3 months of confinement. This is an unprecedented occurrence in the history of Haotian sect. Yet, one cannot help but feel envy. Disciples from the entire Lingyi Palace knelt in supplication. And every elder from the Lingyi Palace attended to plead on Chu Xinghe's behalf. Is it merely a matter of envy when his popularity is so profound?
Even many disciples outside the Lingyi Palace stood in solidarity with him. Even when the matter was reported to the sect leader,
he merely acknowledged it without any intention of further inquiry. Thus, this outcome is set in stone.
However, when this news reached the outer sect, Chu Xinghe spat out 2 tails of blood. Chu Xinghe is nothing but a scoundrel, he is duplicitous, you have all been deceived by his facade. You have all been misled. Chu Xinghe lamented all day, but who would pay him any heed? In the Medicine King Palace, the Grand Elder continued to instruct Chu Xinghe as usual, assisting him in mastering the inheritance of the Medicine Saint more swiftly. The Grand Elder made no mention of previous events, as if they had never occurred, yet he secretly observed Chu Xinghe, concerned that this punishment might affect him.
However,
it did not take long for the Grand Elder to put his worries to rest. When confronted with his own mistakes, Chu Xinghe boldly faced them head-on,
refusing to retreat even when warned of punishment.
Similarly, when other senior brothers erred, he unhesitatingly interceded on their behalf, displaying no fear of repercussions.
Observing this,
the Grand Elder marveled at the heavens for favoring such a pure-hearted child. Despite facing disciplinary action, Chu Xinghe remained unscathed, indicating a profound internal acknowledgement of his faults and an unwavering willingness to accept his punishment without a trace of resentment. Such virtue truly justified the fervent pleas made on his behalf. Furthermore, this punishment provided the Grand Elder with an excellent opportunity to impart knowledge to Chu Xinghe,
enhancing his understanding.
In the morning, he diligently trained in the heavenly battle intent under the Grand Elder's watchful eye, and in the afternoon, he received personal instruction in the art of alchemy, a privilege akin to that of the Grand Elder's own son,
Waidikian.
Upon returning from a delivery for the Daxing Chamber of Commerce, found himself unable to forget the events that transpired at Lingyi Palace.
Though he remained unaware of Chu Xinghe's true identity, he recognized him as an individual not to be trifled with. Anyone who could elicit such fervent advocacy from the entire Lingyi Palace was indeed formidable.
He pondered whether the palace would be more ruthless in their retribution than in their defense of him. Waidikian meticulously recorded Chu Xinghe's name in a small notebook and instructed all his chief managers to refrain from provoking him. Those who dared to cross him, he warned, should prepare for dire consequences, lest they bring misfortune upon the Daxing Chamber of Commerce. Having settled this matter, Waidikian breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he put thoughts of Chu Xinghe behind him, a servant arrived with news.
Sir, Elder Ma from the Xinghe sect has arrived.
Ah!
Quickly! Please escort Elder Ma to the VIP room. He has already been taken there, we await your presence.
Very well, let us hurry.
Waidikian hastily rose.
The Xinghe sect was another powerhouse he could not afford to offend. As one of the 10 great sects of the realm, it wielded immense influence,
capable of obliterating the Daxing Chamber of Commerce with a mere flick of a finger.
Typically, such formidable entities would request his services,
so it was unusual for an elder to visit personally.
Upon entering the VIP room, Waidikian repeatedly apologized to Elder Ma for his failure to offer a proper welcome. Elder Ma, seated comfortably, merely glanced at Waidikian before gesturing for him to sit.
Waidikian, your business seems to be flourishing.
The heavenly sect has been making substantial purchases from you, Elder Ma remarked, stroking his little mustache while teasing Waidikian.
Ah, Elder Ma, you jest.
The Daxing Chamber of Commerce merely serves great sects like yours. Any profits we make are merely a result of your generosity. I am unworthy of such favor.
Waidikian replied humbly. Ha ha ha.
You certainly have a way with words, Waidikian, Elder Ma chuckled, clearly amused.
Elder Ma, your esteemed presence today must surely come with some request. Please, let me know how I may assist you.
The Xinghe sect is in need of a batch of medicinal herbs, here is the list.
Please prepare to deliver to the Xinghe sect at the same price as the Haotian sect. I shan't inquire further. Ah! Elder Ma, rest assured. The herbs will be delivered without fail. Just as Wei Deqian was about to affirm the delivery, he was taken aback by the items listed. Elder Ma. If you would kindly peruse this list, I must draw your attention to the Xinling grass. Wei Deqian presented the list to Elder Ma. Realizing that while the other items were quite ordinary, the 50,000 stalks of Xinling grass were rather perplexing. Goodness, is it a common blunder among the great sects? The Haotian sect miscalculated their order of Xinling grass, and now the Xinghe sect has made the same error? No, the quantity of Xinling grass is accurate. Simply prepare as per the list. Elder Ma waved his hand, indicating he need not review it further. However, upon hearing Elder Ma's words, Wei Deqian felt despondent. Elder Ma. Everything else is acceptable, but this Xinling grass, it truly does not exist. Doesn't exist? Your Daxing Merchant Association cannot acquire even a single stalk of Xinling grass? Though 50,000 is substantial, it should not be impossible. Elder Ma furrowed his brow, pondering whether Wei Deqian had lost his mind. Tears welled in Wei Deqian's eyes. Elder Ma, you may be unaware, but acquiring 50,000 stalks of Xinling grass was once a simple task for the Daxing Merchant Association. However, just a few days ago, the Haotian sect purchased 300,000 stalks in one go, and now nearly all the available Xinling grass has been secured by them. All the Xinling grass is with the Haotian sect. What? Elder Ma's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. How many can you procure now? To be frank, not only 50,000, but even 5,000 is unattainable. Elder Ma was stunned, glancing at Wei Deqian, who certainly lacked the audacity to jest about such matters. This could only mean one thing: did the Haotian sect learn of that incident? It is quite possible. Given the Haotian sect's acumen for gathering intelligence, they must have discovered it and swiftly acquired all the Xinling grass, seeking to sever the Xinghe sect's retreat. Elder Ma, burdened with concern, departed from the Daxing Merchant Association, as he needed to report this matter to the sect immediately. Wei Deqian, filled with trepidation, bid farewell to Elder Ma and sat down to catch his breath when his attendants arrived. Sir, Elder Shangwan from the Dongyue Pavilion has arrived. Ah? Wei Deqian was dumbfounded. What on earth is happening today? Are all these prominent figures unhinged? Nevertheless, he hurried to the VIP room, where he flattered Elder Shangwan until he was thoroughly pleased, after which Elder Shangwan produced a procurement order. Upon a brief glance, Wei Deqian was left speechless. The order still contained Xinling grass, and shockingly, it too specified 50,000 stalks. Is today haunted? The Xinling grass, which previously struggled to sell, has now become a coveted item among various factions? What is going on? Are you planning to use it for weaving straw sandals? Wei Deqian responded to Elder Shangwan from the Dongyue Pavilion, who also appeared astounded, before departing with a heavy heart. What could possibly be the cause of this? Wei Deqian was filled with curiosity, yet he dared not inquire further. How could a mere Daxing Merchant Association presume to investigate matters of the top 10 sects? That would be courting disaster. Just as Wei Deqian released a sigh of relief, new tasks emerged. Master, Elder Su from Binding City has arrived. In the VIP room. With a face devoid of emotion, Wei Deqian entered the VIP chamber, but the moment he stepped inside, his visage was once again adorned with a smile. Flattery served as the customary opening, followed by the familiar list, the well-known Xinling herb, the usual responses, and the heavy thoughts that accompanied them. This time, Wei Deqian found himself burdened with concerns as well. What peculiar effects does the Xinling herb possess in crafting grass shoes? Or is it that consuming the stone pill grants immortality? Otherwise, have the top 10 sects truly lost their senses? Equally troubled was Chu Xinghe from the Apothecary Palace. Wait a moment. I incurred such significant losses for the sect by purchasing the Xinling herb. Why did the misfortune compass not reward me? Chu Xinghe pondered. According to the established pattern, one is penalized and yet receives a reward. However, incurring losses for the sect should also yield a reward, so why was there none? This question plagued Chu Xinghe for several days, and the only explanation he could devise was, although he had overpurchased the Xinling herb, its price remained fixed.
Even though it lay piled in the apothecary palace's warehouse, it was still considered fixed assets. The misfortune compass's method of calculating losses did not hinge on mere purchasing errors. Rather, it required an actual loss. Even if valuable items were exchanged for a heap of worthless goods, as long as the value remained unchanged, it could not be deemed a loss. With this realization, Chu Xinghe understood that to inflict losses upon the sect, the procurement route would not suffice. Practical measures must be employed. Chapter 19. The three sects arrive in the Medicine King Palace. The Grand Elder devised a daily confinement regimen for Chu Xinghe. In the morning, he practiced the Haotian battle intent and familiarized himself with the Haotian swordbox. A group of elders from the Medicine King Palace took turns instructing Chu Xinghe, and although the process was arduous, his combat prowess visibly advanced by leaps and bounds. However, he discovered that he could only wield a single locust from the Haotian swordbox thus far. The other divine swords remained beyond his reach, likely due to his insufficient cultivation level. The afternoon proved to be particularly grueling, as the Grand Elder personally imparted the art of alchemy to Chu Xinghe. Despite possessing the legacy of the medicine sage, the knowledge required guidance for proper assimilation. The Grand Elder's teaching method was remarkably straightforward: practice relentlessly. His approach was indeed effective. When Chu Xinghe successfully concocted a fourth-tier elixir, the exquisite blood spirit pill, for the first time, a smile finally graced the Grand Elder's face. Moreover, Chu Xinghe had truly grasped some of the essence of the craft, for thereafter, when attempting to refine the blood spirit pill, as long as he remained focused, he could often produce an exceptional one with ease. This was the hallmark of the medicine sage's legacy. The Grand Elder beamed with satisfaction at the superior elixirs produced by Chu Xinghe. However, it was not only Chu Xinghe who was suffering in the Medicine King Palace. Feng Fei was equally distressed. Although no one blamed him for the predicament concerning the 3 million Shenling grasses, he still felt a pang of guilt. 4 days. He pondered how to manage this overwhelming stockpile. The Haotian sect also had its own merchant caravan, which Feng Fei approached. But upon learning of the intention to sell 3 million Shenling grasses, the caravan's supervisor nearly fainted. It is no exaggeration to say that the demand for Shenling grass in the outside world was virtually non-existent. Selling even 30,000 in a year would require cunning and deception. Thus, the 3 million Shenling grasses currently lay dormant in the newly constructed herb storage of the Medicine King Palace, serving no purpose whatsoever. When Feng Fei discussed this with the Grand Elder, the Elder advised him to handle the matter himself. After much deliberation, Feng Fei resolved to lower the price for his sale. Although it would incur a loss, it was at least a means to dispose of the excess. One day, while the Grand Elder was instructing Chu Xinghe in alchemy, a disciple entered, announcing the arrival of Elder Ma from the Xingyue sect, Elder Shangguan from the Dongyue Pavilion, and Elder Su from Baiming City. What? The Grand Elder paused, taken aback by the mention of these three sections. Among the 10 major sects of the world, the Haotian sect reigned supreme, with 9 other formidable sects beneath it, and these 3 were among them. Although there were occasional interactions among the top 10 sects, it was unprecedented for elders from these 3 sects to appear together at the Haotian sect. The Grand Elder understood that they would not have come without significant business at hand. Casting a glance at the resting Chu Xinghe, he instructed, "Do not pretend to be dead, come with me to meet these elders. Xinshan, please inform Feng Fei to attend to our distinguished guests, I shall join shortly." Xinshan received the command and promptly departed, while Chu Xinghe quickly sprang to his feet. As long as they did not compel him to concoct potions, he was willing to comply with any request. The 3 elders convened, and even the Grand Elder dared not be negligent, donning his regal purple and gold thunder-patterned robe, a garment signifying his esteemed status. Chu Xinghe also adorned himself in the attire of a personal disciple, a black robe accented with golden edges and adorned with cloud patterns, embellished further with star motifs, exuding an air of opulence. Accompanying the Grand Elder, they arrived at the grandest guest chamber of the apothecary palace, where upon entering, they beheld 3 venerable figures extolling the virtues of the newly constructed apothecary palace. "My apologies for the delay, esteemed elders," the Grand Elder greeted with a smile. "Grand Elder, we were just discussing this apothecary palace, it truly is magnificent," Elder Shangguan, a fellow alchemist, remarked, acknowledging that the Dongyue sect could never boast a place as grand and luxurious as this. The Haotian sect certainly lives up to its reputation. Such a palace is indeed an extraordinary endeavor.
Elder Su added courteously.
Compared to this palace, I am far more curious about the disciple who has received the legacy of the apothecary sage. Surely, it must be the esteemed individual behind you.
Elder Ma's gaze fixed intently on Chu Xinghe.
The news of the Xinghe spirit in the apothecary sage's inheritance could not be concealed, and all parties had long been aware.
But details remained elusive until Elder Ma's inquiry shifted everyone's focus toward Chu Xinghe. Junior Chu Xinghe, greetings to the esteemed elders.
Chu Xinghe stepped forward respectfully to bow before the three elders.
Good lad.
No need for such formalities.
Oh dear.
I came in such haste that I failed to bring anything, the three elders chuckled, yet their eyes scrutinized Chu Xinghe, as if wishing to memorize every detail of him. The Grand Elder invited the three elders to take their seats, and Chu Xinghe, alongside Feng Fei, busied himself with serving tea, subsequently positioning himself behind the Grand Elder.
After a round of utterly unremarkable pleasantries, Elder Ma cut to the chase. Grand Elder, we have come with a request. Such politeness, Elder Ma.
The 10 great sects are like branches of the same tree, there is no need for such formalities.
If there is anything the Haotian sect can assist with,
we shall not hesitate.
The Grand Elder's words fell, yet Elder Ma remained unfazed. Not hesitate?
I find that hard to believe, he thought, though outwardly displaying gratitude. He continued, the Xinghe sect wishes to purchase 500,000 Xinling herbs from the Haotian sect. Upon uttering this, the Grand Elder appeared momentarily taken aback.
What nonsense is this? 500,000 Xinling herbs? Has Elder Ma indulged too deeply? Yet before the Grand Elder could fully process this absurdity,
the other two elders echoed his request, each seeking the same quantity of 500,000 Xinling herbs. With 3 sects each desiring 500,000. That amounted to a staggering total of 1,500,000 Xinling herbs.
At this revelation, even Chu Xinghe was left bewildered. What madness was this? What was the meaning of their fervent demand for such trivial herbs? However, Feng Fei was nearly leaping with excitement. In recent days, he has been troubled by the dilemma of how to manage 3 million Xinling herbs. The sudden sale of 150,000 of them, though leaving him with half, is still a monumental blessing. Feng Fei gazed at the Grand Elder with fervent excitement,
as if imploring him to acquiesce to their request and hasten the sale.
However, amidst Feng Fei's enthusiasm, the Grand Elder spoke, Gentlemen, you jest.
Even if our entire sect were to combine efforts, we would not possess such a quantity as 150,000 Xinling herbs. It appears you have made this journey in vain.
Feng Fei was left dumbfounded. Chu Xinghe was equally bewildered. Just yesterday,
the Grand Elder had been troubled by the matter of the Xinling herbs.
Why, today, when there were buyers, was he unwilling to sell? There must be a scheme at play. Surely, there is a conspiracy lurking beneath.
Chapter 20, Brother Chu Xinghe achieves another feat. The refusal of the Grand Elder was entirely unexpected. Although the Haotian sect sought to procure 300,000 Xinling herbs, why did the three families come to negotiate, only to receive such a response from the Grand Elder?
Feng Fei was nearly beside himself with anxiety. Yet, Chu Xinghe quickly grasped the situation. There was a conspiracy afoot.
This was undoubtedly a scheme. The simultaneous appearance of the elders from the top 10 sects, all in pursuit of Xinling herbs, was clearly suspicious. Under normal circumstances, to purchase a few Xinling herbs, it wouldn't necessitate their direct involvement. A mere disciple could have sufficed to communicate with Feng Fei, even considering the substantial amount involved.
Grand Elder, we have already visited the Daxing Chamber of Commerce.
Elder Ma seemed to anticipate the Grand Elder's response and spoke directly.
Oh? When did Wei the Fat learn to speak nonsense? Feng Fei.
You must ensure that Wei the Fat remembers his place tomorrow.
Yes. Feng Fei acknowledged the command. The Grand Elder leisurely sipped his tea, exuding an air of indifference to their discussions. At last, Elder Shangguan, whose temper was the most frayed, could no longer restrain himself. Grand Elder,
we are all reasonable individuals here, let us not feign ignorance. The spirit cave was discovered by our 3 families. The Haotian sect must be aware that the cave is teeming with petrifying poisonous insects, and without the requisite stone-breaking pills, it is impossible for any disciple to enter.
Is it not excessive for the Haotian sect to cut off our escape route in this manner? Upon Elder Shangwan's utterance, both Elder Ma and Elder Su nodded in agreement. However, the Grand Elder was taken aback. What on earth? The Spirit Cave? Chu Xinghe was equally stunned.
His intention in acquiring the Xunling herbs had solely been to ensnare the Haotian sect. Never did he imagine that he would inadvertently entrap the three families instead. Not long ago, the three families had jointly discovered a spirit cave, only to find upon exploration that it was infested with tiny insects capable of petrifying those who entered. To gain access, they needed to prepare a substantial quantity of stone-breaking pills. The three families had agreed to prepare their respective supplies, but to their astonishment, when attempting to purchase the Xunling herbs, they discovered that the Haotian sect had secured all of them. Their immediate reaction was that their information had been leaked. The Haotian sect must have also learned of the spirit cave, thus coercing the three families into this joint ascent to the mountain. At this juncture, the conversation grew candid. The implication from the three families was clear: since the Haotian sect was already aware, they would no longer engage in pretense. The shares of the spirit cave would be evenly divided among the four sections.
Half. The Grand Elder set down his teacup and declared. Surely, the Grand Elder is being unreasonable.
There are only 300 total slots in the spirit cave. It is utterly impossible for the Haotian sect to claim half. Elder Shangwan was so incensed that he nearly threw his teacup.
The atmosphere in the room grew tense, yet ultimately, Elder Ma let out a sigh and spoke. 100 slots, this is the utmost limit the Haotian sect can claim in this spirit cave endeavor.
Should the Haotian sect refuse, we shall have no choice but to turn to the martial emperor city. I believe, given their resources, they could easily provide these Xunling herbs.
Deal.
The Grand Elder did not hesitate for a moment. With the completion of the transaction, he acquired various pieces of information regarding the spirit cave from the three individuals. And with a mere wave of his hand, he declared that the 10 great sects, united as one, needed not purchase the 1.5 million Xunling herbs. Instead, they would be gifted. Furthermore, not only would they be bestowed, but assistance would also be rendered in refining the stone-breaking pills, which would be delivered together in due time. The three elders from the sects were infuriated by the Grand Elder's packaged approach, their beards bristling in indignation. What value did
1.5 million Xunling herbs hold? As for the claimed assistance in refining, was that truly help?
It was nothing less than a fear that the three sects might abandon the Haotian sect. As long as the stone-breaking pills remained in the hands of the Haotian sect, the three sects would find it impossible to distance themselves from it.
With a beaming smile, the Grand Elder escorted the three elders out of the Haotian sect's gates.
Once he confirmed their departure, he erupted into a hearty laugh.
The Spirit Cave.
Never in his wildest dreams did the Grand Elder imagine that the chaotic maneuvers of Chu Xinghe inadvertently ensnared the three sects, bringing invaluable news of the Spirit Cave to the Haotian sect.
The Spirit Cave, a creation born from ancient relics absorbing the essence of heaven and earth,
was most suitable for disciples on the cusp of reaching the great martial master realm. The spiritual liquid within the cave could aid these disciples in cleansing their marrow and bones, providing transformative benefits.
Such spirit caves were exceedingly rare, and any discovery would be treated as a closely guarded secret. This time, the three sects stumbled upon the Spirit Cave, and even the intelligence network of the Haotian sect had not caught wind of it. However, fate had its own designs.
Who could have anticipated that Chu Xinghe's blunder in the procurement order, mistakenly ordering 3 million Xunling herbs, would render all of the three sects' schemes utterly futile? The three sects were entirely unaware that the Haotian sect had fortuitously acquired the Xunling herbs. After all, who would expect such an unexpected turn of events from a prominent sect like the Haotian sect? Yet, this unforeseen circumstance brought unimaginable benefits to them. The Grand Elder promptly reported the news to the sect master, who was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the Grand Elder's account. Chu Xinghe's purchase of 3 million Xunling herbs had initially seemed a colossal blunder, yet now, this misstep had transformed into a significant opportunity for the Haotian sect. The sect master could only surmise that this must be destiny's design. Subsequently, the Grand Elder disseminated the news of the Spirit Cave to all the palaces, causing a stir among them. The allocation of 100 coveted spots to each palace meant that all would benefit. Their disciples, after undergoing the cleansing process, would find their future paths in cultivation much smoother, a tremendous opportunity indeed. The elders of each palace Upon learning that this fortunate turn of events stemmed from Chu Xinghe's accidental purchase of 3 million Xunling herbs, could only laugh and cry in disbelief.
Meanwhile,
the disciples of each palace were electrified by the news. Although only 100 spots were available for the cleansing process in the spirit cave. For the 3,000 newly admitted disciples of the Haotian sect, the majority would likely find themselves without even a chance to compete for a position. Yet, let us not forget that even when the spiritual essence within the spirit cavern is diluted through the process of bone cleansing and marrow washing,
it remains possible to retrieve it.
By harnessing the residual spiritual energy, one can concoct a cleansing elixir. Although this method may not equate to the efficacy of direct bone cleansing and marrow washing, it is undoubtedly a rare treasure.
Hence,
Chu Xinghe's unintentional act not only secured 100 quotas for the spirit cavern's cleansing but also ensured that every novice disciple would receive a cleansing elixir.
In an instant, the entire Haotian sect was enveloped in jubilant celebration.
However, amidst this festive atmosphere, Chu Xinghe found himself in a state of bemusement. It was indeed a challenging predicament. All I intended was to procure 300,000 Xunling herbs to inflict some minor loss upon the sect. Yet now, there was no loss to speak of. And a spirit cavern has emerged instead. The sole source of solace for Chu Xinghe was that, due to the matter of the spirit cavern,
his confinement was lifted ahead of schedule.
Furthermore, under the proposal of the Grand Elder, he was appointed as the leader among the 100 participants.
With a solemn expression, Chu Xinghe thought, "So you wish for me to be the leader? Just watch as I lead you all into the abyss." Chapter 21, Military Order. The confinement of Chu Xinghe came to an unexpected end. No one found it peculiar that senior brother Xinghe was released, for he had rendered immense service to the sect. As for the proposal put forth by the elder to appoint Chu Xinghe as the leader, the sect master readily nodded in agreement without hesitation. The 100 slots were swiftly filled by the elders from each palace, with all selected members being the C'Armée de la C'Armée of the disciples. The apothecary palace was in full swing, with all disciples diligently crafting stone-breaking pills in preparation for the upcoming expedition to the spirit cave. Preparations were underway with great urgency. Wan Lin was among the chosen 100. Her heart brimming with joy as she rushed to the apothecary palace. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of Chu Xinghe, whose brow was furrowed in distress. Surely, senior brother Xinghe was burdened by the immense pressure of leadership, perhaps worrying that he might not lead them to greater rewards. With this thought, Wan Lin's admiration for him elevated even further. "Senior brother Xinghe," Wan Lin called out as she approached him. Chu Xinghe looked up,
his gaze landing on the emblem of the Qilin Palace adorning her chest.
Ah, it dawned on him, this young lady was Wan Lin. "Greetings, junior sister Wan. Is there any difficulty you require my assistance with?"
Chu Xinghe made a conscious effort to avert his gaze from inappropriate distractions.
"Senior brother Xinghe, I am also one of the 100 in this expedition.
I specifically came to express my gratitude for the opportunity you have created for us all.
However,
upon seeing your troubled expression, I surmised it must be due to your concerns about not being able to lead us to greater benefits," Wan Lin said. Her eyes filled with adoration for Chu Xinghe.
As Chu Xinghe nodded, he internally mused, "Am I worried about not securing benefits for you all?
No. I am merely contemplating how to ensnare you all." The real source of his distress was his inability to devise a plan to deceive them. "Do not worry, senior brother. Although our Haotian sect is the farthest away, I heard from the elders that we have prepared a teleportation array, ensuring we will arrive on time. There are still a few days before the spirit cave opens, and we will make it in time. Besides, we possess all the stone-breaking pills. The other 3 sects cannot possibly enter early. If we cannot reach the cave, then none shall reap its benefits."
"What?" Chu Xinghe was struck dumb for 3 seconds upon hearing Wan Lin's words.
A truly exceptional junior sister. Throughout this expedition to the spirit cave, he had been troubled,
pondering how best to deceive everyone.
The elder had warned him of the dangers within the cave, where a moment's carelessness could lead to death. This made him genuinely uneasy about the prospect of leading them to their doom. His intention was to undermine the Haotian sect, not to annihilate it, after all. His fellow disciples were all good-hearted individuals.
Thus, he faced the daunting challenge of ensnaring them without endangering their lives.
Yet,
Wan Lin's remarks opened a new avenue of thought for Chu Xinghe.
The opening of the spiritual cave is subject to a time constraint, scheduled to commence at a specific moment, which the three sects have calculated to be 5 days hence. Should one miss this temporal window, the cave will automatically seal itself, and the next opportunity for access may be an unfathomable duration away. The Haotian sect is situated the farthest from the cave's location, although a teleportation array permits swift arrival.
One must always consider the unforeseen. What if they cannot make it in time?
If they miss the opening of the cave, it would not only affect the Haotian sect but also bar the other three sects from entry, as the crucial stone-breaking pills remain in their possession.
Thus, the repercussions would not solely befall the Haotian sect, but rather ensnare all three sects collectively. If the issues stemming from the Haotian sect prevent the disciples of the other sects from undergoing their purification, would they simply acquiesce? Alas!
Chu Xinghe felt tears welling up.
What a magnificent junior sister! With excitement and joy, he bid farewell to Wan Lin, and his previously gloomy demeanor transformed into one of elation.
Today is indeed a splendid day, he mused, but then cursed himself for thinking so.
That tune is ill-fated. The last time he sang it,
he acquired 300,000 Xingling herbs, only for a spiritual cave to emerge. Such misfortune must not repeat itself, that song shall never be sung again. In the ensuing hours, the Grand Elder revealed to Chu Xinghe the terrifying capabilities of the apothecary palace operating at full capacity. Nearly 200,000 Xingling herbs were entirely consumed, while a substantial quantity of stone-breaking pills was simultaneously refined. The Grand Elder divided the elixirs into 4 portions,
with the Haotian sect receiving the largest share.
To put it plainly, even if one were trapped in the cave for 10 days or half a month, there would be no need for provisions, as the stone-breaking pills alone would suffice for sustenance.
As the Grand Elder aptly stated, it is prudent to be prepared for any eventuality. Furthermore, the Grand Elder thrust an assortment of miscellaneous elixirs into Chu Xinghe's hands, some for healing, others for detoxification, and a plethora of others, essentially covering every conceivable need. In addition, he presented his elder token to Chu Xinghe. When venturing outside, one must not act recklessly. Keep this token with you. Should you encounter situations warranting its use, do not hesitate. Will it incur penalties like the last Haotian token? Chu Xinghe inquired.
Rest assured, I have already reported to the sect master. The elder token is entrusted to you personally, as long as you do not engage in wanton behavior. You shall not face punishment. The Grand Elder's words left Chu Xinghe feeling somewhat disheartened. After imparting various precautions, the Grand Elder took his leave. Barely had the Grand Elder departed when Feng Fei arrived, accompanied by a throng of senior disciples from the Lingyi Palace.
Junior brother Xinghe,
these are the various elixirs I have prepared for you, take good care of them. When venturing out, we must not skimp on these, for safety is paramount.
Feng Fei admonished as he pressed the elixirs into Chu Xinghe's hands. Junior brother Xinghe, here are the elixirs I have prepared for you, and I. What a bounty! An array of elixirs was thrust upon Chu Xinghe, ensuring that even if he were indeed trapped in the spiritual cave for half a year, these concoctions would suffice to satiate his hunger. Junior brother Xinghe, take these spirit stones with you. When venturing outside, expenses can accumulate quickly. Although these spirit stones may seem modest, they can indeed alleviate pressing needs. Feng Fei then presented a large box filled with superior spirit stones. You call this modest? My dear brother, do you truly comprehend the value of spirit stones? Coming from a humble background, Chu Xinghe possessed a keen understanding of finances.
In the outside world, common folk utilized various forms of currency such as gold, silver, and copper coins, while spirit stones held a higher status. A single low-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for approximately 1,000 gold coins. And it was rare for anyone to trade spirit stones for gold. 100 low-grade spirit stones could be traded for a single medium-grade spirit stone, and likewise
100 medium-grade stones for one superior stone.
Chu Xinghe vaguely recalled that in Kaoshan village, around 10 gold coins could sustain a family of 3 for an entire year. The spirit stones Feng Fei had just entrusted to him could, without exaggeration, purchase Kaoshan village multiple times over.
Brother Feng, how can you be so stingy?
It's junior brother Xinghe's first outing, he will inevitably face times of financial strain.
What can these few spirit stones accomplish? Here, take more. I have plenty that I won't need. Junior brother Xinghe, take these as well.
Soon, boxes filled with superior spirit stones were laid before Chu Xinghe. Their radiant glow mesmerizing him. He realized that his mathematical skills were woefully inadequate, as he struggled to calculate how many Kaoshan villages these spirit stones could buy. After bidding farewell to one group of seniors, another arrived, some bearing medicinal supplies, others spirit stones, and a few even brought various treasures for Chu Xinghe.
Unfortunately,
those treasures were of a higher grade than he could utilize.
Once all the seniors departed,
Chu Xinghe gazed silently at the contents of the Qianquan ring bestowed upon him by the Grand Elder. He often heard tales of village youths defying odds,
challenging the elite with mere words.
Yet in this moment, Chu Xinghe felt compelled to confront that village youth, demanding, "On what grounds do you dare to oppose me?
Just look at the treasures within my Qianquan ring.
I need not lift a finger, merely presenting these spirit stones could obliterate your entire village.
Tell me, how do you presume to stage a comeback?"
The wealth bestowed upon him by the disciples of Lingyi Palace had already exceeded Chu Xinghe's capacity for comprehension. It appeared he was destined not to navigate a path against the current, for not only did he not need to swim upstream, but this river was also entirely his own. After a night of splendid dreams, the following morning, Chu Xinghe and the disciples chosen from various palaces gathered at Haotian Palace. To his surprise, the sect leader had come in person. The Grand Elder delivered a series of admonitions prior to their departure, emphasizing that they must not act recklessly or tarnish the esteemed reputation of Haotian sect, and to remain vigilant regarding their safety.
The sect leader then approached the assembly,
his gaze sweeping across the crowd until it rested upon Chu Xinghe. "Xinghe, as the leader of this expedition, remember to tread carefully. Ensure the safety of every junior brother and sister during the journey into the spirit cave, and strive to bring back abundant resources for Haotian sect. Rest assured, sect leader. If we fail to secure more than 70% of the resources this time, Xinghe is willing to accept the punishment of expulsion from the sect."
The sect leader was taken aback. "Did you not hear me say as much as possible?
I did not ask you to draft a military order.
Xinghe,
I understand your desire to bring honor to our sect, but if such a consequence leads to your expulsion, how will other disciples dare to lead teams in the future?"
The sect leader chuckled.
"What you say is true, but as the team leader, I must embody the qualities of a leader. If we cannot obtain over 70% of the resources, I implore you, sect leader, to revoke my status as your personal disciple."
The sect leader,
with a touch of helplessness, said, "Dear child, I appreciate your commitment to bringing honor to our sect, but there is no need to place such immense pressure upon yourself." The other elders nodded in agreement. In the past, when disciples ventured out, any mishap would lead to mutual blame, each fearing that the final punishment would fall upon them.
But look at Xinghe, what a good child.
As the team leader, he assumes all responsibility upon himself without shirking it.
Such a leader is hard to find. Observing Xinghe's earnest demeanor, the sect leader noted the approving nods from the other elders.
Although he felt that Xinghe's military order was a bit too severe, he still nodded in acknowledgement. As the saying goes, with greater power comes greater responsibility, and with increased responsibility comes greater pressure.
Gu Mingqiao too wished to see if Xinghe could still deliver an impeccable performance under such immense pressure. As for revoking the title of personal disciple, it can be taken away, but it can also be reinstated, cannot it? Chapter 22, The Grand Floral Gathering Outside the Heavenly Palace.
A colossal teleportation array had been meticulously arranged in the training ground. The location of the Spirit Cavern's opening was in the Fish-Scale Mountain Range, far removed from the Heavenly Sect, making the teleportation to the nearest city, Yuqing, the swiftest means of travel. However, the area surrounding the teleportation array was thronged with people. Disciples from various palaces were in attendance, yet it was the Spirit Crane Palace disciples who formed the largest contingent.
Gu Mingqiao cast a glance around and thought, goodness.
It appears that aside from those with special missions unable to leave, nearly all the disciples from the Spirit Crane Palace have assembled. He had been moved when he heard about Chu Xinghe's punishment and how the entire Spirit Crane Palace had rallied to plead for him. Yet, witnessing such a large number of seniors come to bid farewell to Chu Xinghe today deeply touched him once more. However, it was merely a visit to the Spirit Cavern. While danger was inherent, everyone was well aware of the risks involved.
Was it truly necessary to treat it as though Chu Xinghe were heading to the gallows? Safe travels, Brother Xinghe.
May Brother Xinghe showcase his prowess. Brother Xinghe shall surely return laden with treasures. As this gathering was outside the Spirit Crane Palace, the numerous seniors referred to him as brother.
For he was indeed a direct disciple.
As Chu Xinghe exchanged farewells with his seniors, he noticed that the sect leader and the Grand Elder were already awaiting them near the teleportation array.
However, both men, in a display of mutual understanding,
refrained from interrupting the heartfelt farewells, for it appeared that Chu Xinghe was the first to garner such affection from so many over the years. With all 100 individuals gathered within the center of the teleportation array, the sect leader did not delay further and activated the array. A beam of spiritual light shot skyward, and in an instant, Chu Xinghe felt as though the world were spinning around him. It was his first experience with a teleportation array. The disorienting sensation nearly made him retch.
Fortunately for Chu Xinghe, he was better off than Wan Lin, who,
standing not far behind, had already succumbed to nausea. As the brilliance faded, Chu Xinghe discovered they had arrived at the outskirts of a city, Yucheng, their intended destination.
However,
upon glancing back, he was taken aback to see that at least a third of their group had collapsed.
What sort of wretched teleportation array is this? Is its power truly so overwhelming? Brother Xinghe, ugh. Wan Lin, in the midst of his retching, continued to heave. Chu Xinghe glanced over and noted.
Ah, it appears to be the Zongzi from breakfast. Let us rest for a moment. We shall stay in Yucheng for the night and set off early tomorrow. Chu Xinghe decreed, marking his first command as the newly appointed leader.
Brother Xinghe, this may not be prudent. It could delay our journey.
Wan Lin hastily cautioned.
Delay the journey, you say? Ha! That is precisely my intent.
The teleportation from the heavenly sect to Yucheng left them with 2 days until the spirit cavern's opening.
A normal departure would suffice to reach the destination within a day.
And the extra 2 days were a precaution from the sect against unforeseen circumstances. Chu Xinghe had previously fretted over how to prolong their time. But the teleportation array had unwittingly provided him with the perfect opportunity. Sister Wan Lin, it is sufficient for us to reach the Yulin mountain range within a day.
The remaining hours will be spent recuperating in Yucheng.
While the pursuit of treasures holds significance, let it be known that each of you is an invaluable asset to our Haotian sect. Your lives are far more precious than any spiritual cave. As these words flowed from Chu Xinghe, Wan Lin was moved to tears, and the gazes of the other disciples were filled with gratitude. It is worth noting that previously, Chu Xinghe had publicly pledged a military order, leading many to believe he would insist upon hastening their journey and devising various plans.
However, to everyone's astonishment,
even in such circumstances, Brother Xinghe prioritized the well-being of his fellow disciples above all else.
Dressed in casual attire, they entered Yucheng. Situated at the edge of the Yulin mountain range, Yucheng is the largest city in the vicinity. Upon entering, the vibrant array of goods and the bustling crowd painted a picture of prosperity.
Chu Xinghe recalled the Grand Elder mentioning that although Yucheng was vast,
it should not be this opulent.
Soon, he learned the reason for Yucheng's grandeur. A grand floral festival was being held, where courtesans from numerous nearby cities gathered at the famed Wanhua Tower, attracting a multitude of admirers.
Even Chu Xinghe, who considered himself a man of sincerity,
felt a twinge of curiosity about the festivities. They made their way to the largest inn in Yucheng, Fan Tower, which was at full capacity due to the ongoing festival. However, when Chu Xinghe placed a mid-grade spiritual stone before the innkeeper and expressed his desire to book the entire establishment, it took less than 10 minutes for the inn to clear of all other guests. The allure of wealth was undeniable. A single mid-grade spiritual stone equated to half a year's earnings for such an inn, and any sensible innkeeper would know how to make the right choice.
Within Fan Tower,
there were numerous rooms available for selection. Yet, before allowing his fellow disciples to choose, Chu Xinghe earnestly conveyed his wishes. We shall rest here for a day,
and depart early tomorrow without delay.
However, I must caution you all to refrain from attending the floral festival or seeking out the courtesans. Even if they are truly captivating and the fear of regret lingers, you must exercise self-control. As these words left his lips, many of the female disciples nodded in agreement.
Yet, the younger male disciples.
Initially, they had given little thought to the festival, but after hearing Brother Xinghe's admonition, their curiosity was piqued.
Brother Xinghe, surely that isn't necessary? As long as we do not delay our journey or violate the sect's rules, why can't we partake? Inquired a disciple named Ma Liang, his expression revealing dissatisfaction. Ah, splendid. The troublemaker has arrived. I'd been waiting for you, your efficiency leaves much to be desired. With a fleeting glance at the audacious Ma Liang, Chu Xinghe chose not to elaborate, merely stating, I've conveyed my thoughts, how you proceed is for you to discern. Afterward, he proceeded to select a room. Once settled, Chu Xinghe found himself in a state of utter torment.
Ma Liang, oh Ma Liang, you must exert some effort.
Do not merely speak without action. Go forth, the courtesans are undeniably captivating, gather your fellow disciples to behold their allure, ideally.
If some indescribable events could transpire tonight, it would be magnificent if they all emerged as timid souls by the morrow. Chu Xinghe remained in his room, fervently beseeching. My dear disciples, I implore you for strength. A barely audible creak emanated from the adjacent room, causing Chu Xinghe to nearly leap with excitement. At last, a disciple could no longer contain himself. I knew that a group of youthful individuals, in the prime of their lives, would find it hard to resist the allure of the grand soiree. Peering through the window, Chu Xinghe crouched, eager to discover who would be the first brave enough to venture forth. Was it Ma Liang? Or perhaps another hidden contender among the ranks, yet to reveal themselves? As he focused intently, Chu Xinghe beheld a figure, thoroughly shrouded, stealthily exiting the fan building, vanishing into the glowing night. However, upon recognizing the silhouette,
Chu Xinghe was left in utter disbelief. 1. Wanlin?
Although she was wrapped like a dumpling, Chu Xinghe immediately identified her by her distinctive physique.
Goodness! The first to succumb to impatience was neither Ma Liang nor any other disciple, but Wanlin? My dear girl, is this truly your desire? No, no. What if Wanlin merely sought to procure a bite to eat? Or perhaps she merely wished to partake in the festivities?
Just as Chu Xinghe continued to ponder these possibilities, another door creaked open. Ma Liang, glancing furtively around, lingered particularly near Chu Xinghe's room for a few seconds. Satisfied that all was well, he swiftly slipped out of his room and quietly departed the inn. Following Ma Liang, several other disciples, unable to withstand the allure of the evening, also made their exits. Regrettably, the total number was fewer than 30. This figure left Chu Xinghe feeling somewhat disheartened. Did the remaining disciples not appreciate the courtesans? And what of the female disciples, should they not take a cue from Wanlin? I, for one, am quite liberal-minded. It is not to say that I cannot accept your peculiar preferences. Though the outcome did not meet his expectations, Chu Xinghe consoled himself that this was still a considerable number. With so many disciples venturing out, a nocturnal escapade would surely result in their weariness by morning. Under such circumstances, it would be entirely reasonable for them to rest a bit longer on their way back. Consequently, if they were too weak and their rest prolonged, it would be justifiable for them to miss the opening of the spirit cave. Following that, the three sects would be in a rage, confronting the Haotian sect, leading to the stripping of their status as direct disciples, and subsequently being scapegoated. Even if expulsion from the sect were not feasible, being relegated to the outer sect was not beyond the realm of possibility. Lost in his visions of a blissful future, Chu Xinghe acknowledged the courtesan's allure but resolutely decided against succumbing to temptation. What merit do the courtesans truly possess? Only the speed at which I draw my sword can be affected. When I ascend to the rank of martial emperor, not only will seeking a courtesan be a trivial pursuit, but even finding Li Kuei will pose no challenge. As night deepened, Chu Xinghe pondered. While it might be understandable for other junior brothers to pursue courtesans, what on earth could be done about junior sister Wanlin's interest in them? How would such an entertainment venture unfold? Two beautiful women. Oh dear, the imagery is too indecent to contemplate further. Yet, just as Chu Xinghe sought to banish such thoughts from his mind, an unexpected commotion arose outside. Along with the disturbance, a knock resounded at his door. Ma Liang, supported by two junior brothers, staggered in. Chu Xinghe furrowed his brow as he noticed a grievous wound on Ma Liang's arm, deep enough to expose bone. Without hesitation, he retrieved a medicinal pill and crushed it to treat Ma Liang's injury. The elixirs of Haotian's sect were extraordinary, and soon the bleeding ceased, allowing the wound to begin healing. However, Chu Xinghe's gaze fell upon the faces of Ma Liang and the others. It did not take long for him to discern the events that had transpired. After slipping out, Ma Liang had ventured to the flower festival, where he had set his sights on a courtesan. Little did he anticipate encountering a rival. After a fierce competition, Ma Liang emerged victorious, but to his dismay, the defeated opponent, humiliated and enraged, launched a surprise attack. Caught off guard, Ma Liang nearly had his arm severed by a single strike. When the other junior brothers arrived, the rival had already fled amidst the chaos. With no other recourse, they brought Ma Liang to seek Chu Xinghe's aid. "Have you all chosen to disregard my words?" Chu Xinghe inquired, placing the medicinal pill aside. "One must bear the consequences of their own actions. This incident has brought shame upon our sect. Should there be punishment, report it truthfully upon your return." Ma Liang, displaying a semblance of defiance, had even prepared himself for the embellishments Chu Xinghe might weave into his account. However, just as Ma Liang contemplated the nature of his impending punishment, he heard Chu Xinghe's voice ringing in his ears. "Zhang Biao, Zhao Tong, Lu Hai, Sun Xiangqian." One by one, the names fell from Chu Xinghe's lips, drawing a dozen junior brothers who rushed towards him. "All of you, come with me to the flower festival. I wish to see which scoundrel dares to lay a hand on my junior brother. Are they tired of living?" Ma Liang stood dumbfounded. Chapter 23, The Impetuous Brother Chu. In truth, Ma Liang had never harbored a fondness for Chu Xinghe. They had both entered the sect on the same day. Why, then, was Chu Xinghe lauded and placed upon a pedestal? To Ma Liang, it all seemed merely a matter of luck. As for the external claims that Chu Xinghe possessed noble character, Ma Liang scoffed at such notions. There were many who presented one facade in public while concealing another in private. Undoubtedly, this Chu Xinghe was a cunning individual, adept at concealing his true nature from prying eyes. Thus, despite being part of the large group, Ma Liang remained resolutely unconvinced. When Chu Xinghe forbade him from attending the flower festival, Ma Liang was indignant. Why should he be denied? He was determined to go. Yet, he never anticipated the turn of events that would ensue. Although Ma Liang felt regret, he saw no recourse. It was clear to him that Chu Xinghe would seize upon his defiance and deliver a severe reprimand. Upon returning to the sect, he would surely embellish the tale, and Ma Liang would inevitably face punishment. Nevertheless, he had mentally prepared himself. At worst, he would relinquish his status as an elite disciple, but with his capabilities, he would undoubtedly reclaim it in due time. However, while Ma Liang awaited Chu Xinghe's reprimand, the latter unexpectedly summoned a dozen or so fellow disciples. "You all come with me to the flower pavilion. I shall see which scoundrel dares to harm my junior brother. Has he grown tired of living?" Chu Xinghe's words left Ma Liang dumbfounded. Even the disciple who had assisted Ma Liang in returning was taken aback. They had entered the sect together and shared a close bond. Given Ma Liang's earlier transgression and subsequent ambush, punishment was inevitable. And both were contemplating how to plead for Ma Liang's case. To their astonishment, Brother Xinghe did not even scold Ma Liang. Instead, he directly ordered a group to head to the flower pavilion. This turn of events left both of them speechless. "What are you still dawdling for? Let us move." With a sweeping gesture, Chu Xinghe commanded everyone to follow. A throng of disciples marched towards the flower pavilion, where the flower festival was being held. The scene before the pavilion was still teeming with people, indicating that the earlier incident had not significantly impacted the gathering. As they arrived at the flower pavilion, Ma Liang's mind was in a fog. What was Chu Xinghe planning? While Ma Liang was lost in thought, Chu Xinghe had already let everyone into the establishment. Faced with a cadre of fierce young men, the staff of the flower pavilion quickly discerned that they were not there to select a flower queen. Some even recognized Ma Liang as the one who had just been ambushed. "Gentlemen, please wait." A figure who appeared to be the head of the guard stepped forward, attempting to obstruct their path. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Chu Xinghe delivered a fierce kick to his chest, sending him sprawling backward. The impact sent him crashing into a table, scattering debris across the floor, plunging the flower pavilion into chaos, much to the shock of the numerous beautiful flower queens present. Not only were the staff of the flower pavilion stunned, but even the disciples who had accompanied Chu Xinghe were taken aback.
Is Brother Xinghe truly so volatile? They wondered. Doesn't he even allow others to finish their sentences before resorting to violence? Countless guards surged from all directions, surrounding this place. With a wave of his hand, Chu Xinghe commanded, "Let them all lie down."
Upon receiving the order, the numerous junior disciples, upon seeing their senior brother Xinghe take action, hesitated no longer. There was no need for any magical weapons. A group of the most exceptional talents from Haotian sect, even if their realms were not particularly high, were far beyond what these minor guards could withstand. Within 10 breaths, not a single guard remained standing.
The people from Wanhua Tower were left dumbfounded.
They had encountered unreasonable individuals before, but they had never witnessed such sheer audacity.
Could they not at least explain the situation before resorting to violence? What was the meaning of attacking without uttering a word? All unrelated personnel, get out. Otherwise, you will end up like them.
The manager of Wanhua Tower had but 10 breaths to appear, or he would see Wanhua Tower torn down today. Finally, Chu Xinghe spoke, and as his words fell, a group of junior disciples eagerly prepared for action.
The onlookers began to retreat. 10, 9, 8. Chu Xinghe commenced the countdown.
As it reached 3, a middle-aged man, seemingly in his 40s, rushed down the stairs in a frenzy.
"Wait, sir, I am the manager of Wanhua Tower."
As the manager reached Chu Xinghe, he raised his hand and pointed at Ma Liang nearby.
"Do you recognize him?" "And no."
The manager glanced at him, but before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap sent him spiraling through the air, landing on the ground with a thud. Blood mingling with a few of his teeth spilling from his mouth.
Everyone stood in shock, including Ma Liang. At that moment,
the Chu Xinghe before Ma Liang utterly shattered his perception. Initially, Ma Liang had doubted that Chu Xinghe was genuinely seeking vengeance for him, thinking it was merely a fade. But now he realized his grave mistake. Senior brother Xinghe was not pretending, he truly cared for him. The bloodied manager, clutching his swollen cheek, was in tears. I know him. This young hero had a conflict here just now. Who was the other party? Chu Xinghe's voice was laced with ice. I don't. Just as the manager began to utter a denial, another slap landed. With a crisp sound, the remaining teeth on the other side were lost.
"This is your last chance," Chu Xinghe declared.
Seizing a candlestick from the table and hurling it at the wooden staircase of Wanhua Tower, igniting the flames.
In an instant, fire engulfed the steps. "Your time is running out, respond quickly, or Wanhua Tower will be no more."
Chu Xinghe's demeanor was calm, while the scene left his fellow disciples in stunned silence.
"Sir, I truly am Huang Jiada,
third young master Huang Xiaohua." Finally, confronted by the flames of Wanhua Tower,
the manager broke down.
He had encountered countless ruthless individuals but had never met someone like Chu Xinghe. Without a word of hesitation, he had set Wanhua Tower ablaze. Had he delayed even a moment longer, the fire would have been beyond saving. Having obtained the answer he sought,
Chu Xinghe waved his hand and departed hastily with everyone in tow.
In the Wanholu, the proprietor, having responded swiftly, managed to prevent the fire from escalating. Yet the establishment suffered considerable losses.
"Quickly send word to the Huang family."
The proprietor, disregarding his swollen mouth, hastily issued commands to his subordinates. He was unaware of the true identity of Chu Xinghe, but he recognized that the Huang family had undoubtedly encountered an insurmountable obstacle this time. He had encountered many ruthless individuals, yet Chu Xinghe's unreasonable demeanor was a first for him. Meanwhile, Chu Xinghe had returned to the fan building with Ma Liang and others. The group of individuals who had stealthily ventured out, including Wan Lin, had also returned upon hearing the news.
Upon seeing Chu Xinghe and his entourage returning, everyone immediately surrounded him. "It is the third young master of the Huang family, Huang Xiaohua.
Everyone, prepare yourselves. I am eager to see just how audacious the Huang family is to provoke my junior disciple."
"Understood." The entire group complied, rushing to their quarters to get ready.
At the Huang residence, Huang Yongtang had just concluded a pleasant exchange with his 13th concubine when an urgent knock at the door interrupted his reverie.
"Who is it? Seeking death?"
Although furious, Huang Yongtang opened the door to find the family steward, Huang Liang, looking frantic. The third young master has stirred up trouble.
Huang Liang relayed the events of the day to Huang Yongtang, including the near conflagration of the Wanholu by Chu Xinghe and his companions. A group of formidable young individuals? They are not from the Xingyue sect, are they?
Huang Yongtang hesitated, but upon hearing the stewardess' belief that they likely were not from the sect,
he breathed a sigh of relief.
Humph. In this domain of Yuqing, aside from the Xingyue sect, there is truly no one my Huang family deems worthy of concern. It must be noted that although they were a branch, they were a lineage of the Pingyuan Huang family, one of the three great families of the realm. Leveraging their heritage, the Huang family wielded considerable influence in Yuqing, compelling respect from all. I shall look into this matter, have someone investigate the origins of these young rascals. After giving his instructions, Huang Yongtang watched as Huang Liang nodded and set off to carry them out.
On the other side, the 100-strong group was fully prepared. Following Chu Xinghe in silence, all too aware of the events surrounding the fiery incident at Wanholu.
Those who had not accompanied them were filled with regret.
Is this truly the Chu Xinghe we knew? So domineering, striking first without a word, dared to utter a refusal, and he would incinerate Wanholu without hesitation.
As the first rays of dawn graced the grand courtyard of the Huang residence, Chu Xinghe arrived at their doorstep with his 100-strong entourage. The guards stationed at the entrance,
witnessing the fierce group, swiftly relayed the news.
The report soon reached steward Huang Liang, who, having been tasked by his master to uncover the identity of the visitors,
was caught off guard by their unexpected arrival.
However, this was convenient. Huang Liang hurried to find Huang Yongtang, and upon learning that the adversaries had come knocking, Huang Yongtang,
in a fit of rage, overturned the breakfast table. A bunch of little brats, utterly oblivious to their mortality.
They should inquire about who dares to challenge my Huang family in Yuqing, aside from the Xingyue sect.
With a resounding roar,
Huang Yongtang summoned countless descendants of the Huang family from all directions. He vowed that anyone who approached today, unless they were disciples of the Xingyue sect,
would face dire consequences.
However, as Huang Yongtang gathered his forces, a tremendous crash reverberated from the entrance of the Huang residence. The imposing 5-meter-tall gate of the Huang family was forcefully shattered, taking half of the courtyard wall down with it.
As the dust settled,
it revealed a scene of Huang family disciples strewn across the ground.
Could they truly be disciples of the Xingyue sect? Huang Yongtang felt a moment of bewilderment.
Such audacity to storm their gates could not possibly be the act of ordinary individuals. Just as Huang Yongtang voiced his thoughts, a member of the Huang family interjected, "Uncle,
it cannot be disciples of the Xingyue sect.
The sect is currently holding a grand ceremony, and unless under exceptional circumstances, disciples would never leave the sect."
Upon hearing this,
Huang Yongtang's heart lightened. If they were not from the Xingyue sect, then the situation was manageable. It appeared they were nothing more than naive young fools who dared to treat the Huang family with such disrespect. They would pay for their audacity in defiling the entrance of the Huang residence. All disciples of the Huang family, heed my command.
Today, we shall ensure that these ignorant brats leave without a trace.
A resounding chorus of agreement erupted from the assembled Huang disciples. Amidst their fervent cries, a group of over 100 individuals led by Chu Xinghe stepped over the collapsed courtyard wall and entered the Huang family grounds. Once all had crossed the threshold, Chu Xinghe tore away his outer garments, revealing the distinctive attire of the elite disciples of the Haotian sect for all to see.
The others followed suit, shedding their disguises to unveil their uniform black Haotian disciple robes. Indeed, they were not from the Xingyue sect, for the Xingyue sect did not possess black disciple robes. Huang Liang's heart soared at the sight of the uniform black attire.
But his elation was abruptly shattered by a stinging slap across the face delivered by none other than Huang Yongtang himself. Huang Yongtang had realized as well that these were not disciples of the Xingyue sect, yet the insignia of Haotian was unique. For they were the disciples of the unrivaled Haotian sect.
Chapter 24, Dreams, aspiring to be an exceptional individual like senior brother Xinghe.
In the realm of Yuqing and throughout the entire Yulin mountain range, the most influential entity is undoubtedly the Xingyue sect. The Xingyue sect reigns as the singular sovereign of this world.
Thus, although the Huang family wields considerable power in Yuqing, they steadfastly refrain from provoking the Xingyue sect. Indeed,
The Huang family adheres to this principle. Whenever the Xinghe sect intervenes in matters, they promptly retreat, which is the reason for their audacity up to this day. However, today, the individuals that have arrived are certainly not from the Xinghe sect, yet they are far more formidable. The foremost sect in the world, the Haotian sect. If the Xinghe sect is the ruler of the Yulin mountain range, then the Haotian sect stands as the sovereign of the entire realm.
Even the mighty Xinghe sect trembles before them.
At this moment, the sight of the black robes worn by the Haotian sect disciples sends shivers down Huang Yongtong's spine. The typical disciples of the Haotian sect don gray attire, while only the elite disciples are adorned in black. These individuals are all elite disciples of the Haotian sect. And what is even more terrifying is that the person standing at the forefront bears intricate cloud and star patterns embroidered upon his black robe. Huang Yongtong's mind is momentarily clouded. Core disciples are permitted to wear golden embroidery, while the cloud and star patterns signify direct disciples. This means that the individual before him is a direct disciple of the Haotian sect? Huang Yongtang finds it difficult to breathe. Just yesterday, the manager of the Wanhua Pavilion conveyed that the Huang family might have encountered an insurmountable obstacle, yet this is not merely an obstacle, it is akin to confronting an iron mountain. Head of the Huang family, step forward. Chu Xinghe's voice is as frigid as ice. At the sound of this voice, Huang Yongtang trembles, and upon glancing at the Huang family disciples beside him, he hastily proclaims, "Why yes, I am Huang Yongtang, the head of the Huang family." He swiftly emerges from the crowd and approaches Chu Xinghe. As he stands before Chu Xinghe, a fawning smile graces Huang Yongtang's face. However, before he can utter another word, a sharp crack echoes through the air. Chu Xinghe delivers a resounding slap directly across the unsuspecting Huang Yongtang's face, causing him to stumble and nearly lose his footing. Huang Yongtang is rendered speechless. The Huang family members are equally stunned. Even Chu Xinghe and the disciples nearby are left in disbelief. Huang Yongtang is a fifth-tier martial spirit. And although he is insignificant in the context of the Haotian sect, a fifth-tier martial spirit, when provoked, could indeed pose a challenge to the multitude of second-tier martial masters present, as they are 3 tiers below him, despite their excellence and greater numbers. It would be of little consequence. The sudden slap extinguishes all traces of flattery from Huang Yongtang's face. At that moment, humiliation and rage contort his features. And his spiritual energy surges violently, as if he intends to rend Chu Xinghe to pieces. "I will slay you." Huang Yongtang's energy erupts as he charges at Chu Xinghe. Yet Chu Xinghe remains immobile, standing firm in the face of the impending onslaught. Everyone anticipates that Chu Xinghe will be sent flying by this overwhelming force. Yet the energy halts a mere 10 centimeters before him. Chu Xinghe looked disdainfully at the halted spirit light before him. There was a hint of resolve, albeit slight. How he longed to eliminate us all. You may attempt to wager on the ignorance of my Haotian sect regarding the slaughter of over 100 elite disciples. Or perhaps you would gamble the lives of your entire Huang family, to see whether my sect shows mercy or annihilates your clan entirely. Chu Xinghe spoke with a calm demeanor, yet each word struck Huang Yongtang's heart like a heavy hammer. He dared not provoke the Xinghe sect. And the Haotian sect was an even more formidable adversary. Even the colossal Huang family of Pingyuan would not dare to confront them lightly. With over 100 elite disciples slain in a single day at the hands of the Huang family, it would be unimaginable for the Haotian sect to spare them. It was likely that the entire Yuqing would be cleansed, with even the earthworms unearthed and split, and the eggs smashed to pieces. Not only Yuqiang, but even the Huang family of Pingyuan would have to bear the wrath of the Haotian sect. This price was one Huang Yongtang could not afford. Nor could the Huang family. Thus, even though he was struck by Chu Xinghe, he ultimately restrained himself. "Young sir, I believe there has been a misunderstanding." The ferocity on Huang Yongtang's face vanished, replaced by sycophancy. "Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. Hand over Huang Xiaohua, he struck my junior brother with a sword. And I demand merely his arm in return. Is that not a reasonable trade?" Huang Yongtang thought it would not be excessive if the Haotian sect were to make such a demand. However, having lost 2 sons in his youth, Huang Yongtang could not accept the loss of his only remaining son, Huang Xiaohua, whom he had always cherished. "Young sir, I have heard of my son's actions. I implore you to consider his youth and ignorance and spare him this once." "Perhaps.
I could offer something in compensation for your junior brother.
As he spoke, Huang Yongtang retrieved a treasure chest from his spatial ring. Upon opening it, a radiant light burst forth. And the sight of half a chest full of mid-grade spirit stones made the Huang family members' eyes glisten. Young sir, please do not hold a grudge against a small man. Consider this as compensation. Before Huang Yongtang could finish his sentence, Chu Xinghe had kicked over the chest of spirit stones.
Mid-grade spirit stones? Are you attempting to insult me? Do you have any idea how many superior grade spirit stones reside in my ring? I could fill your entire Huang family with them. Presenting mid-grade spirit stones is nothing short of an insult. Within 10 breaths, if Huang Xiaohua does not appear, I shall leave. Chu Xinghe allowed Huang Yongtang no time for contemplation, his words initiating a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. As Chu Xinghe counted down to 2, no one stepped forward.
Just as he was about to speak again, Huang Yongtang's voice broke through the silence. Bring Huang Xiaohua here.
Huang Yongtang's voice was tinged with an indescribable desolation, yet he understood that this was their final opportunity. If Chu Xinghe were to turn and leave,
it would not merely be a matter of Huang Xiaohua losing an arm. Soon, the Huang family brought in the wildly struggling Huang Xiaohua.
Father, please, no. Save your son, I will never dare again. I won't compete with him anymore. I was wrong. At this moment,
Huang Xiaohua was so frightened that he had lost control of his bladder.
You do it yourself.
Chu Xinghe did not spare Huang Xiaohua a single glance. Instead,
he addressed Ma Liang. Yes.
Ma Liang, already brimming with pent-up frustration, without uttering another word, swiftly executed the command. The agonized cries echoed alongside the blood that splattered across the Huang family courtyard. Huang Xiaohua fainted on the spot. The head of the Huang family should discipline his child more in the future. Not everyone is as easy to talk to as I am. Chu Xinghe remarked as he cast a glance at the slumped Huang Yongtang before departing without a backward glance. The 100-member group followed in Chu Xinghe's footsteps, crossing over the collapsed walls of the Huang residence, while the onlookers parted to clear a path. Amidst the gazes of countless spectators, Chu Xinghe and his company departed with grace. Watching the figures of Chu Xinghe and others fade into the distance, many young hearts on the street fluttered with yearning.
Brother? Is this really the legendary Haotian sect? So domineering, a 5th-rank martial spirit realm can strike without hesitation, demanding the hand of his son.
And he personally went to retrieve him.
The number 1 sect in the world cannot be just a name. Father, I've made up my mind.
I no longer wish to go to the Xingyue sect, I want to join the Haotian sect. Children, let us return home to wash up and sleep. The destruction of the Huang family gate, the beating of the Huang family head, and the severing of Huang Xiaohua's arm spread like wildfire throughout Yucheng. The manager of the Wanhua Tower, caressing his swollen jaw, was drenched in cold sweat even as he recalled the events. The Haotian sect. Those murderers are from the Haotian sect. Fortunately, I did not hesitate to reveal Huang Xiaohua's name. Or else my swollen jaw would be the least of my worries. Wanhua Tower would probably have been burned to the ground, and my own life might have been forfeit.
The Haotian sect was an existence that transcended all.
Around noon, outside Yucheng, Chu Xinghe, with a calm demeanor, led everyone onward, yet all his disciples bore somber expressions. Brother Xinghe, this is all my fault, it's because I did not heed your words that so many troubles arose. We will surely be too late for the spirit cave.
Ma Liang spoke, tears streaming down his face.
Although the other disciples remained silent, their eyes betrayed a strange mix of emotions.
What are those expressions?
Although Ma Liang did not follow my orders this time, as he said. The sect rules do not state he was wrong, and the ambush was not his intention. As for the delay in our journey, that was my decision, so dear disciples,
do not hold any resentment towards Ma Liang.
Even if we truly miss our opportunity, the responsibility lies entirely with me. I will bear any penalties from the sect. Ma Liang, overwhelmed with emotion, truly began to weep, clutching Chu Xinghe's leg while crying and slapping his own face.
Brother Xinghe, I am not human. I am narrow-minded.
I have always heard people speak of Brother Xinghe's benevolence, yet I have long believed him to be duplicitous, thus I intentionally opposed you.
Brother Xinghe, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Ma Liang wept like a sorrowful child. At this moment,
those surrounding Chu Xinghe gazed at him with profound respect. Before arriving at the spirit cave, everyone was aware of the military oath that Chu Xinghe had taken, however. Despite the discomfort brought on by the teleportation array, he still insisted that everyone rest well, demonstrating his consideration for each and every junior disciple.
Subsequently,
when Ma Liang disobeyed orders and ventured out, causing trouble, Chu Xinghe's first response was not to punish Ma Liang, but to lead the others in finding the true culprit. Delivering severe retribution to them, refusing to allow anyone to harm his junior brothers and sisters or tarnish the reputation of Haotian's sect. As for the time lost due to this, no one harbored resentment towards Chu Xinghe. Each person reflected upon themselves and pondered, if they were in Brother Xinghe's position,
could they endure the military oath and the subsequent punishments while steadfastly protecting their juniors and the sect? Among the 100-member group,
30% had obtained spiritual weapons alongside Chu Xinghe, and like Wan Lin, they had long since harbored no doubts regarding his character.
However,
the remaining 70% hailed from various palaces, having had minimal contact with Chu Xinghe, mostly relying on hearsay.
Yet, within the span of just one day and night, these 70%, including the headstrong Ma Liang, developed a newfound understanding of Brother Xinghe. To his fellow disciples, he was as warm as spring; to his enemies, as cruel as the harshest winter. Aware that delays in the Spirit Cave expedition would incur severe penalties, he willingly chose to bear the burden alone. Ensuring that no junior disciple would suffer, such an extraordinary elder brother is truly hard to find. Ma Liang wiped away his tears,
vowing that this would be the last time he wept in his life. From this moment forth, he aspired to become an exemplary person like Brother Xinghe.
No.
I may never reach Brother Xinghe's heights, but if I can learn even a fraction of his virtues, it will suffice for a lifetime.
Chapter 25, Have I Really Transcended?
In the hall of the celestial heavens, before the celestial mirror, the sect leader Gu Mingqiao, the Grand Elder, and the esteemed elders from various halls gathered together. The image displayed upon the celestial mirror showcased the scene of a 100-member troop. Although the celestial sect is regarded as the foremost sect in the realm, the likes of Chu Xinghe and his companions were but inexperienced youths, unfamiliar with the world.
In such circumstances, how could the elders of the sect feel entirely at ease? Though no one openly addressed the matter.
The events that transpired since their arrival in Yuqing had been under the silent scrutiny of these venerable figures. As they observed the occurrences of the past day and night within the celestial mirror, a profound silence enveloped the room.
Ultimately,
it was the sect leader who shattered the stillness.
Well done, well done. Unfazed in the face of adversity, possessing both courage and strategy, this little fellow Xinghe, well done indeed. The sect leader articulated his approval thrice, each utterance resonating with admiration.
The Grand Elder, standing beside him, nearly beamed with delight. Initially, when Chu Xinghe's command was defied by Ma Liang, resulting in Ma Liang being ambushed and injured, even the Grand Elder's first instinct was to chastise Ma Liang for undermining the leader and tarnishing the sect's reputation, a grave accusation indeed. Should Chu Xinghe have reported the incident to the sect, the consequences for Ma Liang would have been severe. His status as an elite disciple would undoubtedly be revoked.
Moreover,
the fact that a disciple of the celestial sect was caught off guard and nearly lost an arm to a sneak attack would render him a laughingstock among his peers upon his return. However, Chu Xinghe refrained from such actions. Instead, he led a swift assault on the flower pavilion, setting it ablaze to compel the shopkeeper to reveal the true culprit,
leaving even the Grand Elder astounded.
Many elders pondered why Chu Xinghe believed the shopkeeper possessed knowledge of the assailant. It was only later that the sect leader clarified their confusion.
Xinghe's mind truly works swiftly.
At an event like the flower festival, had a typical brawl occurred, the shopkeeper would have promptly summoned the guards to intervene. If casualties arose, capturing the assailant would have been inevitable.
Yet, what did the flower pavilion do? They didn't even pursue the assailants or intervene at all.
To claim the shopkeeper was unaware of their identity is simply implausible. Although Chu Xinghe was not present during the incident, he deduced the situation from the accounts of his two juniors and the subsequent clues he encountered upon his arrival. Without uttering a word, he struck first, sweeping through the flower pavilion with overwhelming force, catching them entirely off guard. The act of tossing a candle to ignite the establishment became the final straw that broke the camel's back, leading the shopkeeper to collapse under pressure,
unwilling to conceal any truths.
Subsequently, everyone speculated that Chu Xinghe might report the incident to the sect for resolution. Once again, their assumptions proved erroneous.
leading the 100-member troop. He forcefully breached the gates of the Huang family at dawn, disregarding their status as a mere branch of the Pingyuan Huang family, and swiftly dealt a blow to a 5th-grade martial spirit. What pleased the sect leader most was that before taking action, Chu Xinghe revealed his identity, providing him with the confidence necessary to confront the 5th-grade martial spirit. It was evident that Chu Xinghe had made the right decision. He demanded no trifling compensation in spirit stones, declaring that for the wound inflicted upon his junior, a hand must be severed as recompense. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's request, many elders could not help but shake their heads and sigh. This child, Xinghe, is too benevolent. Were it me, I would have annihilated the Huang family entirely. Or at the very least, dealt with that Huang Xiaohua. Elder Zhang, your words are misguided. It is not about exterminating an entire clan. Since Huang Xiaohua is the culprit, it suffices to execute him, and perhaps even Huang Yongtang alongside him. The others could merely have an arm severed as a token punishment. Elder Zhang speaks truthfully. Xinghe is admirable in many respects, yet he is overly compassionate. No one deemed Chu Xinghe's actions as excessively arrogant or tyrannical, for they belonged to the esteemed Haotian sect. Should Chu Xinghe truly ensure that the Huang family refrains from approaching them again and instead report back to the sect, it would be reasonable. Yet it would undoubtedly disappoint everyone. You took your junior brother out, regardless of his misconduct, he was harmed, yet you dare not seek vengeance. How can you shoulder the weight of Haotian sect's responsibilities in the future? Nonetheless, today, both the sect leader and every elder expressed immense satisfaction with Chu Xinghe's actions. They had gathered before the Haotian mirror, eager to discern the character of Chu Xinghe and his fellow disciples. One must understand that some disciples behave like model students before their elders, yet once outside, they can resemble untamed wild dogs, indulging in reckless behavior. As the leader, everyone was keen to observe how Chu Xinghe would conduct himself away from the watchful eyes of the elders. This time, Chu Xinghe's performance earned unanimous approval. This child is indeed pure-hearted, his demeanor remains consistent, whether within the sect or beyond. Whenever a brother is in distress, he is willing to act at all costs, even at the risk of incurring severe punishment, yet Chu Xinghe shows no sign of retreat. He is spirited. Yet others are now concerned that he may face punishment for missing the spirit cave's timing. Ha! Just look at their pale faces. They confront the Huang family like little tigers, but here before the sect, they are utterly intimidated. You should not be overly harsh on the disciples in the future. Especially you, elder. Sect leader Gu Mingqiao could not help but express his grievances for the children. Sect leader, you may not be aware. My strictness towards disciples was in the past. Since Xinghe joined my Lingyi palace, the number of disciples facing punishment has dwindled significantly. This child receives ample care from his senior brothers, he remains grounded, always the first to plead for his brothers in trouble, even if it means facing punishment himself without hesitation. Thus, my temperament in Lingyi Palace has improved greatly. The elders nodded in agreement, envious of the absence of a disciple like Chu Xinghe in their own factions. Gu Mingqiao and the elders shared jovial banter, seemingly unconcerned about the missed opportunity at the spirit cave. If Chu Xinghe were present, he would undoubtedly discern that something was amiss. Regrettably, Chu Xinghe is not present here. Outside Yuqing, at this moment, everyone has already embarked on their journey to the spirit cave. After numerous meticulous calculations, Chu Xinghe has concluded that unless one possesses the ability to fly, reaching their destination is utterly impossible, even at the utmost speed. Although his heart brimmed with joy, and he contemplated persuading his junior disciples to abandon their quest and return home, he felt the need to maintain a facade. Thus, he exhibited an expression of urgency, as if he yearned to soar to the location of the spirit cave in the Yulin mountain range. As evening approached, a considerable distance still lay between them and the spirit cave. Wan Lin, exhausted and panting, could not help but sigh, "Brother Xinghe, I fear we may not make it in time." The final deadline set by the sect was dusk. Should they fail to arrive by then, the spirit cave would close, and all hope of entry would vanish. Regardless of whether they missed the opening time, they must press on, even if they were to be too late. They at least owed the three sects an explanation. Remember, we are the esteemed Haotian sect, the foremost sect in the world. We cannot choose to flee in the face of any challenge, we must confront it. Chu Xinghe's words moved his junior disciples to tears. Deep down,
He was well aware that they would not make it, yet he chose not to lead them back to the sect. Instead, he opted to confront the potential reproach from the three sects at the spirit cave. Even at this juncture, he refused to shirk any responsibility. His magnanimity and sense of duty left everyone in awe. Brother Xinghe. Ma Liang began to speak but was promptly reprimanded by Chu Xinghe. Return to the ranks. This matter does not concern you. Even upon returning to the sect, you are forbidden from speaking out of turn. Do you understand? Ma Liang silently nodded, gritting his teeth to hold back tears. Everyone understood that Chu Xinghe's reprimand stemmed from his concern that Ma Liang might act rashly. For missing the spirit cave was a grave matter. If the sect were to learn of Ma Liang's actions, it could lead to expulsion or the loss of his cultivation. Such a calamity was too great for any of them to bear. Only Chu Xinghe, while he too would face severe punishment, would not suffer expulsion from the sect. Nonetheless, it was clear that he would undoubtedly encounter a formidable retribution. Even so, Chu Xinghe remained unperturbed, steadfast in his resolve to protect Ma Liang, who had previously been a source of contention. In truth, everyone knew that had any one of them erred, Chu Xinghe would similarly shoulder the burden for them. This exemplified true leadership, not merely bearing responsibility but also shouldering the weight of all blame. Enough of this sentimental talk, let us continue our journey. Chu Xinghe felt buoyant, for the time had already surpassed the final deadline for the spirit cave. Regardless of what had transpired before, merely missing the opportunity to enter the spirit cave was sufficient to incur severe punishment. Moreover, Chu Xinghe could easily envision the disciples of the other three sects lamenting their inability to acquire the broken stone pills, thus missing the opportunity to enter the spirit cave. The three sects are not to be trifled with. The repercussions of his singular mistake could lead to an uproar at the Haotian sect. In such an event, even the Grand Elder, the mastermind behind the scenes, might find it exceedingly challenging to safeguard his own interests. What kind of punishment would he face, one might wonder. The status of a direct disciple would undoubtedly be lost, and while it is unlikely he would be completely stripped of his cultivation and expelled, being relegated to the outer sect is certainly inevitable. The Haotian sect must provide some form of accountability to the three sects, after all. To be demoted from a direct disciple to the outer sect, how delightful! With a sense of exhilaration coursing through him, Chu Xinghe arrived at the location of the spirit cave under the cover of night. At this moment, the disciples of the three sects had already gathered in one area. However, the anticipated scene of them erupting in fury did not materialize. Puzzled, Chu Xinghe wondered if these individuals had been rendered foolish by their anger. A young man clad in the attire of a direct disciple from the Xinghe sect approached him. "You must be Brother Xinghe," he said. "I am Chu Xinghe from the Xinghe sect, the leader of this expedition." "I did not expect the Haotian sect to arrive so much earlier than us." "Earlier than us? Half a day?" In that moment, Chu Xinghe's first reaction was, "Have I somehow traversed time?" Chapter 26, No More Acting. It's clear. Chu Xinghe summoned the leaders of Dongyue Pavilion in Binding City and then introduced them to Chu Xinghe. However, Chu Xinghe could hardly grasp their names. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him: had he truly traversed to another realm? Urgently, he wished for a notification, a system activation, or a voice proclaiming that he had been chosen as the host to embark on an extraordinary journey. Yet, silence enveloped him. Turning to his junior disciples, he found them equally bewildered. Was this a case of collective transmigration? Initially, he presumed that their group of 100 had crossed over together. But reality swiftly shattered that illusion. From Chu Xinghe, Chu Xinghe learned that they had not crossed over, nor had they missed the spirit cavern's opening. For it was scheduled for the next day. The disciples of the three sects had anticipated that the distant Haotian sect would arrive by the following morning, thus they remained unperturbed until evening. However, Chu Xinghe had spurred his horse with great urgency, fearing he had missed the time, only to discover that the spirit cavern would not open until tomorrow. He was left in utter disbelief. Yet, amidst his bewilderment, his junior disciples erupted in jubilant cheers. Wanlin even embraced Chu Xinghe without a care for any inconvenience, shouting with abandon. Ma Liang knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing to the heavens as if his fervent prayers had finally been answered. Among the elated crowd, only Chu Xinghe wore a bitter expression.
What of the promised severe punishment? What of the anticipated misfortune? This was truly arduous.
The disciples from the three sects were perplexed by the antics of Haotian sect, each one inwardly questioning the sanity of their members.
Meanwhile, the elders before the Haotian mirror found themselves in fits of laughter. Look at the expression on Xinghe's face. It appears he is not entirely unafraid of punishment. Previously,
he seemed so nonchalant, but upon learning of the good fortune, his bitter countenance is merely a reflection of overwhelming joy. Indeed, this lad remained a child at heart. His earlier indifference was an attempt to spare his juniors from any burden, yet he had underestimated the sect leaders' foresight, who had advanced their timeline by a day to prevent any mishaps. After all, it is their first foray outside, caution is paramount.
Yet, the look on his face is simply too amusing. The Grand Elder chuckled heartily.
Before the spirit cavern, the junior disciples were oblivious to the thoughts of the three sects,
surrounding Chu Xinghe and exuberantly cheering. Brother Xinghe, I told you, those with ambition are never forsaken.
Indeed, someone like Brother Xinghe will surely not face punishment.
Blessings upon Haotian. Blessings upon Haotian.
The disciples of Haotian sect shouted fervently, and upon hearing those four words, Chu Xinghe clutched his head, knowing that whenever he heard them,
it seldom boded well.
It must undoubtedly be due to my own joyous singing. Indeed, it is most inauspicious. The members of the Haotian sect have set up camp, and Chu Xinghe observes a group that, having journeyed tirelessly throughout the day, shows no signs of fatigue.
Instead,
they revel in song and dance around the bonfire, leaving him at a loss for words. Chu Xinghe swore that had he known it would unfold this way, he would have certainly led them straight back to the Haotian sect, instead of feigning a semblance of decorum. What a fade, indeed. One that has left him feeling quite diminished. Yet, it is too late for such reflections. He must now contemplate how to maneuver within the spirit cavern. He has pledged an oath of military conduct, apart from the spirit liquid for cleansing marrow and bones. He must secure the remaining 70% to bring back to the Haotian sect. Failure to accomplish this would result in the forfeiture of his status as a direct disciple.
In light of this, there remains a significant opportunity.
The merriment continued late into the night, with countless disciples laughing themselves awake from their dreams,
while many from the other three sects speculated that the Haotian sect must be utterly deranged.
At the break of dawn, Chu Xinghe sought out Guiqizhen along with certain others whose names he genuinely could not recall.
I am Fan Shang,
he exclaimed, indignant. Even if the Haotian sect is the foremost sect under heaven, our East Moon Pavilion ranks among the top 10 sects.
How can your leading figure forget my name? Is this an affront to our East Moon Pavilion?
Fan Shang was furious. Indeed, I am Sun Xinghe, he added, and what Fan Xinghe says holds truth.
The Haotian sect is rather arrogant, is it not?
Chu Xinghe felt helpless but saw no need for explanation.
You believe the Haotian sect is arrogant, do you?
Yes, indeed.
We are proud, what of it? Are we to tarnish our esteemed reputation and be cast down from our lofty position? Please, spare us.
Disregarding the displeasure of the two, Chu Xinghe produced the stone-breaking pills as agreed. After distributing the adequate amount of pills, Fan Shang and Sun Xinghe softened somewhat,
though they still ignored Chu Xinghe, instead pulling Guiqizhen aside to confer. Observing this, Chu Xinghe was elated. This was their plan to isolate us. How splendid!
The three sects have united to exclude the Haotian sect, and when they seize all the spirit liquid, let them leave us nothing.
Returning to his own group, Wan Lin and Ma Liang approached. Brother Xinghe, are they truly attempting to isolate us?
Wan Lin furrowed his brow.
Weren't we supposed to advance and retreat together? Ma Liang echoed, visibly perturbed.
Sighing, Chu Xinghe lamented, I must bear the blame. Yesterday, lost in the excitement of not missing the spirit cavern,
I failed to remember even the name of their leader.
They claim we of the Haotian sect are overly proud and arrogant.
Let them say what they will. Are we to fear their isolation? Wan Lin showed no concern that Chu Xinghe's failure to remember a name had provoked their ire. Ma Liang nodded vigorously, convinced that whatever Brother Xinghe asserted was undoubtedly correct. Following in his footsteps would surely elevate them further.
It appeared that the three sects had reached some form of tacit agreement, as none were willing to approach the Haotian sect for dialogue.
Yet, the Haotian sect remained undeterred,
confident in their superior numbers and untroubled by the others' machinations. As time gradually approached the moment for the spirit cave to open, the fractured runes on the mountain wall began to shimmer with light. Under this radiant glow, the grand entrance to the spirit cave emerged, unveiling the path within.
Ma Liang, eager to take the lead as the pathfinder, was halted by Chu Xinghe. Are you foolish? Let them take the lead. If they do not move, neither shall we. Ma Liang nodded without hesitation. This sentiment echoed among the three sects as well. After all, upon entering the spirit cave, none could anticipate what awaited them. Although the disciples of the Xinghe sect had previously explored and discovered the petrified venomous insects within, the exact number of these creatures, or the presence of other potential dangers, remained uncertain.
Clearly, the first to enter would face considerable risk.
Observing the Haotian sects in action, the three sects chose to remain still as well. Minutes passed, transforming into hours.
From midday to dusk, yet neither side budged as the entrance to the spirit cave neared its closure. Chu Xinghe remained unfazed by the scrutinizing gazes of Sun Xueheng and Fan Shang. As long as they refrained from entering, he would steadfastly hold his ground.
If necessary,
he could simply wait for the spirit cave to close, allowing them all to return home and face their respective penalties, a perfect outcome in his view.
However,
just as Chu Xinghe fantasized about the possibility of his adversaries enduring the standoff, a hot-tempered Fan Shang could no longer contain himself. As the foremost sect in the realm, the Haotian sect had always led the way in the past. It was unimaginable that this generation of disciples would exhibit such cowardice.
Mind your words. Are you attempting to morally blackmail us? Why must the number one sect be the first to enter? The spirit cave was discovered by the Xinghe sect. And with your greater numbers, shouldn't you take the lead?
Unexpectedly, Guo Qizhen found himself on the receiving end of Chu Xinghe's retort.
Enough of this bickering. If we continue, the spirit cave will be sealed. Ultimately, it was Sun Xueheng who, gritting his teeth, spoke up. With no other recourse, the others reluctantly followed suit. And the members of the three sects began to enter the spirit cave in succession. The glow of the runes gradually dimmed, and once the light completely faded, re-entry would be impossible. As the last member of the three sects stepped inside, Chu Xinghe chose not to enter immediately but to wait. Waiting for the runes to dim further. At last, the runes flickered ominously. This was a sign that the spirit cave was on the brink of closing. Let us proceed.
With a command, everyone crossed the runes and stepped into the cave, revealing a desolate underground city, what appeared to be an ancient relic. Yet, before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, Chu Xinghe's voice rang out once more, "Everyone, return the way you came."
Upon hearing this command, most were taken aback.
It was crucial to note that the spirit cave was now in the process of closing. Exiting at this moment would render re-entry impossible. Had this occurred in Yuqing previously,
Ma Liang would have been the first to leap forward, accusing Chu Xinghe of ulterior motives.
At this moment, after receiving the command,
Ma Liang was the first to follow Chu Xinghe, exhibiting not a trace of hesitation towards his senior's orders.
Naturally, the others mirrored this resolve and followed suit.
Chu Xinghe,
in this instance, had thrown caution to the wind. He had discarded all pretense
to avoid obtaining the spiritual liquid.
He resolutely decided to return to the city and confront you about your defeat. With a counteraction of his own, he compelled everyone to exit the spiritual cavern.
This time,
the disciples of Haotian sect would not only miss the opportunity for the spiritual liquid but also for the vital cleansing of their marrow. The question now was,
who could possibly defeat me in this round?
As for the justification, Chu Xinghe had already devised one. Upon entering, he sensed an alarm from the Haotian swordbox,
and instinctively wished to lead everyone back without contemplating the consequences. Was that not permissible?
The rationale was inconsequential. What truly mattered was whether there would be repercussions. Chu Xinghe could hardly contain his laughter. He had so blatantly set a trap for his teammates. Surely, this would secure victory.
However,
before his laughter could even echo for a second, the world before him rendered Chu Xinghe speechless.
It was still a shattered underground city.
Yet why was there a flickering green light? Wasn't I supposed to appear outside the spiritual cavern?
What on earth was happening? Had I truly traversed into another realm?
Chapter 27, The Shame of the Sect. This time, there was undoubtedly no crossing over, as Chu Xinghe had discovered that all his junior brothers and sisters had appeared behind him. He was convinced that the difficulty of such a large-scale group transition was excessively high. Yet, had he not exited the spirit cave? Why had he arrived at this place? This was the second level. Brother Xinghe is simply remarkable. How did he uncover that the entrance to the first level, when on the verge of closing, could be triggered by retreating, allowing us to effortlessly arrive at the second level? Wan Lin, filled with excitement, leaped 3 feet into the air, his head spinning in disbelief. However, Chu Xinghe was nearly cursing. How was he to know about this spatial misalignment? He merely intended to play a trick on them. He had expended so much mental effort to devise a plausible explanation. Now he understood. Brother Xinghe's reluctance to lead was not due to concerns for safety, but because he was already aware of such a mechanism, necessitating that he walk at the rear to trigger it, right? Ma Liang had automatically filled in the gaps regarding Brother Xinghe's previous peculiar behavior. Upon hearing Ma Liang's words, all the junior disciples nodded in agreement. Realizing at last that Brother Xinghe was indeed orchestrating the situation as if it were a grand game of chess, every move calculated with utmost clarity. Several junior disciples, who had harbored fleeting doubts, rushed to apologize to Brother Xinghe, acknowledging that they should never have questioned his strategy. Meanwhile, the Chu Xinghe currently situated on the second level felt profoundly disheartened. He had merely wished to trick everyone a little, yet had inadvertently led them to the second level. What did that signify? The 3 sects that had entered earlier would have to explore gradually to reach the second level, while they had arrived there outright, completely seizing every advantage. This time, the spirit liquid is entirely ours, Ma Liang proclaimed confidently. Indeed, the spirit liquid belongs to us. Wan Lin and the other junior disciples echoed in unison. Chu Xinghe felt even more distressed. There had previously been rivals, but now even that was lost. How could he return to the city without a loss? Now he realized that he had mistakenly returned to the gold mine. Everyone, do not rush to explore, let us first assess our surroundings. At this juncture, Chu Xinghe could only devise a means to stall for time. 3 sects, you must deliver. I, single-handedly, am opposing the entire Hautian sect for you, do not let me down. Soon, following Chu Xinghe's instructions, numerous disciples were dispatched in groups of 3 to 5 to begin scouting the area. Chu Xinghe insisted that they should be as thorough as possible, stressing not to worry about wasting time, as safety was paramount. If even one junior disciple failed to return, they would not depart. With many junior disciples dispatched, Chu Xinghe, along with Ma Liang, Wan Lin, and others, began to explore in a chosen direction. The spirit cave appeared to be the remnants of a once grand city, buried underground for reasons unknown, while the green ethereal lights swirling around them were the previously mentioned venomous insects capable of petrification. These entities swarm in droves, reminiscent of a horde of mosquitoes, utterly impossible to eradicate. The only recourse is to rely on the detoxifying properties of the broken stone pills, which elucidates why the 3 sects are compelled to procure such vast quantities of them. Chu Xinghe allocated a sufficient number of broken stone pills to each of his junior disciples, 1 every 10 minutes, allowing each individual to consume them without concern for 8 or 10 days. As he navigated through the onslaught of venomous insects, Chu Xinghe approached the periphery of the abandoned ancient city, where 2 paths emerged before him, one leading to the left side of the city, the other towards its heart. Without hesitation, Chu Xinghe opted for the route towards the city's center, for it appeared more intricate and likely to consume more time. Indeed, the path to the city resembled a labyrinth, although everyone managed to traverse it by employing various means. They were suddenly confronted by an array of peculiar statues densely positioned at the city entrance, reminiscent of soldiers guarding the stronghold. Senior Brother Xinghe, it seems that passing through here will grant us entry into the city, where the spiritual liquid should be located. Let us not act impulsively, I sense something amiss. We should retreat and deliberate further. Ah, very well. Despite feeling that his senior brother's caution was somewhat excessive, Wan Lin nodded in agreement. And the others followed suit, returning to their previous location. Meanwhile, within the first layer, the members of the 3 sects were advancing steadily. Why hasn't the Hautian sect caught up yet? Fan Shang pondered, perplexed. Logically, they should have been trailing behind effortlessly after charting the course ahead. Humph. I suspect they are unwilling to exert any effort, merely waiting for us to clear a path downwards, Sun Xueheng remarked with irritation. What a despicable character this Chu Xinghe is. Such a petty individual can become a direct disciple. It appears the Haotian sect is nearing its demise.
Junior brother Fan.
Tread carefully with your words.
Guo Qizhen interjected swiftly.
Although Fan Shang remained displeased, he refrained from further commentary.
The three sects pressed on, battling various insects, traps,
and toxic mists on the first layer, unaware that the so-called despicable Chu Xinghe was single-handedly resisting the entirety of the Haotian sect to buy them time.
Thus, the saying rings true, good deeds often go unrewarded.
Chu Xinghe diligently sketched maps and marked his route.
Even intentionally leading his team along detours, any method to prolong their endeavor was employed. Yet, ultimately, he returned to the starting point. Is everyone assembled?
Chu Xinghe sighed in exasperation.
It seems that Mi Shue's group has yet to return.
Ah! How outrageous, you all linger here while we should be searching for Mi Shue.
Chu Xinghe exclaimed.
Nearly moved to tears, Mi Shue was a benevolent soul, finally providing the opportunity to create some delay. Under Chu Xinghe's leadership, the group dispersed to search for Mi Shue. All recalling his words, I will lead you out of the Haotian sect, and I shall bring you all back, not a single one shall be left behind. The quest to locate junior sister Mi Shue persisted for nearly half a day, culminating in the revelation that she had been ensnared by a toxic substance in a concealed location. Through collective effort and unwavering determination, the rescue was ultimately successful. However, upon returning to their point of departure, the members of the Haotian sect were dismayed to find that the forces of the three sects had already descended from the upper level. This sight elicited a collective sigh from the Haotian sect, yet they felt powerless. Abandoning junior sister Mi Shue was simply not an option. Alas! This rescue had cost them the advantage.
On one side, the Haotian sect lamented their misfortune, while on the other, the three sects were bewildered. What was this? Why were the Haotian sect members present on the second level?
They had toiled for so long on the first level, while the Haotian sect seemingly rested above.
However,
what puzzled Fan Shang the most was why brother Chu Xinghe chose to lead his team in repose rather than exploring the second level.
Was there some hidden agenda at play?
It seemed that brother Xinghe possessed knowledge of secret passages that they were unaware of.
Guo Qizhen approached with a beaming smile.
Ha! Merely a stroke of luck.
I wonder if brother Xinghe and your team have uncovered anything during your time below? Guo Qizhen cautiously attempted to glean information from Chu Xinghe. Yet, he held little expectation, believing that brother Xinghe would undoubtedly respond with ignorance.
To his surprise, Chu Xinghe promptly handed over a map he had just drawn.
Addressing the bewildered onlookers, Junior brother Fan, Junior brother Sun, I must admit that forgetting your names earlier was indeed an oversight on my part, a momentary lapse of focus.
You both were understandably agitated at the time, which made it difficult for me to explain. This map outlines the areas previously explored by our Haotian sect, detailing a route to the city that will save everyone considerable effort. Consider it my apology. At this, a profound silence enveloped the scene. The members of the three sects were at a loss, particularly Fan Shang and Sun Xueheng, who had entered the place vociferously denouncing Chu Xinghe as a despicable character, only to be met with an unexpected gift upon their arrival. This left them utterly abashed. The 10 great sects should stand united, supporting one another. I hope you can forgive my earlier indiscretions, Chu Xinghe said humbly, bowing to the three sects while secretly pondering. I've crafted the entire narrative for you.
You must not let me down.
At this juncture, the members of the three sects were equally perplexed, especially Fan Shang and Sun Xueheng, who found themselves contemplating whether brother Xinghe harbored ulterior motives or was genuinely seeking to make amends. However, the authenticity of the map was undeniable, as evidenced by the astonished expressions of the Haotian sect disciples upon its presentation. Very well, let us proceed,
Chu Xinghe declared, gesturing grandly. In an instant, all gathered together,
the disciples of Haotian sect and the members of the three sects setting off in accordance with the map. This left the three sects even more bewildered. They had initially questioned the reliability of the map, but it now appeared to hold merit. Before long, they arrived at a fork in the path as indicated on the map, presenting 2 distinct routes, one leading to the city, where peculiar statues adorned the landscape,
and the other veering towards the left side of the city. The path leading to the city should indeed be the correct road.
Fan Shang made a decisive judgment.
Sun Xuehang and Gui Qizhen nodded in agreement.
As the adage goes, where treasures are found, dangers invariably lurk. It is only by overcoming various perils that one can acquire the ultimate treasure, a principle that is nearly universal. Therefore, within the spirit cave, to swiftly locate the treasures, one need only seek out the most perilous routes. The two paths before them were lined with statues leading to the city, and those statues exuded an intimidating aura. While the other path, leading to the left of the city, appeared utterly devoid of any threat, not even a venomous insect in sight, an unmistakable trap. After deliberation, Gui Qizhen spoke up, "Brother Xinghe, let us venture down this path together, it must be the correct one."
Yet, to their astonishment, Chu Xinghe shook his head, No. I believe the other path is the right one." "What? You mean that side? Why?" "Intuition."
"Brother Xinghe, your intuition may not be entirely reliable," they replied. "I have faith in my instincts, if you choose this path, I shall take the other.
Or perhaps we could all proceed together? After all, the route leading to the city is fraught with danger, one misstep." "Ha. Brother Xinghe, you worry too much. Is there truly any path in the spirit cave that is free of danger? If treasures could be obtained without facing peril, would they still be considered treasures?" "I choose the city." "We choose the city as well."
The three sects made their decisions, and Chu Xinghe said no more, merely nodding at everyone before leading the Haotian sect down the alternative path.
No one from the Haotian sect questioned Brother Xinghe's instincts, for it was those very instincts that had guided them to the second level. However, the situation was different for the other three sections.
Once the members of the Haotian sect had moved on, Fan Shang sneered.
Ha.
I thought he was genuinely apologizing to us. But it seems he is merely a timid fellow, afraid that we might report him to the sect for that incident, thus presenting this map.
Now
he shrinks back at this minor danger. Such a coward is a disgrace to the Haotian sect and a shame upon all 10 major sects. Though the others from the three sects remained silent, they all nodded in tacit agreement,
clearly endorsing Fan Shang's characterization of Chu Xinghe as a disgrace to the Haotian sect.
Chapter 28, The Eternal Ascendancy of Haotian. The decision to relinquish the path leading to the city gates to the opposing side may be perplexing to some disciples of the Haotian sect.
However, they unanimously support Brother Xinghe's approach.
After all, throughout their journey, Brother Xinghe has never faltered, and even his seemingly implausible intuitions have garnered the trust of all. Ma Liang has assumed the role of the vanguard, leading a team ahead to scout the way. Yet, as they progressed, there was no sign of eerie statues. Aside from the occasional green insects that would approach and deliver a petrifying toxin, there was no discernible threat.
The path was remarkably smooth,
evoking a sense of touring an underground city rather than embarking on a treasure hunt. Meanwhile, the three sects have infiltrated the midst of the statues.
Suddenly,
the stone shells of these statues shattered, and a horde of grotesque creatures resembling ghouls emerged from within. The disciples of the three sects immediately engaged in a fierce battle against the statues.
Brother Chu Xinghe, leisurely wandering on the other side, could even faintly hear the sounds of combat, aware that a fierce conflict had erupted. Yet, what concern was it of his? His objective was to emerge empty-handed.
Seeking treasures was no easy feat, expecting them to come freely was even more unrealistic.
Was it not permissible to treat this excursion to the underground city as a mere day trip? After all, whose intuition had never faltered? However,
while Brother Chu Xinghe meandered in utter tranquility, Ma Liang, tasked with scouting ahead, came charging towards him like a wild dog unleashed.
"Brother Xinghe! Brother Xinghe!" Ma Liang exclaimed,
his hands trembling with excitement, while his fellow disciples appeared equally agitated, their eyes glistening with fervor.
What on earth could be the matter? A wave of anxiety surged within Chu Xinghe. Brother Xinghe's intuition was indeed remarkable. Ahead, there was spiritual liquid. Upon hearing this news,
the disciples of the Haotian sect erupted in astonishment, gazing at Brother Xinghe with awe.
Chu Xinghe was taken aback. "What? Ma Liang, please repeat that." Brother Ma Liang reiterated, "Brother Xinghe's intuition is indeed extraordinary, the spiritual liquid is ahead."
At that moment, Chu Xinghe felt a wave of dizziness.
nearly wishing for Ma Liang to take him away. "Oh, Ma Liang, you truly are a calamity. Is it so difficult for me to lead everyone to a fruitless endeavor?
I only wished for the sect to incur losses and for me to face some retribution." At this juncture, there was no need for Chu Xinghe to utter another word. Everyone surged forward.
Indeed, in an extraordinarily vast area, a pool of spiritual liquid lay quietly like a blue mirror, yet the aura it emanated confirmed its authenticity. On the other side,
the three sects were embroiled in a bloody conflict with the statues, which were as resilient as stone.
Moreover, they emitted a peculiar petrifying wave. Each time one was struck by this wave, a substantial quantity of stone-breaking pills was required to reverse the effect. However,
the three sects did not possess an abundance of these pills, and now disciples were in peril as their supplies dwindled.
"Everyone, hold steady. Victory is within our grasp."
Fan Shang raised his battle blade and shouted loudly. Yet, as his words echoed, an eerie sound emerged from the distance. In the next moment, the city gates swung open, and a multitude of stone sculptures began to shed their shells, awakening from slumber and roaring as they surged towards the three sections. On the side of the Haotian sect,
"Senior Brother Xinghe, what should we do now?"
The self-proclaimed fortunate one, Ma Liang, beamed at Chu Xinghe.
"What else can we do? Since we've come this far, let us cleanse ourselves." Chu Xinghe sighed, realizing that there was little else he could do at this point.
"Let Senior Brother Xinghe be the first to descend. It is said that the first to enter the spirit liquid will absorb the most potent spiritual energy. Yes, this opportunity must be reserved for Senior Brother Xinghe.
If Senior Brother Xinghe does not go first, I shall not accept anyone else." Soon, Chu Xinghe was chosen to be the first to immerse himself in the spirit liquid. Amidst the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, he entered the liquid.
There was no need for an actual bath.
Merely approaching the liquid would allow its spiritual energy to automatically cleanse and refine his essence.
As the refreshing energy entered his body like a gentle spring breeze, Chu Xinghe felt an intense warmth envelop him, transcending his very bones and sinews.
At that moment,
his cultivation soared from the pinnacle of a second-grade martial artist directly into the ranks of a third-grade grand martial artist.
Previously,
the misfortune compass had propelled him to the peak of the second grade, and now the spirit liquid had facilitated his breakthrough. Congratulations to Senior Brother Xinghe on his ascension to Grand Martial Artist. Truly, Senior Brother Xinghe is exceptional. We all entered the sect together. Yet he has already reached the third grade. Enough chatter, let us proceed to the spirit liquid in order.
Everyone, form a line. Ma Liang,
as the pathfinder who discovered the spirit liquid first, was granted the second opportunity to enter, for the earlier one enters, the stronger the spiritual energy.
Ma Liang, brimming with excitement, delivered an impromptu speech of gratitude.
"I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to Senior Brother Xinghe for his unwavering trust in me.
Even when I was being contrary,
he never abandoned me and provided me with opportunities, leading to my current achievements.
In essence, following Senior Brother Xinghe guarantees success."
After completing the cleansing, Ma Liang's cultivation ascended from the initial second grade to the pinnacle of the second grade, just a step away from the third grade. Following him, Wan Lin, the earliest to become enamored with Senior Brother Xinghe, was the third to enter. Wan Lin did not indulge in lengthy speeches, she simply stated, "Wherever Senior Brother Xinghe points, I shall strike." Subsequently, the other disciples entered in turn. However, there was a hint of disappointment among the brothers regarding the fact that one need not disrobe to cleanse in the spirit liquid. Of course,
Sister Wan Lin felt a bit let down as well. The entire 100-member group completed the cleansing process in the spirit liquid.
As expected of the elite disciples of the Haotian sect, all had reached the pinnacle of the second grade. Though they still had a distance to cover to reach the third grade, their strength had undeniably surged. "Senior Brother Xinghe, let us take the remaining spirit liquid with us.
That direction should lead us to the exit.
The three sects are surely doomed." As Ma Liang's words resonated, numerous heads nodded in agreement. The distant sounds of anguished cries and fierce battles emanating from the city painted a vivid picture of the battlefield's brutality.
A single misstep could spell disaster for the three sections.
Yet, at this moment, they needed only to remain passive to reap the rewards.
Just as consensus was forming, Chu Xinghe interjected, "No. We must go to their aid." "What?" Ma Liang responded, perplexed. After all, the path chosen was a matter for each sect to decide. With no bearing on the Haotian sect, why extend a hand? Among the 10 sects, the Haotian sect stood at the pinnacle. In an era when the demonic path ran rampant, the 10 sects united against it, akin to branches of a single tree. Yet, even now, with the demonic path still unvanquished, how could the Haotian sect stand idly by and watch others perish?
As these words left Chu Xinghe's lips,
Ma Liang lowered his gaze, followed by the others. A person without integrity cannot stand firm. When the Haotian sect committed to entering the spirit cave,
it pledged to bring only 100 individuals, despite the spirit liquid being sufficient for 300. The remainder was set aside for the 3 sects, having made a promise.
The Haotian sect would never monopolize it.
Once Chu Xinghe completed his declaration and witnessed the collective nodding, he finally sighed in relief. It was fortunate that the Haotian sect would not incur losses, but should they return with all the remaining spirit liquid, it would be unacceptable. Thus, with a sweeping gesture,
Chu Xinghe commanded, "Let us go.
We shall assist the 3 sects."
At the city gates,
the 200-strong contingent from the 3 sects now found a third of their number either injured or petrified, while the remaining members saw their stock of broken stone pills dwindle.
However, the monsters within the gates grew increasingly numerous, seemingly endless in their onslaught.
"Brother Gua, you should lead the others away, we can no longer hold out," tears welled in Fan Shang's eyes. The Dongyue Pavilion had charged to the forefront, suffering the heaviest losses, and now there was no opportunity to retreat.
"Junior brother Fan, you must come with us." Sun Xueheng rushed forward, attempting to grasp Fan Shang. Yet, Fan Shang broke free with determination.
"I led the disciples of the Dongyue Pavilion out, yet allow them to perish here. How could I return to the sect in shame?
Please convey to Sherman that Fan Shang is the disgrace of the Dongyue Pavilion."
With that, he plunged into the throng of monsters without looking back. Guo Qizhen and Sun Xueheng exchanged glances, and realizing the gravity of their predicament, they could only devise a way to retreat. Helplessly witnessing Fan Shang engulfed by the ever-increasing horde of monsters.
"Move!"
Guo Qizhen bellowed, and they began to withdraw.
As they retreated,
the monsters surged towards the remaining members of the Dongyue Pavilion, who, exhausted, could no longer resist and began to turn to stone.
Fan Shang raised his battle blade repeatedly, fighting valiantly, yet he could not stem the tide of monsters. "Ton Ling, Junior brother Zhao, many of my fellow disciples," watching as one after another fell victim to petrification. Despair enveloped Fan Shang. He gradually felt his strength waning, yet in that moment, he perceived death as a form of release. Just as he closed his eyes, prepared to embrace his fate, a brilliant beam of yellow light pierced the heavens, descending upon the city gates. In the blink of an eye, the sword light split into 2, then 4, and then multiplied even further. A multitude of golden rays descended from the heavens, striking directly into the throng of monsters. The heavenly sword box. The locust manifestation. Among the 9 divine swords. Though the locust sword was the first to be wielded and did not even take the form of a traditional sword, its potency was undeniably formidable. While Chu Xinghe had not yet reached the peak of his capabilities, he was still able to manifest hundreds of swordlights. A myriad of swordlights converged to form a sword formation, plummeting from the sky, obliterating all the monsters that lunged toward Fan Shang. The heavenly firmament endures. The essence of the heavens persists. The 100-member faction of the Haotian sect roared their battle cry as they surged forth from one direction. "Follow me, we must rescue everyone." Chu Xinghe led the charge into the horde of monsters. All disciples of the Haotian sect followed in his wake like avenging deities, entering the fray with fervor. In that moment, the Star Moon sect in Biming City, who were on the verge of retreating, were utterly taken aback. The Haotian sect. It was indeed the Haotian sect. They had arrived to offer their aid at this critical juncture. At this moment, Guo Qizhen and Sun Xueheng were left in a state of disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the Haotian sect had come. And leading the charge was the very embodiment of the shame they had spoken of at Chu Xinghe, at the forefront of the battle. Chapter 29, The Thunder Shadow Emerges. The purple lightning flashes. The eternal firmament of Haotian. The essence of Haotian endures forever. Suddenly, the disciples of the Haotian sect descended upon the scene.
unleashing the swarm sword formation from the heavens, instantly obliterating all the monsters surrounding Fan Shang. Upon seeing Chu Xinghe rushing toward him, Fan Shang was left dumbfounded. He had previously declared that Chu Xinghe was a disgrace to the Haotian sect and a shame among the top 10 sections. Yet, in that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. As the saying goes, it is easy to add flowers to a brocade, but difficult to send charcoal in the snow. Today, Fan Shang had already prepared himself for death, yet the Haotian sect arrived just in the nick of time. Whoosh! Countless stone-breaking pills flew from Chu Xinghe's universe ring, showering the battlefield. What are you waiting for? Administer the medicine to those petrified and save them. Quickly replenish the stone-breaking pills. With the Haotian sect at the center, the Xingyue sect on the left flank, and Beiming City on the right, everyone follow my lead. Upon receiving the command, Sun Xueheng and Guiqizhen promptly sprang into action. At that moment, the two seemed to be transported to the days when their sect's elders eradicated the demonic path. The reason the Haotian sect could stand at the pinnacle was that they had always charged to the forefront during the extermination of the demonic sections. When the decree of Haotian was issued, all under heaven bowed in submission. Although they were not facing the demonic path today, even after they had just been berating Chu Xinghe as the shame of the Haotian sect, they were still taken aback by his audacity upon witnessing him return with the might of the Haotian sect. The Haotian sect could have easily watched them suffer losses here. And the greater the losses, the more benefits they would reap. Yet, the Haotian sect chose not to do so. They came to rescue their former allies. What a magnificent spirit this demonstrated! At this moment, neither Sun Xueheng nor Guiqizhen had any further words for Chu Xinghe. When Brother Xinghe commanded to charge, they would follow without hesitation. Anyone who dared to call Brother Xinghe the disgrace of the Haotian sect would find themselves on the receiving end of a swift blow. Clearly, this was not the time for wordplay. The strength of the Haotian sect, having undergone the baptism of spirit liquid, far surpassed that of the three sections. Coupled with the unlimited supply of stone-breaking pills, the monsters were as insignificant as mere fowl before the might of the Haotian sect. Yet, the most terrifying presence was Chu Xinghe himself. At that moment, the flying locusts soared above him, each descent unleashing hundreds of sword beams in a dazzling array, leaving no trace of the monsters in their wake. Flying swords! Those were flying swords! Sun Xueheng was utterly astonished upon witnessing Chu Xinghe's flying swords. Not only him, but Guiqizhen was equally incredulous. Legends spoke of the Haotian sect possessing the Haotian sword box, containing 9 divine swords. Yet, for 4 centuries, none had been able to wield them, turning this tale into mere folklore. However, today, the Haotian sword box made its debut in the hands of Chu Xinghe. Finally, everyone understood why Chu Xinghe could rise to the position of leader in the Haotian sect and why he was a direct disciple. He was, in fact, the master of the Haotian sword box. Among the top 10 sects, each participant in this event was a paragon of excellence. And a leader like Guiqizhen was indeed a prodigy among prodigies. Yet, at this moment, upon witnessing the Haotian sword box, all the prodigies faded into insignificance before Chu Xinghe. Behold the unparalleled heritage of the Haotian sect. The luminous blade of Chu Xinghe flickered incessantly as it advanced toward Fan Shang. Brother Xinghe. Fan Shang found himself at a loss for words. The elixirs! He exclaimed. Quickly save the people of Dongyue Pavilion. Without hesitation, Chu Xinghe tossed the elixirs to Fan Shang and resumed his assault on the foes. With trembling hands, Fan Shang began administering the elixirs to his petrified fellow disciples. Fortunately, the petrification had not lasted long, and with a copious amount of shattering stone elixirs consumed, they were swiftly liberated from their stony state. Soon, the members of Dongyue Pavilion began to recover and gradually rejoined the fray. The monstrous adversaries were steadily being vanquished, and hope finally glimmered on the horizon. A sudden, thunderous roar emanated from the city gates, followed by a tremor that shook the ground, causing the walls to collapse. Emerging from the debris of the fallen walls was an enormous statue, now shattered, revealing a colossal beast towering at least 5 or 6 meters high. Its gaping maw agape as it charged forth. Fan Shang led the charge, wielding his spirit blade, but the weapon nearly ricocheted off the beast's hide, sending him reeling back, blood gushing from his mouth. Despite the retreat, others pressed on, yet their attacks were futile against the creature's formidable defenses.
Stand aside. Allow me.
Chu Xinghe recognized the urgency of the situation. Action was imperative to prevent further casualties.
Locusts.
The yellow blade light soared into the sky, and a formation of swords descended like a rainstorm. In an instant, the sword rain pelted the beast, each strike piercing its skin and leaving behind a trail of wounds.
The defenses had been breached. However, it was still insufficient to bring the creature down.
Enraged by the assault, the monster entered a frenzied state, charging violently toward Chu Xinghe.
Brother Xinghe, retreat.
Ma Liang positioned himself in front of Chu Xinghe, urging him to escape.
Just as Ma Liang prepared to withdraw,
a surge of violet lightning erupted around them, causing his hair to stand on end.
Thunder Shadow. Arise.
With a swift motion, Chu Xinghe summoned a bolt of lightning that shot skyward. In a flash, the violet lightning descended, striking the rampaging beast squarely on the head, resulting in a thunderous explosion that scattered its skull into fragments. The massive body of the creature collapsed, sliding forward due to inertia until it lay before Chu Xinghe. In that moment, everyone beheld a weapon that resembled neither lightning nor electricity, yet radiated an air of divine prowess, suspended above Chu Xinghe's head.
Second sword of the Haotian swordbox. Thunder Shadow.
In the blink of an eye, the Thunder Shadow had vanquished the enemy.
As the colossal beast fell, the smaller monsters,
seemingly paralyzed with fear, retreated like a receding tide.
Yet, even as the beasts fled, the onlookers remained in a state of shock.
The extraordinary sword rain of the locusts had left many in disbelief, and the earlier flickering violet lightning, what manner of divine weapon was that? The violet lightning returned to the Haotian swordbox, and the locusts resumed their place. Chu Xinghe surveyed his surroundings,
his demeanor returning to the cheerful spirit he had exhibited moments before. In that moment,
the gaze of both the members of the Haotian sect and those from the three sects towards Chu Xinghe had undergone a profound transformation.
Why did the Haotian sect have such a rebellious figure as Ma Liang?
Previously, it was because Ma Liang felt discontented.
Why should that be?
My strength is no less than that of this so-called Chu Xinghe. Isn't it merely a matter of luck on his part?
If we were to engage in a genuine duel, I would not necessarily be defeated.
Countless individuals harbored such thoughts, especially among the three sects, with even Fan Shang doubting that Chu Xinghe was merely a beneficiary of favorable connections. However, the emergence of the Haotian swordbox changed everything.
At this moment,
whether among the Haotian sect or others, no one dared to question Chu Xinghe's prowess any longer.
Brother Xinghe, is he truly this formidable?
I have never witnessed Brother Xinghe in combat. He has always claimed to possess mediocre talent and average cultivation.
Is this what is considered average? Brother Xinghe is benevolent and does not relish in challenges as some do. Yet, to receive the direct transmission of the Haotian battle intent from the sect master, do you still fail to comprehend?
I believed I had seen all that Brother Xinghe had to offer,
but now I realize that I have only glimpsed a fraction of his true capabilities. Brother Xinghe is indeed unfathomable.
Not only did the Haotian sect regard Brother Xinghe as enigmatic, but members from the three sects also gathered around him. Among them was Fan Shang, who suddenly knelt before Chu Xinghe with a thud. "Junior Brother Fan, what are you doing? Please rise, quickly," Chu Xinghe urged, attempting to assist him.
Brother Xinghe.
Previously, I, Fan Shang, was worse than a pig or dog. I had the audacity to insult Brother Xinghe. Today, Brother Xinghe has graciously chosen to overlook past grievances and come to the aid of our Dongwei pavilion, for which I am profoundly grateful.
Fan Shang's voice trembled with emotion.
He had earlier described Brother Xinghe as timid and cowardly, yet, just moments ago, all present witnessed the might he displayed.
What kind of power was that?
The flying sword of the legendary Haotian swordbox. Such strength would render one fearless even in the spirit cave. Yet he had harbored the narrow-minded belief that Brother Xinghe was merely a privileged individual. Brother Xinghe had kindly provided a map out of remorse for past incidents, and he had foolishly suspected ulterior motives. Fan Shang had never felt such remorse in his life. The other disciples of Dongwei Pavilion also knelt before him, and in an instant, Chu Xinghe found himself urging the disciples of the Haotian sect to assist them. Although they were helped to their feet, The gazes of the Dongye Pavilion disciples towards Chu Xinghe had transformed entirely. If they had previously looked upon him with disdain, now it was filled with reverence. My dear fellow disciples, there is no need for such formality. The 10 major sects share a common bond. I have stated this many times. Perhaps many thought I was merely speaking idly, but today I assure you, I speak from the heart. In times of trouble for the 3 sects, the Haotian sect shall never stand idly by, just as in the future, if the Haotian sect encounters difficulties, would the 3 sects remain indifferent? Absolutely not. The disciples of the 3 sects spoke in unison. Well, I shall say no more on that. Let us not be overly sentimental. By the way, we have found the spirit liquid, it lies along another path. Now, the spirit liquid is over there. And all of you fellow disciples may accompany us to undertake the cleansing and marrow extraction. Upon hearing the words of Chu Xinghe, the 3 sects were once again taken aback. What? The spiritual liquid truly resides over there? The Haotian sect has already discovered the spiritual liquid. Yet they still come to our aid? Even the possibility of having the spiritual liquid taken away after rescuing us does not deter them? The disciples of the 3 sects were left in a state of shock. What remarkable magnanimity! Brother Xinghe, it is already a tremendous grace for us to preserve our lives this time. According to reason, our Dongye Pavilion cannot claim any more of the spiritual liquid, but... Fan Shang faltered. We understand the sect has its orders, and you would not dare to defy them, so the spiritual liquid remains yours. Chu Xinghe led everyone to the location of the spiritual liquid. Although the 3 sects felt a sense of embarrassment, they began to absorb the spiritual liquid nonetheless. Fan Shang stood before the liquid, thankfully refraining from any lengthy acceptance speech, merely stating, "From now on, Brother Xinghe, you shall be like a true brother to me." He then proceeded to absorb the liquid. While the others said little, their gratitude was unmistakable. Meanwhile, as they absorbed the spiritual liquid, Chu Xinghe ventured to the nearby city to investigate. With such a grand display, what treasures could possibly lie within? Yet, after a thorough search, he found nothing of value, no extraordinary artifacts to speak of. Upon returning to the spiritual liquid's location, he discovered that all the disciples had completed their absorption. And a portion of the liquid remained in the pool, which could be taken away. Let us divide this among our 4 families, Chu Xinghe suggested, pointing at the liquid. Brother Xinghe, how can this be? You have sworn an oath that if you do not return with 70%, you will lose your status as a direct disciple. Wan Lin exclaimed, alarmed by Chu Xinghe's words. The other disciples shared her concern. The Haotian sect could have enjoyed the entirety, and sharing it was already a generous act. If they were to divide it further, Brother Xinghe would face punishment upon his return. Such an outcome would be utterly unjust. Junior sister Wan Lin, we 4 families should indeed share it equally. Enough. Do not speak further, Chu Xinghe hastily interrupted Wan Lin. If you continue, I will be unable to fulfill my oath. Yet, it was too late. As soon as Chu Xinghe finished speaking, the 3 sects exchanged glances and resolutely nodded in agreement. Then, Guoqizhen spoke up, Brother Xinghe, we cannot divide it. The remaining spiritual liquid shall belong entirely to the Haotian sect. Chu Xinghe responded, What? Chapter 30, You are trapping me. The members of the 3 sects were resolute. They refused to take even a drop of the remaining spiritual liquid, insisting that it all be given to the Haotian sect. Chu Xinghe was on the verge of tears. After toiling tirelessly to rescue them, this group of ingrates repaid him with such ingratitude? This simply could not stand. They were also tasked with a mission. And if they failed to procure the remaining spiritual liquid, they would undoubtedly face severe penalties upon their return. Realizing that gentle persuasion would not suffice, Chu Xinghe decided to adopt a more forceful approach. Each sect undoubtedly had its own responsibilities, and failure to fulfill them would lead to punishment. As he mentioned the prospect of penalties, he noticed hesitation flicker across many faces. Now this was more like it. To avoid punishment, how about we divide it evenly? I shall bear all the consequences alone. Yet, before Chu Xinghe could revel in his small victory, Fan Shang interjected, Brother Xinghe, our sect indeed has certain expectations of us. However, if our Dongye Pavilion had not been rescued by the Haotian sect, even my life would have been forfeit, and what good would spiritual liquid be then? Brother Xinghe, who has selflessly risked his life to save us, is willing to let us absorb the spiritual liquid entirely.
If we were to claim the remaining liquid now, would we not be the most ungrateful of beings?
Brother Xinghe, please do not ensnare us in this predicament.
Fan Shang's words elicited silent nods from those present. Yet, only Chu Xinghe thought, I am the one being trapped here. He endeavored to press on, but there was no opportunity left.
As the members of the three sects had already gathered all the remaining spiritual liquid and presented it to the fortunate steward, Ma Liang, by Chu Xinghe's side. To avoid any mistakes, the three sects meticulously double-checked several times to ensure that every last drop of the liquid had been accurately handed over to the Haotian sect.
After which they finally relaxed.
As the spiritual liquid was completely taken away, the exit of the spiritual cave opened as well.
Everyone, except for Chu Xinghe,
exited the cave with joyous expressions.
Brother Xinghe, since we are closest to the Xinghe sect, why not accompany us there?
The sect leader and elders will surely express their gratitude for your assistance during this expedition.
Guo Qizhen warmly invited. However, Chu Xinghe resolutely declined. It was absurd.
While avoiding trouble was preferable, this additional complication meant that if the Xinghe sect were to thank the Haotian sect, he would rather not attend. Although Guo Qizhen felt somewhat disappointed by Chu Xinghe's refusal, he couldn't help but admire him, acknowledging that Brother Xinghe was indeed a person of noble character.
Indifferent to fame and fortune.
The kindness shown by Brother Xinghe, who led the Haotian sect to rescue them from peril and willingly relinquished the spiritual liquid, was truly remarkable. One could only imagine the gratitude that would be bestowed upon him upon his arrival at the Xinghe sect.
Such a grand opportunity to shine. Yet,
Brother Xinghe dismissed it outright, citing his obligations to the sect. Faced with such a remarkable opportunity and remaining unfazed, Brother Xinghe truly earned Guo Qizhen's deep respect. Dear Senior Xinghe, the words of gratitude may escape my lips. I, Fan Shang, shall forever hold your kindness close to my heart. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, rest assured that I would traverse any distance without hesitation.
Senior Xinghe,
you are among the most revered figures in my life, and should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to call upon your junior disciple. Fan Shang and Sun Xuehun came to bid farewell to Chu Xinghe, as they needed to return promptly to inform their sect of the recent events in the spirit cave. Chu Xinghe exchanged respectful farewells with each of them.
Meanwhile, the elders of Haotian sect, observing the scene through the Haotian mirror, were left utterly bewildered. What transpired within?
They could observe the movements of Chu Xinghe and his companions through certain secret arts, but once they entered the spirit cave, all visibility was lost. They distinctly recalled the tense atmosphere upon entry, with swords drawn between the three sects and Haotian sect.
How could it be that, in such a brief span, everyone emerged from the spirit cave with a drastically altered attitude towards Chu Xinghe and Haotian sect? What indeed transpired within those walls?
I have already dispatched individuals to Starry Moon sect to await news. As soon as Guo Qizhen returns, we shall receive the information.
The Grand Elder's foresight is commendable.
After bidding farewell to the three sects, Chu Xinghe set forth with a group of 100 towards Yucheng.
Along the way,
Fu Jiang Malian flaunted his Qiankuan ring with unabashed delight.
He. Junior brothers and sisters, this time we are bringing back all the spiritual liquid.
Although the remaining spiritual liquid may not be as potent as directly absorbed essence, under the skilled hands of our brothers from Lingyi Palace,
it can be transformed into marrow cleansing pills.
With this abundance of spiritual liquid, every newly admitted disciple should be able to receive a marrow cleansing pill, if not more. Based on Senior Xinghe's initial estimate of 70%, each person could receive one, and since it all belongs to us now, there will be surplus. When Senior Xinghe made his military pledge of 70%, I must admit I was taken aback. It seems he underestimated it and should have said 90%. The junior disciples were in high spirits, laughter echoing as they journeyed, their demeanor contrasting sharply with their earlier tension. Though Chu Xinghe smiled along with them, the bitterness he felt was a secret known only to him. How did this ill-fated expedition to the spirit cave turn out this way? Chu Xinghe was perplexed. How could one lose by arriving late, returning directly to the city, or choosing the wrong path? How had he lost? Others exerted great effort to seize treasures only to return empty-handed, while he, attempting to avoid all potential sources of treasure, somehow ended up with it all. What a strange twist of fate! Yet, at this point, all Chu Xinghe could do was endure his inner turmoil. It took the group an entire day to reach Yucheng. Within the esteemed halls of the Haotian sect, the atmosphere in the Haotian palace was one of sheer incredulity. All eyes were fixed upon the disciple who had just returned from the Xinghe sect with crucial intelligence, including the sect leader Gu Mingqiao, the Grand Elder, and the esteemed elders from the various palaces. "Please, repeat that," the Grand Elder stammered, momentarily lost in thought, with the others offering no dissent.
"Indeed."
The news from the Xinghe sect revealed that the disciple Xinghe led a contingent of 100 into the spirit cave. It appeared they had uncovered an extraordinary mechanism,
allowing them to advance directly to the second level. Rather than hastening to claim the spirit liquid, Xinghe chose to chart the terrain and share the map with the three sections.
At a crucial juncture, he advised the three sects to explore the inner city, which was deemed more likely to harbor treasures, while he opted for the outer city, as the three sects encountered monstrous foes and were besieged in the inner city.
The spirit liquid manifested in the outer city. Xinghe and his companions, rather than seizing the opportunity to claim the spirit liquid for themselves, gallantly rushed to the aid of the three sections.
With his flying sword, Xinghe vanquished countless monsters and ultimately rescued all members of the three sects, affirming that Haotian's sect would honor its word, promising not to take more than their fair share and to distribute the spirit liquid fairly.
Consequently,
while the three sects absorbed the spirit liquid, they graciously relinquished the remaining portion to Haotian's sect. The disciple reiterated the intelligence he had gathered, leaving the Haotian palace enveloped in a profound silence. The Grand Elder gestured for the disciple to take his leave. Once he was gone, sect leader Gu Mingqiao spoke up. This child, though his words were few, the admiration in his eyes was unmistakable. The other elders nodded in agreement, and the Grand Elder, stroking his newly sprouted beard, wore a smile that could light up the room. While the expedition to the spirit cave appeared to be a joint endeavor of the four sects, it was common knowledge that the three sects had reluctantly surrendered their 100 spots due to Chu Xinghe's unintentional acquisition of the Shunling grass, which had placed them in a compromising position. From the moment they entered, it was evident that the three sects harbored a degree of reluctance towards Haotian's sect. Thus, the leaders of Haotian's sect were understandably concerned about Chu Xinghe's ability to navigate the challenges within. They feared he might fall victim to the schemes of the three sects,
leaving him empty-handed.
However, upon learning of the events that transpired, they were utterly astounded. What struck them most was not merely how Chu Xinghe discovered the mechanism or chose the right path, but rather his decision to lead the disciples of Haotian's sect to aid the three sects during their moment of utmost peril.
What remarkable magnanimity! What extraordinary grace! Such a grand spirit and demeanor truly befit the highest throne of the world's foremost sect. Though the three sects could isolate Haotian's sect, the latter would never turn a blind eye to anyone in need. Chu Xinghe's choices and his noble heart thoroughly conquered the three sects, which is why, as they bid farewell, each member looked at him with a mix of guilt and respect. The child surpasses my expectations by an extraordinary margin. Gu Mingqiao cannot help but exclaim at this moment. His initial best-case scenario was that Chu Xinghe would lead the team to acquire the spiritual liquid, ultimately securing the remaining 70% as he had anticipated. Yet now, not only has Chu Xinghe obtained all that remained, but he has also earned the respect of the most elite disciples from the three sects of this generation. If Gu Mingqiao were to grade this expedition to the spiritual cavern, he would bestow upon Chu Xinghe a resounding 99 points, reserving 1 point solely for fear that this young lad might become too proud. However, this child, how remarkably composed he is, would he truly become arrogant? Great Elder, this time Xinghe has rendered a tremendous service to our sect. The entirety of this spiritual liquid will require your Lingyi palace to concoct into marrow cleansing pills. Gu Mingqiao is immensely pleased at this moment. Rest assured, sect leader, leave it to Lingyi palace. The Great Elder stands tall and proud, this time. Chu Xinghe has indeed brought honor to the Haotian sect and to Lingyi palace. Although the other elders of various palaces do not count Chu Xinghe as their disciple, the vast amount of spiritual liquid he has procured means that every novice disciple is entitled to receive a marrow cleansing pill, which is indeed a monumental blessing. Thus, each of them beams with joy. Everyone is elated, yet only Chu Xinghe at this moment. He stands in Yuqing, feeling exceedingly vexed by this expedition to the spiritual cavern. And what better way to vent his frustrations than through shopping? Gazing at the spiritual stones within his universe ring, Chu Xinghe resolves that he must indulge them all.
Chapter 31. Everyone except the boss and staff. It is often said that women find solace in frantic shopping during their moments of discontent. Yet, this sentiment is not exclusive to women. Men, too, experience similar relief, particularly when spending someone else's money, which amplifies the sense of liberation.
Ma Liang.
Over here. The illustrious Ma Liang emerged from the throng of disciples.
I need to procure some items in Yucheng. Please inquire about the largest trading house there.
I require their assistance to transport my purchases to Haotian sect.
What? Brother Xinghe, we possess the Qiankuan ring. Ma Liang waved his hand dismissively. But Chu Xinghe shook his head.
Ma Liang refrained from pressing further. He would simply follow his senior brother's directives.
Swiftly, Ma Liang identified the largest trading house in Yucheng, which astonishingly turned out to be their very own Haotian Trading Association.
The individual who arrived was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Upon meeting Chu Xinghe, he bowed respectfully.
His name was Chu Xinghe, the vice president of the Western District of the Haotian Trading Association, a figure of considerable repute. In Yucheng,
it was customary for anyone encountering Chu Xinghe to address him as Master Qin.
However, today, upon encountering Chu Xinghe, he exhibited utmost deference.
When Ma Liang located him, he had already provided a detailed account of who Chu Xinghe truly was, the direct disciple of the Grand Elder, bearer of the vermilion bird's spiritual fire and the apothecary sage's legacy, and the owner of the Haotian swordbox. The sect leader had wished to accept him as a direct disciple, but Brother Xinghe had firmly declined.
Remarkably, rather than being angered, the sect leader imparted the Haotian battle intent and bestowed upon him the Haotian order. Consequently, Brother Xinghe became the first disciple in the history of Haotian sect to misuse the Haotian order, receiving merely 3 months of confinement as a consequence. Thus, Ma Liang left the assessment of Brother Xinghe's character to Chu Xinghe. Was there even a need for contemplation?
Chu Xinghe's ascension to the vice presidency of the Western District was no mere happenstance. Although he hailed from the outer sect, where many disciples are unable to transition to the inner sect after a certain period, the Haotian sect provides alternative paths, one of which is through trading houses. His journey from an outer disciple to the vice president of the Haotian Trading Association's Western District exemplifies his adeptness and finesse. After listening to Ma Liang's introduction of Brother Xinghe, Chu Xinghe understood that treating this esteemed individual as the Grand Elder's personal attendant was undoubtedly appropriate. While it may be premature to claim he would be the next leader of the Haotian sect, it was certain that the Lord of Lingyi Palace would be within his reach. Vice President Qin, I cannot accept such a title, Chu Xinghe remarked, gazing at the graying Chu Xinghe with bemusement. My dear brother, you jest. You belong to the inner sect, while I am of the outer sect. It is customary for outer disciples to address inner disciples as brother in the Haotian sect. Although I, Chu Xinghe, may not frequently circulate within the sect, I never forget our regulations. As Chu Xinghe spoke, Ma Liang nodded in agreement. Chu Xinghe, feeling helpless, decided not to dwell on the matter any longer and directly expressed his intentions for the day. President Qin, I plan to purchase some items in Yucheng, as gifts for my fellow disciples and esteemed elders. Ah? How many gifts do you intend to bring? I can assist in selecting them. Everyone will receive one, including the outer sect members. Chu Xinghe was genuinely taken aback. Everyone? Just how many people are there in Haotian sect? With 18 inner sect palaces, plus Haotian Palace, that makes 19. Some palaces have tens of thousands of disciples, while others have several thousand to nearly 10,000. The total number of inner sect disciples in Haotian sect is undeniably vast. To put it bluntly, the Haotian Mountains, home to the foremost sect in the world, resemble a sprawling cityscape, with each peak and palace akin to an urban center. The idea of gifting each individual, including outer sect disciples, left Chu Xinghe utterly flabbergasted. Not to worry, we can use a blind box method. Let us purchase a larger quantity, and everyone can draw from the boxes to see what they receive. Chu Xinghe, noticing the bewilderment on Chu Xinghe's face, elaborated on his plan. Blind boxes? Chu Xinghe was unfamiliar with the concept, but Chu Xinghe provided a thorough explanation. We'll mix all the gifts together, placing them in boxes of varying sizes but identical appearances. When the time comes, everyone can choose a box, and whatever they draw will be their gift. This unique approach to gifting left Chu Xinghe stunned. He had assumed that Chu Xinghe intended to purchase valuable presents for the sect leader and elders, never anticipating this. Ma Liang was also astonished, realizing why senior brother Xinghe didn't use a Qiankuan ring. With such a quantity, it would be impossible to store everything within. Though Chu Xinghe did not fully grasp Chu Xinghe's reasoning, he promptly arranged for the preparation of the boxes as described. Meanwhile, he accompanied Chu Xinghe to embark on a shopping spree in Yucheng, leading Chu Xinghe to the largest commercial street in Yucheng, the most significant trading area. Chu Xinghe soon witnessed what true Xinghe shopping entailed. This store appears promising, I'll take it all. What? Everything? Yes, everything, excluding only the owner and staff. All right. This shop is splendid as well, all the gold and silver jewelry, I'll take it all. This jewelry store is acceptable. I'll take everything. This clothing store, never mind, let us just purchase all the accessories. While others shopped item by item, Chu Xinghe purchased entire establishments. Consequently, the entire commercial street was abuzz within mere moments. A super-rich individual had arrived in Yucheng, buying without hesitation and sweeping entire shops clean. As they traversed the commercial street, aside from a few stores that did not meet Chu Xinghe's standards, virtually all available goods were promptly acquired. The shopkeepers, who were absent from their stores, gathered outside to welcome the unprecedented affluence they were witnessing, having encountered wealthy patrons before, but never someone of such extraordinary means. At this moment, Chu Xinghe felt a mix of embarrassment and awe. Within Haotian sect, if one were to ask which palace was the most formidable, it would be an unending debate among its members. Yet, if one were to inquire who possesses the most wealth, Lingyi Palace would claim the second position, evoking scorn from the other palaces for such shamelessness. But just how affluent is Lingyi Palace? Today, Chu Xinghe encountered a revelation. For, as Chu Xinghe remarked, this fortune is merely pocket money bestowed by his senior brothers. Just ponder that, pocket money. Can your family's allowance purchase an entire street and then another? Were it not for the necessity, Chu Xinghe would suspect that Chu Xinghe could purchase the entirety of Yucheng and relocate it. Their shopping spree continued until dusk, with Chu Xinghe depleting 7 blocks in Yucheng, sparking widespread gossip about the super-rich sweeping through the city. That evening, rather than returning to Haotian sect, the group chose to stay in Yucheng, as preparations for the teleportation array were still underway. However, they opted against the Fan Tower. Considering Chu Xinghe's presence in the Haotian Commerce Association's location, it would be inconceivable to allow their kin to reside elsewhere. Chu Xinghe promptly arranged for everyone to rest at the west branch of the Haotian Commerce Association. After dinner, Chu Xinghe accompanied Chu Xinghe for a stroll around the association. But they had scarcely taken a few steps when a subordinate approached to report. Speak plainly, senior brother Xinghe is one of our Haotian sect. Chu Xinghe interjected, noting his subordinate's hesitation. Upon hearing this, the subordinate quickly bowed to Chu Xinghe and conveyed the matter at hand. President, Jia Gue from Listening Snow Tower has come again. Did we not instruct him to leave? Why has he returned? Chu Xinghe exclaimed, visibly irked. Casting a glance at the puzzled Chu Xinghe, he hastily explained, Senior brother Xinghe, you may not be aware. Our west branch is closest to Lingmai Mountain. Beyond the Yulin mountain range lies Lingmai Mountain, from which we are responsible for the extraction of spirit stones. Recently, a significant mine was discovered, and several trading associations, including ours, procured a considerable amount of raw ore from it. Once this raw ore is transported to the East District Shi family, it will yield at least tenfold profit. The Shi family, one of the 3 great families, even surpasses the Huang family in prominence. Originating from spirit stones, the Shi family's reputation for producing these gems is well founded. They have long been engaged in acquiring vast quantities of raw spirit stone ore from various sources, and through their unique methods, they can extract spirit stones from the raw materials. The recent discovery of this large mine at Lingmai Mountain was identified by an elder from the Shi family as a supermine capable of producing high-quality spirit stones, prompting a rush to purchase the ore. Transporting raw ore from Lingmai Mountain to the Shi family guarantees a tenfold profit upon extraction. Meanwhile, Jia Gue from Listening Snow Tower, one of the top 10 sects, learned of the news too late and thus failed to secure any raw ore. Desperate, he sought out various connections. Knowing that the Haotian sect had acquired the largest quantity of raw ore, and was willing to pay 5 times the price for the spirit stones from the Haotian sect.
How could Chu Xinghe possibly agree?
They had already secured the raw ore, and once it reached the Shi family, they would reap tenfold profits.
Now, Jia Gui sought to purchase it at nearly 5 times the price. Were they fools?
This would lead to a loss for the Haotian sect. Chu Xinghe, filled with excitement,
eagerly explained everything to Chu Xinghe.
However, when Chu Xinghe heard the word loss, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Originally, there was potential to earn tenfold. But if sold at 5 times the price, would that not mean that the Haotian sect had, in essence, incurred a loss of 5-fold? Such arithmetic was well within his grasp.
President Qin, lead me to examine the raw stones, Chu Xinghe declared. Naturally,
Chu Xinghe had no further objections and escorted Chu Xinghe to the underground warehouse of the Haotian Chamber of Commerce. Soon, within the confines of the warehouse, Chu Xinghe beheld mountains of raw stones. Good heavens, with this abundance of raw stones, multiplying by tenfold, Chu Xinghe's eyes gleamed brightly.
Senior brother Xinghe,
once this transaction is completed, I am certain our West District will secure the top position among the 4 districts this year. These raw stones are sufficient to meet the consumption needs of our Haotian sect for an entire year.
Chu Xinghe's eyes glimmered with greed.
And Chu Xinghe's eyes shone with excitement as well. The annual quota of spirit stones for the Haotian sect. This was an astronomical figure that his calculations could never have fathomed. In that moment, Chu Xinghe made a resolute decision to sell the raw stones to Jia Gui.
Ha! Chu Xinghe stared at Chu Xinghe, utterly bewildered.
Chapter 32, Suing Chu Xinghe, I declared, sell all these raw stones to Jia Gui, we only require 5-fold. This,
brother Xinghe, that is unacceptable. If we sell to Jia Gui now, we would be incurring a loss of half. Chu Xinghe was perplexed by Chu Xinghe's sudden change of demeanor.
Before he could finish his thoughts, Chu Xinghe had already acquired something new in his hand.
I said, sell all these raw stones to Jia Gui of the Tingshui Pavilion, for merely 5-fold. Let us finalize the sale tonight. Holding the elder's order, Chu Xinghe commanded with authority.
And Chu Xinghe knelt in submission.
However, he genuinely could not fathom the rationale behind Chu Xinghe's request. Clearly, they could earn tenfold. What did relinquishing the remaining 5-fold signify? Brother Xinghe possesses the elder's order, and I must comply, but I implore you to enlighten me on your reasoning. If you cannot provide an explanation,
then despite your elder's order, I shall seek clarification from the sect.
Ha! An unexpected gain, you say? An explanation? A hammer on your head, that's your explanation. Am I to divulge that I intend to let the sect suffer a loss of half? Is my intent not transparent enough?
To inflict such a substantial loss upon the sect, and you wish to report me, that would be splendid.
Should the sect become aware of this,
coupled with my reckless use of the elder's order, TSK, this will surely result in the revocation of my status as a direct disciple.
Chu Xinghe offered no explanation to Chu Xinghe, yet with the elder's order in hand, compliance was mandatory.
When Jia Gui received the news that the Haotian sect was selling raw stones, he was utterly stunned. He had lost all hope. Yet the Haotian sect had made a purchase.
Was Chu Xinghe out of his mind?
There was no time to ponder. Jia Gui hastily prepared a substantial amount of spirit stones and eagerly acquired the Haotian sect's raw stones at a premium price of 5-fold.
However, once processed by the Shi family, it would translate to an immense profit. Was the Haotian sect truly so naive? Not only Jia Gui,
but even Chu Xinghe thought Chu Xinghe was a fool, yet the elder's order compelled him to comply.
Nevertheless,
Chu Xinghe had proclaimed he would accompany the return to the sect. As this matter was too significant, he needed to report the truth to the sect leader. For such losses could not be attributed to him. Chu Xinghe spent a sleepless night, nearly turning gray with anger. Meanwhile, Chu Xinghe reveled in dreams,
waking with laughter on several occasions.
The sale of this batch of raw stones directly equated to a loss of half a year's worth of spirit stones for the Haotian sect, I dare say.
How could I possibly lose this time? Today is a splendid day. Oh dear, why am I singing this wretched song again? How unlucky. Upon rising, Chu Xinghe enjoyed a delightful breakfast with his junior brothers and sisters.
However, in stark contrast to Chu Xinghe's elation, his juniors wore expressions of bewilderment. It was evident that Chu Xinghe had already shared the news with others.
The fortunate one, Ma Liang, cautiously approached Chu Xinghe, Brother Xinghe. Could it be that Jia Gui is your uncle? Get lost.
Chu Xinghe kicked him, incredulous at the sheer folly.
Am I such a superficial person? Am I merely chasing after wealth and beauty?
From this day forth, aspire to be a noble individual, a remarkable person, one who has transcended base interests, and one who solely serves the sect. Although Ma Liang was perplexed as to why senior brother Xinghe acted in such a manner, he could only trust that senior brother Xinghe was far from ordinary. In the following days, Chu Xinghe did not seek out Chu Xinghe again. This batch of raw stones could have propelled him to the pinnacle of this year's 4 major divisions, bringing him one step closer to the legendary position of the Grand Master of the Haotian Merchant Association.
However, with Chu Xinghe's involvement, Chu Xinghe felt an acute pain in his heart.
He had already devised a plan to report the situation truthfully. This burden was too great for him to bear. The thought of Jia Gui cheerfully taking away the raw stones made his discomfort even more profound.
Calculating the days, Jia Gui's shipment must have nearly arrived at the Shurjia by now. He had unwittingly relinquished 5-fold profits to another.
Finally, the teleportation array was ready.
They arrived as a 100-member team, yet returned as 101.
Chu Xinghe, his hair already showing signs of graying, also returned to the Haotian sect. The familiar sensation of dizziness and nausea washed over him, though this time only he succumbed to the urge to vomit. The others, despite their pallid complexions, remained composed, likely due to their enhanced cultivation. As the dust settled, everyone found themselves in the martial arts arena of the Haotian palace. In the distance, by the palace gates, stood the sect leader Gu Mingqiao, flanked by the Grand Elder and the chief elders of each palace. We pay our respects to the sect leader and esteemed elders. Chu Xinghe led the 100-member team in a bow. Ha ha ha, splendid, good children. We are already aware of each of your performances during this excursion, and the sect is exceedingly pleased with your journey to the Spirit Cave. However, do not let this success breed arrogance. You have still committed some errors, both minor and significant. Reflect upon your actions upon your return, and ensure you do not repeat these mistakes in the future. As the sect leader spoke, his gaze briefly swept over Ma Liang. Tears welled up in Ma Liang's eyes. This implied that the sect leader was aware of certain matters, yet chose not to pursue them further. At last, he had passed the trial. Looking at senior brother Xinghe ahead, Ma Liang understood that his current standing was entirely due to senior brother Xinghe's support. Subsequently, Ma Liang entrusted the spiritual liquid from his Qianquan ring to the Grand Elder for the concoction of cleansing elixirs. The disciples of each palace, guided by their respective chief elders, departed, each taking a moment to express their gratitude to Chu Xinghe for his care throughout the journey. The elders observing this scene nodded approvingly with warm smiles. Chu Xinghe watched from the side, his heart trembling. He had seen the direct disciples of the Haotian sect before, but witnessing someone like Chu Xinghe was a first. The 100-member team hailed from various palaces, and their respect for Chu Xinghe was not merely due to his role as their leader, it was genuine and heartfelt. Observing the sect leader and Grand Elder, their gazes upon Chu Xinghe resembled that of a father towards his beloved son. Furthermore, rather than harboring any resentment towards Chu Xinghe's prominence, the other elders radiated warmth and kindness. Who exactly was this Chu Xinghe? Despite the extensive introduction provided by Ma Liang, Chu Xinghe remained perplexed. While it was conceivable for an individual to possess luck, talent, or opportunities, the notion that one could garner universal affection was utterly baffling. Furthermore, upon their return, the customary protocol dictated that all attendees should pay their respects to the sect leader and elders at Haotian Palace, yet it was curious that the leader and elders had come forth to greet them instead. I recall your name as Chu Xinghe, the president of the branch in the Western District, am I correct? The Grand Elder turned his gaze towards Chu Xinghe only after everyone else had departed. Disciple Chu Xinghe. I pay my respects to the sect leader and the Grand Elder, he hurriedly bowed. As Chu Xinghe met the gaze of the Grand Elder, he noted a frosty demeanor that starkly contrasted the warmth previously exhibited during their encounter with Xinghe. However, he understood that, regardless of the circumstances, he was obliged to report the truth. Gritting his teeth, he began, esteemed Grand Elder, this matter pertains to senior brother Xinghe. Before Qin Shangqian could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Gu Mingqiao. Let us discuss this further within Haotian Palace.
What an unexpected turn.
Qin Shangqian had intended to reveal everything in the presence of many, yet it seemed the sect leader had discerned the gravity of the situation.
What was his intention in ushering him into Haotian Palace? Was it to shield Chu Xinghe? Would he resort to silencing him?
Despite being the president of a Western District branch, should he meet his demise within Haotian Palace, no one would dare inquire about the events that transpired.
With trepidation, Qin Shangqian followed into Haotian Palace, marking his inaugural visit as an outer disciple.
Yet, he found no opportunity to admire its opulence. Instead, he knelt before the Grand Elder and the sect leader.
The matter is as follows. Initially contemplating embellishing the tale,
he ultimately abandoned the notion and recounted the events candidly. Upon his conclusion, the Grand Elder turned his attention towards Chu Xinghe.
Is what he said true?
The Grand Elder still bore an expression of benevolence.
Regret washed over Qin Shangqian, for he recognized that should Chu Xinghe feign ignorance,
the Grand Elder would not hesitate to eliminate him, making him the scapegoat. Ultimately, he realized his naivety had led him to this perilous predicament. Just as Qin Shangqian steeled himself to accept his fate as a scapegoat, Chu Xinghe spoke. What he said is accurate, it was I.
Ah.
This revelation rendered Qin Shangqian speechless. The Grand Elder and sect leader also furrowed their brows.
When Qin Shangqian relayed the account, their initial reaction was skepticism, however.
There was no apparent motive for Qin Shangqian to fabricate such a story, as it would serve no benefit to him. Yet, it was implausible that a child like Chu Xinghe could be responsible for actions that would intentionally harm the sect. If anyone were to betray the sect, the Grand Elder would suspect everyone within Lingyi Palace, including himself, before considering Chu Xinghe. This situation was indeed peculiar.
Xinghe, explain your thoughts, Gu Mingqiao prompted.
How do you think I feel? Chu Xinghe replied, fully committed to revealing his perspective.
What other thoughts could I possibly have?
I intended to inflict losses upon the sect. Though I could not dare express it so bluntly, for otherwise, I would be swiftly punished, which would indeed be a grave misfortune. As Chu Xinghe pondered how to fabricate a reason that would spare him from retribution, a sudden beam of golden light soared towards him from afar. It was a golden spirit bird. Gu Mingqiao grasped at the void, and the spirit bird promptly alighted in his hand.
This bird was tasked by the Haotian sect to convey crucial information. Typically, it would only appear in the wake of significant events.
Therefore, Gu Mingqiao, disregarding all else, opened the spirit bird to ascertain the nature of its message. Upon his first glance, Gu Mingqiao stood frozen in place.
He glanced at Chu Xinghe and then at Qin Shangqian, who knelt on the ground.
Suddenly, he broke into a radiant smile, laughter spilling forth with uncontainable joy.
Ha ha ha.
What a good child. Xinghe, you truly are a remarkable child. The Grand Elder, taken aback, received the spirit bird from the sect master's hand. After a quick glance, he too erupted into laughter, exclaiming, ha ha ha. I see now, this child Xinghe nearly led us to misinterpret him.
Qin Shangqian, witnessing this scene,
was utterly bewildered.
What was happening?
Chu Xinghe shared his confusion, although he could not comprehend the situation. An ominous premonition began to stir within him.
Chapter 33, the demeanor of senior brother Xinghe. The sect leader and the Grand Elder burst into hearty laughter,
leaving Qin Shangqian feeling a chill run down his spine, while Chu Xinghe was beset by an ominous premonition.
Soon after,
the Grand Elder unveiled the message from the spirit bird, and its contents were simultaneously displayed before both Chu Xinghe and Qin Shangqian.
Upon reading the information,
Qin Shangqian was rendered utterly speechless, while Chu Xinghe felt as though his heart had been pierced by a dagger. Indeed, his foreboding had come to fruition. The message from the spirit bird was succinct: the raw stones had encountered a grave issue. After being sent to the Sure family, it was discovered that the raw stones yielded no high-quality spirit stones at all, but were instead entirely of the lowest grade. This was disastrous. The 10 major sects had invested heavily in these raw stones, having previously been assured of their quality through the Sure family's exploration. Now, faced with such a revelation, how could the sects remain placid? A confrontation erupted at the Sure family, with the patriarch being struck so severely that he spat blood. And the sects proclaimed they would not relent until a satisfactory explanation was provided. Rumor had it that the attack on the Shi patriarch was initiated by members of the Xinghe pavilion, with a certain Jia Gui reportedly fainting from the shock. For the other sects, while they faced significant losses, they merely incurred a reduction in expected returns, missing out on a tenfold profit. Although it was a setback, it was not catastrophic. However, the Xinghe pavilion's situation was markedly different. They had acquired the raw stones from the Haotian sect at an exorbitant price, 5 times the normal rate, and given that the Haotian sect had the largest quantity, they were facing devastating losses. As Chu Xinghe absorbed the information relayed by the spirit bird, he felt as though he might succumb to unconsciousness like Jia Gui. Yet, just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, the misfortune compass began to spin once more. What was this? While he pondered the strange occurrence, the compass halted, indicating a peak third-tier cultivation level. Had he received a reward? What was this anomaly? He had not caused the sect to incur losses. In fact, he had turned a profit. Why, then, was there a reward forthcoming? In an instant, noticing Qin Xianqian's pale visage beside him, Chu Xinghe had an epiphany. Ah, good lad. It appeared that you had foreseen the issue with this batch of raw stones. The art of stone identification is indeed part of the apothecary saint's legacy. Why did you not inform Qin Xianqian beforehand? If you had, he would not have needed to rush here to report the matter, leaving me and the sect leader to believe you were once again acting recklessly. The Grand Elder regarded him with a look of paternal affection. Upon hearing about Chu Xinghe's situation, the Grand Elder was genuinely astonished. After all, with the Haotian Order's prior incident, although he had authorized this current action, should the Elder's decree lead to losses for the sect, he would be unable to protect Chu Xinghe from severe punishment. The Grand Elder had been perplexed by Chu Xinghe's motives, but now he felt enlightened. He even imagined that Chu Xinghe, being the good child he was, feared the sect would suffer losses and had thus risked using the Elder's decree, perhaps out of concern for confidentiality. Indeed, the apothecary saint's legacy was extraordinary. And he had not chosen poorly. This child was truly a blessing for the Haotian sect. As Qin Xianqian moved forward, clarity enveloped the situation. You ought to express your gratitude to Xinghe for mending the aftermath. Had it not been for Xinghe's intervention, do you comprehend the fate that awaited you? The voice of the sect leader regained its authoritative tone. Qin Xianqian, consider this a blessing in disguise. As for your prior grievances against Xinghe, I trust his magnanimity will prevent him from holding a grudge. Let this matter rest here. Yes. At that moment, Qin Xianqian's face turned ashen as he bowed to the sect leader and the Grand Elder before departing. Good child, you should also take your leave and rest. The Grand Elder gestured for Chu Xinghe to exit as well. Stepping out of Haotian Palace, Chu Xinghe spotted the distant figure of Qin Xianqian, lost in despair. In truth, he was not the only one in such a state. Chu Xinghe himself was not faring much better. However, the pinnacle reward from the misfortune compass served as a small consolation. Qin Xianqian. Xinghe. Brother Xinghe. Qin Xianqian still appeared utterly dejected. But upon seeing Chu Xinghe, he panicked anew. How much did you retain? Ah. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's inquiry, Qin Xianqian's legs buckled, nearly causing him to collapse, but fortunately, Chu Xinghe was quick to catch him. It is said that Ma Liang is a harbinger of fortune. Yet Chu Xinghe believed that Qin Xianqian was the true bearer of good luck. Had it not been for him, Chu Xinghe would have faced utter ruin. Thankfully, Qin Xianqian's disobedience led him to secretly hoard some raw stones, resulting in damage to the sect, though indirectly, it was still relevant to him, thus he received the reward. In this era, where everyone plots against one another, finding a fortuitous individual like Qin Xianqian is indeed rare. Xinghe, brother Xinghe. I am doomed. I am truly doomed. Qin Xianqian's face turned pale as he trembled in fear. How much did you retain? 1/10. Brother Xinghe, I truly did not perceive your good intentions. I. At this moment, panic gripped Qin Xianqian. He understood that should this matter be revealed, no one could shield him. Defying the Elder's decree alone was sufficient grounds for 100 deaths. Very well, I am aware of the situation. Upon your return, regardless of the method, rectify your mistakes.
Let this matter conclude here, Chu Xinghe spoke calmly. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Chu Xinghe stood frozen in disbelief. In that moment,
he struggled to comprehend that Brother Xinghe had chosen to spare him. Despite his previous actions of bringing grievances against Xinghe to the sect, Xinghe held no resentment, refraining from disclosing his secret hoarding of raw stones before the sect leader.
Now, he was even granted the opportunity to rectify his mistakes. At that moment, Chu Xinghe was genuinely astounded.
During his first visit to Haotian Palace, witnessing the respect bestowed upon Brother Xinghe by so many, even the elders of various halls favored him. Chu Xinghe had failed to grasp the reason. But now he understood. If previously he referred to Xinghe solely due to his esteemed position, at this moment it transcended mere status. He was genuinely convinced, thoroughly captivated by Brother Xinghe's grandeur and grace. A person, misunderstood and wronged by others, yet harboring no resentment, ultimately extends a hand of assistance to the very individual who wronged him. What a noble character indeed! With a sharp slap to his own face, Chu Xinghe admonished himself.
Senior Brother Xinghe,
I shall forever remember today's events, and I am grateful to you, Senior Brother Xinghe, for your magnanimity in sparing me.
Enough of this.
You have diligently served our sect for many years. Though you may not have made great contributions, your efforts have not gone unnoticed.
However, remember this, such behavior must not be repeated. Rest assured, Senior Brother Xinghe.
From this day forth, if you instruct me to head east, I shall not venture west.
If you bid me chase a dog, I shall not pursue a chicken.
With profound respect for Chu Xinghe, Chu Xinghe departed from the Haotian sect. Due to Chu Xinghe's intervention in the matter of the raw stones, the Haotian sect emerged as the sole victor. Although Chu Xinghe felt a pang of discomfort, he found solace in the fact that the capable Chu Xinghe had indeed lent him assistance, rendering the situation not entirely fruitless.
Shortly after Chu Xinghe's departure, the Haotian merchant convoy finally arrived at the sect. A multitude of vehicles, laden with countless boxes adorned with the Haotian sect's cloud-patterned insignia, drew the attention of many onlookers.
What are these?
I have no idea.
I heard they were purchased by Senior Brother Xinghe.
What has Senior Brother Xinghe bought? This seems excessive. Who knows?
What a fortune this must cost. Senior Brother Xinghe is a disciple of Lingyi Palace.
And I've heard that the seniors there treat him like a treasured gem. Surely this amount is negligible for them?
As a considerable number of blind boxes were delivered to the Haotian sect, discussions erupted regarding Chu Xinghe's intentions.
Esteemed elders, as this is my first descent from the mountain, I wish to bring gifts for each of you and my fellow disciples.
However, I was uncertain of your preferences, so I opted for this approach. Each blind box contains a variety of items. Regardless of what is revealed, it is but a small token of my gratitude.
I humbly request that you do not find it amusing.
Chu Xinghe distributed the blind boxes to each elder of the various palaces.
The elders,
taken aback by such a novel gift, soon found themselves chuckling. This child. In the past, disciples from the various palaces have descended,
but they returned with precious gifts meant for those who aided them or could potentially enhance their standing. While gifting is not inherently wrong,
those who received nothing often felt a twinge of envy. However, Chu Xinghe's method is truly delightful. By placing everything in blind boxes,
he himself is unaware of what he is giving away.
From the sect leader to the elders, and even to each disciple, including the outer disciples, Chu Xinghe prepared blind boxes for all, treating everyone with equal regard.
An elder might open a box containing a seemingly useless doll,
while an outer disciple could uncover a highly valuable treasure. This approach not only captivated everyone's interest but also garnered silent approval for Chu Xinghe's equitable treatment of all.
This child indeed has put forth genuine effort.
The elders received blind boxes, and Gu Mingqiao was no exception. As he opened his blind box and beheld the grasshopper figurine within, a smile of genuine delight crept across his face.
Though the grasshopper figurine was of little monetary value,
at that moment, it seemed to him far more precious than the myriad treasures brought back by the disciples.
For Chu Xinghe's actions were, first and foremost, equitable, and secondly, impartial. How could Gu Mingqiao not hold affection for such a person? He carefully placed the grasshopper figurine in the most prominent position on his treasure shelf.
In comparison to the priceless artifacts surrounding it, the grasshopper figurine might appear trivial, yet in Gu Mingchao's heart, it held immeasurable worth.
For while others presented gifts with ulterior motives, Chu Xinghe offered his with sincerity. Is there any gift more precious than genuine goodwill in this world?
Chapter 34, A Pure Actor questions how to lose the entire Haotian sect has recently been bustling with activity, nearly rivaling the festivities of the new year. From the sect master to the outer disciples, even the aunties and uncles in the cafeteria have all received blind box gifts from Chu Xinghe. The predominant topic of conversation these days has been the contents of these boxes.
It is rumored that the sect master received a grasshopper doll. Wow! Is that true?
I thought senior brother Xinghe was merely jesting. I never imagined he truly gave blind boxes.
Even the sect master received one.
How can you say that? Senior brother Xinghe's character is well known among us. He is not one to flatter those in power or belittle others.
The gifts he gives are sincere tokens of appreciation,
not attempts at currying favor.
In the past, those who returned from outings would bring various gifts for the elders and the sect master.
We were never on anyone's radar. But look at senior brother Xinghe, he stands out in comparison. I heard that an outer disciple received a pendant crafted from high-quality spirit stones.
That is of immense value. What's the big deal?
I heard our esteemed elder received a plush doll.
Ha ha ha.
Those who received valuable items were delighted, while those who did not felt no sorrow. For even the sect master received a grasshopper doll, and the elders had their own plush dolls.
Comparatively, their own gifts seemed more than adequate.
Throughout the Haotian sect, everyone rejoiced over the blind boxes.
Concurrently, the tales of the 100-person team's recent expedition to the Spirit Cave spread like wildfire upon their return.
The endeavors of Chu Xinghe and the team became known to all within the sect.
In no time,
both elders and ordinary disciples silently nodded in approval of Chu Xinghe and the 100-person team's actions. Courageous and strategic, ever willing to lend a hand. He was as warm as spring to his fellow disciples and as cold as winter to his adversaries. Chu Xinghe's conduct earned him the admiration of every member of the Haotian sect.
Particularly,
the successful retrieval of all the spirit liquid incited cheers among the 3,000 newly initiated disciples, who hailed senior brother Xinghe as incredibly impressive. Initially disheartened for not being able to join the 100-person team and thus missing the opportunity to undergo cleansing in the spirit cave, the return of the spirit liquid meant that each of them could at least receive a refining pill. While not as potent as the effects of the spirit cave, it was undeniably a significant boon, representing substantial progress for everyone. Senior brother Xinghe essentially brought immense benefits to each of the 3,000 disciples, which naturally elicited widespread joy. The Haotian sect was enveloped in jubilation, save for one individual. In the outer sect, Chu Xinghe, who could finally manage to rise from his bed,
also received a blind box from Chu Xinghe. You scoundrel, Chu Xinghe!
Such a despicable act of winning hearts. Enraged, Chu Xinghe hurled the blind box to the ground.
The box shattered, revealing a Zongzi doll.
Remarkably, the color and wrapping of the doll bore an uncanny resemblance to Chu Xinghe's current state.
Chu Xinghe! You dared to insult me in such a manner. In a fit of rage, Chu Xinghe seized the Zongzi doll and tore it to shreds. Yet,
this could not alleviate the fury that resided within him.
Who was he?
He was Chu Xinghe, the foremost talent of Kaoshan village.
That scoundrel, Chu Xinghe, was mere seconds behind him.
As the preeminent figure of Kaoshan village, his destiny was undoubtedly to wield a 3-foot sword and ascend to the heavens. Even though he temporarily faced various injustices, Chu Xinghe firmly believed that these were merely trials imposed by the heavens. As the saying goes, when the heavens bestow great responsibilities upon an individual, they must first temper their resolve and strengthen their physique. He was undergoing this very refinement. And as long as he persevered, he would surely leap through the dragon's gate and soar to greatness. But what was Chu Xinghe? How dare he humiliate him in such a manner? He was merely the second-rate wretch of Kaoshan village, destined to be forever beneath his feet. After venting his frustrations, Chu Xinghe felt considerably relieved. However, just as he intended to recline and continue enjoying the trials bestowed by the heavens, the door was forcefully kicked open. Leading the charge was Lu Bo, the rotund fish, whose displeasure was palpable.
Damn it, what was this scoundrel shouting about?
I was just trying to relieve myself.
and his loud voice nearly startled me into a mess. "Hey, this is a blind box sent by Senior Brother Xinghe. You, vile wretch, have shattered Senior Brother Xinghe's heartfelt gift?
Senior Brother Xinghe, your fellow townsman, has helped you time and again, and you repay him with such ingratitude."
"What? You've torn this gift as well. Damn it. I can't take it anymore."
Senior Brother Xinghe is such a fine person.
"And you behave like this. Brothers, let us teach him a lesson."
No one knows how long this brawl lasted. But it is certain that the heavens would impose even more trials upon Chu Xinghe, compelling him to endure further hardships. The minor incident at the outer sect did not reach Chu Xinghe's ears, as he was occupied with concocting the Shisui Dan over the past few days. The Shisui Dan was a fourth-grade elixir, and as a fourth-grade alchemist, Chu Xinghe had no trouble in its preparation.
Moreover, due to the inheritance from the medicine sage, Chu Xinghe was genuinely distressed. The elder had stated that Shisui Dan made by others were of ordinary quality. What a waste.
But the Shisui Dan produced by Chu Xinghe was of exceptional quality, a monumental aid for his junior brothers and sisters.
Thus, all the Shisui Dan were entrusted to him for refinement. Chu Xinghe was momentarily dumbfounded.
He had not anticipated such a turn of events.
Was this not a punishment? Was the calamity compass not applicable here? Were there no laws or principles left?
Each day, Chu Xinghe toiled in the Medicine King Palace with a mournful expression, while the senior brothers and sisters of the palace were far from idle.
For every exceptional Shisui Dan distributed, they informed the recipients. "Do you know? This was personally refined by Junior Brother Xinghe for you?"
In the entire Lingyi Palace, only Junior Brother Xinghe can guarantee the production of exceptional Shisui Dan.
The difference between exceptional Shisui Dan and ordinary ones is astronomical.
For your sake, Senior Brother Xinghe hasn't left the Medicine King Palace for half a month. And it pains us to see him like this. With the unwavering support of their seniors, every junior brother consuming the Shisui Dan was filled with heartfelt gratitude.
"Look.
This is our esteemed Brother Xinghe, who dedicates himself tirelessly for the rapid advancement of his junior disciples."
The elders of various sects have expressed their gratitude for Lingyi Palace's commitment to Chu Xinghe.
However, their gratitude has inadvertently pleased the Grand Elder even more, who now keeps a close watch on Chu Xinghe, leaving him no opportunity to slack off.
Under such rigorous training, Chu Xinghe has not emerged empty-handed. He has at least ascended to the 5th rank in alchemy.
After a grueling 2 months, he finally completed the refining of all the cleansing elixirs. The moment he stepped out of the apothecary palace, he grasped the meaning of liberation from punishment. What 5th-rank alchemist, such nonsense!
I detest alchemy.
Returning to his quarters, Chu Xinghe resolved to embrace a more laid-back existence, thinking to himself that he would no longer engage in reckless endeavors. The incident with the raw stones had taught him that even the most obvious paths could lead to defeat. He must adopt a more prudent approach,
lest he face unforeseen consequences.
At last, Brother Xinghe has emerged from seclusion. Feng Fei, upon seeing Chu Xinghe sprawled out like a dead dog, burst into laughter.
"Brother Feng, just stab me and end my misery. I feel utterly disheartened." "That won't do.
I've just received news that the people from Wudi City and Taiyou Palace are approaching. This time, they come with ill intentions.
The elders from various sects are currently convening at Haotian Palace to discuss how to respond. Are we heading for war?" Chu Xinghe was taken aback. "Not exactly war. Our Haotian sect ranks first in the realm, while Wudi City stands a close second. For years, Wudi City has aspired to surpass Haotian sect and claim the top position. Let them try." Chu Xinghe could hardly contain his urge to interrupt Feng Fei. Feng Fei continued, however.
"Despite the disparity in foundation and strength between Wudi City and our Haotian sect, their ambition to surpass us is akin to a full S-stream.
Yet, Wudi City refuses to relent.
15 years ago, they proposed a competition where their best new disciples would come to Haotian sect under the pretense of seeking guidance.
Though you understand the underlying motives.
As for Taiyou Palace, it is the only alchemical powerhouse capable of rivaling our Lingyi Palace.
Their presence alongside Wudi City, claiming to seek counsel, is merely a facade." After Feng Fei's remarks, Chu Xinghe's eyes gleamed with realization.
"I suspect that among this generation of new disciples, Brother Xinghe, You will undoubtedly take the stage, not only against Wudi City but also in a confrontation with Taiyou Palace.
Feng Fei concluded, and Chu Xinghe cautiously inquired. What if I lose? Lose? Brother Xinghe, you jest. Over the past 15 years, our Haotian sect has only lost once to Wudi City. And that was due to the inadequacy and arrogance of our disciples. However, that defeat tarnished our reputation, and we paid a hefty price to stabilize our standing. Therefore, you must not entertain thoughts of losing. A defeat would not only harm the sect but would also inevitably result in severe penalties for you. After all, this is a confrontation with the martial emperor city. Losing would mean a disgrace to the sect. At that point, even the most fervent pleas for mercy would be in vain. Tears streamed down Chu Xinghe's face. Senior brother Feng Fei, an unparalleled mentor. Martial emperor city. Just because of your benevolence, the title of the world's best will inevitably belong to you. Should you lack the ability, I, Chu Xinghe, will elevate you nonetheless. For 15 years, we have tasted defeat only once, and after that loss, the reputation of our sect was tarnished, our dignity diminished. We paid a tremendous price to stabilize the situation. The Haotian sect, the foremost sect in the realm, would face immense humiliation should we lose to the second-ranked martial emperor city. However, when it comes to humiliation, Chu Xinghe boldly declared that he fears not disgrace. Making disgrace my lifelong ambition. So, martial emperor city, you dare to challenge us? I, Chu Xinghe, shall not shy away. Watch closely. For though we have lost only once in 15 years, I shall ensure a second and third defeat. As I am certain I will falter against the heavenly medicine palace as well. It matters not who comes forth. Observing Chu Xinghe's fervor, Feng Fei assumed it was excitement stemming from the impending challenge. Junior brother Xinghe, you must take to the battlefield. The word around is that you are to represent this generation's champion against their foremost contender. Yet, I have also heard that the individual named Zhang Yu possesses the unparalleled inheritance of the seven-colored glazed body from Martial Emperor City, which is no trivial adversary. No trivial adversary? Chu Xinghe was invigorated once more. Indeed, if it were truly a lackluster opponent, it would be difficult to perform convincingly. The stronger the opponent, the more organic the defeat would seem. Rest assured, senior brother Feng. Should I represent the sect in battle, I shall not betray the trust placed upon me. Feng Fei regarded Chu Xinghe, his face reflecting satisfaction at the palpable spirit of determination. Chu Xinghe felt as if a glimmer of hope beckoned him forth. Today. No. I shall absolutely refrain from singing that song. As a masterful actor, in a genuine duel devoid of any distractions, I shall pose the question of how I could possibly lose this time. Chapter 35, Losing Face for the Sect. We have no choice but to act. The sect did not keep Chu Xinghe and the others waiting for long. Soon, news arrived from the Haotian Palace. As soon as he received the message, Chu Xinghe set off for the Haotian Palace. Outside the Grand Hall, he encountered Wan Lin and Ma Liang. Senior brother Xinghe. The two greeted him with smiles, and the three entered the Grand Hall together. Inside, the sect leader, the Grand Elder, and the chief elders of various palaces were all present. Greetings to the sect leader and esteemed elders. After the three paid their respects, the Grand Elder spoke first. You should be aware of the visit from Wudi City and Taiyou Palace. Therefore, you must also understand why you have been summoned. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Chu Xinghe nodded calmly, his heart devoid of any turmoil. However, Wan Lin and Ma Liang's eyes widened, soon replaced by expressions of unrestrained joy. The arrival of Wudi City and Taiyou Palace was hardly a secret. Nearly all the palaces had received the news. It was certain that senior brother Xinghe would be representing them, a fact beyond any doubt within the Haotian sect. But what of Wudi City? 3 participants would be battling. And it was expected that senior brother Xinghe would take the stage, facing only one opponent, the renowned Zhang Yu, known for his 7-colored glazed body. The question remained, who would claim the remaining 2 spots? Discussions ensued, for being chosen would signify the recognition of the sect leader and elders, marking these individuals as the most exceptional among the 3,000 disciples. When Wan Lin and Ma Liang were summoned, they felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Especially upon seeing senior brother Xinghe's presence, they sensed something significant. Yet, hearing the Grand Elder's words firsthand, they could not contain their excitement. As they reveled in their joy, the esteemed figures of the sect observed the scene. On one hand was the unruffled Chu Xinghe, on the other, the visibly elated Ma Liang and Wan Lin. This stark contrast compelled both the sect leader and the elders to acknowledge that young Xinghe was indeed extraordinary. Mature beyond his years, he remained composed in the face of challenges, a true embodiment of steadiness.
At such a tender age, his poise was a testament to divine favor upon the Haotian sect.
You three must prepare diligently upon your return. In 3 days, the individuals from Wudi City and Tianyao Palace will arrive. This competition concerns our sect's reputation. You must not be the least bit negligent.
With these words from the Grand Elder, the excitement on Ma Liang and Wan Lin's faces vanished,
replaced by the weight of immense pressure and anxiety. Meanwhile, Chu Xinghe remained as unperturbed as ever.
The elders nodded once more, recognizing the poise of the young man. It was evident that he had anticipated representing the Haotian sect, and his lack of surprise or excitement was understandable. However, the Grand Elder's statement undeniably added significant pressure. Observing Ma Liang and Wan Lin, who could no longer muster a smile, it was remarkable that Chu Xinghe remained unaffected by such burdens. This young man had truly earned the admiration of the elders. The Grand Elder did not exert further pressure on everyone. After a few simple words, he allowed the three to leave the Haotian Great Hall. Upon exiting, Ma Liang and Wan Lin each grasped Chu Xinghe's arms, one on the left and the other on the right. Without needing to look, Chu Xinghe could discern by touch that the one on his right was Sister Wan Lin, exuding a palpable sense of pressure.
"Brother Xinghe, what should we do?
I'm so nervous I could die.
Representing the sect in battle, if I were to lose, wouldn't that bring shame upon our sect?"
Wan Lin stammered, clearly flustered.
"Brother Xinghe, I suspected what this was about when we came here.
I was initially just thrilled to have emerged from among the 3,000 disciples, but as you once said, with great power comes great responsibility.
Representing the sect in battle." What if Ma Liang did not finish his thought, but the implication was clear? What if they were to lose? The two, consumed by tension and trepidation,
turned their gazes to Chu Xinghe, whose countenance was as serene as still water.
They felt immense admiration for him.
Truly, Brother Xinghe seemed impervious to the concept of nervousness.
"Brother Xinghe, don't you have even a hint of," Wan Lin began, but was abruptly interrupted by Chu Xinghe. "No.
The reason you feel anxious and tense is due to your fear of performing poorly and losing. You are merely afraid of defeat, but I am not afraid."
If a person lacks the courage to face loss, how can they ever hope to win? Chu Xinghe's demeanor was enigmatic, yet his message was unassailable. Why were these two so anxious?
Simply put, they feared losing. Being selected from among 3,000 disciples attested to their excellence, yet should they lose, they would be regarded as pariahs of the sect.
Thus, the pressure was immense. However, what pressure did he bear?
You are burdened by the fear of losing. Striving to win, that is where your pressure stems from.
I, on the other hand, have no desire to win. I only wish to lose. I am utterly indifferent to my opponent, feeling no pressure whatsoever. If one cannot muster the courage to face loss, how can they ever win?
This profound statement echoed in Wan Lin and Ma Liang's minds, alleviating much of their initial anxiety. They understood that Brother Xinghe was conveying to them not to harbor any pressure.
When you are unafraid of losing, what is there to fear? Representing the sect in battle,
do not fixate solely on how to win, but rather contemplate how you might possibly lose. Brother Xinghe was reminding them to identify all potential factors that could lead to defeat. Once these were eliminated, victory would be assured. Indeed, Brother Xinghe was remarkable.
Having seen through it all,
the three parted ways, returning to their respective chambers.
Unbeknownst to them,
their conversation at the entrance had been heard clearly by the sect leader and the elders within the Haotian Great Hall. If one lacks the courage to face loss,
how could they ever win? This young man is extraordinary. The sect leader, Gu Mingqiao, bore an expression of profound satisfaction,
while the Grand Elder and the other elders nodded in agreement.
Over the years of competition with the martial Emperor City,
every chosen disciple has been filled with trepidation and anxiety, yet this child, Chu Xinghe, is the first to perceive the outcome so clearly. It is only by fearing not the loss that one can emerge victorious. This child comprehends the essence of the matter better than we do. A group of old fellows secretly nodded in agreement.
Lingyi Palace. Today is a splendid day. Thoughts of success abound. Chu Xinghe skipped and hummed a cheerful tune. What? This song is inauspicious. That was in the past.
This time, in the contest against the martial Emperor City, there will be 3 matches. And he will face the current chief disciple, Zheng, in a one-on-one duel.
With no external factors to interfere, one must ponder how I could possibly lose.
With a light heart, Chu Xinghe returned to the Medicine King Palace. The news of the 3 selected individuals quickly spread throughout the Haotian sect.
As for Chu Xinghe,
there was no need for elaboration, his strength had already been acknowledged by all among the 3,000 entry disciples. Ma Liang had ranked first among the 3,000 disciples upon entry, which is why he felt a sense of dissatisfaction when accompanying Chu Xinghe to the spirit cavern. As for Wan Lin, although her previous ranking in the entrance examination was not particularly high, her journey to the spirit tomb granted her a soul-integrated spirit weapon.
Subsequently,
she ascended to the pinnacle of the 2nd grade, and soon after returning to the sect, she broke through once more.
Moreover,
it is rumored that Wan Lin seems to have mastered the supreme secret technique of Zhoulin Palace, the Rui staff method, which contributed to her remarkable rise.
Thus, no one found any fault with the selection of the 3. In Lingyi Palace, the news of Chu Xinghe's selection was anticipated, however.
The enthusiasm of his senior brothers still moved him deeply.
Junior brother Xinghe, here is the information I gathered about Zheng. Junior brother Xinghe,
though I have yet to witness the supreme technique of martial Emperor City, the 7-colored glazed body, I managed to find some insights from the secret pavilion of the Kangong Tower that may serve as a reference for you.
Even the Grand Elder was not idle.
Upon summoning Chu Xinghe, he shared what he knew about Zheng.
The specifics of what the Grand Elder said did not capture Chu Xinghe's full attention. For his goal was not to lose to Zheng, why bother listening for weaknesses? He deemed it unnecessary. In summary, the Grand Elder described Zheng in one word: extraordinarily strong.
In the Elder's words, Zheng is hailed by the martial Emperor City as a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy,
with attributes that are entirely maxed out.
He has comprehended the supreme technique of the martial Emperor City, the 7-colored glazed body. And the city has boldly proclaimed that Zheng will undoubtedly sweep through the Haotian sect.
The Grand Elder recognized Chu Xinghe's capabilities.
Yet he emphasized that he must not be complacent.
Chu Xinghe nodded earnestly.
Indeed, he could not afford to be lax.
Zheng is so formidable. If he were to simply lose to him, it would not be entirely unacceptable, right?
What if everyone later interceded on his behalf, and the sect master, feeling sympathetic,
imposed a mere 3-month confinement upon him? Wouldn't that render his efforts fruitless?
Upon realizing the formidable strength of Zheng,
Chu Xinghe became acutely aware of his own youthfulness.
This battle, he mused, was not merely one of defeat, it was imperative that they lose with a certain finesse. A degree of disgrace that would thoroughly tarnish their sect's reputation. It was an obligation that could not be shirked. Subsequently, the Grand Elder spoke of the Tianyao Palace,
which had arrived alongside Wudi City, seemingly drawn by the emergence of an extraordinary talent from their ranks, eager to engage in a contest of strength with the Haotian sect's Lingyi Palace. The Grand Elder held no doubts regarding the competition with Tianyao Palace.
His sole requirement was clear: not only must they secure victory, but they must do so with grace and dignity, ensuring that their sect's honor remained intact. It was essential to avoid disappointing their sect. After listening intently, Chu Xinghe nodded vigorously, assuring the Grand Elder that he would never let them down in that regard. 3 fleeting days passed, and Wudi City alongside Tianyao Palace arrived as promised. Chapter 36, A disastrous beginning. The Haotian mountain range witnessed the grand opening of the Haotian sect today, with the Grand Elder personally greeting the esteemed guests at the mountain gate. Such a significant occasion was primarily due to the arrival of Chang Xiaotian,
the Lord of Wudi City, a figure capable of rivaling Gu Mingqiao in strength.
Naturally, a formidable individual is accorded the respect befitting their status.
As the Lord of Xiaotian made his way from afar, the Haotian sect extended a warm welcome.
The Grand Elder graciously ushered Chang Xiaotian and his entourage into the mountain gates, where they exchanged pleasantries en route to Haotian Palace. Gu Mingqiao had been awaiting their arrival in the Grand Hall for some time.
Upon reaching the entrance of Haotian Palace, guided by the Grand Elder,
Gu Mingqiao rose from his seat to greet them. As he walked, he turned to the side and instructed Chu Xinghe, "Xinghe, follow closely behind me.
Understood, replied Chu Xinghe,
Albeit perplexed, as he fell in line behind the sect leader. However, the expressions of the other elders darkened at this development.
It is well known that in a prestigious sect like the Haotian sect, there are numerous established protocols.
When hosting a distinguished guest such as the Lord of Wudi City,
each individual's position is strictly defined.
The spot behind the sect leader is reserved for only two individuals, the Grand Elder and the Chief Disciple. By allowing Chu Xinghe to occupy this position, the sect leader inadvertently acknowledged him as the chief disciple of this generation.
The elders exchanged glances, each contemplating the implications. Yet none dared to voice their thoughts.
After all, the capabilities and character of the young man were evident. Few would oppose his elevation to chief disciple.
Brother Mingqiao, it has been a decade, yet you remain as illustrious as ever, exclaimed Lord Xiaotian, jesting.
In these 10 years, it is you, Lord Xiaotian,
who has truly achieved renown across the realm.
While Gu Mingqiao and Chang Xiaotian engaged in polite banter, the eyes of the Haotian sect's members were drawn to the three young individuals accompanying Chang Xiaotian. Leading the trio was a young man who, in the words of Chu Xinghe, appeared as if he had stepped straight out of a comic book, radiating an ethereal aura. This was Zhang Yu, the peerless genius referred to by the Grand Elder as a once-in-a-millennium talent.
Following Zhang Yu was a girl wielding a long sword. Though she possessed an unremarkable appearance, the sword she bore was anything but ordinary. It trembled incessantly behind her, as if eager to be unsheathed. Sword intent. The realization dawned on an elder.
This young girl had already cultivated her own sword intent at such a tender age. Many practitioners of the sword dedicate their lives to grasping such an elusive concept. Yet she had already achieved what most can only dream of. The arrival of the Wudi City entourage was indeed a harbinger of formidable prowess.
Lastly,
the third individual was a towering youth, standing nearly 2 meters tall. His skin bore an uncanny gray hue, and his muscular form suggested the potential for explosive power.
However, his appearance was rather unappealing, and he seemed somewhat lacking in intellect. He was of the ancient dragon rhinoceros bloodline.
The martial Emperor City has unexpectedly discovered a disciple endowed with the ancient bloodline of the dragon rhinoceros.
The erudite elder of the Haotian sect recognized the dragon rhinoceros bloodline in this third individual. Remarkably, a prodigy in swordsmanship.
Possessing the comprehension of sword intent at such a tender age, alongside the dragon rhinoceros bloodline, each would undoubtedly stand out as paragons among their peers.
Yet,
these two illustrious figures stand in the shadow of Zhang Yu, who appears to possess no extraordinary traits.
What merits his prominence? Is it merely his handsome appearance?
In addition to the martial Emperor City, the leader of the Heavenly Medicine Palace, Wu Kun, has also introduced their own prodigy. A young lady whose age is ambiguous at best. One might assume her to be underage based on her stature and appearance. Yet a mere glance towards her bosom would dispel any such assumptions. This young woman has been fixated on Zhang Yu since her entrance, seemingly contemplating their future together.
Even to the point of considering the location of their eventual resting place.
Wu Kun coughed gently to introduce this young lady, named Luo Inger. While the names of the other two from the martial Emperor City, Xiao Ling, the sword intent girl, and Zhang Bo, the dragon rhinoceros, were duly noted by Chu Xinghe. What astonished Chu Xinghe the most was the revelation that Zhang Bo was, in fact, Zhang Yu's biological brother. Chu Xinghe could only marvel at the prowess of their parents, pondering whether it might be prudent to investigate the authenticity of their lineage. Gu Mingqiao briefly introduced Chu Xinghe and his companions, and naturally, all eyes gravitated towards Chu Xinghe. Having acquired the Haotian swordbox legacy, everyone was eager to witness his flying sword technique. Chang Xiaotian, with a warm smile, turned his gaze towards Chu Xinghe. The Haotian swordbox was no longer a secret since Chu Xinghe had obtained it, and the legend of the 9 flying swords had spread throughout the realm.
You
can learn a great deal from your senior brother Xinghe, said Wu Kun.
Yes. I have met senior brother Xinghe, replied Zhang Yu. Ah. Junior brother Zhang Yu, you are too modest. Let us exchange insights. Gu Mingqiao guided everyone to their seats.
As the Haotian sect had prepared a grand banquet to welcome the guests from the martial Emperor City. The banquet turned tedious, filled with the elders' ostentatious banter.
Chu Xinghe,
along with Wan Lin and Ma Liang, approached the others to offer a toast in welcome. Zhang Yu downed his drink in one gulp, continuously exchanging pleasantries about seeking guidance from senior brother Xinghe in the coming days. Xiao Ling opted for tea instead of wine, concerned that alcohol might hinder her nascent sword intent. Meanwhile, the dragon rhinoceros, Zheng Bo, ignored Chu Xinghe entirely, engrossed in devouring a chicken leg. This individual did not seem lacking in intelligence, rather, he appeared to possess little of it altogether. Lastly, on Luo Ying'er's side, even when Chu Xinghe approached to toast, she did not divert her gaze from Zhang Yu. With a sense of resignation, Chu Xinghe departed, yet Wan Lin expressed a connection with Luo Ying'er, seating herself beside her. However, as Chu Xinghe observed their conversation, he noted with concern that Wan Lin's hand had found its way to an inappropriate location. Moreover, the gaze directed at Zhang Yu was intriguing. Among the two young women, Luo Ying'er looked at Zhang Yu with sparkling admiration, while Wan Lin's eyes conveyed a sense of deep-seated animosity, reminiscent of a vendetta for a father's death or a lover's betrayal. The banquet concluded amidst a harmonious and joyful atmosphere, with the Haotian sect arranging accommodations for their guests. After escorting the guests to their lodgings alongside the Grand Elder, Chu Xinghe returned to his quarters to rest. He experienced a dreamless night, and early the following morning, he was summoned to the Medicine King Palace by the Grand Elder. The martial arts competition was scheduled for the next day, with the first match featuring Wan Lin against Xiao Ling, followed by Ma Liang facing Zhang Bo, and finally, Chu Xinghe's duel with Zhang Yu. Chu Xinghe nodded in acknowledgement. Last night, he had conferred with the sect master and noted that Wan Lin would likely struggle to secure a victory in her match. The Grand Elder's assessment resonated with Chu Xinghe. While Wan Lin was exceptionally talented, Xiao Ling's youthful mastery of sword intent created a significant disparity in combat prowess, despite both being of the third rank. Though Chu Xinghe wore a mask of concern, his heart was already singing of brighter days ahead. What was this phenomenon called? A dismal start. If Wan Lin were to falter in her debut, yielding the first victory to their opponents, how could one find greater joy? Should Ma Liang also falter against that formidable opponent, the situation would be even more perfect. As for his own match, he was resolute in not disappointing. 3 battles, 3 defeats, could there be a more flawless conclusion? Even if Ma Liang could not secure a win, he would likely not be defeated. For the ancient dragon rhinoceros bloodline boasted unparalleled defensive capabilities, while Zhang Bo practiced the unique technique of the martial emperor city, the elephant armor skill, which maximized defense. Yet, as they had witnessed, this fellow. The Grand Elder gestured towards his head, and the implication was understood by all. Thus, in this confrontation, while Ma Liang might struggle to breach the opponent's defenses, he possessed an undeniable advantage in speed, rendering him beyond the reach of his adversary, leading to a probable stalemate. A stalemate? Well, that was not entirely unacceptable. Therefore, the outcome rested solely upon Chu Xinghe's match with Zhang Yu. The preceding contests merely served as a prelude. Victory or defeat held little significance, as long as he could triumph over Zhang Yu. Even if the martial emperor city emerged victorious in the earlier bouts, they would still face defeat overall. The Grand Elder regarded Chu Xinghe with utmost seriousness. Chu Xinghe nodded emphatically, declaring, "I am confident." As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. This time, Chu Xinghe felt no need to pledge a military oath, he merely needed to perform to his utmost potential, while maintaining a sense of fearless humility in defeat. Failure to do so could tarnish not only his own reputation but also that of the Haotian sect. The Grand Elder observed Chu Xinghe's serious demeanor and couldn't help but smile. "Xinghe, do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. As you wisely noted, do not let the fear of failure extinguish your longing for victory." The Grand Elder patted Chu Xinghe's shoulder with reassurance and departed with satisfaction. Following the Grand Elder's exit, individuals from various palaces flocked to offer their encouragement to Chu Xinghe. "Brother Xinghe, you are the best. What is Zhang Yu, after all? Bring him down. Dear brother Xinghe, have faith in yourself. With your capabilities, achieving victory should pose no challenge. Brother Yanhua, you are certainly destined to triumph. Yet I wonder if it is possible to avoid striking Zhang Yu's face, for it would be a pity to mar such beauty. These are the esteemed sisters of Qiulin Palace. Indeed, beauty equates to justice, as their allure seems to captivate even Zhang Yu's attention. As more individuals arrived to cheer for Chu Xinghe, they were ultimately intercepted by the Grand Elder, who stated that excessive pressure should not be placed upon him. Yet, pressure is a curious phenomenon. I recall a time when I strolled with my hands in my pockets, oblivious to its existence. That evening, Feng Fei observed Brother Xinghe peacefully slumbering without a hint of anxiety, and he couldn't help but shake his head in admiration. Brother Xinghe is truly extraordinary. At Haotian sect, the Grand Martial Arena was filled to capacity today. The entire sect had gathered, as those who could attend converged upon the arena, with the sect leader personally presiding over the event. After a few polite remarks regarding the kinship between Haotian sect and Wudi City, the martial exhibition officially commenced. Amidst the eager gaze of the crowd, Wan Lin ascended the martial platform, wielding a prominent staff that drew considerable attention. Chu Xinghe cast a glance and recognized that this staff, known as the Panlong three-section staff, was a spiritual weapon in perfect harmony with her soul. And she practiced the esteemed Shaolin Palace as supreme technique, the Rui staff method. However, Chu Xinghe found himself perplexed as to why this entirely female sect of Shaolin Palace had a penchant for studying staff techniques. Is it a decline in morality or a distortion of human nature? Or perhaps the case of compensating for what is lacking? Chapter 37, The Enlightenment of the Staff. Wang Lin ascended the stage with the Panlong three-section staff in hand, and an uproar of cheers erupted from the audience. A testament to the advantage of home ground. Xiao Ling gracefully leaped onto the martial arts platform, and the two stood facing each other. After receiving their nods of confirmation, the elder at the center of the stage proclaimed the commencement of the duel. Without further pleasantries, Wang Lin unleashed the Panlong three-section staff, its dragon silhouette materializing instantaneously. In a heartbeat, the staff, originally measuring just over half a meter, surged in size, resembling an enormous chicken leg, with a drooling dragon entwined around it. With this colossal weapon, Wang Lin advanced, swinging it toward Xiao Ling. Yet, instead of evading, Xiao Ling stood her ground as the Panlong staff descended upon her. Just as the massive weapon was about to strike, a resonant hum emanated from the sword behind her. With fervent energy, Xiao Ling drew her sword from its sheath. In that moment, the oppressive sword intent dissipated, soaring skyward, exuding a terrifying aura capable of rending all asunder. The sword intent clashed with Wang Lin's colossal chicken leg in midair, and under its tumultuous force, the phantom of the chicken leg was cleaved apart. The sword intent unleashed a tempest, shattering the spectral weapon into fragments. However, the ferocity of the sword intent did not wane. It descended upon Wang Lin like a primordial beast awakened from slumber, charging at him with unrelenting ferocity. Wang Lin attempted to block with his Panlong staff, but the sword intent was too overwhelming. The immense impact sent him hurtling backward, crashing down from the martial arts platform. The sword intent returned to Xiao Ling, who sheathed her sword, sealing away its formidable power once more. "I concede," she stated with an air of nonchalance, as if merely commenting on a trivial matter. Yet, in that moment, the entire Haotian sect's martial arts arena fell into a profound silence. All eyes were fixed on Wang Lin, who had been sent flying from the stage. Disbelief etched across their faces. While some may have anticipated his loss, none expected it to transpire in such a manner. With a single strike, just one blow, he had been decisively defeated. However, it was clear that Wang Lin was not lacking in skill, rather, it was Xiao Ling's sword intent that was truly terrifying. Even now, as the tempestuous sword intent faded, it left an indelible impression of awe and trepidation upon the spectators. It was hard to fathom that such a seemingly demure young woman wielded sword intent of such ferocity. Lost, defeated? Was it truly over so swiftly? Wang Lin had scarcely begun to display her full prowess. It was futile. Wang Lin's opponent's sword intent was far too formidable. She was simply no match for it. After a brief, stunned silence, the stands erupted into chaos. For years, the disciples of the Haotian sect and the martial emperor city had engaged in martial contests, yet this instant annihilation was a first. In the past, regardless of who emerged victorious, the outcome was typically determined only at the final moment. However, today, Wan Lin was decisively defeated in a single strike, revealing a disparity that seemed almost insurmountable. Although Chang Xiaotian struggled to suppress his amusement, it was futile, for he was genuinely elated. For many years, the martial emperor city had engaged in competitions with the Haotian sect, occasionally securing victories, yet those had always been hard-fought. Today's triumph, however, was refreshingly clean and decisive. This was a first. In stark contrast, Gu Mingqiao maintained a smile that appeared increasingly strained. Wan Lin, seemingly frozen in place, resembled a marionette under a spell, her eyes devoid of their usual brilliance. At this moment, the most devastating realization of defeat was not felt by those around her, but by Wan Lin herself. After dedicating countless days to preparing for this battle, receiving advice from numerous seniors, the result was utterly humiliating, defeated in a mere instant. Wan Lin felt utterly bereft of dignity, convinced she could no longer face the world. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, a voice pulled her back to reality.
Wan Lin.
Dear sister, why grieve? Your loss does not stem from a lack of skill, but rather from your opponent's mastery of sword intent, which you have yet to acquire.
Xinghe Xixiang.
Wan Lin looked up to see her senior, and, overwhelmed with emotion, she collapsed into his embrace, weeping.
This defeat is not your fault.
It is merely a testament to the opponent's formidable sword intent. Once you grasp the essence of the staff, you shall surely reclaim your honor, Chu Xinghe reassured her,
all the while envisioning brighter days ahead. What a disheartening start. Wan Lin did not disappoint, and the question lingered, how had she lost? Staff intent? Xinghe Xixiang, what is staff intent? Wan Lin gazed at Chu Xinghe, her eyes glistening with tears. Ah, staff intent, it's quite simple. Have you heard of 9 shallows and 1 deep? That is staff intent, and likewise, 9 deeps and 1 shallow also represents staff intent. 9 shallows and 1 deep is staff intent? 9 deeps and 1 shallow is also staff intent? Wan Lin's eyes widened in astonishment as she scrutinized Chu Xinghe.
Sensing her intense gaze, he inwardly lamented his misstep. Just as Chu Xinghe intended to divert the conversation to comfort Wan Lin further, a sudden surge of formidable energy erupted from her, forcefully pushing him away.
What is happening?
Chu Xinghe stared, bewildered, at Wan Lin.
Just then, the voice of the Grand Elder resonated from nearby, silence everyone.
Xinghe, do not approach her. Your sister Wan Lin has attained enlightenment.
Enlightenment? Chu Xinghe was taken aback.
Yet, he was not alone in his confusion, the entire assembly was left in a state of bewilderment. What had just transpired? In the initial match, Wan Lin was swiftly defeated by Xiao Ling, appearing utterly despondent. However, as Chu Xinghe approached Wan Lin, he whispered something that seemed to ignite a sudden epiphany within her.
Was it indeed Chu Xinghe who had opened the door to her enlightenment?
The onlookers from Haotian sect were left in disbelief, and the spectators from Wudi City felt the same. Zhang Yu observed Wan Lin, now vanquished, and realized that if she could not swiftly recalibrate her mindset, this battle would haunt her for a lifetime, profoundly affecting her future. When Chu Xinghe rushed over to console Wan Lin, Zhang Yu instinctively thought such reassurances would be futile. At that moment, mere comfort would not suffice. Wan Lin needed to navigate her own way out of despair. Yet, before Zhang Yu could fully process his thoughts, Wan Lin entered a state of enlightenment, leaving him astonished.
What had Chu Xinghe done? How could he inspire someone to transcend despair and attain clarity after such a significant defeat? While everyone pondered the mystery of Chu Xinghe's influence, a terrifying shockwave emanated from Wan Lin. As the wave pulsed outward, she grasped her Panlong 3-section staff, and in the blink of an eye, a radiant glow enveloped the staff, expanding until it shrouded the entire weapon. This luminescence seemed to cast a phantom around the Panlong staff, which fluctuated in size, growing and shrinking in a rhythmic pattern. If one were to count closely, the phantom would swell after 9 undulations, only to contract again after a further 9. This was the essence of the staff. The principle of 9 returning to 1. The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Wan Lin,
emerging from her moment of clarity, knelt before Chu Xinghe, expressing her gratitude for his enlightening guidance. The atmosphere erupted in astonishment. Wan Lin had comprehended the essence of the staff under such circumstances? Even more astounding was that this revelation had come through Chu Xinghe's instruction. All eyes turned to the composed Chu Xinghe, and even the sect leader, Gu Mingqiao, found it hard to fathom. How had this young man managed to convey such profound understanding in just a few words, enabling Wan Lin to grasp the pinnacle of staff mastery, 9 returning to 1? Zhang Yu regarded Chu Xinghe with newfound gravity. Prior to arriving at Haotian sect, he had heard countless tales of Chu Xinghe, often attributing his achievements to the luck of wielding the Haotian sword box. However, witnessing this moment firsthand, he realized how misguided those assumptions had been.
Chu Xinghe was a figure of unfathomable depth.
Though the confrontation between Xiaoling and Wan Lin had lasted but an instant, it was clear that in that fleeting moment, Chu Xinghe had grasped the essence of Xiaoling's sword intent, subsequently transforming that understanding into a comprehension of the staff's essence, which he then imparted to Wan Lin, resulting in her remarkable moment of enlightenment. The resounding essence of the staff seemed to resonate within the hearts of all present, as the entire Haotian sect emerged from the shadow of their recent defeat. Although Wan Lin had just suffered a loss, she had, through this very moment, grasped the profound meaning of the staff technique, rendering the experience not entirely devoid of merit.
Naturally,
everyone recognized that her enlightenment was solely attributed to the guidance of Chu Xinghe, who remained an enigmatic figure. I triumphed through sword intent earlier.
And now you have comprehended the essence of the staff. How about we engage in a fair duel to determine the victor?
On the martial stage, Xiaoling observed Wan Lin, who had just grasped the staff technique.
Though astonished, this revelation only intensified her desire for battle.
As Xiaoling's words echoed,
the arena erupted with fervent cheers. Another match. Another match.
Wan Lin's eyes sparkled at the prospect. Her earlier defeat to Xiaoling's sword intent had left her unsatisfied, and she eagerly welcomed the chance for a rematch. However, just as she was about to agree, her companion, Brother Xinghe, interjected.
Xiaoling, are you attempting to humiliate our Haotian sect?
Chu Xinghe's voice, amplified by his spiritual energy, resonated throughout the martial arena, silencing the crowd, all eyes now fixed on him, including Xiaoling's.
Another match? Oof. Are you insinuating that our Haotian sect cannot endure a loss?
As the foremost sect in the realm,
we have never feared defeat.
Let it be known, we shall settle this with 3 bouts.
If you have emerged victorious, then victory it is. Our Haotian sect accepts the outcome. We may concede defeat, but we will never seek excuses nor engage in shameless behavior.
As Chu Xinghe's proclamation echoed, the arena fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to suggest another match.
Witnessing this, Chu Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief,
for he had narrowly avoided a situation that could have undermined their hard-earned victory. Chapter 38, The Descent of the God of Fire. The entire training ground fell into a profound silence that lasted a full 10 seconds. Chu Xinghe's words struck each individual like a series of heavy hammers upon their souls. This was particularly true for the disciples of Haotian sect who had just called for another battle. They now lowered their heads in shame. They had initially focused solely on the hope that Sister Wan Lin would emerge victorious in another contest.
However, upon hearing Brother Xinghe's words, they realized that Wan Lin had already lost. If a loss could be followed by a breakthrough in a subsequent rematch, then could their opponent not also seek another bout after losing?
Such a cycle would render the determination of victory and defeat an impossibility.
Was this not precisely what Brother Xinghe meant by saying one could not afford to lose?
The Haotian sect, renowned as the foremost sect under heaven, had indeed faced defeat before, yet it had never been a sect that could not afford to lose. The concepts of losing and being unable to bear the loss were distinctly different.
The Haotian sect could endure a loss,
but it must never be said that they were incapable of accepting defeat.
At this moment, all the elders regarded Chu Xinghe with solemn expressions.
In that fleeting instant when Wan Lin achieved her breakthrough, several among them had entertained the thought of engaging in another battle.
Yet now,
they came to the stark realization that they had lost their bearings. This was a contest between 2 sects, not a private duel. A loss was a loss,
and a victory was a victory. To lose and then seek a rematch for comprehension was sheer folly.
The Grand Elder's gaze brimmed with profound approval. Although the Haotian sect had suffered a loss in this first battle to the martial emperor city, he was somewhat consoled by Wan Lin's breakthrough and her grasp of the profound essence of unity. This alone was enough to mitigate the sting of their initial defeat. What brought the Grand Elder even greater solace was that, amidst the clamoring disciples urging for Wan Lin to fight again, Chu Xinghe stood as the most lucid presence on the field.
Should Wan Lin indeed engage in another battle and, by chance, emerge victorious, how would the outcome be interpreted? If it was deemed a victory for the Haotian sect, what would the outside world think of them?
They would say that the Haotian sect could not afford to lose. That after a defeat, a disciple could continue to battle until victory was achieved.
If this were the case, what honor would remain for the Haotian sect? What dignity could they claim? The sect leader Gu Mingqiao gazed at Chu Xinghe with fervent admiration. What a wise child! He mused.
When Xiaoling had proactively sought another battle, he too had pondered the appropriateness of such a match. Yet, Chu Xinghe had put the considerations of the sect before his own thoughts. He recognized that even a victory in a rematch would not bring any advantage to the Haotian sect, rather, it would lead to a loss of face. His timely intervention demonstrated remarkable clarity of thought for one so young, and his ability to weigh the consequences so thoroughly was indeed a delightful surprise. Cheng Xiaotian maintained a smile, yet a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed his face, which Gu Mingqiao keenly observed.
In truth, Cheng Xiaotian had been the one most eager for a rematch.
Regardless of whether Wan Lin triumphed or faltered, it would have been a significant blow to the Haotian sect. The narrative would spread that the Haotian sect could not bear to lose. Cheng Xiaotian had anticipated that Wan Lin, in her youthful exuberance, would readily agree to another bout. Yet, he had never imagined that this Chu Xinghe would consider the situation with such comprehensive foresight, leaving no room for opportunity. As he gazed at Chu Xinghe standing there, Cheng Xiaotian couldn't help but shake his head. What a wonderful child! What a pity! Why isn't he from our martial emperor city? The first battle concluded with a victory for martial emperor city. The Grand Elder promptly announced the result of the first match, which also implied that Xiaoling's initiative to fight was entirely disregarded by the Grand Elder. Although Wan Lin felt a tinge of disappointment in her heart, the understanding of the situation cleared her inner turmoil. She recognized that her inability to triumph over Xiaoling today was not due to a lack of strength, but rather for the honor of her sect. In the face of righteousness, she chose to endure. Yet, Wan Lin firmly believed that one day she would surely see Xiaoling defeated beneath her prowess. Upon hearing the Grand Elder declare the defeat, Chu Xinghe finally breathed a sigh of relief. It had been so arduous. Just a hair's breadth away. After a brief respite, the second match commenced as scheduled, featuring Ma Liang against the formidable rhinoceros, Zheng Bo. How to assess this battle? In Chu Xinghe's words, it was utterly tedious and prolonged. Ma Liang was exceptionally strong, undoubtedly standing out among this generation of disciples, yet opposing him was a veritable monster in the form of the rhinoceros. Faced with Ma Liang's battle blade, this creature neither flinched nor evaded, absorbing each strike with sheer physical endurance. Remarkably, Ma Liang's most strenuous blows failed to even leave a mark upon the beast's hide. What kind of absurd defense was this? However, it was soon revealed by the Grand Elder that the terrifying nature of the dragon rhinoceros bloodline was indeed formidable, renowned for possessing the most robust defense among innate bloodlines. Coupled with the unique martial arts of Martial Emperor City, the combination rendered the rhinoceros's defense nearly grotesque in its effectiveness. Yet, every advantage comes with its drawbacks. While the dragon rhinoceros bloodline is powerful, those who possess it share a notable trait: low intelligence. This rhinoceros was not merely unwise, it was genuinely foolish. Thus, while it boasted unparalleled defense, its offense was utterly disorganized. The creature merely charged after Ma Liang, lacking any semblance of a coordinated attack. The initial phase of the battle saw Ma Liang attempting various assaults to exploit the rhinoceros's vulnerabilities, but upon finding no success, he resorted to evading the beast's charges. The contest dragged on for what felt like an eternity, until finally, Gu Mingqiao interjected. Brother Xiaotian, I propose that we declare this match a draw. Your words resonate with my sentiments, Brother Mingqiao, neither side can best the other, a draw is indeed appropriate. With two esteemed figures weighing in, the Grand Elder, who had been on the verge of exasperation, promptly declared the match concluded as a draw. Even after the announcement, the rhinoceros paid no heed and continued its pursuit of Ma Liang, until Zheng Yu stepped in to retrieve the creature. This rhinoceros was indifferent to everyone else. Yet it obediently followed Zheng Yu's commands, responding to his elder brother's wishes: if brother says no fighting, then I shall return for my meal. Ma Liang descended from the stage, somewhat dejected, clearly discontented with the outcome of the match. The ancient dragon rhinoceros bloodline is such that, regardless of whether one is at the same level or even surpasses it by 1 or 2 tiers, breaching its defense is no simple task. You performed admirably. The esteemed elder personally offered solace to Ma Liang, restoring his confidence. After a brief respite, a highly anticipated third battle arrived as dusk fell. In this match, The elder remained silent, unlike in the previous two encounters where he had provided guidance.
He held a firm belief that the young star, Chu Xinghe, was unlike others and required no such counsel. As Chu Xinghe ascended the stage, a deafening roar erupted, akin to the crashing of waves. Opponent Zhang Yu furrowed his brow.
Surveying the crowd of Haotian sect disciples fervently cheering for Chu Xinghe, truly perplexed by how this individual had garnered such admiration. While it was understandable for a person to excel, Zhang Yu, equally accomplished, found it inconceivable that one could inspire the affection of an entire sect.
Despite his own excellence,
he faced many peers in Wudi City who resented him, often undermining him behind closed doors.
In stark contrast,
every disciple around Chu Xinghe wore a genuine expression of support, stemming not from sect rivalry but from heartfelt admiration.
In fact,
during his discreet inquiries over the past couple of days, Zhang Yu discovered that not a single person in the Haotian sect had spoken ill of Chu Xinghe in private.
How had he achieved such a feat? Fortunately,
Chu Xinghe remained oblivious to Zhang Yu's inner turmoil, otherwise, he would have advised him to seek out someone named Chu Cheng in the outer sect,
who would certainly not disappoint.
With the elder's resounding command, the third battle commenced. Zhang Yu was enveloped in a blaze of crimson flames. The first hue of the seven-colored glazed body, the red flame. As the red flames ignited, a divine manifestation of Zhu Rong materialized behind Zhang Yu.
The legends indeed held true, Zhang Yu was formidable.
400 years ago, Wudi City had swept across the land with the seven-colored glazed body.
An invincible force of that era.
It was only after the lineage of the seven-colored glazed body was severed that the Haotian sect surpassed Wudi City.
Now,
with Zhang Yu inheriting its legacy, Wudi City was unwilling to settle for second place and sought to reclaim its throne.
The seven-colored body.
The seven-colored deity Zhang Yu had single-handedly aligned himself with the legacy of the ancient gods, acquiring the seven-colored glazed body. One could only wonder if Xinghe could prevail against such odds. Zhang Yu wielded the seven-colored glazed body, while Xinghe possessed the Haotian swordbox, yet this was not 4 centuries prior.
Countless elders watched intently from the stands as flames transformed Zhang Yu into a colossal figure of fire.
The divine manifestation of Zhu Rong descending to merge perfectly with him.
The fire god had arrived.
A thunderous voice echoed, and the entire arena was instantly engulfed in flames,
becoming a sea of fire. Be careful, junior brother Xinghe.
The onlookers were stunned as the fiery tempest swept across the stage, but it was futile. The flames spread with alarming swiftness, and in an instant, Chu Xinghe was swallowed whole. As everyone anxiously pondered whether Chu Xinghe would be reduced to ashes, a resounding cry of the vermilion bird emerged from the heart of the flames. A pair of colossal fiery wings unfurled upon the arena, as the vermilion bird, ablaze with divine fire, was reborn from the inferno.
Standing amidst the sea of flames, Chu Xinghe was enveloped in white spiritual energy, transforming into the martial intent of Haotian,
which swirled around him like a tempest. With the vermilion bird above and the full force of Haotian's martial spirit unleashed,
the divine flames of Zhu Rong could not inflict the slightest harm upon Chu Xinghe.
The elder, known for his wisdom, chuckled softly, while Zhu Rong's divine fire was formidable. The spiritual flames of the vermilion bird were not to be trifled with.
Zhang Yu's attempt to vanquish Chu Xinghe using Zhu Rong's fire was utterly futile. Zhang Yu,
clearly aware of this predicament, was suddenly enveloped in a swirling orange radiance, and a resplendent divine apparition shimmering with starlight materialized behind him.
The mystic god of the abyss. In an instant, Zhang Yu's form split in twain, then multiplied into 4 identical figures, leaving onlookers, including the elder, in a state of astonishment, unable to discern the genuine from the illusion.
As Zhang Yu divided amidst the flames, a beam of yellow light pierced through the inferno, soaring into the sky.
The Haotian swordbox. The locusts. Chapter 39, 3 kills with 1 sword?
Zhang Yu divided himself into 4 identical figures,
leaving everyone bewildered as to which one was the genuine Zhang Yu. The Haotian swordbox. The locust. A brilliant yellow sword light soared into the heavens, and for many, it was their first glimpse of Chu Xinghe wielding the Haotian swordbox. In an instant, the locust transformed in the sky into countless beams of swordlight.
A veritable rain of blades descending from above, encompassing all 4 Zhangyes, irrespective of their authenticity. Swish, swish, swish. Sword light cascaded upon the 4 Zhangyes.
Yet an astonishing scene unfolded before the eyes of all present. The Xinghe struck by the rain of blades showed no signs of resistance, allowing the sword rain to fall upon him unimpeded. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding mystery, a piercing scream emerged from the sea of flames. The cry did not belong to Xinghe, but rather Chu Xinghe? All heads turned to see a colossal vortex of spiritual energy, born from Chu Xinghe's Haotian battle intent, seemingly struck by a formidable force, nearly shattering under the impact. What was happening? Chu Xinghe was equally perplexed. Was it a rebound?
Yet there was no time for contemplation, as the four Xinghes, having traversed the fiery expanse, charged toward him from all directions.
Every Xinghe, indistinguishable in cultivation and aura, was no mere illusion.
Nonetheless, Chu Xinghe remained unperturbed, thinking to himself, "This is nearly perfect. I have performed splendidly. You all have witnessed my full effort, yet alas, brother Xinghe is simply too formidable.
Thus, it is only natural for me to be defeated this time, is it not?" As an actor, Chu Xinghe understood the paramount importance of performance. If he were to leap off the stage with a cry of anguish upon Xinghe's fiery onslaught, it would be an abysmal display of talent. At that moment,
the Grand Elder could very well deem him a traitor and eliminate him on the spot.
Therefore, not only must he concede,
but he must do so with such flair that it appears entirely justified. Now, Chu Xinghe sensed the time had come to unveil his true prowess. Surrounded by the four Xinghes, his defeat due to inexperience would be deemed entirely reasonable. Such a fortuitous opportunity could not be squandered, and he steeled himself for the inevitable onslaught. However, just as Chu Xinghe summoned his Haotian battle intent, preparing for a robust defense to mitigate any severe injury, the four Xinghes abruptly halted before him. The next moment, their actions left Chu Xinghe dumbfounded. Instead of striking, all four Xinghes raised their palms and slapped them against their own chests.
What the hell? This fellow is also an actor. Panic surged through Chu Xinghe. What is the greatest fear of an actor?
It is not the strength of their companions, but rather the presence of adversaries who are equally adept performers. Though utterly baffled as to why Xinghe was engaging in self-portraiture, he realized that after such a display,
how could he possibly lose? You wish to perform, do you? Very well. I shall cease my pretense. With a determined grit,
a purple radiance burst forth from Chu Xinghe's left arm.
Haotian sword box. Thunder shadow unleashed. The released thunder shadow transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, soaring into the air in a flash of violet electricity.
At this moment, Chu Xinghe was entirely oblivious to everything else, unleashing his most formidable strike. A flash of purple lightning surged forth, but rather than targeting Xinghe, it descended upon Chu Xinghe himself.
Surrounded by Xinghe's onslaught,
it seemed entirely reasonable that in his reckless use of the purple lightning, a slight miscalculation could lead to it striking him instead. If Xinghe thought he could outplay him, he would not grant him the satisfaction.
Victory must belong to him today.
The violet lightning struck with unparalleled swiftness, descending from the heavens just as Xinghe's palm was about to collide with his own chest. The purple bolt landed squarely upon Chu Xinghe's heart. Drawing from the experience of having faced formidable monsters in the spirit cave, Chu Xinghe, wary of the purple lightning's devastating power, restrained himself to merely 40% of its potential. By targeting his own chest, he ensured that while this blow would incapacitate him, it would not result in his demise. The purple lightning successfully reached Chu Xinghe's chest just before Xinghe could strike himself. Chu Xinghe braced himself for the anticipated pain of blood spewing forth, yet instead, he was met with a spectacle that left him utterly astounded. Boom! The chests of four Xinghes, appearing from all directions, were engulfed in charred blackness. In the next instant, three of them turned to ashes, leaving only the Xinghe directly in front of Chu Xinghe, who was now spewing blood and sent flying backward. As Xinghe soared away, the flames that had engulfed him extinguished completely, and the two divine figures surrounding him vanished into thin air. Xinghe flew several dozen meters before plummeting from the edge of the martial arts platform. Chu Xinghe's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the plummeting Xinghe.
What on earth had transpired?
The purple lightning had struck him, yet Xinghe was the one sent flying.
Could someone please elucidate the situation? Chu Xinghe was utterly baffled.
In the spectators' seats, Cheng Xiaotian descended like a shooting star, landing beside Xinghe.
Big brother! How dare you harm my brother? I will have your life. A voice, foolish and loud, echoed from beside him. The large rhinoceros, which had been munching on a chicken leg moments before, now radiated a grayish light and charged towards Chu Xinghe like a mad beast. Junior brother, no. Xiaoling realized the large rhinoceros was attacking Chu Xinghe and understood the gravity of the situation. After all, the confrontation between Zhang Yu and Chu Xinghe had been a fair and public contest. Seeking revenge against Chu Xinghe was unwarranted. Buzz. Once again, a surge of sword intent erupted from behind Xiaoling, rushing forth to intercept the large rhinoceros. Perhaps spurred by his brother's transformation, the rhinoceros moved with astonishing speed. So swift that Xiaoling's sword intent failed to intervene before it reached Chu Xinghe. Purple lightning. The shadow of thunder re-emerged. Violet bolts descended from above, crackling with energy. Chu Xinghe, still reeling from his inexplicable victory in the contest, was infuriated at this fool daring to provoke his wrath. The large rhinoceros, enveloped in black smoke, fell to the ground, shattering even the sword intent that sought to halt it, which was torn to pieces before the shadow of thunder, leaving Xiaoling injured and bleeding on the ground. In that moment, the world fell silent. Yet, all gazes turned towards Chu Xinghe, now imbued with an entirely different reverence. Particularly, Ma Liang, who has faced off against the formidable great rhinoceros, is acutely aware of the terrifying defensive capabilities of this beast. After wielding a watermelon knife for half an hour, he found that the creature had suffered not a single scratch, not even a hair out of place. However, just moments ago, that bolt of purple lightning had struck the great rhinoceros, leaving it smoking and severely wounded on the ground. Not only the great rhinoceros, but even Xiaoling's sword intent was swept away by the residual force of the thunder shadow. The technique that had previously defeated Sister Wan Lin's sword intent crumbled into fragments before the might of Xinghe's thunder shadow, offering no semblance of resistance. At this juncture, Zheng Bo. Meanwhile, Zheng Yu's voice echoed, but it was too late. The great rhinoceros had fallen, and Xiaoling was gravely injured. Zheng Yu gazed at the unfolding scene with disbelief, ultimately letting out a resigned smile as he looked towards Chu Xinghe. Blood flowed from Zheng Yu's mouth and nose as he stood up with the assistance of Cheng Xiaotian. Zheng Yu expressed his gratitude to Brother Xinghe for his mercy in battle. He acknowledged his defeat with heartfelt sincerity. Upon hearing Zheng Yu's words, even Cheng Xiaotian nodded in agreement. Initially, when Zheng Yu was injured and rushed down, his first thought was that Chu Xinghe had been excessively ruthless. However, that notion dissipated when the great rhinoceros fell, and Xiaoling's sword intent shattered. At this moment, anyone with common sense could discern that Chu Xinghe had indeed shown restraint, as Zheng Yu had asserted. Otherwise, considering the physical prowess of both Zheng Yu and the great rhinoceros, had he unleashed his full potential, Zheng Yu would likely have been reduced to ashes. Yet, Zheng Yu's words almost moved Chu Xinghe to tears. Was that restraint? He had merely been contemplating whether he could endure the backlash, but who could explain why he had struck himself, leaving Zheng Yu injured? What sorcery was this? Brother Xinghe? Though Zheng Yu acknowledges his inferiority, could you enlighten me on how you discerned my star shift technique? Zheng Yu inquired gravely. Star shift technique? Chu Xinghe was utterly bewildered. What star shift technique? When did you employ such a technique? Were you not merely an actor? Did you not intend to perform my role? I merely acted with swifter and more adept execution, and yet you were the one to falter. Since Brother Xinghe was unwilling to divulge his secrets, Zheng Yu did not press further. He would remember this defeat and would seek guidance in the future, hoping that Brother Xinghe would graciously impart his wisdom then. After finishing his words, Zheng Yu joined Cheng Xiaotian in examining the injuries of the great rhinoceros and Xiaoling. The great rhinoceros's defensive power was well acknowledged. Although severely injured by the lightning, it was not in imminent danger. Yet, the more Zheng Yu reflected, the greater his astonishment grew. No one understood his brother's defensive capabilities better than he did, having trained with him consistently. Even with his full strength, it was inconceivable that he could inflict such damage upon his brother. But with just one strike, Chu Xinghe had rendered his brother in such a state, shattering even Xiaoling's sword intent in the process. At this moment, Zheng Yu earnestly wished to comprehend the true extent of Chu Xinghe's strength. Immeasurable depths. At this moment, Zheng Yu felt that perhaps the phrase immeasurable depths was the only way to encapsulate Chu Xinghe. Once upon a time.
Having inherited the seven-colored glazed body, Xinghe had been lauded by the elders of his sect as the foremost among the younger generation, a sentiment he himself shared. As he arrived at Haotian's sect, Xinghe would not forget the countless words of encouragement from the elders and his fellow disciples. 400 years. The Haotian sect has dominated the world for far too long.
It is time for Wudi City to reclaim our rightful throne.
Xinghe approached this endeavor with an unwavering conviction. To become the world's number one, he must first defeat the Haotian sect.
Yet, in this battle,
Xinghe was thoroughly defeated, not by any underhanded tactics or special methods employed by Chu Xinghe, but rather by a straightforward confrontation that left him utterly vanquished. Xinghe even felt that Chu Xinghe had not exerted his full strength. In this world, such a terrifying existence truly existed. He had indeed been like a frog at the bottom of a well.
Chu Xinghe. From this day forth, you shall be my lifelong rival. Unbeknownst to Chu Xinghe,
he had already become someone else's lifelong nemesis. At this moment, he was still in a state of bewilderment. What on earth is the stellar shift technique?
And why did I win?
Xinghe,
you scoundrel, deceived me.
Chapter 40, the first among the young generation. The martial arts competition concluded. The Grand Elder announced that the first match ended in defeat for the Haotian sect, the second was a draw. And the third resulted in a victory for the Haotian sect, thus declaring the overall outcome a tie. However, as soon as the Grand Elder's words were uttered,
Chang Xiaotian shook his head resolutely.
The Haotian sect can afford to lose, and so can our martial emperor's city. In this situation, we cannot afford to lose face. Our defeat must be acknowledged with grace.
Chang Xiaotian's assertion was indisputable.
The essence of the three matches hinged solely on the last contest. The clash between the seven-colored glazed body and the Haotian sword box would determine who reigned supreme.
Yet, not only did Xinghe lose,
but Chu Xinghe also delivered a swift strike of purple lightning, taking down both the great rhinoceros and Xiaoling in an instant. It was evident to all that a draw was far from feasible.
Even Chang Xiaotian had to concede that Chu Xinghe was unfathomably powerful.
The foremost among the young generation in the world today, even if Xinghe and his companions joined forces, they would hardly be a match for him. Chu Xinghe had nearly obliterated the entire martial emperor city with an invincible presence, and this draw was something martial emperor city could not accept without losing face. With martial emperor city conceding defeat, the Grand Elder found it inappropriate to voice further objections.
He presented a pill to Chang Xiaotian, who declined the offering.
There is no need for the pill, let us cancel tonight's banquet.
We have pressing matters in martial emperor city, and we shall depart from the Haotian sect this evening.
Chang Xiaotian's countenance darkened as if he had just suffered a devastating loss. Accompanied by a reluctant Xinghe, the unconscious great rhinoceros, and the weakened Xiaoling, he departed from the Haotian sect. However, before leaving, Chang Xiaotian cast a glance at Chu Xinghe, indicating that Xinghe would return one day to challenge him.
Hoping that Chu Xinghe would graciously impart his wisdom,
Chu Xinghe nodded in confusion, as his thoughts were far removed from such considerations. What he truly wished to comprehend was the art of stellar shift.
How had he emerged victorious? Moreover, why did they not desire a draw? Had he erred in his calculations? Had he known this would be the outcome?
He would have certainly remained unperturbed and refrained from unleashing his purple lightning upon the great rhinoceros.
Hey, wait! Come back! Shall we negotiate for a rematch? Whoever wins will be the victor.
Chu Xinghe felt an overwhelming urge to express his frustration.
He berated himself for being so foolish, lamenting the loss of his dignity and standards.
What standards, indeed?
What dignity?
Now he was left with nothing. Had he known that the initial fire would have flared so wildly, he might have simply laid down in surrender.
The divine fire of Zhu Rong,
perhaps a tad fiercer than the spirit fire of the vermilion bird, was not an unreasonable assertion, was it? Thus, it was not entirely far-fetched that the vermilion bird would falter and cease its efforts. And now, everything was lost, and they had driven the opponent away.
Thunder Shadow.
You must bear this blame. Can you truly justify your strength? Martial Emperor City departed, yet the banquet at Haotian sect remained unscathed.
What a jest! Had they lost today, there would have been no banquet, nothing at all. Yet today, not only had they triumphed,
But the comfort derived from this singular victory overshadowed the cumulative losses of the previous 15 matches.
In the past,
the Haotian sect managed to triumph over the martial emperor's city, yet each victory was perilously hard-won, with Chang Xiaotian often departing in a state of reluctant defeat.
However,
this time, the circumstances were entirely different. Zheng Yu openly acknowledged his defeat with sincerity, and even the Grand Elder suggested a stalemate, which Chang Xiaotian could not shamelessly accept.
Given the magnitude of their loss,
the disciple Xinghe single-handedly vanquished the 3 strongest warriors of the martial emperor's city. What was even more astonishing was that Zheng Yu, who faced Xinghe, had acquired the 7-colored glazed body. For centuries prior, when the Haotian sect seized the title of the world's foremost sect from the martial emperor's city, the latter had proclaimed that the loss of their 7-colored glazed body would one day be reversed, heralding their return. With Zheng Yu now inheriting the legacy of the 7-colored glazed body and challenging the Haotian sect, the world held its breath in anticipation. Discussions swirled around whether this battle signified the resurgence of the martial emperor city or the continuation of the Haotian sect's legacy.
The answer soon became apparent.
Chu Xinghe faced Zheng Yu with the 7-colored glazed body and, without even exerting his full strength, defeated him, compelling Zheng Yu to utter words of respect and concession. Following this, the lightning-fast strike of Lei Ying and Zidian against the ancient dragon bloodline duo was nothing short of breathtaking. Such accomplishments were undeniably magnificent.
Heaven bless Haotian.
At the banquet, the sect leader Gu Mingqiao raised his cup and personally proclaimed these words, prompting a chorus of voices to echo in unison.
Heaven bless Haotian. Chu Xinghe,
feeling somewhat exasperated, joined in the chant with a reluctant mumble. A multitude of senior brothers, sisters, and even numerous elders approached to congratulate him, yet Chu Xinghe remained indifferent, solely yearning to comprehend the mysterious art of star shifting. Ultimately, he sought out the Grand Elder.
Grand Elder, what exactly is the star shifting technique?
The Grand Elder, who typically eschewed alcohol, looked at Chu Xinghe with a dazed expression after a belch. What you broke was the star shifting technique.
Could you elaborate? Grand Elder?
The 7-colored glazed body embodies the convergence of 7 divine spirits, each possessing its own unique power.
Among them,
the Xianxin's ability is the star-shifting technique. Not only can it create 3 identical avatars, but it can also activate the star domain technique to fabricate an illusory puppet, concealing it at a specific location.
Subsequently,
any damage inflicted upon oneself is transferred to the individual or object where the puppet resides.
Damage transfer? Is that the essence of it?
The Grand Elder concluded. Then resumed his drinking.
Chu Xinghe was incensed to the point of wanting to throw a tantrum. Damn!
I misjudged Zheng Yu. I thought he was merely an actor. When the 4 Zhang Yus took a selfie, Chu Xinghe believed he was merely performing.
But he was mistaken, terribly mistaken.
This individual must have transferred the damage to himself, hence when he took the selfie, he was the one getting hurt, not Zheng Yu.
Conversely, the injuries he sustained would rebound and afflict Zheng Yu instead.
This elucidated why his lightning-fast strike had so swiftly defeated Zheng Yu.
Tears streamed down Chu Xinghe's face,
for he had never anticipated Zheng Yu's audacious actions.
Oh, Zheng Yu, why must you engage in such antics? Could you not simply conduct yourself in a more reasonable manner?
Had you done so, you would have undoubtedly been the star of tonight's banquet. Young one, the path of the wicked is not one to tread lightly. Chu Xinghe had consumed copious amounts of alcohol, accepting every toast that came his way. The fortunate Ma Liang busied himself, spreading tales of how illustrious and valiant senior brother Xinghe truly was. You may not be aware, but the formidable defense of that colossal rhinoceros was utterly abnormal, yet it was felled in an instant by senior brother Xinghe's sword.
Wan Lin was also occupied,
having contemplated testing his skills against senior brother Xinghe after grasping the essence of the staff technique, particularly since he had mastered the pinnacle of it, the unity of the 9. Though he owed much to senior brother Xinghe, a flicker of pride began to swell within him. However, after witnessing that flash of purple lightning, Wan Lin comprehended the vast gulf separating him from senior brother Xinghe. No mastery of technique could bridge such a divide. The final blow that shattered the opponent's sword intent was surely a gesture of camaraderie from senior brother Xinghe, who, aware of his own limitations against the adversary, still chose to assist Wan Lin in such a manner.
Senior brother Xinghe is indeed the foremost of the younger generation. Chu Xinghe was oblivious to how the banquet concluded. But as he was escorted home inebriated, he repeatedly lamented, "I only wish to lose. I truly wish to lose. Please, allow me to lose. I beg of you." The absurdity of his words commanded the respect of his fellow intoxicated disciples. Today, senior brother Xinghe's defeat of Zheng Yu solidified his status as the foremost among his peers. Yet he remained devoid of arrogance, always prepared for the possibility of failure. Such a mindset is one we ought to emulate. Indeed. I have heard that senior brother Xinghe once advised senior sister Wan Lin and brother Ma Liang that their anxiety during martial encounters stemmed from their fear of failure. It was precisely this fear that stifled their desire for victory. Indeed. Observe senior brother Xinghe, who never allows failure to weigh upon him, thus, failure can never catch up to him. The realm of senior brother Xinghe is one worthy of our lifelong pursuit. In the end, Chu Xinghe was returned to his chamber, while the equally inebriated Feng Fei proudly covered the brother who yearned for defeat with a blanket. Meanwhile, news of the battle between the Haotian sect and Wudi City spread swiftly. Upon learning the outcome, nearly everyone was taken aback. How could Haotian sect emerge victorious with a record of 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw? Many initially suspected that Haotian sect had acted shamelessly. However, upon realizing that senior brother Xinghe had dispatched 2 opponents with remarkable ease, even facing Zheng Yu without exerting full strength, astonishment rippled through the ranks. Though the name of Chu Xinghe was well known among the various sects, many had placed their hopes on Zheng Yu, who had come to challenge Haotian sect with the 7-colored glazed body, a cornerstone of Wudi City's former invincibility. However, in this battle, Zheng Yu suffered a devastating defeat. Chu Xinghe was able to single-handedly vanquish the 3 most exceptional disciples of the martial emperor city with remarkable ease, leaving countless spectators in sheer astonishment. That night, an unknown number of souls lay awake, and many inscribed the name Chu Xinghe in their notebooks. Likewise, the name Chu Xinghe became an imagined adversary in the hearts of the younger generation across various sects and indeed throughout the realm. To overcome Chu Xinghe would elevate one to the pinnacle of the youthful elite. That night, countless dreamers tossed and turned, envisioning themselves triumphing over Chu Xinghe, yet the more they fantasized, the heavier the weight of his name pressed upon them. The name Chu Xinghe transformed into an imposing mountain, a formidable peak that the young generation yearned to scale. Meanwhile, at the outer sect of the Haotian sect, Chu Chang also endured a sleepless night. Swathed in blankets like a dumpling, murmuring to himself with a mouth resembling a sausage. Why should that be? I am the foremost figure of the Kongsong village, he, Chu Xinghe, should be second. I, Chu Chang, possess the potential of an emperor. I refuse to accept this. I am merely a dragon wandering in shallow waters. A golden-scaled creature is not meant to remain in a pond. When the winds of fate arise, I shall transform into a dragon. Bang! The door was kicked open by a hefty figure. Who the hell is making noise here? Am I not allowed to sleep? Do you wish for a fight? No one knew how long the commotion lasted, but undoubtedly, the golden-scaled creature would have to endure in the pond for at least another year or so. Chapter 41, This battle is secured. Within the entirety of the Haotian sect, aside from the esteemed Xu Cheng, the first among the formidable, nearly everyone was reveling in the triumph of the sect. The term nearly is used because, apart from the Emperor Chu Cheng, members of the Tianyao Palace were also present. Luo Ying'er's heart lay shattered. How could this be? My senior brother Zheng Yu could never have been defeated by that scoundrel Chu Xinghe. By what right does he claim victory? My senior brother Zheng Yu possesses a visage of unparalleled beauty and should be the most invincible existence in this world, yet he has succumbed to that knave Chu Xinghe. Surely, this rogue must have employed some despicable and underhanded tactic to unjustly triumph over the benevolent, noble, and valiant Zheng Yu. Luo Ying'er, feeling unwell, chose to forego the celebratory banquet of the Haotian sect and retreated alone to the alchemy chamber prepared by Tianyao Palace for rigorous cultivation. She vowed to herself that she would defeat that scoundrel Chu Xinghe. The magnificent beauty of senior brother Zheng Yu shall be safeguarded by me, Luo Ying'er. However, Luo Ying'er did not believe that the Haotian sect was devoid of benevolent souls, for instance, senior sister Wan Lin. Though she was inebriated, she still made the effort to visit Luo Ying'er, even in her intoxicated state.
She offered a full-body massage to help alleviate the fatigue of Luo Ying'er's arduous alchemical training, a technique that still leaves her feeling pleasantly tinged with numbness.
Senior sister Wan Lin is truly an exceptional sister.
Fortunately, Chu Xinghe was unaware of this incident due to his inebriation, otherwise, he would undoubtedly have pointed at Wan Lin exclaiming, "Spare her, she is but a child."
After a night of revelry, the following morning at the Haotian sect resumed its usual routine.
After finishing breakfast, Chu Xinghe made his way to the Medicine King Palace, where not only disciples from the Lingyi Palace were present, but also numerous visitors from other sects drawn to witness the spectacle.
Despite the defeat of the martial emperor's city, the Tianyao Palace remained.
While the Tianyao Palace could not rival the martial emperor's city in terms of strength or status, it held a significant position within the realm of alchemy and had frequently challenged the Lingyi Palace over the years.
The Grand Elder led Wu Kun,
the master of Tianyao Palace, into the Medicine King Palace. Although Wu Kun held the title of master, his status was not sufficient to warrant a personal reception from someone of Gu Mingchao's caliber. Having the Grand Elder accompany him was already a great honor. After finishing his breakfast, Chu Xinghe also arrived at the Medicine King Palace. Upon entering, he was met with the furious gaze of Luo Ying'er, who looked as agitated as a squirrel. Beside her, it seemed that junior sister Wan Lin was attempting to comfort her. Though one might wonder why Wan Lin's hands were so indiscreetly placed while offering solace.
"Junior sister Wan Lin, could you please be a bit more mindful? Are you not even attempting to be discreet anymore?" Xinghe pays his respects to the Grand Elder and Master Wu Kun, Chu Xinghe greeted as he approached them.
The Grand Elder regarded Chu Xinghe with satisfaction, while Wu Kun could not help but marvel at the emergence of youthful heroes.
Following the previous day's battle,
Chu Xinghe's name had spread far and wide, and the title of the foremost among the younger generation was now common knowledge.
Moreover,
Chu Xinghe is not only formidable in strength but also a prodigy in alchemy, possessing the sacred vermilion birdfire and the esteemed inheritance of the medicine sage.
His future in the realm of alchemy is boundless.
It is a pity, however, that such an exceptional individual is not a disciple of the Heavenly Medicine Palace. Wu Kun exchanged pleasantries with the Grand Elder, and thus commenced the competition between Haotian sect and the Heavenly Medicine Palace. Wu Kun introduced his disciple, Luo Ying'er, to which Chu Xinghe sought to learn more about this exceptionally gifted individual from the Grand Elder.
Despite her youth,
this young lady has made quite a name for herself in the alchemical community, even outshining Chu Xinghe.
Nonetheless, regardless of Luo Ying'er's prowess today, defeat seemed inevitable for him. Upon waking early that morning, Chu Xinghe engaged in a profound self-reflection. What had possessed him to display such bravado during his match against Zheng Yu? Why insist on showcasing his skills and maintaining a standard? Was his loss to be celebrated? What merit did he possess, and what standard was he striving for? Thus, after a thorough introspection,
Chu Xinghe vowed to avoid the elementary mistakes he had made against Zheng Yu and to deny his opponent any opportunity for victory.
Alchemy, indeed.
Having once been an adept at causing alchemical explosions, he pondered what could be more reliable for securing a win than ensuring the safety of the furnace. Regardless of this girl's capabilities, as long as she did not cause an explosion, she would not leave the Haotian sect with a single loss.
No.
Even if she did cause an explosion, the possibility of defeat would be non-existent, for he was certain that his own explosion would be far more thorough and decisive. In this contest, he aimed to lose utterly and completely. Not even the heavens could prevent him from achieving this. As the saying goes, once one sets their sights on the Green Mountain, they shall not relent. He vowed not to rest until the alchemical furnace remained intact. Although he was unaware of why Luo Ying'er, who resembled an agitated little squirrel, was upset, he assured her that even if her fury reached the boiling point, she would not wrest a defeat from his hands.
Soon, the Grand Elder announced the content of the alchemical competition, the 5th grade pill, the feathering pill. This is an exceedingly rare elixir. Consuming this pill does not grant one immediate ascension to immortality but allows the user to sprout wings temporarily,
enabling a brief flight above the ground. However, due to the pill's short duration, it cannot facilitate high or rapid flight, rendering it largely impractical to concoct under normal circumstances. Furthermore, the method of crafting the feathering pill is quite intricate, presenting a challenge even for most 5th-grade alchemists, making it all the more obscure. It is likely that Wu Kun proposed the feathering pill for the Grand Elder, with his history of operating behind the scenes. would have had no reason not to inform him in advance.
Nevertheless, the feathering pill is welcome, although the medicine sage's inheritance includes myriad methods for perfecting its formulation.
Chu Xinghe had never attempted to concoct it in practice. It would be reasonable for him to experience an explosion on his first attempt.
Soon,
the materials for the feathering pill were prepared, and the quality of the two sets of materials exhibited almost no distinction. As the guest, the little squirrel, Luo Ying'er,
was permitted to choose first, leaving the remaining set for Chu Xinghe.
Before the little squirrel could take action, Chu Xinghe spoke up, "Junior sister Luo Ying'er,
merely refining the feathering pill is rather dull. Why not add a few other ingredients? What shall we add?
Let us each select a unique herb for the other,
which must be incorporated into the refining process. In the end, we can determine the victor." The moment Chu Xinghe made this proposal,
a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, even causing the Grand Elder to furrow his brow. The various herbs used for pill crafting were the result of centuries of research. Adding or omitting even a single ingredient could lead to unimaginable alterations in the final product.
Thus, Chu Xinghe's suggestion perplexed many. Very well. Without hesitation, Luo Ying'er nodded in agreement.
Without any superfluous words, a flash of blue light emanated from her hand,
and a piece of seawater stone appeared out of thin air.
She placed the seawater stone among Chu Xinghe's herbs, marking her choice.
Those familiar with alchemy around them were taken aback.
It should be noted that the feathering pill is a fire-type elixir, while the seawater stone belongs to the water category. The notion of fire and water coexisting is not to be taken lightly.
The addition of the seawater stone to the feathering pill would likely cause an immediate explosion.
Chu Xinghe gazed at the seawater stone with tears welling in his eyes.
Junior sister Luo Ying'er was truly considerate.
His initial suggestion was intended to provide a more eloquent excuse for an impending disaster. Now, with the inclusion of the seawater stone, no matter how catastrophic the explosion,
he would remain unfazed.
Given Luo Ying'er's kindness, he could not allow her to feel any displeasure. Before long, Chu Xinghe selected a herb for Luo Ying'er as well.
Plantago? The onlookers were bewildered upon seeing the herb Chu Xinghe chose for Luo Ying'er.
Plantago was also a water-type herb, known for its mild properties, and typically would not cause significant side effects when added to any elixir.
While Luo Ying'er had selected the seawater stone for him, he had chosen Plantago for her? What was he thinking? With the seawater stone included, how could they possibly refine the feathering pill?
It appeared that Chu Xinghe was being magnanimous.
Considering Luo Ying'er was merely a young girl and did not wish to take advantage of her,
this was a rather clever way to increase his own challenge. It reflected his character. Perhaps he feared that outsiders might accuse the Haotian sect of bullying the Heavenly Medicine Palace, and thus sought to silence any gossip.
However,
Luo Ying'er had gone too far by choosing the seawater stone, while he had selected an almost innocuous herb like Plantago for her. She had opted for a herb that contradicted his choice. The disparity in their actions was striking. The disciples of Lingyi Palace buzzed with discussion.
Not only them,
but Luo Ying'er herself was momentarily stunned by Chu Xinghe's selection. Initially, when he proposed this challenge, her first reaction was that this scoundrel must have some ulterior motive. Without a moment's hesitation, she chose the most formidable opponent, the aquamarine, only to be utterly astonished that this cunning adversary opted for Plantago.
As a prodigious alchemist, how could Luo Ying'er be unaware of the stark contrast between Plantago and aquamarine?
At that moment, her heart wavered. But soon she recalled the resplendent visage of her senior brother, Zhang, and her resolve solidified once more. This cunning adversary must be harboring a nefarious scheme. He was undoubtedly intimidated by the prospect of losing to her, thus employing this seemingly difficult tactic as a pretext for failure.
It must be so.
With her mind resolute and free from distraction, Luo Ying'er commenced to summon the earth fire without a second thought. As the flames surged upwards, a crimson blaze erupted from the ground, coalescing in midair into the form of a qilin, an auspicious beast.
Qilin True Fire.
This girl possesses the qilin True Fire. Comparable to the vermilion bird's spiritual fire, Luo Ying'er is indeed the inheritor of the qilin True Fire.
The ascendant flames sent shockwaves through the entire apothecary palace. And even Feng Fei and others regarded Chu Xinghe with a newfound tinge of concern.
It is well known that among the various flames, qilin True Fire is on par with the vermilion bird spiritual fire, in a fair confrontation, while Qilin true fire would typically contend against vermilion bird's fire. With the apothecary sage's legacy, Brother Xinghe would still likely prevail. Yet, the unforeseen introduction of aquamarine utterly dismantled all of Chu Xinghe's advantages, rendering this battle exceedingly challenging for him. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow, and even he began to feel a twinge of apprehension. However, upon witnessing the Qilin true fire, Chu Xinghe was nearly propelled from his seat in exhilaration. Although he had previously heard from the Grand Elder that Luo Ying'er might wield the Qilin true fire, it had remained mere rumor until now. The confirmation ignited his excitement. Surely, victory was within his grasp. This battle shall be his triumph. Chapter 42: The Emergence of the Divine Elixir in the Exalted Halls of the Haotian Sect. A sense of hubris permeated the air as they reveled in their recent victory over the martial emperor's city. However, the tides of fortune shifted swiftly as Chu Xinghe's audacity led to a disheartening defeat against the Heavenly Medicine Palace. Contemplating the aftermath of his failure, Chu Xinghe envisioned the ensuing discussions that would undoubtedly unfold, though they would scarcely rival the sensational fallout of a loss to the martial emperor's city. The irony lay in the fact that the Haotian sect, having basked in triumph, would soon find itself the subject of ridicule due to Chu Xinghe's arrogance. Would the elder not impose punishment upon him? Could the sect leader possibly restrain his fury? Would Chu Xinghe's status as a direct disciple withstand the repercussions? The reputation of the Haotian sect was poised to suffer a grievous blow, an outcome with myriad ramifications. With a heart brimming with delight, Chu Xinghe commenced the refinement of the feathering elixir. Methodically, he placed the various ingredients into the alchemical furnace, and under the auspices of the vermilion bird's spirit fire, the process unfolded seamlessly. He harbored no apprehension regarding the potential for an explosion. The volatile nature of the vermilion bird's flames coupled with the furnace's temperament promised an explosive outcome when the sea blue stone was introduced. Meanwhile, Luo Ying'er was equally proficient in her alchemical endeavors. Empowered by the Qilin's true fire, her furnace, though inferior to the vermilion bird's, was far from ordinary. As she meticulously added the herbs, the preparation of the feathering elixir progressed with remarkable fluidity. Soon, she reached for the plantain herb that Chu Xinghe had prepared, scrutinizing it thoroughly before confidently placing it into the furnace. As the culmination of her efforts approached, a fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace, accompanied by swirling tendrils of purple smoke, an auspicious sign heralding the creation of a superior elixir. Truly, the prowess of the Qilin's true fire was formidable. Even with the addition of the plantain herb, it still yielded an exceptional concoction. Luo Ying'er's alchemical skills were indeed formidable, leaving Chu Xinghe's prospects in a precarious position. Within the confines of the Medicine King Palace, observers gazed intently as the purple smoke billowed forth from Luo Ying'er's furnace, their expressions growing grave. Wu Kun, adorned with a broad smile, contrasted sharply with the elder opposite him, who cast a worried glance towards Chu Xinghe, puzzled by the latter's intentions. The abrupt introduction of additional rules was perplexing enough. Why would he not select the sea blue stone for her in return? The choice of the plantain herb left many questions unanswered. Had Chu Xinghe's recent victory inflated his confidence? Suddenly, the furnace trembled violently, and in an instant, it burst open, unleashing a radiant beam of purple light skyward. Luo Ying'er soared upward, deftly grasping a levitating purple elixir. In that fleeting moment, the elixir shimmered as the purple light dispersed, filling the alchemical chamber with an enchanting fragrance. It was indeed a superior feathering elixir. Thrilled, Luo Ying'er hurried to her master Wu Kun, presenting the precious elixir with gleeful exuberance. After Wu Kun nodded slightly, he gestured for Luo Ying'er to present the elixir to the Grand Elder. Once again, Luo Ying'er approached the Grand Elder with the elixir, seeking his appraisal. Without needing to examine it extensively, the Grand Elder, with a mere glance, discerned that Luo Ying'er's exquisite transformation pill was flawless. Upon witnessing the Grand Elder's nod, a radiant smile blossomed on Luo Ying'er's face. Simultaneously, her gaze drifted towards Chu Xinghe, who was still engrossed in his alchemical endeavor. Xinghe, don't overreach. Prepare to meet your fate. Meanwhile, Chu Xinghe continued his refinement of the transformation pill. However, in stark contrast to Luo Ying'er's earlier success, his vermilion bird furnace emitted little to no fragrant aroma from the herbs, and this was not the most pressing concern. The crucial element, the aquamarine stone, had yet to be added. As the onlookers fretted over how Chu Xinghe would incorporate the aquamarine stone, he finally reached the pivotal moment of his concoction.
Without hesitation, he cast the aquamarine stone into the furnace.
At the instant the water element aquamarine stone entered the vermilion bird furnace, it began to tremble violently.
It's about to explode. Everyone, retreat.
The vermilion bird furnace shook uncontrollably. Indeed, the introduction of the aquamarine stone had thrown the refinement of the transformation pill into chaos. An explosion was imminent. The Grand Elder's immediate instinct was to intervene, yet he hesitated upon seeing Chu Xinghe's countenance. In that moment, he noticed that Chu Xinghe remained composed, wearing a subtle smile rather than displaying any signs of panic at the impending disaster. This smile startled the Grand Elder.
Could it be that this young man had a contingency plan?
Perhaps he should wait a moment longer. Yet, as the Grand Elder held his breath in anticipation,
Chu Xinghe suddenly unleashed his spiritual energy.
The vermilion bird's spiritual flame burst forth in a torrent, and under the immense pressure exerted by the flame, the already trembling furnace seemed to teeter on the brink of collapse.
Boom!
A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the apothecary palace. The tremendous blast, accompanied by terrifying flames, engulfed the vermilion bird furnace, as everyone scrambled to avoid the impending eruption of the vermilion bird's spiritual fire.
Then, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded.
The erupting flames did not stray far from the furnace. Instead, they swirled around it in a frenzied dance. Within this maelstrom of fire, the vermilion bird furnace suddenly ascended into the air. A surge of water light erupted from within the furnace, intertwining inexplicably with the flames, creating an astonishing harmony of fire and water.
Water and fire in perfect harmony.
Wu Kun was the first to exclaim. As his words echoed,
the Grand Elder's eyes widened in excitement.
It is said that within the realm of alchemy, there exists a unique technique capable of harmonizing conflicting ingredients, allowing their opposing forces to elevate the quality of the elixir. This technique, known as the blending of water and fire, had long been relegated to legend. Even the revered alchemy sage, Lu Changfeng, had not fully mastered it, having only made attempts and speculations regarding its application.
Yet today, the scene outside the Xinghe furnace, where water and fire harmoniously merged, epitomizes the legendary technique of their confluence, does it not?
The Xinghe furnace quaked violently, but this time it was not an explosion.
It was a revelation.
A beam of golden light burst forth from the furnace, ascending into the sky. It was a pill, a golden elixir. As this miraculous pill soared, dark clouds suddenly gathered above the previously clear skies of the Haotian sect.
Lightning began to flicker ominously within the clouds. A divine product. It is a divine-grade elixir.
With the emergence of this divine pill, calamity descended from the heavens. Wu Kun's eyes blazed with fervor. As a peak 9th-tier alchemist, he had dedicated his life to the art of alchemy, yet he had never once crafted such a divine-grade elixir. Even the Grand Elder had managed to create only one in his lifetime.
To concoct a divine-grade elixir is the lifelong aspiration of every alchemist. Boom!
A bolt of thunder descended from the heavens, shattering the roof of the apothecary palace, colliding with the soaring golden divine elixir. The golden light fused with the thunder. The lightning sought to obliterate the pill, yet it appeared to possess some mystical power, not only resisting destruction but dazzling even more brilliantly under the tempest.
Boom!
The thunder shattered, and the divine pill was formed. The golden elixir fell from the sky, and its fragrance permeated the entire apothecary palace. Although it was merely an aroma, it invigorated the spirits of all present. A divine-grade elixir. This was a true divine-grade elixir, incomparable to any superior-grade concoction. No one could have anticipated that today, Chu Xinghe, a mere 5th-tier alchemist, would produce the legendary divine-grade elixir before the eyes of all.
Wu Kun was left speechless.
The Grand Elder's excitement caused his beard to almost take flight.
Countless disciples of the Haotian sect wore expressions of exhilaration. Luo Inger was equally astounded, her disbelief evident. Yet, amidst all this, Chu Xinghe appeared utterly perplexed. What on earth is happening? How did this divine-grade elixir come to be?
I merely wished for an explosion.
How did I inadvertently conjure a divine-grade elixir instead? Xinghe furnace, are you mocking me? In that moment, however, Chu Xinghe's bewilderment
as perceived by all, transformed into an air of calmness and ethereal detachment. All gazes turned toward the figure of Chu Xinghe standing before the Zhuke furnace. Behold! This is our fellow disciple Xinghe, who remains unfazed even by the divine great elixir. He has foreseen all. No wonder he faced the azure blue stone without fear. It turns out he has mastered the extraordinary technique of harmonizing water and fire. Surely, this is a revelation gleaned from the legacy of the apothecary sage. This is something even the sage could not achieve in his time. Our brother Xinghe truly surpasses the master. Luo Ying'er also widened her eyes, gazing at Chu Xinghe. Inexplicably feeling that, in that moment, his figure appeared so towering and magnificent. As an alchemist, no one harbors a desire to create a divine-grade elixir more fervently than she. Luo Ying'er dreams of it, yet she knows she has a long way to go. Before her stood Chu Xinghe, who had personally concocted an exquisite elixir. Remaining utterly composed in the face of it all. Even when the furnace had erupted moments ago, nearly prompting a cheer from him, he stood unfazed. As if he had foreseen the unfolding events. Indeed, he must have mastered the legendary technique of harmonizing water and fire. Chu Xinghe was truly unfathomable. For the first time, Luo Ying'er felt a profound sense of insignificance. Chu Xinghe loomed before her like an insurmountable mountain, leaving her breathless. As she observed him, serene amidst the crimson phoenix flames, witnessing the birth of the divine pill, she could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of admiration. In that moment, she realized how magnificent her senior brother Xinghe truly was. It dawned on her that he was remarkably handsome, rivaling even the stunning visage of senior brother Zhangyu. Chapter 43, The Arrival of the Fortunate General, The Emergence of the Divine Pill, A Cataclysm Descends. The sudden appearance of thunderclouds shook the entire Haotian sect. Even the sect master, Gu Mingqiao, descended from the Haotian palace, traversing the void. Witnessing the clash between the thunder and the golden pill in the sky stirred even the depths of his heart. Today marked the alchemical competition between Haotian sect and the Tianyao palace. Gu Mingqiao, lacking any expertise in alchemy, had not intended to attend. Especially since the palace master of Tianyao palace would not require his personal presence. However, he never anticipated that today would witness the emergence of a divine pill, accompanied by the summoning of heavenly thunder. Within the Haotian sect, only the Grand Elder had once reached the pinnacle of the 9th grade in alchemy, crafting a pill of divine quality that had summoned thunder to shake the world. Today, it was the contest between Chu Xinghe and Luo Ying'er. Chu Xinghe was rumored to be a 5th grade alchemist, as was Luo Ying'er. 2 5th grade alchemists producing a divine pill? Gu Mingqiao advanced several steps towards the apothecary palace. And through the roof that had been shattered by the thunder, he beheld the divine pill suspended in mid-air, surrounded by countless ecstatic disciples of the Haotian sect. Upon witnessing this scene, a smile graced Gu Mingqiao's face. It was indeed the child, Xinghe. Truly living up to the legacy of the sage of medicine. Yesterday, a single hand had vanquished the entire young generation of Wudi City, and today, the divine pill of the sage of medicine had come forth. This child perpetually brings forth astonishing surprises. Not only Gu Mingqiao, but the elders of various palaces also flocked from all directions at the moment the thunder cracked. Upon seeing the golden divine pill and the jubilant disciples of the Haotian sect, everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation. Heaven bless Haotian! Countless elders raised their voices in joyous song. Gu Mingqiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back in the void, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy. Heaven bless Haotian! There was no fault in this proclamation. For 400 years, Haotian sect had witnessed numerous prodigies. Yet none had ever emerged to rival the unparalleled existence of the 10th generation Haotian emperor. Even Gu Mingqiao himself, though hailed as the world's foremost, was aware of the existence of many hidden masters and some ancient beings who remained reclusive. He knew that he was not invincible. But today, Haotian sect had finally produced a figure capable of standing alongside the 10th generation Haotian emperor. No, to be precise, Chu Xinghe had already surpassed the Haotian emperor of yore. At this age, the Haotian emperor certainly had not achieved such heights as Chu Xinghe. Gu Mingqiao recognized that it was indeed heaven's blessing upon Haotian. The sect was on the verge of producing a truly invincible being. As the thunderclouds dissipated, a massive hole remained atop the newly constructed apothecary palace. Yet, rather than lamenting this void, all gazed upon it with exhilaration, for it stood as a testament to the divine pill's emergence and the rise of junior brother Xinghe. The Grand Elder soared into the air, plucking the divine pill from the sky. The pill radiated a dazzling golden light. And the Grand Elder cradled it as though it were the most potent treasure in the world, allowing everyone to savor its magnificence. Each observer's eyes sparkled with awe. This was the legendary divine pill. At last, the Grand Elder presented the divine elixir before Wu Kun, requesting his insights. Wu Kun gazed at the elixir, his expression marred by bitterness. The Grand Elder chuckled, noting that Wu Kun had yet to concoct a divine elixir in his lifetime, thus questioning his qualifications to appraise it. Today's battle has left Tianyao Palace thoroughly convinced it was a folly on our part to overestimate our capabilities, and we have brought disgrace upon ourselves. As Wu Kun spoke, the Grand Elder struggled to suppress his amusement, repeatedly insisting that it was perfectly fine to exchange ideas. Indeed, it was quite beneficial, without such exchanges. How could Xinghe, this child, have transcended his limits to create a divine elixir? Wu Kun's heart was heavy with anguish, a sentiment echoed by Chu Xinghe. How did a divine elixir manifest? What happened to the promised explosion? All he wished for was a glorious detonation. Having thrown in the sea blue stone, was an explosion not justified? What was the meaning behind producing a divine elixir? Zhuke Furnace, are you exacting revenge upon me? Was it truly necessary just because I had bullied you once? Chu Xinghe remained utterly bewildered. Senior brother Xinghe, today I am utterly convinced. Your mastery of alchemy is something I shall aspire to learn for a lifetime. Having grasped the true fire of the Qilin, I thought I could stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Today, I realize the chasm between us is as vast as heaven and earth, not merely in alchemy, but in temperament as well. Tears welled in Luo Ying'er's eyes as she spoke. I mistook your additional conditions for cunning. You chose the plant and herb for me, while I maliciously selected the sea blue stone for you. Yet your exceptional abilities command my utmost respect. Her heartfelt words moved many of the onlooking disciples, who felt a pang of sympathy. However, Chu Xinghe felt no such compassion. This little squirrel. The current predicament was one he could not evade. Had it not been for your ill-fated choice of the wretched sea blue stone, could I have concocted a divine elixir? Could I have triumphed? Why was it so difficult for this prince of explosions to simply achieve an explosion? Yet, at this juncture, Chu Xinghe found himself bereft of solutions. The divine elixir had already materialized. What more could be done? He could only offer a semblance of consolation to the little squirrel before him. Tianyao Palace, like the martial emperor's city, had suffered a complete and utter defeat. Wu Kun did not linger at Haotian sect. Instead, he departed with the little squirrel. However, as the little squirrel left, she turned back thrice, her face alight with admiration, inquiring whether she could seek guidance from senior brother Xinghe in the future. Chu Xinghe smiled, warmly welcoming her, though internally he thought, go away. It would be best if you never returned, and that all squirrels remain absent from Haotian sect. Watching junior sister Wan Lin tearfully bid farewell to the little squirrel at the mountain gate brought him some solace. Come now, little squirrel. You have no idea that not only are senior brothers formidable, but senior sisters are even more daunting. The Grand Elder of the Medicine King Palace ordered that no one was to cultivate within the gaping hole struck by heavenly lightning. This was a harbinger of the Medicine King Palace's ascent, a symbol of Chu Xinghe's glory. With a grand gesture, Feng Fei utilized high-grade spiritual stones as glass, directly affixing them to the structure. Not only did this serve to shield against the rain, but it also emitted a radiant glow, allowing every disciple who entered the apothecary palace to witness the illustrious achievements of their senior brother, Chu Xinghe. The Tianyao Palace, in its arrogance, met a devastating defeat at the hands of the Qilin True Fire, whilst the news of the emergence of the divine pill could not be concealed. Once the word spread, the discussions echoed Chu Xinghe's speculations, merely with the roles reversed. Just as Haotian sect had recently vanquished the formidable Wudi city, it proceeded to obliterate the Tianyao Palace. What was even more astonishing was that all of this was accomplished by a single individual. Only yesterday, many remarked that Chu Xinghe might be the foremost powerhouse of the younger generation, and today, it became evident that not only was he unmatched in strength, but also preeminent in the art of alchemy among his contemporaries. Countless sect leaders lamented in frustration, why must such an exceptional disciple align himself with the Haotian sect? Our own sect is commendable as well. It is one thing for an individual to possess extraordinary strength, but how can one's mastery of alchemy be so profoundly superior? On this day, an unknown number of young disciples were assigned increased training regimens by their sects, and many bore the weight of their burdens in silence. Yet, the Lingyi palace was adorned with lights and festooned in celebration. Tonight, it was a night of indulgence. Although the banquet did not encompass the entirety of the Haotian sect,
it overflowed within the Lingyi palace.
Even the sect leader partook in a goblet of wine and advised Chu Xinghe to remain humble amidst his recent accomplishments and to continue his journey with humility.
To this, Chu Xinghe could only manage a bitter smile, internally lamenting, "Am I truly arrogant?
I wish for nothing more than to vanish." The Lingyi palace hosted a grand feast,
welcoming guests from various palaces to offer their congratulations. Conversations abounded regarding Chu Xinghe's remarkable performance that day. You have no idea.
When I saw junior brother Xinghe acquire the sea blue stone, I thought he was finished.
Reflecting now, it seems his insistence on those additional conditions was indeed an act of righteousness. Indeed,
junior brother Xinghe is unwilling to exploit that young girl. Having mastered the Qilin true fire, he remains humble.
Even with the sea blue stone in hand, he could easily overwhelm his opponents. This is the essence of junior brother Xinghe.
He despises bullying others, exhibiting great benevolence. Though he could have effortlessly triumphed, he feared the public perception of the Haotian sect as a bully.
Regardless of his conditions, what does it matter? In the face of absolute strength, who can contend? Did you not see the way that young girl gazed at junior brother Xinghe as she departed the sect? Her admiration was palpable.
She is unworthy of him.
Absolutely.
What manner of person is junior brother Xinghe, that she could ever be deemed his equal?
Come, let us raise a toast to junior brother Xinghe.
Chu Xinghe, having remained sober that evening, reflected on the words of his senior brothers, who recounted tales of his drunken proclamations wishing for failure, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, their embellishments had artfully salvaged his dignity, and he was relieved that he had not uttered anything more outrageous. Henceforth, he resolved to drink sparingly, lest one day he find himself inebriated, loudly declaring his desire to obliterate his own sect. Such thoughts were certainly not to be trifled with.
The banquet at Lingyi Palace continued well into the late hours of the night.
Although Chu Xinghe had not indulged excessively in drink, he feigned inebriation. Burdened by overwhelming discomfort as he returned to his quarters with senior brother Foam lying on his bed, and confirming that senior brother Foam was soundly asleep, Chu Xinghe found tears streaming down his face. What had he done to deserve this? First, he had suffered defeat at the hands of the martial Emperor City. And then he had vanquished the Heavenly Medicine Palace. Was this what failure was supposed to look like? But upon reflection, could he truly blame himself? The opponents were simply too feeble. Zhengyu, oh Zhengyu, why could you not engage in a fair fight? What was with this star shift technique? You might as well have vanished. And little squirrel, why choose the sea blue stone? Were you deliberately provoking trouble? With a heart full of grievances, Chu Xinghe eventually succumbed to slumber. The night passed without dreams, and the next morning, he was roused from his sleep by senior brother Foam. After breakfast, news arrived from another senior brother. It was said that the Grand Elder wished to conduct additional training with him. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe felt a surge of vexation. See? The bad news had finally arrived. The emergence of the divine elixir seemed to have invigorated the Grand Elder, who previously deemed any failure to produce a superior grade as a defeat. Would he now impose an ultimate goal of failing to concoct the divine elixir? What nonsense was this regarding alchemy? He was utterly exasperated. Yet, vexed or not, he had to comply. However, upon arriving at the Medicine King Palace, he discovered that the Grand Elder was not present. Inquiring further, he learned that the Grand Elder had gone to Haotian Palace. Apparently, a vice president of the Haotian Merchant Association named Chu Xinghe had reported something of great importance, prompting the congregation of the palace heads and the Grand Elder at the behest of the sect leader. Hearing the name Chu Xinghe, Chu Xinghe's eyes sparkled with excitement. The fortunate General Chu Xinghe, the only true benefactor who had never led him astray, was certainly not comparable to that treacherous Ma Liang.
What news could Chu Xinghe possibly bring that warranted the sect leaderess summons of the Grand Elder and the palace heads for discussion? Could it be that trouble had befallen the sect? Suddenly, Chu Xinghe felt a rush of exhilaration. Chapter 44, Depletion of Spiritual Minds. Within the Grand Hall of the Haotian Palace, the esteemed leader Gu Mingqiao, the eldest elder, and the heads of various sects convened.
Chu Xinghe, the fortunate envoy of Chu Xinghe, arrived at the Haotian sect bearing unfortunate news.
The primary spiritual mine, a crucial resource for the sect, had been exhausted,
yielding no spiritual stones for over half a month. This first-rate mine was acquired by the Haotian sect centuries ago and played an indispensable role in its rise to prominence.
Even today, the spiritual stones produced by this mine constituted approximately 10% of the sect's total output.
The depletion of this vital resource was indeed grave news.
Gu Mingqiao summoned the heads of the various sects with a singular purpose: to deliberate on the selection of a new spiritual mine. Spiritual mines are of paramount importance for any sect, as they are the primary source of spiritual stones. Given the expansive undertakings of the Haotian sect, the urgency to identify a viable replacement for the primary mine was pressing.
Is there any news from the Merchant Association, Chu Xinghe? The eldest elder inquired slowly.
With utmost respect, Chu Xinghe replied, "Elder, the primary mine is indeed among the finest in existence, and there are few that can compare to it. Finding a mine that can serve as a suitable replacement in the near term presents a formidable challenge." The other elders nodded in agreement.
Chu Xinghe's assessment was accurate. The primary mine was unparalleled, and its replacement would not be an easy task. In light of the depletion of this mine,
identifying a substitute was of utmost importance.
I wonder which of the elders would be willing to personally journey to the spiritual vein mountains to select a new mine?
Gu Mingqiao proposed, standing in the center of the hall.
However, upon the conclusion of his words, a profound silence enveloped the assembly, including the eldest elder.
This was not due to a lack of willingness to contribute to the sect, but rather the gravity of selecting a new mine. Acquiring a new spiritual mine would entail astronomical costs, and finding one comparable to the primary mine was an even greater challenge.
In such circumstances, a misstep could result in unimaginable losses for the sect, rendering even the eldest elder hesitant to speak. Observing the silence of the elders, Chu Xinghe opened his mouth, hesitated, and then fell silent.
Chu Xinghe, you should rest within the sect for now. This matter requires further discussion. Gu Mingqiao recognized the complexity of the situation and chose to defer it for the time being.
Understood.
Chu Xinghe bowed respectfully to the leader and all the elders before exiting the grand hall. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Chu Xinghe in the distance, beckoning him from within the Haotian palace.
Despite no longer possessing the Haotian order, Chu Xinghe still enjoyed unrestricted access to the palace.
Given his frequent visits to consult the leader on matters of Haotian battle intent and his good rapport within the sect,
the guardians of the Haotian palace were not inclined to hinder him.
Seeing Chu Xinghe waving, Chu Xinghe's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly made his way towards him. Although the time since parting with Chu Xinghe has not been long, Chu Xinghe is acutely aware of everything that has transpired during this period. With his own strength, he has dominated the younger generation of Wudi City, and even the seven-colored glazed body of Zhang Yu fell before Chu Xinghe.
Subsequently,
in the grand competition of alchemy held by the Tianyao Palace, he became the first fifth-grade alchemist in the world to concoct a divine pill, causing a stir far and wide. The name of Chu Xinghe has echoed in Chu Xinghe's ears countless times in such a short span, first in combat prowess among the younger generation, and first in alchemical skills. Each time he thinks of Chu Xinghe feels a profound admiration. His senior brother not only possesses noble character but also an unfathomable strength.
Moreover,
the key reason for his visit to the sect to report on the #1 mining pit is coupled with a bold idea. This notion is so audacious that he hesitated to voice it in the Haotian Great Hall. This audacious idea pertains to Chu Xinghe. The last time his senior brother merely glanced at the raw stone and discerned its flaws, an ability to perceive spiritual stones that Chu Xinghe, having dealt with raw stones for half a lifetime, has never witnessed before.
This must be the capability bestowed by the legendary inheritance of the medicine saint. Hence,
Chu Xinghe believes that if he could persuade senior brother Xinghe to visit Lingmai Mountain and personally select the spiritual mines, success would be nearly guaranteed.
However, the Haotian sect also has its own rules. Historically, even the elders have refrained from intervening in the selection of spiritual minds. After all,
failure in such a selection could lead to dire consequences. This is why the elders fell silent after the sect leader spoke. Not even the heads of various palaces or the grand elders would dare to undertake such a responsibility lightly.
Although senior brother Xinghe holds an extraordinary position in the sect, it is unlikely that such a significant matter would be entrusted to him.
Chu Xinghe did not conceal anything regarding Chu Xinghe.
He openly shared his purpose for coming and his thoughts.
After listening to Chu Xinghe's words, Chu Xinghe remained silent for a full 10 seconds. What does it mean to receive a pillow when one is sleepy? What is it to provide timely assistance? What does it mean to be a benefactor?
From this day forth, there is only one benefactor in this world, and that is you, Xinghe the benefactor. The last encounter with Xinghe the benefactor brought him the pinnacle of third-grade cultivation, and now, just as he was troubled by the setbacks from Wudi City and Tianyao Palace,
Xinghe the benefactor has presented such a colossal opportunity. A spiritual mine. What immense significance does a spiritual mine hold for the sect? What astronomical sums are involved in acquiring a spiritual mine? My heavens! If this were to lead the sect into a disastrous pit, the losses would be unfathomable.
The heavens do not forsake those who toil earnestly. After the darkness comes the dawn.
Tears nearly welled up in Chu Xinghe's eyes. This is precisely the opportunity he has been yearning for.
Even more gratifying is the fact that he did not need to remind Xinghe the benefactor. The first person he thought of was him. Xinghe the benefactor, oh Xinghe the benefactor, I know nothing of raw stones. Although there is indeed knowledge regarding the judgment of raw stones within the medicine saint's inheritance, should I merely glance at it, I would consider myself defeated.
Suppressing the tumult within his heart, Chu Xinghe turned to Qin Fu and inquired, President Qin, have you informed the sect master about this matter? Brother Xinghe?
I dared not speak of it, for the gravity of the situation is immense, and I feared it might bring trouble to you, Qin Fu replied.
You are the one bringing me trouble. Chu Xinghe exclaimed, genuinely anxious.
To miss such a splendid opportunity would leave him with lifelong regrets. The selection of spiritual minds was indeed a fortuitous chance bestowed upon their sect. A misstep in this choice could lead to detrimental consequences for the sect while he might gain personally.
However,
the sect would undoubtedly seek someone to bear the blame for such significant losses, and Chu Xinghe feared that, even if he were not relegated to the outer sect, his status as a direct disciple would be irrevocably lost. In such a scenario, he would face punishment while suffering further repercussions. Such an opportunity was rare indeed.
President Qin, how can you be so foolish? If such a monumental task is entrusted to an elder lacking expertise, the potential losses for the sect would be catastrophic. Come. Let us proceed to the Haotian Hall at once. With that, Chu Xinghe dragged Qin forward, rushing towards the Haotian Hall. Qin Fu wore a bitter smile.
For he did not doubt Chu Xinghe's intentions or his aptitude for raw stones.
The crux of the matter lay in the hierarchy.
The selection of spiritual minds was of such importance that only figures of the highest rank in each palace would be deemed worthy.
Chu Xinghe was merely a disciple. Albeit a direct one, could the sect truly assign such a significant task to him? As they entered the Haotian Hall,
a group of esteemed elders engaged in discussion paused momentarily, taken aback. You insolent boy, how dare you intrude upon our deliberations?
Depart at once. The Grand Elder rebuked Chu Xinghe. Upon hearing this, the other elders chuckled lightly but remained silent.
Even the sect master, Gu Mingqiao, wore a smile without uttering a word. Yet, Qin Fu stood frozen. In his haste to follow brother Xinghe, he had completely forgotten that no one was permitted to intrude while the sect master and elders were in session. Qin Fu was acutely aware of the strict regulations of the Haotian sect. He recalled a core disciple who had inadvertently intruded upon the Haotian palace and was subsequently stripped of his status and cast into the outer sect.
Yet now, Chu Xinghe had brazenly entered the Haotian Hall, and all the Grand Elder could say was to depart?
Brother Xinghe was a disciple of the Grand Elder, so his protection was understandable, but the lack of objection from the other elders, including the sect master, was astonishing. Others who intruded upon the Haotian palace were cast into the outer sect, yet brother Xinghe faced no such repercussions? As Qin Fu attempted to pull Xinghe back outside,
Chu Xinghe resolutely shook him off and stood his ground.
Grand Elder, please do not be hasty, we have urgent matters to report.
Defying the Grand Elder in such a manner? Qin Fu was bewildered. Brother Xinghe, the Grand Elder has commanded us to leave, we should comply. Defying him now could lead to severe punishment.
Panic surged through Qin Fu, nearly causing him to lose control.
In the Haotian sect, opposing the Grand Elder was a grave offense. Oh, if there is a matter to discuss, then speak. Qin Fu was left in utter confusion. What is happening?
As others intruded upon the heavenly hall and breached its outer sanctum, senior brother Xinghe had dared to confront the Grand Elder without a hint of trepidation. Yet the Grand Elder remained unfazed, even encouraging Chu Xinghe to speak. In that moment, Chu Xinghe realized the gravity of his misjudgment. He had gravely erred. The standing of senior brother Xinghe within the heavenly sect was beyond anything he could possibly fathom.
Had it been any other disciple in that situation?
They would undoubtedly have been unable to walk out of the heavenly hall unscathed.
Just moments ago,
I had inquired of President Qin about the state of the sect's primary spiritual mind, which appeared to be exhausted.
Chu Xinghe spoke nonchalantly. However, the instant those words left his lips, Qin Xianqian's complexion turned ashen with fear. Senior brother Xinghe, you truly dare to speak such things? He exclaimed.
The matter of this primary spiritual mind is a closely guarded secret of the sect. I confided in you because I placed my trust in you, senior brother Xinghe.
But to utter this in front of so many elders and the sect master, are you out of your mind? Inquiring into sect secrets is a capital offense.
The Grand Elder will surely be furious. Despair washed over Qin Xianqian, tears nearly spilling from his eyes as he braced himself for the Grand Elder's impending wrath.
Yet, to his astonishment, the Grand Elder spoke. You are correct. Qin Xianqian's bewilderment was palpable. What on earth? How can correct be a sufficient response?
Chapter 45, Trust of the Sect. Qin Xianqian felt as if his mind was a chaotic pot of kanji.
To his astonishment,
instead of inciting the wrath of the Grand Elder for Brother Xinghe's unauthorized inquiries into the sect's secrets, the response was merely, well said?
Qin Xianqian felt as though his worldview had been utterly upended.
The depletion of the primary spiritual mind was undoubtedly a closely guarded secret of the Haotian sect. One that should never be disclosed without dire consequences. Should this information be leaked, it could pose unimaginable peril to the sect.
Such critical secrets could only be known by the highest-ranking leaders of various palaces, with even ordinary elders lacking the privilege of awareness. To probe into secrets of this magnitude warranted severe punishment, if not death. But now what did well said even mean?
Qin Xianqian had thought he was on the brink of death. Brother Xinghe's inquiry was a grave offense.
And to unwittingly divulge such confidential information would surely lead to his demise.
Yet, all the elders and the sect leader remained smiling.
What could this possibly signify? Were they completely indifferent? Xinghe, now that you are aware, share your thoughts.
The words came from sect leader Gu Mingqiao, and Qin Xianqian was left utterly speechless.
What did this statement imply? Brother Xinghe, who had learned this secret, was not only unpunished but was also invited to express his opinions?
Such matters could impact the future of the sect, and even ordinary elders were not entitled to hear them, let alone voice their views.
Yet, the sect leader encouraged Brother Xinghe to share his insights?
Qin Xianqian believed he must be dreaming, but even if it were a dream, it felt bizarrely tangible. Sect leader, just now, President Qin informed me that the first spiritual mine accounts for 10% of our Haotian sect's spiritual stone production. Its depletion has significant repercussions for the sect, thus I believe we should promptly identify a suitable mine to replace it.
The sect leader and numerous elders nodded, signaling Chu Xinghe to continue.
I conferred with President Qin outside, and he harbored a notion he hesitated to voice before everyone.
In truth, he has someone in mind for selecting the new spiritual mine. Who?
The Grand Elder interjected, turning his gaze toward Qin Xianqian.
Though drenched in sweat, Qin Xianqian quickly replied with utmost respect, it is Brother Xinghe. What? Upon hearing Qin Xianqian's words, a wave of confusion washed over the elders. Yet,
it seemed they soon grasped the underlying reason.
Was it due to the previous incident with the raw stones?
Returning to the sect leader. Brother Xinghe has inherited the legacy of the apothecary sage, granting him an extraordinary ability to discern raw stones, one that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Even the elders of the Shi family might pale in comparison.
If Brother Xinghe were to examine the spiritual vein in the mountains, he could surely provide a more accurate assessment.
Chu Xinghe spoke in one breath, and the elders along with the sect leader began to deliberate among themselves. Listening to their discussions, Chu Xinghe felt a fresh wave of embarrassment wash over him.
Originally, he had anticipated that as soon as he spoke,
an elder would surely rise to argue against Chu Xinghe's qualifications to make such a significant decision.
However, to Chu Xinghe's astonishment, no elder questioned Chu Xinghe's eligibility. Instead,
the discussion revolved around whether he could genuinely discover superior mineral veins. At that moment, Chu Xinghe realized that Brother Xinghe had attained an unimaginable stature within the Haotian sect. Both the sect leader and the elders from various halls implicitly recognized Chu Xinghe's right to participate in the deliberations, a privilege that no disciple had ever achieved in the history of the Haotian sect.
"Xinghe, what do you think?"
the sect leader inquired with a beaming smile directed at Chu Xinghe.
In response to the sect leader, "It is my solemn duty," Chu Xinghe replied earnestly. "Do you comprehend the gravity of this matter? A misstep could lead to severe repercussions." The sect leader maintained his smile. "In serving the sect,
I have not contemplated the weight of punishment. I am solely devoted to my responsibilities," he declared.
"Ha ha ha. Good lad.
I shall confer with the elders regarding this matter. You may return now."
"Yes."
Without further ado, Chu Xinghe nodded and, with Chu Xinghe, exited the Grand Hall of Haotian. It was only outside the hall that Chu Xinghe realized that, within that brief span, his attire had nearly been drenched in cold sweat.
In contrast, Brother Xinghe appeared utterly composed.
In the presence of such formidable figures of the sect, Chu Xinghe felt that only Brother Xinghe could maintain such tranquility.
Inside the Grand Hall, Gu Mingqiao turned to the assembly.
"What are your thoughts? There is no doubt about Xinghe's capabilities, however, he is still young.
Should an unforeseen incident occur,
it may profoundly impact him. Indeed, while the sect's losses may be minimal, I find it unbearable to consider punishing the boy," another elder interjected.
"Punishment aside,
even relegating him to the outer sect is merely a matter of title. My concern is that such a penalty may dampen his spirit," another elder added. As various elders voiced their opinions, Chu Xinghe, if present, would have been overwhelmed with frustration.
"So, you are not the least bit concerned about the potential losses to the sect should Chu Xinghe make an erroneous choice, are you?
Even if you were to punish him,
it is not out of anger, is it? You are merely apprehensive that such punishment might undermine his confidence, correct?"
"I believe this child has had a relatively smooth journey thus far. If he were to falter this time, a bit of adversity might serve him well,"
the sect leader concluded, surveying the room.
The Grand Elder nodded in agreement.
The sect leader's words ring true.
This child possesses a character that will not be crushed by punishment. Rather, he is the kind who grows stronger in the face of adversity. He will inevitably confront more responsibilities within the sect. As the saying goes, with greater power comes greater responsibility. Allowing him to handle this matter will serve as valuable training." The Grand Elderess remarks garnered nods of agreement from all present, including the sect leader, who shared a look of consensus. Ultimately, the sovereign made a decisive call,
entrusting the matter to Chu Xinghe.
If he succeeded, it would bring joy to all. Even if he faltered, the Haotian sect could withstand such a setback.
The potential loss was deemed worthwhile if it offered the young Xinghe invaluable experience. Not long after, just past noon, Chu Xinghe returned to the Haotian Grand Hall. This time not uninvited, but summoned by the sovereign.
At that moment, only the sovereign and the Grand Elder remained in the hall, along with Chu Xinghe, who had also been called forth. "Disciple greets the sovereign and the Grand Elder," he said, bowing respectfully. After the formalities, the sovereign, Gu Mingqiao, spoke. "Xinghe,
the matter concerning the spiritual mind is of great significance.
Such a critical issue requires at least someone of the status of a chief elder to handle it.
However, given your possession of the medicine sage's legacy, you are the most suitable candidate.
Therefore, the sect has decided to entrust this matter entirely to you.
Without any elder accompanying you,
you will manage it alone." With that, the sovereign concluded his statement, and Chu Xinghe wore a solemn expression.
Chu Xinghe, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered.
After departing from the Haotian Grand Hall earlier, he had been contemplating whether the sect would truly assign this responsibility to Brother Xinghe.
Given the gravity of the situation,
Chu Xinghe had presumed that the sect would at least send along a chief elder or even the grand elder to oversee the process and make final decisions.
Now, however,
he was genuinely astonished. Not only had the sect agreed, but they had also granted Chu Xinghe full authority to handle the matter independently,
without the need for an elder to accompany him. This transcended mere trust, it was an overwhelming emblem of power and status. Chu Xinghe glanced at Chu Xinghe,
and in that moment, he realized that he had struck gold. Brother Xinghe was not just a pillar of support, he was akin to a celestial column. By aligning himself with Chu Xinghe, his own future was bound to ascend to great heights. Grateful for the trust bestowed upon him by Sovereign Xia and the elders,
Chu Xinghe could hardly contain his excitement. You may now select some disciples from the sect to accompany you. Any tasks can be delegated to them, the sovereign instructed.
Understood. Chu Xinghe nodded in agreement. A radiant light emanated from the sovereign's hand, revealing the Haotian order, which had been lost and now restored.
The Haotian order flew into Chu Xinghe's hands, and the sovereign continued, Xinghe, hold on to this Haotian order.
You are to manage the spiritual mine affair entirely with it, without the need to report back to the sect. Thank you, Sovereign. Chu Xinghe's heart began to jubilantly envision a prosperous future. Being granted full authority without the obligation to report back to the sect meant that all decision-making power was now in his hands.
The Haotian order, when presented externally,
was equivalent to the sovereign's presence, thus, even if he were to shatter the heavens, it would be inconsequential. All the favorable conditions of time, place, and harmony were converging upon him, leading him to ponder how he could possibly fail.
Even upon leaving the Haotian Grand Hall, Chu Xinghe's mind was in disarray.
He could scarcely believe what he had just heard. The fact that there was no need for an elder to accompany Chu Xinghe illustrated the sect's absolute faith in him. All matters were to be handled solely by Chu Xinghe, who wielded the Haotian order without the need to report a single word back to the sect.
Chu Xinghe mused that even if the sovereign were to proclaim his intent to pass the position of sovereign of Haotian sect directly to Brother Xinghe, he would not be wholly resistant to the idea. Chu Xinghe did not linger long on the matter of selecting his accompanying disciples. The fortunate one, Ma Liang,
had somehow heard of senior Brother Xinghe's imminent departure and rushed to him, weeping and pleading to follow along.
Initially, Chu Xinghe felt a sense of rejection towards this spurious lucky charm, yet considering Ma Liang's penchant for stirring trouble, he ultimately acquiesced. After all, when venturing into the world, it is often better to have an extra companion than to face solitude. Who knows, Ma Liang might yet surprise him in delightful ways. In addition to Ma Liang, Sister Wanlin also joined the assembly.
Having grasped the essence of the stick technique, Wanlin had risen to the status of a core disciple, and thus,
she was included as well.
Subsequently, Chu Xinghe selected a few familiar disciples, all of whom shared a common trait: they were notorious troublemakers within their respective halls, highly skilled in causing ruckus. However, they held great respect for senior Brother Xinghe, and each chosen individual was overwhelmed with joy, shedding tears of elation. Though they were unaware of their destination or purpose, the prospect of fighting alongside senior Brother Xinghe filled them with exhilaration.
Upon learning of Chu Xinghe's upcoming journey, the brothers from Lingyi Palace were filled with reluctance to see him go.
Consequently, Chu Xinghe received an abundance of elixirs, both known and unknown in their usage. As for spirit stones, Brother Feng Fei, who had been previously labeled as stingy, prepared 2 large chests of superior spirit stones. Chu Xinghe could not help but wonder just how lucrative the procurement practices of Haotian sect were, allowing Brother Feng to pilfer so brazenly without consequence.
This time, not only from Lingyi Palace, but disciples from other halls also arrived to present gifts.
There were talismans from the Talisman Palace, deadly poisons from the Changchun Palace, and concealed weapons from the 100 Ice Palace, among a haphazard assortment that filled 2 Qiankuan rings. This was only a fraction of what could have been. As Chu Xinghe had repeatedly declined many offerings, had he accepted everything, he would need to adorn all 10 fingers with Qiankuan rings to accommodate the load. After all, he was setting out to select spirit mines, not to engage in combat, so what need had he for an arsenal?
With all preparations finalized, the sect leader arranged the teleportation array.
Chu Xinghe, with tear-filled eyes, lamented the disparity in treatment while he had to traverse arduous paths.
Senior Brother Xinghe could effortlessly teleport at will. Chapter 46, If you don't buy now, You might miss out. Each activation of the teleportation array consumes a considerable amount of materials.
Thus, under normal circumstances, the sect rarely employs this method of transport.
However,
the sect leader personally arranged a teleportation array for Chu Xinghe, facilitating his journey to Lingmai Mountain.
Although this was Chu Xinghe's second experience using the array,
the brilliance of its light nearly caused him to regurgitate his stomach contents due to his relatively low cultivation level.
Chu Xinghe, having used it twice, exhibited little reaction,
while the other junior disciples, though somewhat affected, fared much better than during their inaugural journey. President Qin could not allow his responsibilities to the Merchant Association to overshadow his cultivation.
Ma Liang observed Chu Xinghe, who was on the verge of fainting, with a grin.
In response, Chu Xinghe could only smile wryly.
"Young master, do you believe I am like you? You are an inner disciple blessed with extraordinary talent, a prodigy.
Whereas I am merely an outer disciple with no significant accomplishments, sent out to the Merchant Association.
If anyone possessed any aptitude for cultivation, who would choose the merchant path?"
The teleportation array had directly deposited them at Lingmai Mountain, and without hesitation, Chu Xinghe disclosed the purpose of their visit to each accompanying junior disciple. Despite his insistence on confidentiality, he could not suppress the eagerness within.
Regrettably,
the solemn expressions on their faces led Chu Xinghe to realize that his junior disciples might not meet his expectations.
"Rest assured, senior brother Xinghe.
This matter is of utmost importance. We will not breathe a word. We shall not betray your trust," Ma Liang pledged, thumping his chest in assurance. The other junior disciples nodded gravely in agreement. Such a significant secret, shared openly by senior brother Xinghe, would not be uttered elsewhere.
How could they let him down? The feeling of being trusted was truly delightful.
Lingmai Mountain lies at the southernmost part of the Liyan continent, renowned for its abundant production of spirit stones, hence its name. Various prominent sects possess their own spirit mines in this region.
Despite his half-dazed state, Chu Xinghe persevered and led the way for the group. After delving deep into Lingmai Mountain for half a day, they arrived at their destination, Ling City.
Ling City is the largest urban settlement within the mountain range and serves as a hub for the merchant associations of various sections. The raw stones extracted from the spirit mines are transported to the residences of each sect for trade. It is important to note that the raw stones do not immediately become spirit stones, they must undergo a process known as pointing stone.
The Shi family,
one of the three great clans, established their fortune through this art and is recognized as the most proficient family in the technique of stone pointing. The phrase "the world's spirit stones originate from the Shi family" is not merely a saying. Once the spirit stones are processed in Ling City, they are then distributed to the various sections. Thus, despite Ling City not being particularly large, it is the location with the highest concentration of spirit stones in the world.
The Haotian Sect's Merchant Association is situated in the bustling east district of Ling City,
where Chu Xinghe led all members of the Haotian branch to pay their respects to Chu Xinghe.
In the Chamber of Commerce, upon recognizing the presence of Chu Xinghe,
the eyes of several young individuals sparkled with excitement. In recent days, the name of Chu Xinghe has resonated far and wide, especially among the younger generation,
who cannot help but yearn for his prowess.
However, in stark contrast to the youthful admiration, some senior members of the chamber, privy to the particulars of the first spiritual mine, felt a rising sense of unease. They pulled Chu Xinghe aside.
"President, did you not inform the sect about the situation regarding the first spiritual mine?"
"I did."
"Then why hasn't the sect sent anyone to address this matter?"
The seniors were perplexed. This was an exceedingly crucial issue. Logically, the sect should have dispatched a figure of high rank and authority at the earliest opportunity to handle it.
Didn't they?
What?
"President, are you referring to Chu Xinghe?"
The high-ranking members were taken aback, casting doubt on whether the president had clearly communicated with the sect. The first spiritual mine was exhausted, necessitating the selection of a new one, which would require substantial financial resources for acquisition.
Was it not absurd to entrust such a significant matter to Chu Xinghe?
Yet, soon after Chu Xinghe discreetly relayed the events transpiring within the Haotian sect,
elucidating every detail to the seniors, an enveloping silence ensued. The sect leader personally wielded the Haotian order, granting Chu Xinghe full authority to manage this affair? Remarkably, not even an elder was required to accompany him. This notion shattered their preconceived notions. To assign such a monumental responsibility to a disciple so young, Did the sect not fear that a single misstep by Chu Xinghe could result in catastrophic losses? What, then, were the leaders of the sect contemplating?
The senior members struggled to comprehend, yet Chu Xinghe had arrived at clarity. In their eyes, the spiritual mind was of utmost significance, but evidently, in the eyes of the sect, Chu Xinghe held greater importance. Thus, even with the awareness that this young disciple might err in handling the matter, the sect unhesitatingly entrusted it to him, providing an opportunity for Chu Xinghe to independently manage a significant undertaking.
Even if he were to falter this time,
it would serve as a valuable lesson, one the sect was willing to embrace. The sect was cultivating Chu Xinghe as a future leader of the Haotian sect. After everyone had met with Chu Xinghe, they returned to their respective duties, while Chu Xinghe, accompanied by 2 assistants from the chamber, approached Chu Xinghe.
Brother Xinghe,
here are the materials we previously gathered regarding the purchasable spiritual minds for your review.
As the documents were unfurled,
they clearly outlined the specific details of various available spiritual minds, including their locations, yields, and the estimated time for potential extraction.
President Qin, you have gone to great lengths, remarked Chu Xinghe.
He glanced over the information but subtly shook his head. It was not that the minds listed were inadequate, rather, they were utterly unsuitable.
Was this truly what he sought?
Consider this one. It states that although the price is the highest, the yield of spiritual stones is comparable to that of the first mine, and with deeper extraction, it could even surpass it.
If we were to purchase it, wouldn't the Haotian sect reap substantial rewards? Could such a promising spiritual mine be acquired? Moreover,
it is inscribed that although the yield is inferior to that of the first mine, the future holds promise, and the price is modest, making it the most suitable for purchase.
This notion is utterly unacceptable. How can one ensure that the sect incurs no losses by acquiring this?
Thus,
Chu Xinghe could only shake his head in dismay. General Qin, you have rather disappointed me this time. What was that was crossed out?
Ma Liang pointed to one of the stricken entries. In response, Senior Brother Ma Liang, this spiritual mine was previously discovered by the Shi family, known as the Tianyi spiritual mine, which was also the source of those fraudulent raw stones last time.
It has now become a desolate mine. A desolate mine? Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe's eyes sparkled with excitement.
This was no mere wasteland, it was the mine of his dreams. The last time the Tianyi spiritual mine yielded a considerable amount of raw stones, causing various sects to nearly suffer a fatal blow. Had it not been for his fortuitous encounter, the Haotian sect would likely have faced a similar fate. Having missed the previous opportunity,
Chu Xinghe vowed he would not let the second chance slip away. The Tianyi spiritual mine, is it? The very name suggests it is no ordinary mine. Heavenly, heavenly. The best in the world.
Such a perfect spiritual mine, one must wonder where to find another.
Is the Tianyi spiritual mine for sale? Chu Xinghe inquired with utmost seriousness.
The Shi family listed it for sale a few days ago, but as you know, Senior Brother Xinghe, this mine has deceived countless individuals.
Who would be foolish enough to make a purchase?
I've heard that the Shi family is preparing to take it off the market soon.
That simply cannot happen. We must procure it. The entire assembly? Cough, cough.
Senior Brother Xinghe, this Tianyi spiritual mine has been proven to be a desolate one, and the Shi family may soon delist it.
Thus, contact the Shi family immediately. We shall buy it without negotiation. If necessary, we can even pay more. If we delay any longer, we may miss out entirely.
Chu Xinghe was frantic. This was the mine of his dreams.
If he let this opportunity slip, where else could he find something even more promising?
Chu Xinghe stood dumbfounded. The senior members of the Merchant Association were equally bewildered.
Even Ma Liang could not help but interject. Senior Brother Xinghe, this Tianyi spiritual mine seems unsuitable.
Perfectly suitable.
President Qin, you must expedite this matter. It is the Tianyi spiritual mine we seek. Chu Xinghe was so anxious that he even presented the Haotian order. Gazing at the resplendent Haotian order,
Chu Xinghe felt tears welling up. Yet, he soon appeared to contemplate something.
Casting a glance at Chu Xinghe,
he pondered that his senior brother was not one to act rashly. Previously, he had failed to comprehend Chu Xinghe's intentions, resulting in a surplus of raw ores and ultimately incurring substantial losses to cover the deficit.
What if this time senior brother Xinghe had uncovered some unforeseen truth? This did not seem likely. After arriving here, senior brother Xinghe had scarcely examined the Tianyi spiritual mine before resolutely deciding to purchase it? This was indeed perplexing. With a heart full of trepidation, Chu Xinghe knew he had to comply, especially now that the Haotian order was in play. He could only follow Chu Xinghe's directives. However, upon leaving their quarters, two senior members grasped his arm. "President, this matter feels rather reckless. Perhaps we should report it to the sect." The assistant was nearly in tears. Previously, acquiring spirit ore involved extensive investigations and analyses, often taking 2 to 3 months before any decision could be made. Yet, within just a day of Chu Xinghe's arrival, he boldly expressed a desire to purchase the Tianyi spirit mine, which had been deemed a worthless site by the Shurja. Was this madness? Chu Xinghe's gaze was resolute as he shook his head. The sect leader has explicitly stated that senior brother Xinghe has full authority to handle this matter. We shall act according to his commands. However, no need for further discussion. Let us proceed. We are heading to the Shurja. Without hesitation, Chu Xinghe led his assistant to the Shurja's headquarters in Spirit City. Upon hearing that Chu Xinghe intended to purchase the Tianyi spirit mine, the Shurja's representative in Spirit City was left utterly astounded. Was the Haotian sect truly out of their minds? Regardless of the Haotian sect's state of mind, the Shurja's representative was moved to tears. When they initially discovered the mine, acquiring it had cost them a significant fortune. Now, having realized it was a worthless site, the Shurja had hoped to sell it, but who would take on such a burden? Just when the Shurja was in despair, the Haotian sect expressed interest in buying it? Faced with such an unexpected opportunity, the representative of the Shurja brought out a treasured tea that he had preserved for 20 years. Personally preparing a strong cup for Chu Xinghe, he engaged with Chu Xinghe with utmost deference, not out of fear, but in sheer apprehension that this fool might come to his senses and withdraw. The negotiations proceeded with remarkable ease, and various details were swiftly finalized. Thus, the fastest spirit mine transaction in history was born on the very first day of Chu Xinghe's arrival at Lingmai Mountain. Chapter 47, The Fool of Chu Xinghe. Upon his arrival at Lingmai Mountain, Chu Xinghe, without hesitation, purchased the Tianyi spiritual mine from the Shurja clan under the auspices of the Haotian sect. The moment the Haotian order was inscribed upon the contract, nearly all the senior members of the Haotian chamber, save for Chu Xinghe, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. The representatives of the Shurja clan departed the Haotian chamber with raucous laughter, as if to convey to the members of the chamber, "You are all a bunch of fools." Not only the Shurja clan, but as the news spread within the Haotian chamber, even its own members began to regard Chu Xinghe as a simpleton. The Tianyi spiritual mine had previously been marked with an exorbitant price by the Shurja, yet following the incident involving worthless stones, it became evident that the Shurja had gravely misjudged the mine, which was nothing more than a barren pit. Despite the Shurja's repeated price slashes, the actual cost remained astronomical. Many prominent sects felt a shiver upon hearing that figure. Though the Haotian sect was vast and powerful, such a colossal transaction should not have been detrimental. However, it was a worthless mine. To purchase a barren pit, was that not the definition of folly? If yesterday the youth of the Haotian chamber held Chu Xinghe in high esteem, today they regarded him merely as a fool, a complete and utter buffoon. Such a significant transaction could not remain concealed. The news swiftly permeated Ling City and was promptly reported by various sects to their respective leaders. The immediate reaction of all who heard the news was, has this Chu Xinghe's mind been struck by a donkey? Even if his intellect had been compromised, did the others of the Haotian sect also lose their wits? Acquiring a spiritual mine is a matter of grave importance. It is not merely handled by the sect leader but at least by a highly respected elder. Who would purchase a spiritual mine without extensive comparisons, investigations, and negotiations? The process of acquiring a spiritual mine is akin to engaging in a fierce battle. Yet, Chu Xinghe, on his very first day, unceremoniously purchased the Tianyi spiritual mine. Was that not sheer stupidity? If it were another mine, it might be excusable, but this was the Tianyi spiritual mine. Everyone knew it was a discarded venture by the Shurja. Could it be that Chu Xinghe bore a grudge against the Haotian sect and was deliberately depleting its resources? Previously, Chu Xinghe had been heralded as an extraordinary prodigy, the foremost of the younger generation. Yet, following this transaction, Doubts began to arise. Could such a fool truly be the celebrated champion of his generation? Or had his previous accolades inflated his ego beyond reason? In Ling City, the Eastern District housed the headquarters of Wudi City. At this moment, within the headquarters, the steward of the Wudi City chamber stood beside a man who seemed to have stepped straight out of a comic book. In the outside world, the rumors of Chu Xinghe's folly circulated widely, and if such a person were indeed to become the future leader of the Haotian sect, what fear would the sect have of extinction in his hands? The steward, beaming with delight, reported to the present Xinghe. However, after listening to the steward's words, Xinghe remained silent for an extended period before finally shaking his head. You are mistaken. The reason they label Chu Xinghe as a fool is that they have never encountered him. Among all the young individuals I have met, he stands out as the most extraordinary, unfathomable. The rapid acquisition of the Tianyi spirit mine by Chu Xinghe is far from superficial. Moreover, is there not a smaller mine adjacent to the Tianyi spirit mine that shares its origins? You must devise a means to secure this small spirit mine immediately. What? The steward is at a loss. The outside world claims that Chu Xinghe is a fool for purchasing the so-called worthless Tianyi spirit mine. Yet, Xinghe intends to acquire the adjacent mine, also deemed worthless? What is this strategy? Should this matter be reported to the city lord? No need. With a flick of his wrist, Xinghe produced a black martial emperor token. It is only natural for Chu Xinghe to possess the Haotian token. And given Zhang Yu's status in the martial emperor city, obtaining the martial emperor token is equally reasonable. Act swiftly, or it will be too late. Ah yes, the steward left with a bitter expression to attend to the task. Once the steward departed, Xinghe gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle. His eyes filled with a sense of vicissitude. Outsiders may call Brother Xinghe a fool, but that is because they have never personally experienced the terror of Brother Xinghe. His lightning-fast purchase of the Tianyi spirit mine must indicate that he has uncovered some crucial secret. Regrettably, the news arrived too late. Otherwise, the martial emperor city would have certainly claimed a share of the Tianyi spirit mine. Now, we can only settle for the smaller mine, which is better than nothing. Zhang Yu's eyes reflected a deep sorrow. Although he could not fathom Brother Xinghe's peculiar actions, he firmly believed that Chu Xinghe was not one to act without purpose. Thus he resolutely decided to purchase the small mine. The news of the sale of the Tianyi spirit mine swiftly reached the Shi family. The head of the Shi family, Chu Xinghe, along with a group of elders, was so excited they could hardly contain themselves. Heaven has favored the Shi family. They had feared that the Tianyi spirit mine would become a nightmare for them, but unexpectedly, the Haotian sect let us not rejoice too early. Although the contract has been signed, the Haotian sect has yet to make payment. No one has ever dared to violate a contract with the Haotian sect. Nor should one worry about the sect breaching the contract. What manner of entity is the Haotian sect that it would default? Yes, yes. Today is a joyous occasion. Let us celebrate. Yet, as the elders erupted in laughter, a voice suddenly pierced through from outside. You fools! The Tianyi spirit mine is a peerless spiritual mine. And you dare to sell it? You will regret this. Accompanying this voice, a madman rushed in through the door. Upon seeing him, the elders of the Shi family wore expressions of dismay. How did he get out? Guards, seize him and take him back. A disciple from the Shi family hurriedly approached to drag the madman away, who was none other than Chu Xinghe's younger brother. This individual had been obsessed with the Shi family's spirit exploration techniques since childhood, accompanying the family elders in their quest for spiritual mines. Aside from the spirit mine, nothing else seemed to occupy Chu Xinghe's thoughts. However, his spiritual exploration techniques are indeed formidable, as many of the Shi family's spirit mines were uncovered by him. This time, the Tianyi spirit mine was also discovered by Chu Xinghe, but unfortunately, he miscalculated, resulting in the mine becoming a wasteland. Moreover, due to the issues surrounding the Tianyi spirit mine, the Shi family was besieged by various sects demanding explanations. And they had to pay a hefty price to smooth over the situation. Now that they finally managed to dispose of the Tianyi spirit mine, Chu Xinghe audaciously raised alarms. Oblivious to the psychological toll his discovery had inflicted on the family. Nevertheless, the Shi family members remained undeterred by Chu Xinghe's words, reveling in a grand banquet that was filled with merriment. In the Haotian sect, the Haotian mirror in the main hall had not been activated. On this occasion, when Chu Xinghe descended the mountain, the sect leader did not send anyone to keep watch. However, the heads of the various palaces were still gathered in the main hall. All due to the news brought by the spirit bird in the leader's possession. Upon reading the message, all the elders fell into a profound silence. "Leader, please allow me to descend the mountain and bring back this child, Xinghe. I will also handle the Shi family's matters," spoke the elder with a troubled expression. His face was grim. The elder had high hopes for Chu Xinghe as he dealt with the spirit mine affairs using the Haotian decree. Yet, who could have anticipated that just a day later, the spirit bird would return from beyond the skies with the shocking news that Chu Xinghe had directly purchased the defunct Tianyi spirit mine on his very first day of arrival. The elder nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon seeing this. "Let us remain calm, surely. The Haotian sect has not fallen to such a state that we cannot afford this loss," the sect leader remarked, prompting the elders to nod in agreement. Acquiring the Tianyi spirit mine was indeed a substantial expenditure, but to claim it would cripple the Haotian sect was nothing short of absurd. With a sigh, the elder took his seat. "This child, Xinghe, requires no further explanation, we all understand. I believe this situation is not as straightforward as it appears. He is certainly not one to act recklessly, so we should observe how things unfold." The sect leader's words elicited nods of agreement from the assembly. Indeed, there was no fault in what was said. While other disciples of the sect might act irresponsibly, the elders found no fault in Xinghe's actions. He was a good child, always devoted to the sect's interests, unafraid of hardship, punishment, or blame. To suggest that he acted recklessly was something no elder would accept. Furthermore, even if he did make a wrong choice, perhaps it would serve as a lesson, fostering greater prudence in the future. This could ultimately be beneficial. Quite right, indeed. Even if this child has erred, it could serve as a valuable lesson for him. I find this to be a reasonable perspective. A gathering of elders engaged in animated discourse, and ultimately, the sect leader slammed his hand upon the table, declaring that they would observe the unfolding events and ascertain what further stratagems young Xinghe might possess. The leader firmly believed that Xinghe would not act recklessly. His acquisition of the Tianyi spirit mine surely stemmed from reasons beyond the comprehension of outsiders. In Ling City, Chu Xinghe fervently kissed the contract for the purchase of the Tianyi spirit mine, brimming with confidence about his current endeavor. With the successful acquisition of such a seemingly worthless mine, he wondered about the repercussions for the sect. It was apparent that he would undoubtedly face punishment. Yet he questioned who could stand in his way. However, he pondered why there had been no reaction from the misfortune compass despite the contract being signed. Could it be due to the absence of payment? This was unacceptable. He urgently summoned Chu Xinghe, urging him to expedite the necessary procedures. They had already purchased the spirit mine, it was imperative to promptly settle the payment. The Haotian sect could not afford to lose face. What if they were accused of defaulting? Chapter 48. The miner's disciples. Upon hearing the prompt for payment from senior brother Xinghe, Chu Xinghe could only manage a bitter smile. Although the contract had been signed, he harbored doubts about whether the sect would actually remit the payment after reporting the matter. Despite his inability to comprehend senior brother Xinghe's enigmatic methods, Chu Xinghe held a profound trust in his capabilities. Regardless, he had no choice but to follow senior brother Xinghe's instructions and demand payment from the sect. He had prepared himself for the likelihood of being reprimanded or outright denied by the sect. To his utter disbelief, an astonishing event unfolded. Upon receiving the news, the sect, without hesitation, transferred the full payment directly to Chu Xinghe. He was truly taken aback. Was this the extraordinary standing of senior brother Xinghe within the Haotian sect? Such an outrageous transaction would have prompted an investigation into any other individual, suspecting them of betrayal. Yet, with senior brother Xinghe's mysterious maneuvering, the sect promptly dispensed the funds without a single query. Who could possibly contest such an operation? When Chu Xinghe instructed his subordinates to deliver the funds to the Shi family, the entire Haotian Merchants Association was thrown into a frenzy. Prior speculation had led many to believe that the sect would not disburse the funds, nor acknowledge the transaction at all. However, to their astonishment, not only did the sect acknowledge it, they did so without a single question. In that moment, Those who had clamored to report the affairs of Chu Xinghe fell into silence.
They finally recognized what the name Chu Xinghe represented within the Haotian sect. With the full payment rendered to the Shi family, the Tianyi spiritual mine officially became the property of the Haotian sect.
The Shi family vacated the mine entirely, not permitted to take even a single stone with them. The personnel from the Haotian sect then formally took control of the entire Tianyi spiritual mine. After receiving this news, Chu Xinghe waited for a day, yet the misfortune compass remained unresponsive. What on earth was happening? Had he truly incurred such a monumental loss for the sect over a seemingly worthless mine, without a corresponding elevation in rank? The absence of any reaction was perplexing.
After much contemplation, Chu Xinghe concluded that the misfortune compass had yet to activate its settlement due to the absence of any fallout from their actions.
However,
he was not overly concerned, knowing it would only be a matter of days. With time on his hands, Chu Xinghe sought out Chu Xinghe.
President Qin, is there anything else you cannot resolve? I am here to assist you. Chu Xinghe held immense satisfaction with the fortunate Chu Xinghe.
As long as Chu Xinghe was present,
everything seems secure. Is there a matter you are unable to resolve? Chu Xinghe pondered. Indeed, there is something.
I have previously reported to the sect that it has become increasingly difficult to recruit minor disciples. Their numbers are dwindling, and the quantity of raw stones extracted is declining. The minor disciples Chu Xinghe referred to were those who extracted raw stones from the spiritual mines.
Extracting from spiritual mines was not a task anyone could undertake.
One must possess spiritual power to extract raw stones from such mines. The so-called minor disciples can, from a certain perspective, be considered disciples of the Haotian sect, albeit of a lower tier than even the outer disciples. However, these individuals do not truly qualify as disciples in the conventional sense, as only a specific type of person becomes a minor disciple: those who possess talent yet are significantly lacking in ability and who stubbornly refuse to accept their fate,
insisting on pursuing cultivation.
Such individuals generally lack even the qualifications to become outer disciples, relegating them to the status of minor disciples. While minor disciples do receive some cultivation techniques, these techniques are of the lowest caliber, offering no real opportunity for advancement even after a lifetime of practice. The sect provides these techniques primarily to exploit the disciples' efforts in extracting spiritual energy for the purpose of mining. Chu Xinghe had little understanding of the situation concerning these minor disciples, but upon Chu Xinghe's mention of them, he resolved to investigate their circumstances. Accompanied by Chu Xinghe, Chu Xinghe, along with a group of junior disciples from the Haotian sect, arrived at the spiritual mine.
Upon arrival, Chu Xinghe was utterly astonished by the sight before him.
The minor disciples stood in orderly rows, awaiting inspection, yet each one appeared ragged, emaciated, and worn. Are these truly disciples? They hardly resemble minors. They are akin to a group of refugees.
Soon enough, Chu Xinghe was completely taken aback by the entire state of the spiritual mine.
10 individuals were crammed into a dilapidated room, devoid of even the most basic furnishings such as beds, forcing all minor disciples to sleep on the ground. Their rations resembled little more than swine feed. From the moment they became minor disciples, it was as if they had sold themselves to the Haotian sect. They had no hope of leaving, nor even a day of rest, forced to toil like the living dead in the sect's mine until the day of their demise.
Chu Xinghe, is this what you call minor disciples of the Haotian sect?
This surely violates the Geneva Conventions.
What Geneva?
Regardless of which.
Is this truly how we treat the minor disciples of the Haotian sect? Not only was Chu Xinghe shocked, but his accompanying junior disciples were equally taken aback.
Everyone knows that Haotian sect disciples are categorized into 3 tiers: the inner disciples enjoy the best treatment, followed by the outer disciples, and then the minor disciples.
Yet, unless one witnesses it firsthand, who could fathom that the minor disciples endure such deplorable conditions?
Unbeknownst to many, Chu Xinghe began to explain the reasons for this situation,
albeit with a weary tone.
Many years ago, while minor disciples across various sects were not afforded high treatment, it was not excessively poor either.
In fact, minor disciples of a super sect like Haotian could rival the outer disciples of smaller sections. In addition to their daily labor, they were granted some resources and even access to decent cultivation techniques.
However, the circumstances deteriorated primarily due to the Shi family. who were the first to argue that minor disciples should not receive such favorable treatment, claiming it would adversely affect productivity, and subsequently reduce the benefits afforded to minor disciples. Though undeniably inhumane, it must be said that the methods employed by the Xinghe family were remarkably effective, significantly reducing the various benefits afforded to the minor disciples while extending their working hours, resulting in a dramatic surge in productivity. Each sect, upon witnessing this, eagerly joined the fray. Thus commenced the nightmare for the minor disciples. It became a relentless cycle of competition, each striving to maximize output by any means necessary. To this day, what benefits remain for the minor disciples? Aside from the opportunity to study the most rudimentary techniques of their sect and occasionally receive meager resources that are hardly worth mentioning, they exist in a state akin to slavery. The other sects, well aware of this situation, ultimately chose to turn a blind eye, leading to the current predicament. After Chu Xinghe finished speaking, all the junior disciples of the Haotian sect turned their gazes toward Chu Xinghe. Witnessing the treatment of these minor disciples stirred their compassion. Yet they understood all too well that their lowly status within the Haotian sect rendered their voices insignificant. Only the words of senior brother Xinghe would carry weight. Whether others chose to accept this situation or not was beyond their concern, but Chu Xinghe resolutely declared that he would not allow such injustices to continue. Although the minor disciples exhibited even less talent than the outer sect disciples, how could they, as members of the Haotian sect, endure such a slave-like existence? Chu Xinghe was genuinely incensed. Was this what it meant to be a disciple? This was nothing more than laborers exploited under capitalist oppression. Senior brother Xinghe, we must tread carefully. This issue extends beyond our Haotian sect, it permeates all sects across the realm. Should we act impulsively, it may incite widespread discontent, leading to a collective backlash against us. Chu Xinghe hastily cautioned. Collective backlash? What a delightful thought! Chu Xinghe retorted. Initially, upon witnessing the plight of the minor disciples, he felt a genuine urge to champion their cause and transform their circumstances, without consideration for the repercussions. Yet, as fate would have it, a mere disagreement had now presented him with such a monumental surprise. Ma Liang, look at this. Despite sharing the same auspicious fate, how vast is the chasm between us and our humanity? This matter requires no further discussion, Chu Xinghe asserted, once again producing the Haotian order. Let my decree be known, effective immediately, all benefits for the minor disciples shall be restructured under my direct supervision. Furthermore, dispose of the abominable slop currently served to them, and summon the finest chefs from the city. From this day forth, the dining standards for all minor disciples shall align with those of the outer sect disciples. Chu Xinghe was taken aback. Had senior brother Xinghe not comprehended his earlier words? The current plight of the minor disciples was a consequence of intense competition among the sects, with everyone ruthlessly slashing their benefits to boost output. Anyone daring to challenge the status quo would find themselves at odds with all sects, potentially facing dire consequences. Nevertheless, with the Haotian order in hand, Chu Xinghe felt compelled to comply without further protest, promptly instructing others to fulfill Chu Xinghe's directives. Soon, renowned chefs from the city were summoned, and a variety of ingredients were procured. Enormous cauldrons began to be set up around the mining site. The enticing aroma of meat swiftly permeated the entire mine, evoking a smile from the young miners, though a prevailing sense of numbness lingered. A significant figure from the sect had arrived, and it was anticipated that the quality of their meals would improve. Hey, Tainyo. You know better than anyone that this improvement is merely for show. Once the esteemed guest departs, everything will revert to normal, one dark-skinned young miner remarked cheerfully. So what? I simply enjoy eating meat, just the thought of it makes me happy. The other miners merely chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. Is your name Tainyo? A voice resonated from nearby as Chu Xinghe, accompanied by Chu Xinghe, approached. Greetings, esteemed one. A group of miners from the Haotian sect knelt before Chu Xinghe, who adorned the attire of an esteemed disciple. However, this display only stirred an indescribable warmth within Chu Xinghe. Please rise, there is no need for such formalities. I am not an elder of the sect, simply address me as Brother Xinghe. Chu Xinghe hurriedly assisted the dazed miners to their feet. Esteemed one, I, Tainyo, wish to inquire how long you will be staying here. You should call me Brother Xinghe.
Why do you ask such a thing? Oh, Brother Xinghe, the longer you stay, the more meat we can enjoy.
Tainyo's expression was rather simple, yet his words left Chu Xinghe feeling rather abashed. Glancing around at the other miners, it seemed they shared Tainyo's sentiments. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xinghe began to speak. The duration of my stay is of little consequence, but I assure you, starting today, you shall have meat to eat every day, regardless of my presence.
Should anyone dare to withhold even a morsel of your due, I guarantee that even the highest powers will be unable to protect them.
Chapter 49, Unprecedented Rebellion. The aroma of sumptuous meat wafted through the air at noon in the spirit mine. All the miner disciples stood in line to fill their bowls with rich braised pork. Perhaps it was the delight of such delectable fare that brought an uncommon smile to the faces of these miners, who had endured countless inhumane treatments.
Iron Bull,
with hearty bites of his pork, trailed alongside Brother Chu Xinghe.
Brother Xinghe, boo-hoo, you are a good person. Please don't let me follow you anymore.
My luck is terrible, and I fear I may bring you misfortune, Iron Bull said with an innocent expression. His surname was Wang, and his name was Wang Tinyu. His lament about his bad luck was not unfounded. After inquiring, Chu Xinghe learned that Wang Tinyu was indeed a person plagued by misfortune.
Not only was he somewhat slow-witted,
but his luck was abysmally poor. Since entering the spirit mine, he had scarcely unearthed any substantial ore.
Wherever Iron Bull went, darkness seemed to follow.
In the words of those in the mine, he was said to possess a physique that attracted misfortune.
Consequently, many avoided him. However, upon hearing this,
Chu Xinghe was filled with excitement.
A natural harbinger of bad luck? What a stroke of fortune!
He had previously pondered why his diligent efforts had yielded no success. It must have been due to his own excessive good fortune. Now, with someone to taint his luck, perhaps the path to becoming a martial emperor was within reach. Without hesitation, Chu Xinghe took Iron Bull on a tour of the spirit mine. As lunch concluded, a group of miners prepared to return to work as per their usual routine. For there was no time for rest here. Beyond the essential hours for sleep and meals, every moment was dedicated to labor.
However,
just as they were about to commence their tasks, a piece of news left all the miners in a state of shock. Starting today, after lunch, all disciples would enjoy an hour of rest.
Upon hearing this announcement, the miner disciples were bewildered.
After confirming they had not misheard, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted throughout the spirit mine. Yet, before their celebration could fully unfold, countless horse-drawn carriages from the Haotian Merchants Association appeared within the mine. A multitude of brand-new miner disciples disembarked from the carriages, distributing fresh attire to each miner, 2 new sets of miner disciple clothing for every individual. The miners were utterly astounded.
What momentous occasion was this? Improved rations, time to rest, and new disciple uniforms? What was happening?
Amidst the myriad discussions among the miners,
Chu Xinghe gazed at Chu Xinghe with a wry smile.
Brother Xinghe, while I understand your desire to enhance their living conditions, this increase in resources could truly lead to trouble. Chu Xinghe remarked, bewildered by the various resource allocations Chu Xinghe had devised for the miner disciples. Previously, these miners consumed roughly 1% of the spirit mine's output each year.
Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe instantly became agitated. What nonsense is this? 1%? Is this even a humane treatment? It must be increased.
It must be increased drastically.
Brother Xinghe,
according to your plan, these mining disciples will consume at least 10% of the spiritual ore's output each year.
How can we ensure the sect's supply of spiritual stones?
This would lead to significant losses for the sect.
Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Chu Xinghe's eyes sparkled with realization.
He had been so preoccupied with pitying the mining disciples that he nearly overlooked the issue of sect losses.
Reflecting on his own devised plan,
he realized that consuming merely 10% of the output was too exploitative.
Was he even human?
Thus, with a decisive wave of his hand, he raised the resources once more. When Chu Xinghe saw the numbers that Chu Xinghe ultimately inscribed, he nearly fainted.
The treatment for the mining disciples would now consume 30% of the spiritual ore produced each year? All mining disciples would have 4 days off each month? In the event of special circumstances, they could also take up to 3 days off without any deductions from their benefits? The cultivation methods for all mining disciples would be elevated from the lowest tier to those just below the outer sect disciples? Their various benefits would also rank just beneath those of the outer sect disciples? With each new detail, Chu Xinghe could only think of 4 words: utterly outrageous. Brother Xinghe? Are you trying to provoke the heavens? Previously, 99% of the spiritual ore output was sent to the sect, and even then, the sect demanded an increase in production each year. Now you propose to retain 30% and only send 70%? Moreover, these mining disciples used to work full days every month, but now they not only have daily breaks but also mandatory rest days each month. Wouldn't this lead to an even lower output of spiritual ore? Calculating it all, Chu Xinghe couldn't help but think the amount of spiritual stones sent to the sect each year might not even reach half of what it used to. Even if Brother Xinghe holds an unparalleled position, how could the sect withstand such a loss of spiritual stones each year? Chu Xinghe wanted to persuade Brother Xinghe, but he was entirely unyielding, instructing Ma Liang to post the various benefits he had outlined for the mining disciples. The shimmering emblem of the Haotian order symbolized the supreme authority of the Haotian sect. Chu Xinghe understood that a significant upheaval was imminent. Brother Xinghe's series of actions was far more alarming than acquiring a heavenly spiritual mine. If the sect faced annual losses of spiritual stones, what would happen when other sects' mining disciples saw this? Previously, everyone suffered, so they accepted the rules, but if one day they discovered that others were faring better, trouble would surely ensue. Humans are inherently comparative beings. Once comparisons are made, chaos follows. However, Chu Xinghe paid no heed to Chu Xinghe's warnings. A significant upheaval? Ha! He was eagerly awaiting it. After all, he had finally emerged and obtained the Haotian order. This time, he would not rest until he had torn the heavens asunder. Soon. When Ma Liang posted the benefits Chu Xinghe had established for the mining disciples, the entire Haotian sect's spiritual minds erupted in chaos. All the mining disciples, upon seeing the newly formulated benefits, initially reacted with disbelief, as though they were lost in a dream. The treatment, if I may speak candidly, is somewhat inferior to that of the outer disciples of the Haotian sect, yet it surpasses that of common sections. In fact, for some smaller sects, this could very well be the treatment afforded to their inner disciples. Is this truly the case? However, when the illustrious Haotian seal, representing the highest authority of the Haotian sect, shimmered before all, the minor disciples comprehended the gravity of the situation. This Brother Xinghe was indeed serious. He was nothing like those so-called high-ranking sect officials who had previously made empty promises only to depart without a second thought, their words more insipid than flatulence. Chaos ensued. The entire spiritual mine of the Haotian sect was thrown into disarray. Ma Liang found himself surrounded by countless minor disciples. Is what is written here true? They inquired. Call me Brother Ma Liang. He replied, adopting Brother Xinghe's demeanor with a calm demeanor. Brother Ma Liang, this isn't a jest, is it? Indeed, indeed. Brother Ma Liang. This jest seems rather grand. Ma Liang surveyed the group of minor disciples. A jest? Humph. You are the jesters. Open your eyes and behold what lies before you. This is the Haotian seal of the sect master, who would dare to mock it? Moreover, do you know who devised this plan? It was Brother Xinghe. You likely do not know who Brother Xinghe is, do you? Allow me to enlighten you. Brother Xinghe is the foremost individual among the younger generation in the realm today. Ma Liang elaborated on a series of events involving Chu Xinghe within the Haotian sect, embellishing the narrative. In Ma Liang's tales, Brother Xinghe appeared almost saintly. He attended to every junior disciple, willing to face punishment for their sake. He respected every senior disciple, never belittling anyone, regardless of their status. Even those favored by the sect master, inheritors of the Haotian battle intent. With a single strike, he defeated the renowned Zhengyu, the young elite of the Wudi city, who bore the 7-colored glazed body. Subsequently, he crafted unparalleled divine elixirs as a 5th-tier alchemist, hailed as the foremost alchemist of the younger generation. The sect entrusted Brother Xinghe with significant responsibilities, allowing him to select spiritual minds for the sect and granting him full authority. As Ma Liang spoke, disbelief filled the eyes of all the minor disciples. Besides Ma Liang, Wan Lin and other junior disciples also began sharing tales of Brother Xinghe's deeds within the Haotian sect. Gradually, every minor disciple became enraptured. Brother Xinghe. Is this indeed the legendary Brother Xinghe?
When he visited the spiritual mine yesterday, everyone assumed it would be just another routine visit, a mere formality, a meal of meat.
And then back to business as usual. Who truly paid heed to Brother Xinghe's words?
Yet, they realized their grave mistake.
A colossal error. Brother Xinghe was not merely speaking, he was genuinely taking action. He accomplished what others dared not and undertook what others would not. Why did everyone become a minor disciple of the Haotian sect? Was it due to a mere fondness for mining? No. It was because who does not harbor dreams of transcending and becoming divine? What if one's aptitude is lacking? What if one's talent is insufficient? Is there truly a lack of qualification to pursue one's dreams? Countless individuals, after enduring countless rejections and ridicule, have chosen to enter the spiritual mines of the Haotian sect as disciple miners.
They too once harbored dreams, often envisioning a day when they would wield a sword, aspiring to soar into the skies with lofty ambitions. Yet, reality delivered a harsh blow. As minor disciples, they possessed nothing beyond the most basic cultivation techniques and the resources necessary for their mining endeavors. But why do they persist? Because they still hold on to their dreams. However, gradually, they began to realize that perhaps those dreams could only remain as dreams. Today, Senior Brother Xinghe has stepped forward, proclaiming to each of them that from this day forth, they are once again entitled to chase their dreams. The resources and benefits they will receive are second only to those of outer disciples, and, even more astonishingly, Senior Brother Xinghe has granted them access to advanced cultivation techniques. From this moment on, by diligently mining here, they can acquire resources. As long as they exert sufficient effort and meet the relative requirements, they can learn the more advanced techniques of the Haotian sect. Should their performance be exemplary enough, they may even earn the esteemed title of outer disciple of the Haotian sect, or perhaps even ascend to become an inner disciple. They hold the promise of becoming the future of the Haotian sect. Chapter 50, The Tremor of All Sides in this moment. The eyes of all the miners glistened with tears. Brother Xinghe did not merely offer techniques and resources, he bestowed upon each individual the qualification to pursue their dreams. A cacophony arose as countless miners spontaneously knelt upon the ground, fervently bowing towards the notice behind Ma Liang.
Ma Liang, Wan Lin, and all the disciples of Haotian sect were profoundly shaken.
They, the favored children of heaven, had lived amidst the praises of others since birth. And upon entering the Haotian sect, they were the C'Armée de la C'Armée. They were the pride of their families, the pride of their sect. They had never imagined that there existed so many dreamers in this world. Indeed, previously, when Chu Xinghe had intervened to stop Chu Xinghe, expressing concerns that granting such abundant resources might burden the sect, Wan Lin had also hesitated.
Should he persuade Brother Xinghe to reconsider?
Yet in this moment, Wan Lin realized. He had been narrow-minded, his realm was limited. The gap between him and Brother Xinghe had not only failed to diminish, but had, in fact, widened significantly. What had he perceived? A reduction in the sect's spirit stones, a potential loss for the sect. Yet Brother Xinghe's vision encompassed countless dreams and the future of the sect. One might argue that these miners lack talent, but one cannot extinguish their aspirations. One cannot declare that their lives are destined to be futile. The first emperor of Haotian also lacked unparalleled talent, yet he built the Haotian sect through sheer effort. Who is to say that among these miners, the next Haotian emperor or a future martial emperor will not emerge? The prospect of losing half the spirit stones may sound daunting, but consider the profound heritage of the Haotian sect. Such a loss is not insurmountable. Is it not worth it to exchange these spirit stones for the opportunity for all to chase their dreams? Brother Xinghe's realm has indeed reached a height that inspires awe in all. Ma Liang's heart was equally astounded. He vowed that from this moment forth, his dreams would transform. Once, he aspired to become someone like Brother Xinghe, but today he realized the folly of that ambition. What a grave error! To aspire to be like Brother Xinghe? Who was he to think himself worthy? If he could merely become one who follows Brother Xinghe, that alone would be a blessing beyond measure. The other junior disciples also understood now why Brother Xinghe had brought them along. It was to impart this vital lesson. Reflecting on their previous misdeeds within the sect, even bullying their fellow disciples, they felt their faces flush with shame. How humiliating! In confronting their own transgressions, Brother Xinghe did not chastise them, nor did he scold them. Instead, he remained silent, yet conveyed this profound message through such a shocking event. Look! They were still mired in the realm of bullying their fellow disciples, while Brother Xinghe treated even a minor disciple as family. In their hearts, everyone silently vowed to follow Brother Xinghe for the rest of their lives. Even if they could not become individuals of his caliber, they would resolutely pledge their unwavering loyalty. The spirit mine of the Haotian sect has existed for countless years, yet today it resonates with laughter and joy. The miners, who previously resembled mere shadows of themselves, are now howling towards the heavens, exulting in the fulfillment of their long-awaited dreams. They have finally earned the right to chase their aspirations and the opportunity to alter their fates. Wang Tinio gazes at every word on the notice with wide-eyed wonder. His face still bearing the crimson imprints of 5 fingers from a moment of self-doubt, questioning whether he was dreaming. He recalled the words of his senior brother Xinghe on his first arrival here: "From this day forth, should anyone dare to deprive you of your resources, not even the heavenly king could save them." Wang Tinio once thought these words were mere platitudes, though many regarded him as foolish and cursed with misfortune, even avoiding him. Senior brother Xinghe did not. The gentle smile of Xinghe was like a breath of spring, making Wang Tinio ponder if such kindness truly existed in this world. Since senior brother Xinghe's arrival yesterday, many have whispered in private, deriding him as a duplicitous character, whose eloquent words were merely empty rhetoric not to be taken to heart. Countless individuals have disparaged Xinghe in secret, and Wang Tinio found himself agreeing with their sentiments. Yet at this moment, smack! Wang Tinio struck himself again. Not to test the reality of his dream, but out of deep remorse. Am I not human? How could I have spoken ill of senior brother Xinghe? I am truly no better than a beast. Tears streamed down Wang Tinio's face as he vowed to become a person of dreams. To be someone deemed worthy in the eyes of senior brother Xinghe, striving to emulate him. The Haotian sect's spirit mind vibrated with renewed vigor, as all miners were reborn from the ashes. However, the news emanating from the Haotian sect's spirit mind sent shockwaves far beyond its confines. What is this? A full third of the output allocated to the miners? Superior cultivation techniques? Days off every month? Has Haotian sect gone mad? What manner of being is this Chu Xinghe? Did he purchase the Tianyi spirit mine without facing any retribution? If our disciples acted so recklessly, they would be 6 feet under by now. Is this fellow unafraid of death? Not only did he buy the Tianyi spirit mine, but he also dares to meddle with the miners' affairs? Could he possibly be Gu Mingchao's illegitimate son? Even if he were, Gu Mingchao would surely have him executed. The Haotian sect, the foremost sect in the realm. How could they act so brazenly? As news spread, the shock was not confined to these individuals, it also reverberated among miners from various sections. When the word reached every spirit mine about the favorable treatment bestowed upon the Haotian sect's miners by Chu Xinghe, they were left in disbelief. Previously, they were all at the lowest rung, yet now the miners of the Haotian sect were not merely brothers, they were treated like esteemed lords. Surely, many inner disciples of other sects could only dream of such privileges? Although the disciples of the miners have endured considerable hardship, their innate talents were already lacking, thus, a little suffering and toil are inconsequential. The hope that lies before them is what truly matters. Consequently, in a brief span of time, the minor disciples from various sects have grown discontented. Why should the Haotian sect enjoy such favorable treatment while we are left with far less? We demand the same treatment as the Haotian sect, if not, we shall abandon our posts and join the Haotian sect as minor disciples instead. Such a significant upheaval was anticipated by many, and soon enough, news spread quickly. Chu Xinghe's reckless actions had come to the attention of the Haotian sect, which had already dispatched individuals to impose punishment, likely intent on executing him on the spot. It is expected that the Haotian sect will soon restore its previous state of affairs. Upon the emergence of this news, all parties momentarily fell silent, waiting for the elders from the Haotian sect to arrive and deal with Chu Xinghe. In the grand hall of the Haotian sect, there was no need for the spiritual birds to relay news from Lingmai Mountain, other sects had already assisted in delivering it. Within the hall, the sect leader and the heads of various palaces gathered together. The elder was deeply pained upon hearing the news, distressed to the point of losing his hair. Xinghe, what are you attempting to accomplish? The earlier news regarding the purchase of the Tianyi spirit mine had already made the Haotian sect a laughingstock.
And now the world awaited further ridicule. Yet, just when they thought the laughter had subsided, Chu Xinghe has stirred up such a commotion. What are you all dawdling for? Speak up, the sect leader urged. The reactions from various sects have been quite intense, demanding severe punishment for this child Xinghe.
Some sects that previously collaborated with the Haotian sect have even postponed their partnerships.
It was not only these sects.
The Shi family had also declared that if the Haotian sect allowed Chu Xinghe to act so recklessly without punishment, they would cease all cooperation.
Moreover,
I have just calculated that if we were to follow Xinghe's approach, the sect would suffer annual losses of over half of its spirit stone supply. Although the remaining half might barely suffice, it raises significant concerns.
The elders expressed their thoughts, sharing the sentiments from various factions.
Sect leader. Allow me to personally handle this matter, the elder proposed.
Sit down, sit down. The sect leader gestured for him to take a seat. However, this time, the elder refused to comply. Sect leader, this child Xinghe has indeed gone too far.
I fear that the various sects will soon take action in succession. And this child may find it difficult to cope. The elder's words received nods of agreement from the other elders. Chu Xinghe's series of actions could be likened to overturning the table entirely, and not just for the Haotian sect, but for everyone involved.
While the Haotian sect could withstand the loss of half its spirit stones, others might not. Consequently, to safeguard their interests, various sects would undoubtedly take measures to restrain Chu Xinghe and compel the Haotian sect to revert to its former state. Thus, a series of retaliatory actions is inevitable.
The elder was genuinely concerned that Chu Xinghe would be unable to withstand the repercussions. The methods of punishing Chu Xinghe were matters for the Haotian sect to resolve privately. But the external actions of the other sects would not be so easily managed. Thus, the Grand Elder felt an urgent need to intervene, believing that with his prowess, he could quell the situation. All eyes turned to the sect leader. If the Grand Elder were to act swiftly, he could indeed suppress the matter, however.
Have you considered the implications for the dignity of Xinghe?
Upon the utterance of these words by the sect leader, a pallor washed over the faces of all the elders.
Was the sect leader now contemplating the honor of the child, Xinghe? Or perhaps, in the leader's heart, Chu Xinghe had already secured a place of significance? Despite the baffling maneuvers undertaken by Xinghe, the sect leader remained unwavering.
I reiterate, that child, Xinghe, has been nurtured under our watchful eyes. While I might believe the misdeeds of others, the intentions behind Xinghe's actions are undoubtedly rooted in righteousness. He cannot bear to witness the plight of the minor disciples. Yet he differs from us, we are aware and choose to endure, whereas he has acted boldly in ways we would not dare to.
The sect leader's words left everyone in silence. Who among us is unaware of the minor's treatment? Yet, who has truly spoken out for the minor disciples? Today, Chu Xinghe dares to challenge the status quo.
This matter should not be viewed solely through a negative lens, we must also recognize its positive aspects. Xinghe's righteousness is undeniable, and all his actions will surely win the hearts of the minor disciples and, indeed, all benevolent souls across the realm.
In this regard, the child has done nothing wrong. Even the Grand Elder was taken aback.
It is essential to understand that attempts to win hearts are typically deemed treasonous, after all.
The sect leader is still here. Are you attempting to usurp power under the guise of compassion? Do you consider yourself more benevolent than the sect leader? Yet,
in the case of Chu Xinghe, the sect leader not only exhibited no anger but appeared quite pleased.
This is indeed extraordinary.
Chapter 51, Objective, Surpassing the Shi family.
All the elders, including the Grand Elder, fell silent. Although Chu Xinghe's actions may not have been a deliberate attempt to win hearts, they undeniably had that effect. In such circumstances, had it been anyone else,
it would have been deemed utterly rebellious. Yet, the sect leader was not only unperturbed by Chu Xinghe's conduct but was, in fact, exceedingly pleased.
Everyone understood that the sect leader had already begun to groom Chu Xinghe as his successor.
Thus, the more outstanding Chu Xinghe became, the more delighted he was.
None of you need to provide any responses to the other sections. When has our Haotian sect ever needed to explain ourselves to others? What do they think they are? The sect leader's sudden surge of authority made the entire Haotian hall tremble as if in resonance with his might.
As for how the other sects would respond next,
I too am curious to see. No one should intervene, let Xinghe handle it.
opportunities to confront the other sects in such a manner are rare. And it would not be a bad thing for this young man to experience a bout with them.
As for those unwilling to collaborate, simply inform them that we will not work with them.
And for the Shi family, if they refuse to continue assisting our Haotian sect,
then let them be told that the contract is null and void. What? Does our Haotian sect lack support once we sever ties with the Shi family?
With that, the sect leader rose and departed without a backward glance. Once he had left, the others finally dared to exhale deeply, their expressions a mixture of disbelief.
Even the Grand Elder,
although the sect leader appeared gentle on most days, one must not forget that he is the Emperor of Haotian and the foremost figure on the heavenly Tao rankings.
For many years,
he has concealed his brilliance while the Haotian sect remained tranquil, but that does not imply that we are easily bullied.
The prestige of the number one sect in the world is not something everyone dares to provoke,
whether it be the Shi family or other sects. They seem to have forgotten that an enraged Haotian sect possesses the power to stir the very heavens and earth. The Haotian sect is not solely characterized by its gentle demeanor, the sects it has annihilated could encircle the Liang continent 3 times. All the sects were waiting for the Haotian sect to send someone to Ling City to deal with Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe himself was also waiting.
Surely it would be the Grand Elder who came?
Or perhaps the sect leader himself?
What kind of punishment would he face? The rumors of immediate execution were something Chu Xinghe would certainly not believe.
To have his status as a personal disciple revoked and relegated to the outer sect?
Or even to become a disciple of the minors? Such possibilities were not out of the question.
At this moment, who could obstruct my path to punishment?
However,
after days of eager anticipation, there was not a whisper from the Haotian sect.
Not only had the sect leader not come in person,
but even a disciple to convey a message had not arrived.
Chu Xinghe was bewildered. Was the sect's communication truly so underdeveloped? Or was the teleportation array malfunctioning? But even if it were malfunctioning, someone must have arrived by now, right?
The silence was perplexing. He had stirred the heavens, and the Haotian sect had become the target of scorn. But impatience bore no fruit. Chu Xinghe, however, brought tidings of new developments.
Senior brother Xinghe, bad news.
All collaborations between our sect and the other sects have been entirely annulled, and the contract with the Shi family is also void.
Now we are utterly isolated. Chu Xinghe was overjoyed. Was this truly bad news?
Fortune bestows its blessings upon those who are deserving, and the moment they speak, they bring forth extraordinary tidings.
Collaborations with other sects have been relatively smooth, yet the contract with the Shi family poses a significant dilemma for Chu Xinghe.
The Shi family stands as the foremost lineage in the realm, with over 70% of the world's raw stones being transformed into spiritual stones through their remarkable craftsmanship. Now that the Shi family is unwilling to refine stones for the Haotian sect, the sect finds itself in a precarious situation.
Can we not feast upon a pig just because there is no butcher? Chu Xinghe scoffed.
Chu Xinghe sighed in resignation. Aside from the Shi family, there are indeed other clans with some proficiency in stone refinement, yet their output of spiritual stones is far inferior to that of the Shi family. And their fees are exorbitantly higher. This would inevitably lead to further losses for the sect.
How splendid!
Chu Xinghe exclaimed, his spirit soaring. Ling City is indeed a marvelous place. Since our arrival, we have been inundated with good news.
If losses are to be incurred, how might we maximize them? Is it true that our Haotian sect is incapable of refining stones ourselves? He inquired, testing the waters. Brother Xinghe, you may not be aware that stone refinement is no simple matter.
Cultivating a stone refiner requires not only expertise but also the ability to identify individuals with innate talent for this craft. While acquiring the technique is challenging.
Should our Haotian sect invest significantly, it may be attainable.
However, locating a gifted stone refiner is akin to scaling the heavens.
Upon hearing this, Chu Xinghe felt a surge of excitement. A hefty cost? A daunting challenge? Does that imply it could easily go to waste? What are we waiting for?
Instead of cultivating our own stone refiners and ultimately ending up with nothing, it would be wiser to seek out the technique ourselves, regardless of the cost.
Ah! Chu Xinghe was taken aback.
Yet, gazing at the gleaming Haotian token, he could only nod in agreement. As for the selection of the stone refiner, leave that to me. Chu Xinghe declared confidently, for he had already contemplated an excellent candidate.
What? Ma Liang and his companions? Absolutely not. Each of them possesses extraordinary talents. Who knows if they have any aptitude for stone refinement?
If Ma Liang, the spurious fortune-bearer, were to claim he is a once-in-a-millennium genius at stone refinement, I would have nowhere to lament my misfortune.
After much contemplation, Chu Xinghe has settled on an unparalleled candidate, anew.
A stone refiner thrives on innate talent.
And just look at anew's abilities. Ha!
A stone refiner must be astute, and anew fits that bill perfectly. A stroke of fortune is also essential. Even disregarding the former two qualities, when it comes to luck, anew is unparalleled.
How could someone who struggles to comprehend quarrying possibly succeed in stone refinement? With such a prospect, how could I possibly fail?
With the resolve to procure the technique, Chu Xinghe set forth, while Chu Xinghe sought out anew.
Brother Xinghe, I have arrived. What do you require of me?
Just say the word, and I shall oblige. Anew exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm.
Anew.
A momentous and historically significant task has been entrusted to you.
Do you believe you can rise to the occasion? Absolutely. Leave it to me. Marvelous. Chu Xinghe responded,
his satisfaction evident. When entrusted with such a significant task, one would typically inquire about the specifics. However, our steadfast Tainyo, without hesitation, accepted the responsibility.
Merely asking if you were certain of your decision. Excellent.
Tainyo finds great solace in your words, senior brother. You may return now, and when the time comes,
I shall summon you again.
Very well. Senior brother Xinghe, I take my leave. As Tainyo departed, Chu Xinghe felt even more satisfied. This junior brother is remarkably dependable, not a single question asked, sparing himself the need to concoct excuses. Where else could one find such a worry-free junior? Unlike that troublesome Ma Liang, who constantly finds himself in predicaments. In recent days, the spiritual minds of various sects have stirred once again.
Wasn't it agreed that Chu Xinghe would face severe punishment and everyone would begin anew on equal footing? Yet, what is this bizarre reverse competition emerging within the Haotian sect? Numerous miners have flocked to the Haotian sect's spiritual mind to assess the situation. To their astonishment, they discovered something extraordinary.
The miners and disciples of the Haotian sect donned brand new mining uniforms, crafted from the same quality fabric as that of the outer disciples.
The two most renowned chefs in Spirit City were summoned by the Haotian sect to prepare meals at the mine.
The succulent, layered braised pork, the array of dishes bursting with flavor, and the exquisitely crafted pastries, not to mention the provision of beverages. What divine fare is this? Furthermore, the Haotian sect has arranged for new dormitories for the miner disciples, accommodating 4 individuals per room, fully furnished, allowing each miner to rest for an hour after lunch.
Is this what life is meant to be? Moreover, some miners have entered into a vacation mode, and astonishingly, this does not deduct any resources. All the miner disciples from various sects felt envy burning in their eyes. Observing the miners of the Haotian sect, then contrasting them with their own situation, this is not merely a comparison between individuals, it is a comparison between humans and slaves. Despite all being miner disciples, how can the disparity in treatment be so vast? The miner disciples from various sects have reached their breaking point. Wasn't it promised that Chu Xinghe would be dealt with? Wasn't it agreed that everyone would return to the same starting line? It seems we are the only ones suffering, while they are treated like lords. The minor disciples from all sects erupted in outrage, leading to the first major strike. Although various sects employed threats and inducements against these miners, this time, the miners were resolute. We might as well quit. Let the sect strip us of our cultivation. We shall start anew at the Haotian sect. In response to the miners' revolt, the various sects began to shift the pressure onto the Haotian sect. All collaborations were rescinded. And rumors of the Haotian sect's false benevolence were spread far and wide. Unlike the spiritual minds of the other sects, the miners at the Haotian sect, having received the promised benefits from senior brother Xinghe, were filled with gratitude. Ma Lao San. How dare you slack off? Do you not honor senior brother Xinghe?
Ma Lao San, you do not deserve to remain at the spiritual mine.
I am so sorry.
I was momentarily blinded by greed, I shall never do so again.
Ma Lao San, should there be a next time, we shall show you no mercy. Previously,
members of the Haotian Chamber of Commerce had to keep a constant watch over this group of miners, fearing they might slack off and reduce their output.
However,
in recent days, there has been no necessity for concern. If anyone dares to slack off, the members of the guild need not utter a word. The other miners will undoubtedly confront them with a stern reprimand.
Can you truly face senior brother Xinghe? This sentiment has become a maxim cherished by every miner.
The miners now understand the importance of resting well during their downtime, for when it is time to labor, they give their all. Over the course of several days,
those responsible for collecting raw ore stumbled upon a perplexing phenomenon. Although the miners' working hours had significantly diminished, the output remained unaffected, and astonishingly, it even increased by 30%.
What sorcery is this?
It defies comprehension. The news reached Chu Xinghe, who was equally bewildered.
However, he chose not to report this to Chu Xinghe, opting instead to observe further. After all, it is not uncommon for certain veins of ore to yield higher outputs, so continued observation was warranted. While monitoring the situation, Chu Xinghe finally invested a considerable sum to acquire the art of pointing stones. Yet, when he cautiously inquired about the candidate for the stone master that senior brother Xinghe had mentioned, he was taken aback.
Anew? The perpetually unfortunate anew? Senior brother Xinghe, are you certain you are not jesting?
Indeed, it is anew, he is the rarest candidate for the stone master. Trust in me, and believe in anew. To surpass the Shurjia, our future relies on anew.
Chu Xinghe was left dumbfounded.
Surpass the Shurjia? The funds spent on acquiring this art of pointing stones may very well be a complete waste.
Chapter 52, The Remarkable Talent of Anew. When Anew was summoned,
he still bore his naive demeanor. Upon receiving the art of transmutation from Chu Xinghe, anew, without even glancing at it, assured him, "Brother Xinghe, rest assured.
I will arrange this matter with utmost clarity." What does he mean by arranging it with clarity?
Chu Xinghe was at a loss for words.
Brother. I now address you as brother, but can you truly comprehend the art of transmutation? Anew. Brother, keep an eye on him. Chu Xinghe wore a grave expression. With tears glistening in his eyes, Anew departed.
However, the news of Anew being chosen by brother Xinghe swiftly spread throughout the spirit mine.
The initial reaction of everyone upon hearing this news was disbelief.
Yet soon, they recalled the audacious and unconventional brother Xinghe, and their doubts began to wane.
Brother Xinghe could not possibly have misjudged. Anew must possess hidden talent for the art of transmutation.
In stark contrast to the unwavering confidence of the spirit mine residents of Haotian sect, those outside nearly burst into laughter upon hearing the news.
Could it be that Chu Xinghe was an infiltrator within the Haotian sect? I too find that plausible. Buying Tianyi spirit mine could be attributed to youthful folly,
and the subsequent claims of righteousness could be excused, but this Anew,
I have indeed heard of him. This fellow is rather notorious.
Not only is he dim-witted, but his luck is appallingly poor. For someone like him to study the art of transmutation, it seems to be a case of like attracting like. Indeed, it is aptly said that like attracts like. This Chu Xinghe is simply a complete fool. While the mockery from other sects was tolerable, the Stone family nearly succumbed to laughter. It is crucial to understand that the Stone family faced considerable pressure after severing ties with the Haotian sect. After all, it is the Haotian sect, the foremost sect in the world. One could only imagine the repercussions if they were to become enraged. The Stone family had prepared thoroughly for a potential counterattack from the Haotian sect.
However, instead of a retaliation, they were confronted with news that the Haotian sect intended to cultivate transmutation masters.
Initially, when the Stone family received this information, they were genuinely concerned.
After all, it was the Haotian sect. Could it be that they had truly discovered a prodigy of transmutation?
The Stone family dispatched individuals to gather intelligence. But before any concrete information could be obtained, the name of the chosen one, Anew, was revealed.
Are you jesting with me?
This is no longer a matter of sanity for Chu Xinghe. This individual is an utter simpleton.
Why would the Haotian sect send a fool here? Has the Haotian sect truly fallen from grace? The series of actions taken by Chu Xinghe left countless individuals bewildered and speechless. Everything prior was manageable. But what on earth were they thinking in cultivating anew? Cultivating a talent for transmutation is inherently challenging. What is this anew? Now, everyone was convinced that the Haotian sect had indeed made a grave mistake. In the residence of Wudi City within Lingchang, Zhengyu was left in a daze for a full half-minute upon hearing the news. Although he was unfamiliar with anew, the other members of the Wudi City Chamber of Commerce provided him with some insights. In their accounts, he was merely a fool, compounded by an exceedingly unfortunate streak of luck. What could be the reasoning behind Chu Xinghe's choice of such a fool? Could it be that Brother Xinghe truly has misjudged? No, that cannot be.
Brother Xinghe is an extraordinary individual, possessing not only remarkable strength but also a keen intellect.
If anew were a typical person, one might entertain the notion that Brother Xinghe could have erred in his selection.
However, given that anew was perceived as a fool, beset by misfortune, it is inconceivable that Brother Xinghe would remain oblivious to this. Thus, Brother Xinghe's actions must undoubtedly carry profound significance.
Yet, what could he be contemplating? It remains an enigma, truly unfathomable. Has there been any news from the small spirit mine?
Zhengyu inquired of the steward. We are diligently working overtime to gather resources. But thus far, we have only unearthed waste rock, the steward replied with concern.
Do not fret, continue the excavation.
Chu Xinghe would not act without purpose.
Understood.
The steward departed to fulfill his orders. In the ensuing days, the notion that Chu Xinghe is a great fool reverberated throughout the entire spirit city,
with various sects shedding all pretense, openly voicing their opinions.
I can tolerate the idea of Chu Xinghe being a fool, but the Haotian sect has truly fallen into decline. With a disciple behaving so recklessly, it is incomprehensible that the sect would not intervene.
Hush.
I have heard that Chu Xinghe is the illegitimate son of Gu Mingqiao.
Is that true? Consider for yourself. How intriguing.
The rumor regarding Chu Xinghe's parentage spread rapidly, as all awaited to see how the Haotian sect would extricate itself from this predicament. You claim to be the foremost sect. Yet your disciple acts with impunity while the sect turns a blind eye, ultimately inciting the ire of the world. One must question if you still desire to uphold the dignity of the foremost sect. On this day, at the Tani Spirit Mine, numerous spirited miners toiled diligently.
Brother,
we have been digging for days, yet all we have unearthed is waste rock.
This mine may truly be unproductive. Nonsense.
Speak such foolishness again, and I shall silence you.
This site was personally chosen by Brother Xinghe. How could he be mistaken?
Brother Xinghe's discerning eye assures us that we have yet to reach the correct spot.
Indeed.
There is no need for me to elaborate on how Brother Xinghe treats us.
Everyone, let us exert ourselves. Even if we must dig through this spirit mine,
we shall certainly unearth spirit stones.
Yes. Let us all put forth our utmost effort.
Suddenly, a shout arose from a distance, we have found spirit stones.
Many rushed over to witness.
A miner had cleared away a patch of waste rock, revealing glimmering spirit stone ore beneath.
Spirit light, this is spirit light. Only high-quality spirit stone ore could emit such a glow. It has been discovered. We truly have unearthed it. Quick, inform others. The news swiftly reached Chu Xinghe, who,
overwhelmed with excitement, hastened to witness for himself, neglecting to report to Chu Xinghe. However, disappointment soon enveloped him. For beyond the one piece of glowing ore, the remainder was still waste rock. Although a piece of high-quality spirit stone had surfaced, it was insufficient to alter the fate of the Tiani spirit mine.
We shall continue to dig. I refuse to believe this. Yes, yes. Let us persist. It must be concealed deeper. The disciples of the miner displayed unwavering determination. Yet Chu Xinghe could not help but let out a sigh of resignation. Did Senior Brother Xinghe truly misjudge the situation? As he pondered this,
his assistant delivered a piece of news that nearly caused Chu Xinghe to spill blood in disbelief.
President, Juan Tinio has grasped the art of stone transformation and requests some raw stones for practice. What on earth? Chu Xinghe was taken aback. Juan Tinio could comprehend the art of stone transformation? Are you pulling my leg?
He promptly made his way towards Juan Tinio, and from a distance, he saw him standing in the courtyard. President, I have understood the art of stone transformation. Please grant me some spirit stones to try, Juan Tinio declared.
Tinio. Are you certain you are not jesting with me?
I never tell lies, Juan Tinio replied earnestly. Without further ado, Chu Xinghe arranged for someone to fetch the raw stones, instructing them to select the least valuable ones to avoid waste. Before long, the raw stones were delivered to Tinio, and Chu Xinghe signaled for him to commence. Juan Tinio wasted no time. He stepped forward to the raw stones, and with a flicker of spiritual light in his hand, he demonstrated the technique of stone transformation. As the spiritual light descended upon the raw stone, it quivered slightly, and to everyone's astonishment, the outer shell began to peel away.
In the next moment,
a low-grade spirit stone appeared before them all. Silence enveloped the courtyard. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their gazes darting between the spirit stone and Juan Tinio in disbelief.
Did he truly succeed in the art of stone transformation? Did Juan Tinio possess an innate talent for this craft?
Furthermore, this was no ordinary talent. It had only been a few days since he acquired the art of stone transformation. Without any guidance from a renowned master, he had independently comprehended the technique. This was not merely absurd, it was utterly preposterous. Juan Tinio continued his work, and soon, all the raw stones had been transformed. By the time he finished,
Chu Xinghe was once again left in a state of shock. What is happening? Tinio's speed was astonishingly swift.
Chu Xinghe knew well that a typical stone master worked at a much slower pace, as the art of stone transformation required considerable energy.
Yet Tinio's speed was unprecedented.
Just as Chu Xinghe was reeling from this revelation, his assistant spoke up. President, it seems the yield rate is quite high.
Yield rate?
The art of stone transformation is indeed associated with a yield rate. Why do people seek out the stone family for this? Because the stone family boasts a yield rate of around 70%, meaning that for every 100 spirit stones they process, a maximum of 30% is lost, with 70% preserved.
This is considered the highest standard. However, looking at Tinio now, his yield rate appears to be 50%?
While a 50% yield rate may seem inferior to the stone families, Chu Xinghe understood that the 70% yield was indicative of the skills possessed by the stone family's masters, who had all trained in the art of stone transformation from a young age.
Yet what of Tinio?
He had been self-taught for only a few days.
Previously,
the stone family's most distinguished disciple, Chu Xinghe, was renowned for achieving a 30% yield rate on his first attempt at the art of stone transformation, prompting the stone family to boast to the world about their unparalleled genius. In general, achieving a stone output rate of even 10%, or half that, on one's first attempt is a remarkable feat. However, Iron Bull. At this moment, Chu Xinghe's gaze towards Iron Bull had transformed. This was no longer merely Iron Bull, but a veritable golden bull.
President, why do you regard me with such an expression? I am well aware of the output rate.
Mine is merely 50%, which is quite embarrassing for senior brother Xinghe. Nevertheless, rest assured, I have conducted my research. With a bit more practice over the next few days, reaching a stone output rate of 90% should pose no challenge. Achieving a perfect 100% is considerably more difficult and will require several more years of dedicated effort.
Upon hearing Iron Bull's declaration, the entire assembly fell into a profound silence. While others may boast and be met with skepticism, whatever Iron Bull proclaims is undoubtedly truth.
If he asserts he can attain 90%, then that is assuredly the case. If he claims he can aspire to the legendary 100%,
he will undoubtedly fulfill that promise.
Chu Xinghe felt his blood pressure rising. In truth, it was not just him. The blood pressure of everyone gathered in the courtyard had elevated upon hearing this news. Particularly for Chu Xinghe, who had rushed over just in time to hear Iron Bull's words. He felt a darkness envelop him and nearly succumbed to unconsciousness.
Chapter 53, The End. All is truly lost.
Today, Chu Xinghe, who had neither offended nor provoked anyone, was merrily humming a cheerful tune, reveling in the joys of life. Just as he began to sing about the delightful sounds of gongs heralding a year of happiness, he suddenly sensed something amiss.
Why was he singing such an inauspicious song? Yet, what was there to fear? With his extraordinary talent, how could he possibly lose? However, before Chu Xinghe could continue his song, Ma Liang appeared. Star, 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 star. He stuttered as he spoke. Brother Xinghe, Wang Tianyou has grasped the art of stone transformation. With a thud, Chu Xinghe fell from his seat. What nonsense was this? Wang Tianyou had comprehended the art of stone transformation? Was he jesting? But soon, Ma Liang, the harbinger of fortune, whisked him away to the courtyard of the Haotian Commerce Association, where Chu Xinghe overheard Wang Tianyou's proclamation in its entirety. What did it mean to feel darkness descend? Today, Chu Xinghe truly understood. Wang Tianyou, oh Wang Tianyou, have I not treated you well? How could you be so ungrateful? Do you even have the decency to face me? Brother Xinghe, I have not let you down, have I? Wang Tianyou's eyes glistened with tears. And no.
Chu Xinghe nearly ground his teeth to dust.
Was this a matter of disappointment? You have handed me a colossal burden. Have I desecrated your ancestral grave? How could you betray me in such a manner? Where was the promised fool among the million? Where was the curse of misfortune that was to plague you? Did you hoard all your luck for this moment of betrayal?
Though Chu Xinghe felt a surge of rage. Witnessing Wang Tianyou's mastery of the stone transformation art left him utterly astonished. On his very first attempt, the success rate soared to 50%. No guidance from renowned masters was needed, he had grasped it all on his own. Not only had he understood the principles, but the stone transformation art that Chu Xinghe had procured was merely rudimentary.
Yet, Wang Tianyou, how could one describe him?
He was a man seemingly born for the art of stone transformation. In a matter of mere days, he had thoroughly comprehended the technique and even enhanced it.
This improvement was nothing short of revolutionary. The once ordinary art of stone transformation had now transcended its former limits. Chu Xinghe caught a glimpse of it,
nearly dropping the technique in shock, and he approached Chu Xinghe with a face full of terror, holding the enhanced version of the art.
Brother Xinghe, I swear. I only glimpsed the first few characters, I didn't see anything beyond that. I would never dare to disclose any content.
Though Chu Xinghe had only seen a fleeting glimpse, he understood that this version of the stone transformation art was no longer the one he had purchased. It was likely far superior to the ancestral techniques passed down through the generations of the Shi family. Such a divine art belonged at the pinnacle of the Haotian sect's most secretive repository of skills.
To merely lay eyes upon it could invite deadly consequences. Chu Xinghe,
with a dazed expression, opened the stone transformation art.
Though he did not comprehend the intricacies,
just a few glances were enough for him to realize that this was indeed a miraculous technique. Wang Tianyou was truly destined for the art of stone transformation. Heaven did not give birth to Wang Tianyou, the art of transforming stone remains eternal like the long night. Although Ma Liang and others were equally curious about the transformation of this art, none dared to approach.
They were not like senior brother Xinghe. Such divine techniques are not meant for the eyes of the ordinary. Should any secrets of the sect be leaked, it would be an immense crime. Rest assured.
Senior brother Xinghe, this art of transformation shall remain solely within our Haotian sect, I would never dare to disseminate it beyond our ranks.
Though Wang Tianyou may seem dull,
he is acutely aware of the significance of his actions. Yet, he feels no pride, attributing his achievements entirely to senior brother Xinghe.
What was that saying? 1,000-mile dog is easy to find, but a good uncle is hard to come by? Am I not the 1,000-mile dog?
Senior brother Xinghe is the good uncle.
However,
Wang Tianyou refuses to let even a hint of pride creep in, instead, he believes that he must strive harder.
For only then can he justify the efforts of senior brother Xinghe. His lifelong goal is to follow senior brother Xinghe. Chu Xinghe patted Wang Tianyou's shoulder,
his expression grave. Wang Tianyou sensed the weight of senior brother Xinghe's expectations for his future.
Steady now. Wang Tianyou is merely an anomaly.
He shall not disrupt the grand scheme. Chu Xinghe continually reassured himself, resolute as an old dog, one Wang Tianyou could not reverse the tide. The fruits of his relentless labor over the past few days were not so easily toppled.
Just as Chu Xinghe was about to showcase Wang Tianyou's prowess, a sudden commotion erupted from afar. Something has gone awry. A grave incident. An incident? Chu Xinghe felt a surge of joy. Finally, some good news. The president. Ah.
Senior brother Xinghe is also here. Something has happened at the Tianyi spirit mine.
What has transpired? Chu Xinghe was startled. A miner accidentally unearthed a crack, causing a collapse in the spirit mine. Incredible. Chu Xinghe's previously gloomy mood, dampened by Wang Tinio, brightened in an instant.
Heaven does not forsake those who toil earnestly. One must celebrate life's triumphs to the fullest. Joyful sounds herald the new year. May each year bring forth this day.
Chu Xinghe nearly broke into song. Yet outwardly,
he maintained an urgent demeanor.
Quickly! We must rescue them.
Without a moment's delay, he gathered everyone and rushed toward the Tianyi spirit mine.
Upon arrival, the mine was surrounded. Impassable. Clear the way. Qin Shangqian bellowed, and the miners recognized Chu Xinghe. Senior brother Xinghe. Congratulations, senior brother Xinghe. Your insight is unparalleled. Such jubilations from the miners nearly caused Chu Xinghe to exclaim, "Have I been too ostentatious, and have they noticed?"
But there was no time for explanations.
Chu Xinghe entered the Tianyi spirit mine. It has collapsed. Indeed, it has.
The mine tunnel had caved in for dozens of meters, revealing another entrance.
Everyone streamed inside. Yet the anticipated scene of a blocked tunnel claiming lives did not materialize.
After traversing the new tunnel for several dozen meters,
a brilliant flash of white light nearly blinded them. Spirit light. A radiant light emanated from the depths of the mine ahead,
illuminating what should have been an abyss of darkness. The once dim cavern now dazzled with a brilliance that was almost blinding.
Countless miners stood within, utterly astonished. Yet,
it was not just them, every person who entered was equally captivated.
Ethereal light. It was all ethereal light of the highest quality, an abundance of exquisite spirit stones we have struck gold. Qin, caught in a trance, seemed bewitched. But he was not alone, all those from the Haotian sect were equally entranced.
They had encountered spirit mines before. Yet never had they laid eyes upon such a gathering of superior spirit stones. They had not even heard of such a phenomenon. Over there, a spectrum of colors glimmered. Someone shouted, and in the next moment, everyone turned to look. Indeed, a spectrum of colors. The radiant hues indicative of the rarest spirit stones. It was a common occurrence for a spirit mine to yield nothing but ordinary stones, and even when precious stones did appear, they were exceedingly rare.
Yet now, as far as the eye could see, there was a wall aglow with the colors of supreme spirit stones. Heaven bless Haotian! Ma Liang was the first to shout.
And in an instant, the entire mine erupted with the voices of Haotian commerce, inner disciples of the Haotian sect, and the miners. Everyone cried out in unison.
Heaven bless Haotian! Heaven bless brother Xinghe! I bless you, my lord!
At that moment, Chu Xinghe felt as though he might spew blood from sheer disbelief.
This must be a dream. Quick! Someone wake me from this dream.
I cannot bear to remain in this illusion. Yet reality proved otherwise, for Tinio was already charging toward the spirit stones, his hands deftly extracting the ore. Soon, the radiance of superior spirit stones gleamed before everyone's eyes. Tinio grasped a seven-colored stone once more. And with another deft movement, exquisite seven-colored spirit stones emerged. Silence enveloped the mine, every gaze fixated on the stones extracted by Tinio, their eyes wide with fervent longing.
Tears streamed down Wan Lin's face uncontrollably. Brother Xinghe. Indeed, brother Xinghe was correct. This Tianyi spirit mine is the greatest in the world. With Wan Lin's exclamation,
everyone snapped back to reality, their eyes turning toward the composed Chu Xinghe, each person profoundly moved. When brother Xinghe proposed purchasing the Tianyi spirit mine, many among them had deemed him mad.
Some even considered him a fool.
Yet brother Xinghe had hesitated not for a moment, securing the mine without a second thought. At the time, some had wondered why he didn't explain his decision. Now, witnessing this spectacle, they all understood.
It was not that he could not explain. It was that he must not. Had anyone known of this situation, had even a whisper escaped, could the Sher family have sold the Tianyi spirit mine?
This was, without a doubt, the most formidable spirit mine ever discovered.
Brother Xinghe. It was indeed Brother Xinghe. Even bearing the brunt of so much scorn,
even facing countless rumors and slanders, Brother Xinghe had never defended himself. He must have been waiting for this very day.
At last, that day had arrived. Brother Xinghe has once again demonstrated his extraordinary insight and unfathomable depth.
Despite the scorn, insults, and harm directed at me from the outside world, I remain utterly indifferent. For the ultimate outcome will reveal who truly stands as the pinnacle of manhood. Indeed, Brother Xinghe has reached a realm that is beyond the grasp of all.
Chu Xinghe,
with tears in his eyes, once harbored doubts about Brother Xinghe, but today he has surrendered completely.
From this moment forth,
none shall sway my resolve to follow in Brother Xinghe's footsteps. It is no wonder that Brother Xinghe bestows such treatment upon the mining disciples. He must have contemplated the potential detriment to the sect. Yet he stands at a height we cannot aspire to, fully aware of the secrets of the Tianyi spiritual mine.
With the Tianyi spiritual mine, what difference does it make if the mining disciples receive even greater benefits?
With this spiritual resource,
the sect shall not only avoid losses but likely see its spiritual stones multiply exponentially each year.
Brother Xinghe is truly magnificent.
With Brother Xinghe by our side, how can we worry about the prosperity and flourishing of our Haotian sect? Chapter 54, The Power of One, Manipulating the World at Will. The Tianyi spirit mine has erupted. Not a minor explosion, but a cataclysmic detonation.
Today marks a momentous day in the annals of the Haotian sect. According to the sect's records, on the 10th of October in the year 8562 of the Lian calendar, under the guidance of its most remarkable disciple, Chu Xinghe, the Haotian sect acquired the Tianyi spirit mine, the most extraordinary spirit mine in the history of the Lian continent. Chu Xinghe could scarcely comprehend how he emerged from the spirit mine.
It was all over, utterly finished.
His vigorous efforts had culminated in a fateful blunder. The Tianyi spirit mine, once a well-known desolate site, had soared to the pinnacle as the paramount spirit mine in the realm.
Anew, once perceived as a simpleton,
had transformed into the harbinger of a new era in stone manipulation techniques. Yet, for Chu Xinghe, it was all in vain, a fruitless endeavor. After toiling for so many days, he had unwittingly clothed others in his efforts. Naturally, the news of the Tianyi spirit mine could not remain concealed. When the word spread, an eerie silence enveloped the entire spirit city. Each individual who received the news initially reacted with disbelief, thinking it was sheer nonsense.
However,
the Tianyi spirit mine lay within Spirit City, prompting a frenzied rush to witness it. As the sight of gleaming spirit stones, radiant with 7 colors, was unveiled, eyes widened in astonishment. A few individuals were even tempted to seize the stones on the spot, but sanity prevailed. The worth of spirit stones is high.
Yet life holds greater value. To dare to rob from the Haotian sect? Such an act would be madness.
It would be a path to certain death. Anyone bold enough to attempt to seize the Haotian sect's spirit stones today would find themselves relentlessly pursued by Gu Mingqiao, unable to escape even to the farthest reaches. This should have belonged to our Shi family. Others remained relatively composed, but the Shi family members were in utter despair, a blood-curdling dismay. It was rumored that upon hearing the news, the head of the Shi family had choked and spat blood.
We will not sell. We will not sell. The Tianyi spirit mine is ours. The family head shouted before losing consciousness. Though every member of the Shi family yearned to voice their defiance,
they understood that their words would bear no weight.
To declare to the Haotian sect that they would not sell? Did they not believe the next day would see the slaughter of the entire Shi family? What did they think the Haotian sect was? A soft target?
Many had attempted to throw tantrums, only to meet tragic ends, their corpses insufficient to even fill a grave.
The Shi family lacked the courage, or even the audacity,
to confront such a power. Across the sects, blood flowed abundantly, the aftermath of fury and despair.
When Chu Xinghe set the record for the swiftest acquisition of the Tianyi spirit mine, many pointed at him and derided him as a fool. At that moment,
everyone believed Chu Xinghe had been struck by misfortune. Yet now, all came to the painful realization that it was not Chu Xinghe who had been foolish, but rather, it was they who had been blinded. The Tianyi spirit mine, the paramount spirit mine in the world. Initially, when the Haotian sect was said to have acquired it at an exorbitant price, all had cried out that the sect had suffered a tremendous loss.
But now, they understood what was deemed an exorbitant price. It was, in fact, a bargain. What difference was there from receiving it as a gift? The master of the Chu family, upon revisiting the contract, was so enraged that he consumed the document. Did they think Chu Xinghe a fool? We are the true fools. Within the Wu Emperor's city, situated in the Spirit City's outpost, the steward gazed in astonishment at the equally astonished Xinghe. Chu Xinghe indeed possessed an unfathomable depth. He manipulated the entire world with effortless ease, far surpassing us. In this moment, the usually proud Xinghe hung his head in despair. Brother Xinghe, do not succumb to such despondency, encouraged the steward. Though we did not acquire the tiny spirit mine, that small vein yielded exceptional results. While modest in size, it bore spiritual stones that nearly blinded me with their brilliance. The steward was genuinely impressed now. While the world ridiculed Chu Xinghe, only Xinghe had unwavering faith in his profound capabilities. There was a time when I doubted Xinghe's judgment. Yet now it is clear that it was my own naivety that led me astray. Chu Xinghe is indeed, as Brother Xinghe asserted, unfathomable. He has effortlessly toyed with the world, and the Chu family has never faced such a setback. When has any sect been so thoroughly outmaneuvered? Yet, Chu Xinghe achieved this. He spoke not a word, yet he exuded the aura of one seated upon the highest throne, observing the tumult of the world with an unshakable calm. Such poise. Even the steward found himself captivated. The foremost of the younger generation, truly the foremost, not only in strength but also in intellect, which is terrifyingly profound. Each of his seemingly haphazard moves, in retrospect, resembles a celestial dance, leaving no trace for others to perceive, and by the time one begins to comprehend, he has already secured victory. Although Wu Emperor's city harbored envy and resentment, Brother Xinghe's remarkable insight allowed him to anticipate even the slightest trajectory of Chu Xinghe's plans. Now, apart from the Haotian sect, Wu Emperor's city stands as the second largest beneficiary. The tiny spirit mine caused a sensation across the realm. Yet, the affairs of Wang Tinyu reverberated even further. Heaven did not give birth to me, Wang Tinyu, I turned stone into gold, as eternal as the night. A man who, without the guidance of a teacher, comprehended and even innovated a completely new stone manipulation technique. A godlike figure who achieved a 50% yield on his first attempt at stone manipulation. Initially, the Haotian sect's intent to cultivate their own stone manipulators seemed madness, as if Chu Xinghe had indulged too deeply. But in this moment, everyone felt the resounding impact of reality. Wang Tinyu demonstrated to all that Chu Xinghe was not only astonishingly powerful but possessed an unparalleled acumen for recognizing talent. The Haotian sect not only acquired the Tianyi spirit mine but also produced a superlative stone manipulator in Wang Tinyu. Given Wang Tinyu's aptitude, it would not be long before the Haotian sect could independently achieve stone manipulation without reliance on external sources. However, upon deeper reflection, it is not Wang Tinyu who is most fearsome, but Chu Xinghe himself. This man is indeed unfathomable. The news spread swiftly, ultimately reaching the Haotian sect. In the Grand Hall of Haotian, not only were the heads of various palaces present, but all the elders had gathered. At this moment, the Hall of Haotian was enveloped in an eerie silence. Everyone was still processing the news that had arrived from Ling City. The acquisition of the Tianyi spiritual mine was deemed foolish by many. The decision to enhance the benefits for the miners had provoked various sects to take action, with the Chu family revealing their true, despicable nature. Electing Wang Tinyu had led to mockery from all corners of the world. Every move made by Xinghe was beyond the expectations of the masses, and now the Tianyi spiritual mine, the foremost spiritual mine in the realm. Even if the Haotian sect were to elevate the treatment of all miners, their returns would still multiply several times compared to the past. Cultivating Wang Tinyu, the future master of transformation, and crafting a new technique for the sect. What can one say about this child, Xinghe? Although the sect leader pondered how to express his thoughts on him, the smile on his face was already akin to the beaming countenance of the Grand Elder. As for the Grand Elder, he remained silent, maintaining composure was sufficient under these circumstances. The other elders shook their heads. Their gestures were not born of discontent but rather of self-reflection. Previously, when Xinghe had caused such a stir, they had harbored doubts. Yet now it seemed they were gravely mistaken. This child, Xinghe, was nothing short of perfect. Heaven bless Haotian.
It was uncertain who among the elders exclaimed this, but all others echoed in agreement. The sect leader's smile had never wavered. In this moment, he felt like the most sagacious and formidable individual, confident that he had not misjudged a person. Even when everyone else believed that Chu Xinghe might act recklessly, he continued to support him unwaveringly. And the truth had proven that Xinghe did not disappoint. The entire Haotian sect was abuzz with excitement upon receiving the news. Earlier reports had incited tension within the sect, leading to conflicts between disciples of Lingyi Palace and others, resulting in penalties. However, those who had been wronged were now coming to apologize. We, who had unjustly doubted Brother Xinghe, truly feel ashamed.
Humph. Now you understand. Brother Xinghe is unfathomable. How could mere mortals like you perceive him?
We shall personally apologize to Brother Xinghe.
There's no need. Do you not understand him yet? Does he hold grudges? Will he be angered by your suspicions? He will not.
Brother Xinghe possesses remarkable character. You ought to conduct yourselves with care henceforth. Upon hearing the words of the Lingyi Palace disciples, everyone felt even more embarrassed.
Indeed. How could we have forgotten?
Brother Xinghe's character is exceptional. He would never be angered by our doubts.
The entire Haotian sect was shaken by the news from Ling City.
Alas, had I known, I would have accompanied Brother Xinghe to Ling City. Missing such a grand event fills me with regret.
Yes.
I should have been more proactive in asking to go. Brother Xinghe would surely not have declined.
What a pity. In the outer sect.
After finishing his routine beating of Chu Xinghe, the plump-headed fish shared the news with him.
Humph. Chu Xinghe, the little thief. How can there be such a vast difference between two individuals hailing from the same village?
Behold your current state, and then cast your gaze upon Brother Xinghe.
Truly a paragon for our generation. Chu Xinghe is on the verge of spitting blood.
I have not bled so profusely even when struck by a hefty fish. Chu Xinghe, the scoundrel, duplicitous, insincere, and utterly despicable. You have all been deceived. He is nothing but a contemptible wretch.
Alas!
How dare you slander Brother Xinghe? Today, I shall ensure your face blooms with embarrassment, leaving you to ponder why the flowers are so vivid. No one knows the duration of the beating, but the blossoms surely bloomed. As for other consequences, who can say? In Ling City, within the confines of the Haotian sect, Chu Xinghe lay in a state of despondency upon a rocking chair, the creaking of the chair echoing the turmoil in his heart.
Brother Xinghe, alas! I was a moment too late.
Previously, Brother Xinghe urged me to purchase the entire Tianyi spirit mine, yet I overlooked a smaller mine. One misstep has led to eternal regret. I have just learned that the small mine has been acquired by Zhang Yu from the martial emperor city.
A miscalculation indeed.
Fortune-bringer Chu Xinghe finally delivered a sliver of good news. As soon as his words fell, the ominous compass began to spin.
Is there truly a reward? Chu Xinghe was left bewildered. The subsequent reward somewhat eased his despondent heart. Chapter 55. This matter has nothing to do with my Haotian zone. Chu Xinghe had already lost all hope.
Yet, the suddenly spinning misfortune compass offered him a glimmer of hope.
What? After such a crushing defeat, there is still a reward?
Soon, the needle of the misfortune compass came to a halt.
Simultaneously,
a powerful force was unleashed from the compass, causing Chu Xinghe to shudder. He found that his cultivation had surged from the peak of the 3rd rank directly into the 4th rank. And he was now on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the 4th rank martial sovereign.
Incredible! What a rush! At this moment,
Chu Xinghe felt both exhilarated and tormented. Achieving such a significant leap in rank filled him with joy, yet it also made him painfully aware of his losses.
Had the Tianyi spirit mine not let him down, would he not have soared directly to the 6th rank martial king or even the 7th rank martial saint?
But it was too late for regrets now. The reason the misfortune compass granted him this elevation must be due to the news brought by the fortunate envoy Chu Xinghe earlier. Zhang Yu also managed to seize a small mine that shared the same origin as the Tianyi spirit mine. Therefore, the misfortune compass recognized this as something that should have belonged to Haotian zone, but due to Zhang Yu's intervention, it became a loss.
Brother Xinghe, all sects have begun collaborating with our Haotian zone. Chu Xinghe delivered another blow to Chu Xinghe. What is this? Aren't they supposed to isolate us? Why is there cooperation now?
Chu Xinghe felt a profound sense of frustration.
What happened to the promised isolation? What happened to the refusal to cooperate? What happened to the continued retaliation? Can't they show a bit of integrity? Brother Xinghe is unaware that with your acquisition of the Tianyi spirit mine,
the exquisite spirit stones produced there are in short supply among all sections. They are all concerned about their inability to obtain these precious stones from us.
So how could they dare to negotiate any conditions? Chu Xinghe exclaimed excitedly.
When the major sects united to isolate Haotian Zone, Chu Xinghe had been exceedingly worried.
What should be done?
However, he never imagined that Brother Xinghe had already been strategizing from a distance, orchestrating a decisive victory.
Once the exquisite spirit stones were revealed, all sects bowed their heads in submission.
In previous negotiations, the sects would propose various conditions, but now, they were in no position to bargain.
It was entirely at the discretion of Haotian Zone. Over the years, Chu Xinghe had never experienced such smooth dealings.
There was no need for intrigue or excessive contemplation. Haotian Zone simply dictated terms, while the other sects complied. Chu Xinghe was elated, while Chu Xinghe was distraught. Bad news kept rolling in, igniting a fire of indignation within him.
Gather all the exquisite spirit stones produced and bring them to me.
I will take them back to the sect as gifts for everyone.
Chu Xinghe gritted his teeth, declaring, You sects may forsake integrity, but you still wish to obtain exquisite spirit stones? Just wait. Rest assured, Brother Xinghe.
All the exquisite spirit stones from this batch have been meticulously packaged. For the various sects wishing to acquire these exceptional stones, that will be a matter for next year.
Chu Xinghe, with a beaming smile, presented a Qinkuan ring to Chu Xinghe.
Holding the ring and gazing at the resplendent spirit stones within, Chu Xinghe felt a slight sense of relief.
After bidding farewell to the fortunate Chu Xinghe, Chu Xinghe took a day to rest. Seizing this opportunity, he also took a stroll around the spirit mine. He specifically instructed the miners not to neglect their cultivation in pursuit of mining.
The mines can be excavated at any time, but one's cultivation is of utmost importance. The countless miner disciples were deeply grateful for Brother Xinghe's admonition.
Listen to that. This is our Brother Xinghe.
In other spirit mines, the concern is that the miners might become lazy, with demands that they complete their tasks before indulging in cultivation.
Yet,
in stark contrast, Brother Xinghe allows us to focus on our cultivation without undue strain.
Faced with such a reasonable and understanding Brother Xinghe, the miner disciples vowed not to let their mining duties slip because of their cultivation. With Brother Xinghe treating us so well, we simply cannot disappoint him. Subsequently, Chu Xinghe paid a visit to Wan Tinyu.
Goodness, within just a few days, Tinyu has made remarkable progress in the art of stone manipulation. His stone extraction rate has now reached an impressive 70%, comparable to the Sure family.
However, Tinyu showed no signs of excitement. Instead,
he repeatedly expressed his frustration at his slow progress. Given the opportunities bestowed upon him by Brother Xinghe, he felt it imperative not to let him down. He was determined to grow in the shortest time possible, to completely surpass the Sure family, and to elevate the art of stone manipulation within the Haotian sect to the pinnacle of excellence.
Not only did Tinyu dedicate himself,
but he also took on about 10 disciples during these few days. These disciples were his former companions, who appeared rather unremarkable.
Yet,
it seemed that Tinyu's long-dormant fortune had erupted in a frenzy over the past few days. Among the disciples he chose, with a rare few possessing inferior talents, each displayed extraordinary aptitude in the art of stone manipulation. Even those with lesser talents were at least on par with the geniuses of the Sure family.
Upon hearing Tinyu's report, Chu Xinghe felt even more vexed.
Indeed, the Spirit City was a veritable pitfall. Since arriving here, not a single good thing had transpired. Therefore, Chu Xinghe decided against lingering in Spirit City any longer and prepared to depart.
Chu Xinghe personally escorted Chu Xinghe and his companions to the teleportation array.
Not only Chu Xinghe but all the executives of the Haotian Trading Association were present.
Although Chu Xinghe's stay was brief,
every action he took had already been etched into the annals of the Haotian Trading Association's history as a monumental investment. Though Brother Xinghe's time here was short,
the lessons he imparted will be invaluable for a lifetime.
Not only the higher-ups of the Haotian Trading Association but also the minor disciples gathered to bid farewell to Brother Xinghe. Many of the minor disciples were teary-eyed,
calling out for him to visit often. Visit often? What do you mean by often? In the future, it would be best if you could come less frequently.
Amidst the farewell of countless individuals, Chu Xinghe stepped out of Ling City, followed closely by Wan Lin, Ma Liang, and others, who were eagerly discussing how they would relay the tales of their journey to Ling City to every junior disciple, so that they might understand the profound vision of their senior brother, Xinghe.
As Chu Xinghe endured yet another trial, the teleportation array was not far off,
and soon they arrived at its location. However, those responsible for setting up the array were still occupied, requiring them to wait a little longer. After instructing Chu Xinghe to seek him out should any trouble arise, Chu Xinghe bid him farewell. Observing Chu Xinghe's reluctant demeanor as he turned back repeatedly,
Chu Xinghe felt exasperated once more.
After seeing Chu Xinghe off, the group settled down to rest while awaiting the activation of the teleportation array. Just as Chu Xinghe was reflecting on what went awry during his visit to Ling City, a sudden commotion of battle erupted in the distance.
Brother Xinghe, I shall investigate. Ma Liang, ever eager for excitement, volunteered.
Wait, I'll go. Chu Xinghe shot him a stern glance.
What do you mean, you go? Absolutely not.
It is better to avoid unnecessary troubles. If there is a chance of loss to the sect, how can I manage if you rush in first? Ensuring that everyone remained on standby, Chu Xinghe made his way toward the source of the combat sounds. Before long, he discerned the origin of the tumult.
Upon closer inspection,
he was taken aback to see Zhengyu, engulfed in flames, leading a group of disciples from Wudi City engaged in a fierce struggle against a band of cloaked figures.
The assailants clearly outnumbered the disciples, and despite Zhengyu's formidable strength, the odds were decidedly against them, as they found themselves encircled and on the brink of annihilation. Brother Xinghe. Amidst the chaos,
Zhengyu inexplicably spotted Chu Xinghe and was filled with joy. The mere presence of Chu Xinghe signified that members of Haotian sect were also near, and surely they would come to their aid. In his elation, Zhengyu called out for help.
However, the cloaked figures soon realized Chu Xinghe's presence and were taken aback.
Yet, just as the assailants feared complications arising from Chu Xinghe's arrival, he bellowed, I am merely passing through, you may continue, this matter has nothing to do with Haotian sect. With that proclamation, he turned on his heel and fled.
The cloaked figures were left in utter disbelief. Zhengyu was equally stunned. What in the world was happening? Initially, the appearance of Haotian sect had caused the black-clad individuals to panic, but now,
witnessing the members of Haotian sect abandon the disciples of Wudi City to their fate without a second thought left them incredulous. They had encountered cowardice before, but this level was beyond anything they had ever known. Was this truly the Haotian sect they had heard of? What had happened to the so-called foremost sect in the world? What had become of their promised camaraderie? Zhengyu was left utterly bewildered, having anticipated Chu Xinghe's assistance. He could scarcely believe that his senior brother would forsake them in their moment of peril.
Yet, amidst the astonishment of the crowd,
a man on the periphery of the dark-clad figures, who had remained inactive, suddenly revealed an intense brilliance in his eyes.
Everyone, those who abandon the martial emperor's city, seize him.
He is Chu Xinghe of the Haotian sect. Accompanied by this exclamation, the dark-robed figure soared into the air, riding the wind as he pursued Chu Xinghe. Soaring through the air,
a seventh-rank martial saint,
Chu Xinghe, feigning a demeanor of cowardice, was utterly bewildered. What on earth? You were engaging in a fierce battle with the martial emperor's city, and I merely happened to be passing by.
What does it mean that you abandoned the martial emperor's city to chase after me? Moreover, what is this nonsense about a seventh-rank martial saint? But now,
Chu Xinghe had no time to ponder such matters. All the dark-clad figures had entirely forsaken the individuals from the martial emperor's city and surged toward him in a frenzy.
Zhengyu? Disciples of the martial emperor's city?
Just like that, those originally besieged from the martial emperor's city were left behind. As everyone rushed to pursue Chu Xinghe, Zhengyu's eyes brimmed with tears. It turned out that senior brother Xinghe was not merely cowardly. He was diverting the enemies away from the martial emperor's city in this very manner.
Chapter 56, a major incident unfolds.
At this moment, Chu Xinghe expressed his utter dismay,
feeling as if he had been utterly forsaken.
He had merely come to witness the spectacle, feigning a facade of cowardice.
Today, Zhang Yu's predicament was indeed most fortuitous.
If any surviving disciple from the martial emperor's city were to escape and recount the events, his identity as a disciple of the Haotian sect would be scrutinized. Faced with the slaughter of martial emperor's city disciples, the narrative of cowardice would undoubtedly spread like wildfire. It would not merely be said that Chu Xinghe was cowardly, rather, the world would proclaim that the Haotian sect was cowardly, that they turned a blind eye to death and suffering.
Such a reputation would bring monumental repercussions to the sect.
Initially, Chu Xinghe had intended to inquire about the manner of his defeat.
Yet, he now realized the absurdity of the situation. Why were they all abandoning the martial emperor's city disciples to pursue him? And what of that 7th-rank martial saint?
You did not deign to intervene with the martial emperor's city individuals, nor did you lift a finger against Zhang Yu.
What manner of madness is this relentless pursuit of me? Though perplexed, Chu Xinghe was not foolish.
He discerned that the direction in which he fled was not towards the teleportation array. After all, Ma Liang and the others were stationed there. Should he head in that direction, not only would his own escape be jeopardized, but theirs would be as well. Therefore, he chose to flee towards the spirit city. As long as he could reach that sanctuary, even a 7th-rank martial saint would likely hesitate to apprehend him there. However, mere half a minute later, Chu Xinghe realized his naivety. The 7th-rank martial saint traversed the air with remarkable agility, closing the distance behind him in mere leaps. The martial saint's eyes gleamed with a predatory light, gazing at Chu Xinghe as if he were a lascivious rogue beholding his long-desired goddess.
Chu Xinghe, where do you think you are fleeing?
The martial saint's hand shimmered with dark energy, transforming into a massive, shadowy grip that lunged towards him.
Do not strike. I surrender.
At the very moment the ominous hand was about to seize him, Chu Xinghe halted in his tracks. The martial saint, taken aback by this unexpected cessation, could not stop in time, propelling himself forward several meters before he managed to regain his composure. The other dark-clad figures swiftly closed in,
surrounding Chu Xinghe in a formidable encirclement. Brave warriors, do not attack. I surrender. I surrender. As he spoke, Chu Xinghe crouched down, cradling his head.
This scene left all the dark-clad individuals dumbfounded. They hailed from the Shadow Demon sect, and their intention today had been to ambush Zhang Yu.
Yet, they had unexpectedly encountered this monumental catch, Chu Xinghe.
In comparison to Chu Xinghe, Zhang Yu was insignificant. In recent times, Chu Xinghe's renown had spread far and wide. Even the members of the Shadow Demon sect had become weary of hearing his name. The foremost of the younger generation, Chu Xinghe, the prodigy of the Haotian sect, capturing him today would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. The Shadow Demon sect had even prepared for a desperate confrontation with Chu Xinghe. Yet, his instantaneous surrender was utterly bewildering. Is this truly the Haotian sect that they knew? Is this genuinely the foremost individual of the younger generation? The 7th-rank martial saint, Demon Lord Meng Yong, also began to harbor doubts. Logically speaking, how could someone of Chu Xinghe's caliber be so fearful of death? Is this fellow truly Chu Xinghe? After observing him from various angles for a considerable time, Meng Yong reached a definitive conclusion. The attire adorning Chu Xinghe, unmistakably belonging to a disciple of the Haotian sect, could not be feigned. Moreover, due to Chu Xinghe's recent prominence, the Shadow Demon sect had obtained his likeness. After meticulously comparing it with his own portrait, Meng Yong was convinced that the individual before him was indeed Chu Xinghe. Take him away, Meng Yong commanded, and a throng of figures clad in black surged forth, swiftly subduing Chu Xinghe, who was then ensnared in a sack. Meng Yong and his associates from the Shadow Demon sect hastily departed. Barely a minute after Meng Yong's exit, Zhang Yu, accompanied by members of the martial emperor's city, arrived on the scene. Observing the traces left behind by the departing black-clad figures, Zhang Yu's heart sank. A grave situation had unfolded. Senior brother Xinghe had been captured. Confronted with a 7th-rank martial saint, senior brother Xinghe had no means of resistance. Upon contemplating the direction of senior brother Xinghe's escape, Zhang Yu was struck by a realization. Senior brother Xinghe was neither a coward nor indifferent to the plight of others. He had deliberately diverted the Shadow Demon sect's attention away from martial emperor's city. Initially, Zheng Yu and his companions had intended to return to Martial Emperor City via the teleportation array. However, they had not anticipated encountering an ambush by the Shadow Demon sect upon arrival. Zheng Yu had believed their fate was sealed, while Martial Emperor City fought valiantly. Just as they were on the verge of succumbing, senior brother Xinghe had appeared, ingeniously drawing away the assailants. The reason Zheng Yu believed senior brother Xinghe's actions were intentional rather than motivated by fear was due to the direction of his flight. Had he been consumed by fear? He would have fled towards the disciples of the Haotian sect. Instead, he was clearly heading towards Ling City, seeking assistance. Yet, given senior brother Xinghe's cultivation level, he stood little chance of reaching Ling City before being apprehended by a 7th-rank demon lord. With a resounding crack, Zheng Yu crushed the Martial Emperor token in his grasp. In an instant, a multitude of ethereal lights soared into the sky as signal for aid from Martial Emperor City. Earlier, amidst the chaos of battle, Zheng Yu had not found the opportunity to activate the token. But now, the gravity of the situation dawned upon him. Senior brother Xinghe had been captured while attempting to rescue them. Should anything happen to him, Zheng Yu would bear an insurmountable burden of guilt. What transpired? Soon, disciples from the Haotian sect, led by Ma Liang and Wan Lin, hastened to the scene. After all, once the Martial Emperor token was shattered, the news would spread instantaneously, visible to all in the vicinity. Zheng Yu? Ma Liang recognized him. What is the matter, senior brother Zheng Yu? Wan Lin inquired. A calamity has befallen us. Senior brother Xinghe has been captured by the Shadow Demon sect. Upon uttering these words, Zheng Yu rendered all the Haotian sect members speechless. What? Hadn't senior brother Xinghe merely gone to assess the situation? How could he have been taken? Yet, they soon learned the full extent of the events from Zheng Yu's account. In the shadow of the encroaching threat of the demon Shadow sect, the disciples of the Martial Emperor City found themselves besieged. Yet, amidst the peril, Chu Xinghe remained unflinching, boldly diverting the adversaries away from his companions. Unfortunately, the presence of a 7th-tier demon lord rendered his valiant efforts futile, leading to his capture by the demon Shadow sect. Zheng Yu's revelations left Wan Lin on the brink of collapse, for what Zheng Yu described was none other than the steadfast demeanor of brother Xinghe, who had always been known for his righteousness and unwavering commitment to aid others. Yet today, he had sacrificed himself for the people of Martial Emperor City. Without uttering a single word, Ma Liang brandished his disciple token, shattering it resolutely. He was not alone, every disciple of the Haotian sect followed suit, destroying their own tokens. These tokens possessed the ability to communicate with their sect, and with Ma Liang's decisive act, the sect would be alerted to the peril that had befallen its disciples. What transpired next was a flurry of radiant figures descending upon Ling City, the individuals from Martial Emperor City, alongside representatives from various sects. Having received the distress signal heralded by the destruction of the Martial Emperor token, a calamity had occurred. Brother Xinghe had been captured by the demon Shadow sect. Zheng Yu, usually composed, now appeared frantic, as if he had lost something precious. Countless formidable warriors rushed to Ling City, and upon hearing Zheng Yu's words, darkness clouded their vision. A grave situation had indeed arisen. The capture of Chu Xinghe was an unprecedented crisis that would send shockwaves through Ling City. Who was Chu Xinghe? The repercussions of this news would surely rattle the Haotian sect, which would be thrown into chaos should anything happen to him. Without the need for further discourse, all the powerful figures scattered, each singularly focused on one objective: to rescue Chu Xinghe at any cost. Qin Shangqian, leading the elite of the Haotian sect in Ling City, arrived promptly. However, upon receiving the news, he was struck with despair and fell to his knees. Quickly! Alert everyone in Ling City, mobilize all forces. No one shall rest until brother Xinghe is found. His command reverberated throughout the city, igniting a fervor among its inhabitants. What? Brother Xinghe had been captured by the demon Shadow sect? Everyone immediately set out to locate him. The audacity of the demon Shadow sect to seize brother Xinghe was unforgivable. The entirety of the Haotian sect mobilized, for nothing was more critical than the safety of brother Xinghe. Not only the Haotian sect but also the people of Martial Emperor City, upon hearing the news, felt an urgent need to act. Chu Xinghe had sacrificed himself to save Zheng Yu and the people of Martial Emperor City. The citizens were incredulous yet understood that this was a matter of utmost importance that could not be ignored.
If anything were to befall Chu Xinghe,
Martial Emperor's city would bear the weight of the consequences. Thus, every individual from Martial Emperor's city joined the fray, frantically searching for Chu Xinghe.
Meanwhile, other sects remained vigilant.
For Chu Xinghe was not an ordinary disciple of the Haotian sect. If today the Haotian sect were to suffer a devastating ambush by the Shadow sect, resulting in the complete annihilation of an elite team of disciples, the Haotian sect would undoubtedly be incensed and seek vengeance. However, should anything befall Chu Xinghe, the matter transcends mere retribution. The Haotian sect would likely pursue an unrelenting vendetta against the Shadow sect. The outside world regards Chu Xinghe as the most exceptional disciple of the Haotian sect in 4 centuries, even surpassing the 10th emperor of Haotian.
The sect has groomed Chu Xinghe as the future leader, as evidenced by the events that transpired in Spirit City.
The series of actions that appeared reckless to onlookers were not only tolerated by the Haotian sect but actively supported, even at the cost of their own resources.
What does this signify?
It is unequivocally a deliberate investment of the sect's resources and sacrifices for Chu Xinghe's training.
Should Chu Xinghe succeed, all is well.
Even if he were to fail, the sect shows no hesitation in paying such an exorbitant price to instill lasting lessons. Now, with Chu Xinghe captured by the Shadow sect, particularly due to the events at Martial Emperor's city, should anything untoward happen to him, given the Haotian sect's fierce nature, it is likely that Martial Emperor's city would also face dire consequences.
The entire Spirit City would be thrown into chaos,
with all matters set aside to search for Chu Xinghe.
If he remains unfound, they can only await the wrath of the Haotian sect.
It is not beyond possibility that in their fury, the Haotian sect might lay waste to the entire Spirit Vein Mountain.
Chapter 57, The Dual Orders Emanate. Causing a tremor across the land. The Spirit City is in ruins.
What mining, what business, at this moment? Even a gasping dog would receive a slap and be sent forth to search for Chu Xinghe. At Haotian sect, before the Haotian mirror, Ma Liang and others, having shattered their disciple tokens, finally established contact with the sect. The sect leader, Gu Mingqiao, reached out to Ma Liang via the Haotian mirror. However, upon hearing Ma Liang's words, Gu Mingqiao nearly collapsed to the ground.
What did you say? Gu Mingqiao's eyes turned crimson. Sect leader.
Brother Xinghe was captured by the people of the Shadow Demon sect while rescuing those from the Martial Emperor's city. His whereabouts and fate are unknown. Gu Mingqiao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him.
Ring the great bell. All elders and disciples of Haotian sect, assemble at Haotian Palace. Gu Mingqiao, disregarding everything else,
issued the command. The great bell of Haotian sect rang 9 times.
All disciples and elders, regardless of their tasks, dropped everything and hastened towards Haotian Palace. Moments later,
the entirety of Haotian sect had nearly gathered at the palace, with the main hall teeming with people.
Everyone was frantically discussing what had transpired,
astonished that the sect leader had sounded the great bell. The Grand Elder and a group of elders, upon hearing the sect leader's words, were left in shock. The Grand Elder nearly lost his footing and would have fallen had it not been for the swift assistance of the nearby elders.
Quickly! Prepare the teleportation array. We must head to Spirit City immediately.
The Grand Elder, ignoring everything else, was frantic. Chu Xinghe cannot be in peril if anything happens to Chu Xinghe.
It would truly be catastrophic.
News swiftly spread from the Haotian Great Hall, plunging the entire Haotian sect into chaos.
What? Brother Xinghe is in trouble? Captured by the Shadow Demon sect?
That cursed Zheng Yu. Let him perish. But how could Brother Xinghe be so reckless as to divert the enemy for the sake of those from Martial Emperor's city?
Brother Xinghe was far too impulsive. Do not speak so. I may not know about others, but are you not aware of Brother Xinghe's character? If Brother Xinghe had not offered assistance today, I would find that suspicious. Indeed.
Brother Xinghe possesses many admirable qualities, yet he is exceedingly righteous and too eager to help. He would never turn a blind eye to those in peril. The Shadow Demon sect is utterly audacious.
Enough of this. We shall immediately proceed to Spirit City to search for Brother Xinghe. Without further deliberation, Gu Mingqiao personally issued the order, arranging the teleportation array.
Except for a few elders left to guard, all capable individuals from Haotian sect set forth, their destination Spirit City, determined to locate Chu Xinghe and ensure his safety.
Dispatch the Haotian command.
We implore all factions across the land to lend their strength. We must find Brother Xinghe.
Gu Mingqiao commanded once more.
And all the elders nodded in agreement.
The Haotian command, it has been a century since it was last issued by Haotian sect.
When the sect exterminated the demonic sect in times past, the Haotian command was proclaimed, and none dared to defy it.
Yet, each time the Haotian command is issued,
it signals a monumental event. In an unprecedented occurrence within the annals of the Haotian sect, a decree was issued for an individual. Yet, no one dared to question the command of the sect master, for it was none other than Chu Xinghe. The Haotian decree swiftly emanated from the Haotian sect,
reaching all major sects across the realm in an instant.
As they beheld the decree, a wave of astonishment swept through the factions.
However,
upon grasping the gravity of the situation, they comprehended the fervor driving the Haotian sect. Chu Xinghe was in peril. The Moang sect had audaciously dared to lay hands on him. Initially, their aggression was directed not at the Haotian sect but at Zhengyu of the Wudi city. Unexpectedly, the valiant Chu Xinghe selflessly diverted the Moang sect's attention to rescue Zhengyu. Regrettably, unbeknownst to him, a demon lord lurked among them,
leading to his capture.
Previously rumored to be the unrivaled champion of the younger generation in martial arts, his character had been said to surpass even his martial prowess. Now it appeared the rumors held truth.
Heed my command. Elders of the sect, arise and seek out Chu Xinghe.
The issuance of the Haotian decree sent ripples through the realm.
Yet, shortly thereafter, an even more shocking event unfolded. The Wudi decree was also dispatched.
Zhengyu promptly relayed the news to Wudi city, and upon hearing it, Zhang Xiaotian nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. However, he understood that although Chu Xinghe had been apprehended, the roots of this calamity lay within Wudi city. As for this child, Zhang Xiaotian found himself at a loss for words.
He was indeed a source of both admiration and frustration.
Admiration for such an outstanding disciple who was not only invincible in cultivation but also possessed an unwavering sense of justice and noble character. Frustration arose from the fact that such an exceptional disciple did not belong to Wudi city.
Regardless, it was undeniable that the incident originated from Wudi city,
which could not afford to remain passive.
Zhang Xiaotian issued the Wudi decree, calling forth all formidable warriors of Wudi city, determined to locate Chu Xinghe. In a single day, the Haotian decree was unleashed, and the Wudi decree followed suit.
The world trembled. The simultaneous issuance of these two divine decrees for a single individual was an unprecedented event in the history of the Liang continent.
Countless powerful figures descended upon Ling City, instilling fear and trepidation among its inhabitants.
Previously, Ling City had seldom witnessed the presence of formidable warriors, but today, the skies were alive with their presence.
Once,
the sight of a 7th-rank martial saint had left the masses in awe. Yet today, more than a dozen martial emperors had already traversed the void in mere moments. Among them were the sect master of Haotian, Gu Mingqiao, and the city lord of Wudi, Zhang Xiaotian. For the sake of one individual, the world was set ablaze.
The name of Chu Xinghe echoed far and wide.
Zhengyu had been sleepless for a day and night, consumed by a singular thought. If anything were to befall Brother Xinghe, he would bear this burden for life, a haunting specter that would render him unable to forgive himself. As tumultuous winds stirred across the realm due to Chu Xinghe, in a grand mansion's underground chamber, 1,000 miles from Ling City, the young man was extricated from a sack by his captor, the demon lord Meng Yong, who, blissfully unaware of the chaos outside,
gazed at Chu Xinghe with a beaming smile.
I am Chu Xinghe, a direct disciple of the Haotian sect.
Greetings, demon lord. With a single utterance, Chu Xinghe left Meng Yong utterly bewildered. What on earth? Ha! Truly, the first among the younger generation possesses remarkable audacity.
Meng Yong's remark elicited a chorus of sarcastic comments from the nearby disciples of the demon shadow sect.
How can you discern his courage, my lord? Have you forgotten his instantaneous surrender?
Initially, we believed we could capture Zhengyu, yet here you are, willingly walking into the trap. What a delightful surprise.
Ha ha ha. Meng Yong's laughter was so hearty one could see his tonsils.
Zhengyu may be admirable, but in comparison to Chu Xinghe, they are entirely different entities.
Indeed, my lord. You speak truly, it is indeed a surprise. Meng Yong? What the hell, this fellow is completely unafraid. Clenching his teeth, Meng Yong declared.
Chu Xinghe, I presume you are aware of our identities.
The Haotian sect has significantly undermined our demon shadow sect's affairs over the years.
Before he could finish,
Chu Xinghe interjected, You are correct, my lord, the destruction of the Haotian sect is our undeniable duty. Meng Yong? Not only Meng Yong but all the disciples of the demon shadow sect were left dumbfounded. What is happening?
According to the usual script,
were you not supposed to accuse us of wrongdoing, proclaiming that those who commit evil shall meet their demise, and declare that eradicating the demonic sect is our obligation?
Why on earth are you openly speaking of destroying your own sect?
Moreover, Chu Xinghe's expression of righteous indignation seemed utterly genuine. In an instant, everyone began to doubt, could this truly be Chu Xinghe?
Surely there must be a misunderstanding.
Chu Xinghe was certainly not mistaken, he was no fool. Captured by them, would he dare to shout about the divine protection of Haotian?
He wished to obliterate the sect. But that did not imply he desired the death of his fellow sect members.
Chu Xinghe had his own principles. Collaborating with the demonic sect would undoubtedly lead to a manhunt if news were to leak. However, as the saying goes, when under the eaves,
one must play the part of an actor. As for performance, he would ensure clarity in his role. Chu Xinghe, there is no need for such posturing.
Since you have fallen into our hands, you would do well to comply. Comply.
I must comply, my lord. If you wish to uncover any secrets of the Haotian sect,
I assure you I will divulge everything without reservation.
By the way, my lord, I have recently acquired a volume of the stone transformation technique from the Haotian sect. I humbly present it for your perusal.
As he spoke, Chu Xinghe produced the technique meticulously organized by Wang Tinio and offered it to Meng Yong. How does that saying go?
One cannot ensnare a wolf without first relinquishing the child, without demonstrating sincerity or making some offering.
How could he play the part of an actor? Meng Yong? Yet before Meng Yong could comprehend, Chu Xinghe continued, in addition to this, there are these.
These premium spirit stones all belong to the Haotian sect, and it brings me great comfort to present them to you, my lord.
Without hesitation,
Chu Xinghe surrendered all his Qiankuan rings, jokingly considering that if he did not offer them now, he would soon find himself with nothing at all.
Then,
the Qiankuan ring opened, revealing chests filled with luminous high-grade spirit stones and countless exquisite spirit stones, causing the eyes of all the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect to widen in astonishment. Meng Yong stared incredulously at the spirit stones displayed before him.
Is this truly the Haotian sect? Is this the renowned Chu Xinghe?
Such an abundance of spirit stones, not even a demon lord has encountered such a sight. And this stone manipulation technique. Meng Yong merely glanced at it and nearly lost control of himself.
In his youth,
he had dabbled in the art of stone manipulation, though he ultimately abandoned it due to his lack of talent.
Nevertheless,
he could discern that the technique presented by Chu Xinghe was indeed worthy of being called a divine art. Such a technique was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, what truly astounded Meng Yong was the figure of Chu Xinghe before him.
What on earth is happening? Is this lad truly so perceptive?
According to the usual script, he should have been slowly tormented, only to reveal his treasures when pressed.
Yet here, without any inquiry from me. What does this direct presentation mean? Meng Yong was utterly baffled. While Meng Yong was in a daze, Chu Xinghe remained composed. During his capture, he had already come to a realization.
This was not a case of Chu Xinghe willingly betraying his sect, rather, the demon sect was too ruthless.
If he did not offer something, how could he expect to be spared?
Nonetheless, he felt gratitude towards the young Zhengyu. Gratitude to the Shadow Demon sect for providing him, Chu Xinghe, with a passive opportunity to save his sect from loss.
The entire basement fell silent for a full minute. Before Meng Yong finally spoke to Chu Xinghe, what scheme are you plotting?
My lord demon lord, you jest.
I am but a captive. My life lies entirely within your hands. What scheme could there be?
You see, I have long harbored a yearning for the demonic path since my youth. To join the demon sect is my lifelong aspiration.
The so-called Haotian sect is merely a farce. Now that the path of the demon sect lies before me,
My heart swells with admiration for you, my lord, as boundless as the flowing rivers.
Do you know who I am? Meng Yang felt as though he might be swayed by Chu Xinghe's words, but do you know who I am? That is of no consequence.
From the moment I laid eyes on you, my lord demon lord, I knew that failing to follow you would leave me with eternal regret.
Hence, before you,
I could not help but desire to betray the Haotian sect.
I beseech you to grant me this opportunity.
As Chu Xinghe finished his words,
all the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect were left in utter shock.
At that moment, a singular thought resonated in their minds.
Is this performance not a bit too far-fetched?
Chapter 58, The Mirror of Truth. The Shadow Sect has captured countless individuals from esteemed sections. Among these captives, 5 out of 10 resolutely refuse to yield, facing torture with defiance, enduring until death while hurling insults.
Even the members of the Shadow Sect cannot help but admire such tenacity.
3 individuals, after enduring various forms of torment, may eventually divulge some inconsequential details. Yet they remain steadfast in guarding the highest secrets of their sect.
The remaining 2, lacking resolve, might ultimately reveal everything, however.
Such individuals typically hold low ranks and possess little of value to disclose. They have encountered stalwart warriors, witnessed those who succumbed under pressure, and seen instances of betrayal. Yet, they have never encountered someone like Chu Xinghe, who surrendered everything within a mere second before any torture or interrogation even commenced.
One might dismiss Chu Xinghe as a mere pawn, but is he not the foremost figure of his generation? Is he not the esteemed Chu Xinghe of the Haotian sect? Has he no sense of honor? Could he not at least put up a fight?
They had not even asked him anything. And he had already stripped his sect bare of its secrets.
Does he still consider himself a person?
Many disciples of the Shadow Sect felt that. In comparison to the despicable and shameless Chu Xinghe before them, they appeared rather virtuous.
You aspire to the demonic path? Meng Yang was similarly perplexed. Indeed. I long for it immensely. To see the Haotian sect perish is my lifelong dream. Chu Xinghe declared with unwavering determination.
Wait, are you certain?
Absolutely and unequivocally certain. Meng Yang was at a loss.
Today, Meng Yang had prepared numerous strategies and questions.
Even bracing himself for the possibility that Chu Xinghe would remain silent until death.
Yet now, he found himself bewildered, unsure of how to handle the exceedingly cooperative Chu Xinghe.
A phenomenon he had never witnessed in his life.
First, confine him. I need to ascertain whether what he has revealed is credible, Meng Yang commanded.
Following his orders,
the disciples of the Shadow Sect imprisoned Chu Xinghe in a cell, assigning guards to prevent any potential schemes. However, as Meng Yang scrutinized the items Chu Xinghe had presented, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Sir, we have verified that all the spirit stones are flawless, and this stone transformation technique is invaluable.
Soon, news arrived from his subordinates.
In truth, even without the report, Meng Yang was already aware that the items Chu Xinghe produced were undoubtedly genuine.
Could there be any doubt when they were presented so openly? Su Ji, what do you think Chu Xinghe is up to? Meng Yang inquired of his advisor, Su Ji. It's hard to say.
This lad holds a remarkable status within the Haotian sect, and I have never encountered spirit stones of that caliber.
Moreover, the stone transformation technique is extraordinary.
I suspect he aims to momentarily placate us. There must be some ulterior motive.
Hoof.
His talk of destroying the sect is sheer nonsense.
Meng Yang scoffed.
Sir, I have heard this lad has learned the Haotian battle intent from the Haotian sect.
This could be your point of leverage. Did he not express a desire to join the demonic path? Insist that he surrender the Haotian battle intent. Should he refuse, well. As Su Ji's words fell from his lips, Meng Yang's eyes sparkled with newfound intrigue. Without further adu, I led Su Ji to the basement. Greetings, Lord Demon Monarch. Ahem. Well. Chu Xinghe, you claim you wish to join the demon sect? You wish to obliterate the Haotian sect? Is that indeed the case?
If so, I have heard that you have studied the Haotian battle intent, since you aspire to join the demon sect.
Why not use the Haotian battle intent as your token of allegiance?
Meng Yang concluded, casting a sinister smile at Chu Xinghe.
Oh, you little rascal, continue your charade.
Those spirit stones and the stone god technique, though immensely valuable, pale in comparison to your worth, Chu Xinghe. You sacrificed those for your survival.
And the Haotian sect would not hold it against you.
However, the Haotian battle intent is an entirely different matter. It is a closely guarded secret of the Haotian sect.
Let us see how you maintain your faade.
Yet, just as Meng Yong anticipated that Chu Xinghe would be exposed by his demand for a token of allegiance,
Chu Xinghe burst into laughter. By the heavens! Truly, you are the Lord Demon Monarch. I admire you greatly.
While imprisoned here, I contemplated how to derive the greatest benefit from this incident.
Although my status is extraordinary and I possess numerous secrets, revealing them would not cause significant repercussions for these few. Is the Haotian sect, the preeminent sect in the realm, merely a jest?
I would indeed like for you to seize the resources of the Haotian sect, but do take a moment to reflect upon your own capabilities.
Do you believe yourselves worthy?
Thus, while I was troubled, fortune smiled upon me, presenting an unexpected opportunity.
The Haotian battle intent. You are courting your own demise, aspiring to learn the Haotian battle intent? Do you think such a technique is within the grasp of your demon sect?
Yet, if you insist on pursuing this, I, Chu Xinghe, shall benevolently assist you. The Haotian battle intent is a sect's ultimate skill, and its complete version must be personally imparted by the sect leader. I lack the ability to transmit it myself.
However,
I do possess an incomplete version, which, while still the Haotian battle intent, raises uncertainty about the manner of demise it may invoke upon completion.
Alas!
If your demon sect is so determined to learn it, I am not here to deceive you, rather, I am genuinely enthusiastic. It would be best if you all returned and commenced your training. Surely, many would meet their end in the process.
I am prepared to take this risk.
Lord Demon Monarch, I shall now impart the Haotian battle intent to you.
Meng Yong and Su Ji were both taken aback, utterly perplexed by Chu Xinghe's antics. Subsequently,
Chu Xinghe conveyed his interpretation of a perilous version of the Haotian battle intent, articulating it word for word to Meng Yong, even sharing some of his own insights clearly.
Then Meng Yong was left utterly dumbfounded. Can someone please explain what is happening here? Is the Haotian battle intent a fabrication? I am certain it is false. Chu Xinghe, please remain calm while I ascertain the authenticity of this Haotian battle intent.
Lord Demon Monarch, please expedite your verification, if you remain uncertain. It would be best to report it directly to the sect. If all else fails, you could even disclose the Haotian battle intent. Although it is an incomplete version. Should it be revealed, the sect's reputation would be compromised, would it not? The incomplete version of the Haotian battle intent has been leaked, securing our advantage.
Su Ji was taken aback.
He believed that Chu Xinghe harbored even greater animosity towards the Haotian sect than he did. Meng Yong and Su Ji departed from the underground chamber.
Before leaving, Su Ji made arrangements. Be cautious tonight, but allow this lad a chance to escape, understood? What?
The disciples of the Shadow Demon sect were bewildered.
Follow my instructions.
Once Su Ji had given his directives, the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect complied.
Are you attempting to ascertain whether this boy will indeed flee?
Meng Yong comprehended the strategist's intentions.
I suspect this Haotian battle intent is a fabrication.
And surely this boy will devise a means to escape in the dead of night. Let us see how he maintains his facade then. Meng Yong gave Su Ji a thumbs up and subsequently sought a place to investigate the veracity of the Haotian battle intent.
As night fell,
the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect, following Su Ji's orders, intentionally left the prison door unlocked. A few even indulged in drink, becoming inebriated, thereby granting Chu Xinghe an opportunity.
Hey, brother! The prison door is unlocked. And remember, while guarding prisoners, one must never drink. What if the prisoner escapes? Look!
I'll help you lock the door, thus I cannot escape.
The disciples of the Shadow Demon sect? Concealed in the shadows, Su Ji?
Then Su Ji witnessed an astonishing scene. Chu Xinghe insisted on persuading these disciples to sober up, urging them to gather more people to watch over him.
Do not grant me an opportunity to flee. Escape? What nonsense! I've worked hard to get in here. This is a golden opportunity to infiltrate the demon sect. I have come this far, you expect me to leave empty-handed? Not a chance. Chu Xinghe waited throughout the night. Not only did Chu Xinghe not attempt to flee, he slept soundly and peacefully.
At dawn, Chu Xinghe rubbed his forehead, filled with perplexing questions,
beginning to doubt what Chu Xinghe was truly up to.
However, before Chu Xinghe could comprehend the situation, a wave of terrifying energy suddenly emanated from the distance. It was from Meng Yong's location, prompting Chu Xinghe to rush over.
Soon, he heard Meng Yong's maniacal laughter echo from within. Ha ha ha, the Haotian battle intent. It is indeed genuine. I have broken through. Meng Yong soared into the air, and Chu Xinghe beheld the imposing figure of Meng Yong, equally incredulous. A breakthrough. The demon lord had truly ascended from the 7th rank to the 8th, becoming a demon sovereign? Then, the Haotian battle intent provided by Chu Xinghe. Was it real?
If Chu Xinghe were to hear this, he would undoubtedly swear to the heavens that the Haotian battle intent he provided was absolutely authentic.
Beyond any doubt.
Just consider whether this incomplete version of the Haotian battle intent can truly be deemed as such.
Though your breakthrough is swift,
your demise may come even quicker.
Meng Yong descended, exuding the oppressive aura of an 8th rank being throughout the venue. Congratulations, Demon Sovereign.
Countless disciples of the Shadow Demon sect knelt in homage.
Rise. With a wave of his hand, Meng Yong lifted everyone up. Demon Sovereign, that Haotian battle intent is indeed real.
At this moment, Meng Yong brimmed with confidence. Initially, he presumed that Chu Xinghe would feign the Haotian battle intent, yet upon returning to his cultivation,
he discovered that this Haotian battle intent was utterly flawless, breaking the shackles that had bound him for years overnight.
Truly, it was the unparalleled divine skill of the Haotian sect. However, upon contemplating this, Meng Yong found himself speechless once more.
Why? Why indeed? Chu Xinghe had even revealed the Haotian battle intent. What could this signify? Was this fellow speaking the truth? Did he genuinely aspire to join the demonic sect? Although it seemed implausible, considering that he had articulated the Haotian battle intent, could it be mere pretense? If it were merely about spirit stones and the point stone divine art, the Haotian sect could bear such losses, but the Haotian battle intent? This was the Haotian battle intent. Could the Haotian sect truly afford to lose it? For a moment, Meng Yong fell into deep contemplation, as did Chu Xinghe.
Meng Yong learned that Chu Xinghe had spent the previous night in study, and that Chu Xinghe not only refrained from fleeing but had also urged the guards to keep a close watch on him.
Upon discovering these details, Meng Yong's contemplation deepened. Chu Xinghe, do you think this lad might genuinely? Absolutely impossible.
Chu Xinghe gritted his teeth.
How could this be?
Such an outrageous occurrence could never exist in this world. Chu Xinghe has certainly harbored a conspiracy.
Undoubtedly. Yet, the Haotian battle intent had been presented.
This left Meng Yong at a loss for words.
My Lord Demon Sovereign, in my humble opinion, this lad must have ulterior motives. And what he professes is undoubtedly a fabrication.
To uncover the truth, I possess a method.
What method? The truth mirror. Did not this lad claim he would annihilate the sect?
The veracity of his words will be laid bare before the truth mirror, revealing his deceit.
The truth mirror,
as Chu Xinghe spoke, was a treasured artifact of the demon sovereign Meng Yong, capable of discerning truth from falsehood. Those who lied could not escape its gaze.
Hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Meng Yong nodded. Indeed. The truth mirror. With it in hand, let us see how you, Chu Xinghe, will evade the exposure of your lies.
The two exchanged a glance, and then together they made their way toward the dungeon.
Chapter 59, the first banquet in history within the confines of the prison.
Chu Xinghe continued to share various strategies with the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect on how to prevent prisoners from escaping. All the disciples harbored a singular thought: is this fellow truly unhinged? Upon the arrival of Demon Lord Meng Yong, a collective sigh of relief swept through the disciples. They had never anticipated that guarding prisoners could be such an excruciating experience.
No longer could he be addressed as Demon Lord.
He must now be referred to as the esteemed Master of Demons. Chu Xinghe, brimming with excitement, noted that the ancient combat technique, Haotian battle intent, had evidently been mastered and even transcended by the master, despite its incomplete form often leading to various side effects.
Nevertheless, its initial application was undeniably formidable. Master of Demons, please continue your efforts.
At this rate of cultivation, within half a year, you are destined to exhaust yourself completely, remarked a group of shadow demon sect disciples in astonishment, simultaneously casting irate glances at Chu Xinghe.
Look at your audacity. Chu Xinghe, who would have thought that Haotian battle intent was indeed genuine? Your declaration of loyalty has been duly noted. However, you claim to genuinely wish to join our sect and obliterate the Haotian sect? Is this not a matter of utmost certainty? Indeed,
he replied with a chuckle. If your intentions are sincere, the shadow demon sect will naturally welcome you.
However,
to ascertain the authenticity of your claims, you must undergo the scrutiny of the truth mirror.
Do you dare? The truth mirror? Chu Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. Su Ji, witnessing Chu Xinghe's momentary stupor, was elated. Do you see?
This fellow will inevitably reveal his true nature. He shall not withstand the pressure of the truth mirror. Suji elaborated on the capabilities of the truth mirror, his thoughts racing with anticipation that this time, the man would surely falter.
Yet, as Suji finished speaking, Chu Xinghe replied, "Master of demons, your actions have truly saddened me. Joining the demon sect has been my lifelong aspiration.
And the destruction of the Haotian sect is the very desire of my heart.
How could you doubt me?
I am prepared to accept the trial of the truth mirror."
Suji was left speechless, as was Meng Yong, who, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood that the truth mirror would provide an unequivocal answer. Soon, the truth mirror soared from Meng Yong's hand, revealing itself as a deep green artifact. Meng Yong first allowed Suji to undergo the test.
Should Suji utter even a slight falsehood, the truth mirror would instantly turn red. Upon completing his trial, Suji gazed at Chu Xinghe with exhilaration,
eager to witness his downfall. Chu Xinghe, I now inquire, do you sincerely wish to join the Shadow Demon sect? Not at this moment. Master of Demons,
you have wounded my heart.
However, the annihilation of the Haotian sect remains my lifelong ambition. No matter how arduous the path ahead, I shall persevere. Fortunately,
he had reacted swiftly. Had he declared his genuine desire to join the sect, he would have surely faced dire consequences.
The truth mirror pulsed momentarily, and then green. Is this truly the case?
Both Meng Yong and Su Ji were left in stunned silence. Chu Xinghe recognized that he had secured his position.
You.
The duo stammered, unable to articulate their thoughts.
Does this mean that your earlier submissions bore no hidden agenda? Meng Yong asked incredulously. Master Demon Lord, everything I previously submitted was entirely voluntary. What conspiracy could there possibly be?
Buzz, once again it is green, and indeed, it is real.
Silence. The entire cell is engulfed in silence.
Meng Yong remained silent, while Su Ji had lost his senses.
How could you, a proud disciple of the Haotian sect, the foremost of the younger generation, have fallen so low?
You speak of boundaries, yet you have even lost your undergarments.
Do you not feel a pang of conscience as you contemplate the destruction of the Haotian sect? Subsequently, Meng Yong posed several questions to Chu Xinghe. But no matter how he inquired, Chu Xinghe consistently replied, I am sincere.
The truth mirror revealed nothing but veracity. Meng Yong even suspected a malfunction in the truth mirror and specifically tested Chu Xinghe to utter falsehoods. However, the truth mirror proved flawless. And all of Chu Xinghe's words were indeed true. Time passed, and only after an indeterminate period did Meng Yong come to terms with this outcome.
Yet, in accepting it, he was filled with elation.
Capturing Chu Xinghe, acquiring spirit stones, mastering the stone god technique, and gaining the Haotian battle intent were already monumental achievements.
And now,
if Chu Xinghe were to join the Demon Shadow sect, if he infiltrated the Haotian sect, if he were to ascend to a high position within the Haotian sect, perhaps even become its leader, then
Meng Yong dared not imagine further. A disciple of the demonic path becoming the leader of the world's foremost sect? Such a tale would be deemed too fantastical even for a storyteller. Yet Meng Yong also understood that if this were to come to fruition, the status of the Demon Shadow sect would soar to unprecedented heights. At that moment, he would possess the entirety of the Haotian sect's resources. What a terrifying prospect!
He would become a martial emperor, the foremost figure in the demonic path of the world.
When the world realizes it was he, Meng Yong, who discovered Chu Xinghe, chaos would surely ensue. Summon forth, release Xinghe, and arrange accommodations for him. Meng Yong issued the order himself. Suji wished to protest, but the truth mirror had validated the claims. How could there be any doubt? Nevertheless, Suji resolved that even if Chu Xinghe were released, he would vigilantly monitor him, ensuring no opportunity for conspiracy would be afforded. At noon, Meng Yong commanded his subordinates to prepare a grand feast of fine wine and exquisite dishes to honor Chu Xinghe. Meanwhile, news from the outside world reached Meng Yong. What? The Haotian sect has issued the Haotian order? The Martial Emperor City has also issued the Martial Emperor order? All the formidable beings in the world are out searching for Chu Xinghe? Return to the Master Demon. Indeed. The outside world has descended into chaos. Every possible location harboring news of Chu Xinghe is under surveillance. 4 of our halls have already been uprooted by the Haotian sect, with countless disciples lost. As the disciples of the Demon Shadow sect reported, their eyes involuntarily glinted with anger directed at Chu Xinghe. Bang! Yet, just as the disciples of the Demon Shadow sect simmered with fury, Chu Xinghe slammed his palm on the table and rose to his feet. This is intolerable. How could the righteous path be so ruthless? We, the Demon sect, cannot allow this to go unchallenged. Master Demon Lord, in my opinion, we should retaliate immediately. Let us launch an assault on the Haotian sect and eradicate the righteous path from the world. The entire assembly? The reporting disciples of the Demon Shadow sect were left dumbfounded. What in the world is this? What do you mean by being angrier than I am? Were they not acting to find you? Suji gritted his teeth. The righteous forces of the world have sent their strongest to seek you, causing even those from the Shadow Demon sect to feel astonished. After all, who would willingly join the demonic sect if they had the opportunity to enter a prestigious organization like the Haotian sect? Suji vowed that if the Haotian sect treated him in such a manner, he would never betray his sect for the rest of his life. Moreover, the idea of assaulting the Haotian sect to eradicate the righteous forces? Are you serious? If we possessed such capabilities, would we still be sneaking around to capture you? Meng Yong remained silent for a long time. He had even secretly activated the truth mirror earlier. As for the counterattack that Chu Xinghe spoke of, the truth mirror had provided its answer. Truly. Xinghe, please calm down, we must deliberate on the counterattack. Meng Yong felt embarrassed countering the Haotian sect? What a joke! Although the Shadow Demon sect is reputed to be a leader among the demonic sects, its strength is not on par with that of the Haotian sect. To say it plainly, the only outcome of a contest between the Shadow Demon sect and the Haotian sect would be the former having its arm broken. Thus, the notion of a counterattack. Chu Xinghe can say whatever he likes, but we must not take it seriously. Yet Meng Yong could not comprehend. Why was Chu Xinghe so valued by the Haotian sect? Is it possible that some individuals are destined to be part of the demonic sect? Indeed. Human nature is inherently malevolent. This was undoubtedly the most bizarre banquet in history. The demon lord of the demonic sect and the direct disciple of the Haotian sect, the leader of the righteous forces, sat at the same table, enjoying a meal together. During this time, the disciple of the Haotian sect, Chu Xinghe, pounded the table in anger, condemning the righteous forces for their despicable actions and vowing not to rest until he retaliated. Meanwhile, the demon lord urged Chu Xinghe to calm down, advising him not to let the unruliness of the righteous forces harm his health. Meng Yong had no idea how he managed to finish that meal. Indeed, he had never felt so humiliated in his life. According to the usual pattern, in such situations, he would be the one scolding, while others would cautiously persuade him. But today, why did the direct disciple of the Haotian sect require the demon lord to counsel him? Suji's mind was in a state of confusion. He could not have dreamed that he would one day witness such an extraordinary banquet. This could very well be the most remarkable banquet in history. After the meal, Suji personally arranged accommodations for Chu Xinghe. He placed numerous hidden sentinels around, ensuring that Chu Xinghe would not engage in any mischief. However, Suji was destined to be disappointed. A day and a night passed, and rather than attempting to escape, Chu Xinghe had mingled with the surrounding disciples of the Shadow Demon sect and even discovered the positions of the hidden sentinels.
offering them advice on how to better conceal themselves without being detected.
Chu Xinghe was dumbfounded. Could it be that this person was truly born with malevolent intent? Did he genuinely wish to join the demonic sect? But why? The Haotian sect is so splendid. What could the demonic sect possibly offer? This is absurd.
At night, Chu Xinghe noticed that Chu Xinghe was wide awake, and he secretly wondered if this fellow was plotting something.
Subsequently, Chu Xinghe emerged from the room and directly pulled Chu Xinghe inside.
Chu Xinghe, taken aback, wondered if this individual harbored some peculiar inclinations.
Should he yield to him? Just as Chu Xinghe's resolve wavered, Chu Xinghe produced a piece of paper. Upon closer inspection,
Chu Xinghe found it densely populated with Chu Xinghe's meticulously crafted battle strategies against the righteous path.
It even detailed his assessment of vulnerabilities and suggested points of attack.
Staring at this, Chu Xinghe was momentarily stupefied.
Chu Xinghe, you hold us in far too high regard.
These regions you've noted may indeed be critical points for the righteous, but do you have any idea how many martial emperors and martial sovereigns guard those places?
Do you call this an offensive?
I firmly believe this is nothing short of throwing ourselves into the jaws of death.
Chu Xinghe was fully aware that the demonic sect lacked the capability for such an endeavor. Do you think I jest? This is the result of thorough contemplation. Should the demonic sect dare to make a move, what I have written is not a battle plan, it would be a self-destruct sequence.
Brother Chu Xinghe, please expedite this to the demon sovereign. It would be best to report it to the demonic sect. We, as members of the demonic path, must unite against the righteous. While my strategies may not obliterate the righteous path entirely, they will undoubtedly inflict significant damage. Chu Xinghe remained oblivious to the trap set by Chu Xinghe. He could only recall the time when he had nowhere to turn and joined the demonic sect, vowing to become a formidable figure in the demonic realm. To make those sects that once rejected him taste the bitterness of regret. Chu Xinghe believed that one day, he would undoubtedly ascend to supreme status in the demonic path. His heart had long been tainted by the demonic way, leaving only darkness in his eyes.
Yet today, Chu Xinghe felt exceedingly naive. In comparison to the present Chu Xinghe, could he truly claim to be tainted by the demonic path? Did he even have the right to proclaim that only darkness remained in his gaze?
He was, in fact, a man standing in the light. If he were to assert that only darkness filled his eyes, then Chu Xinghe before him ought to be buried in shadows.
When it comes to darkness, it is indeed you, Chu Xinghe, who embodies it. And you are truly sinister.
Chapter 60, The Third Sword of the Haotian Sword Box, The Suspended Sword Wings.
In a fleeting moment, Chu Xinghe harbored a desire to eliminate Chu Xinghe. Are you even human, Chu Xinghe? How has the Haotian sect treated you?
What regard does the righteous path of the world hold for you? If only the righteous path accorded me, Chu Xinghe, a fraction of the respect it bestows upon you, I would pledge my life to defend its dignity. Tears welled in Chu Xinghe's eyes. He had witnessed despicable and shameless acts before. Yet he had never encountered such a wretched being as Chu Xinghe. To annihilate the righteous path, Chu Xinghe truly has no reservations. There was no need for interrogation.
He readily confessed everything. Are you still human?
Such a vile scoundrel, even as a member of the demonic sect. Chu Xinghe felt compelled to act in accordance with heavenly principles. Brother Chu Xinghe, we must safeguard this at all costs. The path to destroy the Haotian sect is fraught with challenges, and we must not exhibit even the slightest negligence.
Chu Xinghe spoke earnestly.
Chu Xinghe contemplated whether to rid the world of this malevolent individual.
Ha! The demonic sect is truly fortunate to have a brother like you, Xinghe. Chu Xinghe's smile appeared more sorrowful than a cry. Alas!
Brother Chu Xinghe, you jest, my contributions pale in comparison. Compared to the predecessors of the demonic sect, I have yet to even scratch the surface.
Chu Xinghe spat blood. You haven't even begun? The predecessors of our demonic sect are far more virtuous. In terms of despicability,
shamelessness, and depravity, you, Chu Xinghe, are the epitome of the demonic sect.
As a member of the demonic sect, I find you utterly repulsive.
Chu Xinghe shook off Chu Xinghe's grasp and exited his room, rushing to wash his hands vigorously, using 2 bars of soap until his skin nearly peeled.
So filthy. So dark. How can someone as despicable as Chu Xinghe exist in this world? Xinghe clutched the battle plan in his hands, wishing to tear it to shreds. Such a plan is an embarrassment to our demonic sect.
Yet, after much hesitation, Xinghe ultimately decided to store it close, for although an attack seemed improbable,
he still intended to present it to the Demon Lord.
As he approached the small building where the Demon Lord resided,
Xinghe was about to enter when a thunderous boom erupted.
In the next moment, a scream echoed from within the building. Xinghe and a group of disciples from the Shadow sect rushed in frantically, but upon entering, they were violently thrust back by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy.
Demon Lord!
Xinghe landed and quickly discerned the situation. At that moment, the Demon Lord Meng Yong was drenched in blood, his spiritual energy running rampant and uncontrollable.
Has he gone berserk? Upon witnessing this scene, Xinghe's first instinct was that the Haotian battle intent provided by Chu Xinghe was flawed.
The sudden commotion also drew Chu Xinghe from inside the room.
What in the world? Could it be that the Haotian sect has arrived to attack? Is their speed truly this swift? No.
I had prepared a series of plans to ensnare the demonic sect if I succeed in infiltrating.
And if the Shadow Emperor does not extract blood from the demonic sect, I shall consider myself defeated.
But as Chu Xinghe emerged, he was left dumbfounded. There knelt the Demon Lord Meng Yong, his spiritual energy uncontrollably coursing through him, manifesting like countless swords piercing his body, rendering him as frail as a sieve.
This. Chu Xinghe was completely at a loss.
It cannot be so hasty, even if it is merely the incomplete version of the Haotian battle intent. You ought to endure for a while until I can thoroughly deal with your demonic sect before self-detonating. My plans have yet to be set into motion.
And you explode prematurely? Do you not owe me anything? Even in death, you should have delivered the flawed Haotian battle intent, taking out a few more of the demonic sect in the process. Yet soon, Chu Xinghe appeared to recollect something.
When the sect master bestowed upon him the Haotian battle intent, there had been a test regarding his physique. It seemed that certain special physiques were incapable of cultivating the Haotian battle intent, otherwise, while initial progress might seem promising,
it would ultimately lead to a backlash resulting in a catastrophic demise. Could it really be so coincidental? Something feels amiss.
Although I am wielding the flawed version of the Haotian battle intent, which should guarantee my death upon practice, it shouldn't detonate this swiftly. Now, trouble has truly arisen.
Chu Xinghe, you scoundrel!
The Demon Lord Meng Yong barely had time to utter this final exclamation before he erupted into a spray of blood.
The era's Demon Lord, the first ever from the demonic sect to practice the Haotian battle intent, and he has perished in such a manner.
The esteemed Demon Lord.
Xinghe's eyes glistened with tears.
Indeed, it was Chu Xinghe, that despicable villain. He has plotted against us.
He is the one responsible for the demise of the esteemed Demon Lord. Chu Xinghe. Scoundrel! Everyone! Hunt down Chu Xinghe! Xinghe roared, and in an instant,
the eyes of all disciples of the Shadow Demon sect turned crimson. Every one of them summoned their spirit weapons, converging upon Chu Xinghe with murderous intent.
My goodness! If I were to claim this as a misunderstanding, would you believe me? Chu Xinghe was utterly dumbfounded. An explanation now? What is there to explain?
Xinghe's spiritual energy erupted forth, and as a fifth-grade martial spirit, he surged ahead, already standing before Chu Xinghe.
Xinghe, scoundrel! Prepare to meet your end.
Xinghe could no longer suppress his fury. Such a despicable villain must be slain for the sake of justice.
Thunder Shadow! Arise!
His left arm shimmered with a violet glow, and the Thunder Shadow soared from the Haotian sword box.
In a flash of purple lightning, the terrifying thunder descended upon the foremost Xinghe.
As a fifth-grade martial spirit, he believed that eliminating Chu Xinghe would be a trivial task.
However,
the reality proved him gravely mistaken. With the peak cultivation of the fourth grade, the Thunder Shadow unleashed its violet lightning, striking Xinghe with ferocious intensity. The horrifying lightning enveloped Xinghe entirely, and with a resounding explosion, his head burst like tofu. The terrifying thunder swept through Xinghe's being, incinerating him into ashes. Such a display of thunderous power left the disciples of the Shadow Demon sect in shock. However, after a moment of stupefaction, some quickly rallied.
Kill him!
Another fifth-grade martial spirit emerged. Although the Shadow Demon sect boasted only one powerful figure, the Demon Lord Meng Yong, there were still several fifth-grade warriors among them.
all now charging forth. Swarm.
At this moment, Chu Xinghe dared not hold back. After toiling for so long, he would not allow Meng Yong's foolishness to ruin everything. To survive today, there was only one possibility. He must break through. Yet, without Meng Yong, do these individuals truly believe they can leave their mark? The locusts descend, and the rain of swords ensues. Upon breaking through to the pinnacle of the fourth rank, Fei Huan can now manifest 300 sword shadows, coalescing around Chu Xinghe to form a tempest of blades. The onslaught of sword blades engulfs all who dare to approach. Xian, arise! Chu Xinghe calls out. And a shadow leaps from his left arm. The third sword of the Haotian sword box, Xian. With his cultivation reaching the zenith of the fourth rank, Chu Xinghe has unlocked the third sword of the Haotian sword box. Thunder Shadow is formidable, with an almost invincible burst damage capability. However, it is currently in cooldown, leaving Fei Huang alone insufficient for self-preservation. At this moment, Chu Xinghe dares not hold back. Xian soars forth from the Haotian sword box, appearing as a diamond shape. Xian instantaneously divides before Chu Xinghe, transforming into two wings composed of countless diamond-like sword fragments. These wings now rest behind Chu Xinghe, and with but a thought, they unleash a flurry of razor-sharp projectiles in every direction.
Xian wings.
The spiritual weapon in the hands of a fifth-rank disciple of the Demon Shadow sect is shattered upon contact with Xian, while the terrifying wings advance forward, leaving the fifth-rank disciple torn to shreds in their wake. The sword blade tempest wards off the periphery, while Xian encircles Chu Xinghe, unleashing his full combat prowess in this moment.
A flash of purple lightning.
The cooldown concludes, and the thunder falls again, eliminating another fifth-rank adversary.
With Xian in tow,
Chu Xinghe plunges into the fray, leaving all who dare approach dismembered by the wings of Xian. The remaining members of the Demon Shadow sect are truly astonished. The foremost individual of the younger generation.
In recent days, due to Chu Xinghe's unrestrained behavior, many have forgotten that his renown is not born from dishonor,
but from his formidable strength. Countless individuals have speculated, in hushed tones, whether Chu Xinghe's reputation has been exaggerated. Yet in this moment of bloodshed, Chu Xinghe reveals to all that his title as the leading figure of the younger generation is entirely warranted. With each step he takes, he slays one foe, leaving no one to traverse the 1,000 miles behind. As Chu Xinghe advances, countless disciples of the Demon Shadow sect are torn to pieces by the sword shadows. Blood, dismembered limbs, shredded flesh, entrails. The courtyard transforms into a scene of carnage. The clash of sword light intertwines with agonized cries, and flesh and sword shadows continuously intersect. Chu Xinghe loses count of how many he has slain, but at this moment, no one can obstruct his path. Disciples of the Demon Shadow sect. Kill.
Fifth rank? Slay. A demon, he is a demon. At last, someone breaks down.
Yet, the only response he receives is the flash of Xian, and his head, along with his terrified expression, rolls onto the ground.
When the last fifth-rank disciple of the Demon Shadow sect falls, the remaining lackeys no longer possess the courage to stay. They scatter in every direction.
Chu Xinghe carves his way out of the courtyard, enveloped by the shadows of sword light as he makes his escape. The distance of his escape was uncertain.
Yet Chu Xinghe felt his entire body weaken.
In the fierce battle that had just transpired, he could not ascertain how many lives he had claimed. But his own body bore countless wounds. Although the fifth-grade disciples of the Shadow Demon sect were not exceptionally powerful, their desperate strikes left numerous gashes upon him. With blood seeping from his injuries and his spiritual energy entirely expended, Chu Xinghe finally succumbed and collapsed beside a grand willow tree. Time passed, though it was difficult to discern how long, when a lavishly adorned carriage approached slowly. The curtain was drawn back, and a woman of exquisite elegance descended from the vehicle.
Miss, the stench of blood emanating from him is overwhelming. Is he not akin to someone just dragged from a pool of blood?
We should not concern ourselves with him. Uncle Fone, if we depart now, he will surely perish here. We must take him back, if he is indeed a nefarious villain.
We can simply expel him upon his awakening.
Alas, miss, you very well, Uncle Fone understands your compassionate heart.
Ordinarily,
you would not turn a blind eye to even a dog in distress, let alone a person.
Yet, just how much blood has this young man been tainted with? Is he being pursued by enemies?
The world has been tumultuous of late. I have heard that the elite from various sects have emerged,
mercilessly uprooting all remnants of the demonic sect.
Countless lives have been extinguished, and it seems all of this chaos has arisen due to someone named Chu Xinghe.
Surely, this individual is not a disciple of the demonic sect, is he?
If he were indeed a fugitive from the sect being hunted by the various sects, it could spell great peril for our family. Uncle Feng sought to discern Chu Xinghe's identity through his garments, but they were already marred by wounds and thoroughly soaked in blood, rendering any clarity impossible. However, bound by the young lady's command, Uncle Feng had no choice but to comply, lifting Chu Xinghe and placing him within the carriage, before once again guiding the vehicle away into the distance.
Chapter 61, Have we violated divine law?
In the ethereal city, Gu Mingqiao, the esteemed leader of the Haotian sect, along with numerous elders, gathered in a solemn assembly.
Each face bore an expression of grave concern.
Days had passed since the capture of Chu Xinghe, during which the Haotian sect issued the Haotian order,
summoning formidable figures from various sects across the realm.
In this brief span, countless demons had been vanquished. In fact,
Gu Mingqiao himself had personally dispatched several beings of demonic sovereignty. Yet, not a whisper had emerged regarding Chu Xinghe's whereabouts.
It was as if he had vanished from the mortal realm entirely. Despite the reluctance to voice their fears, the gravity of the situation compelled them to consider the most dire of possibilities. They must broaden their search to ascertain Xinghe's fate.
Gu Mingqiao continued to issue commands, but the elders remained silent, their heads bowed in despair.
Some even speculated that, after such a prolonged absence, the child might have met with a tragic end. They all knew that if captured by the demonic sect, given Xinghe's unwavering character, he would never betray his sect. Under such tormenting circumstances,
the demons would certainly inflict relentless suffering upon him.
Even if he were to survive, after all this time, he would likely be rendered incapable. The Grand Elder gazed vacantly at the unfolding scene, his countenance noticeably haggard over the past few days. It had become apparent to all that he often stood alone,
lost in thought.
Having no offspring of his own, Chu Xinghe had come to represent a son to him, and he had always regarded the young man as his own. Thus, the news of Xinghe's plight was an unfathomable blow to the Grand Elder. Though the other elders had attempted to console him, their efforts were in vain. Just as despair hung heavy in the air, the door was suddenly thrust open.
Ma Liang rushed in with fervor.
Gu Mingqiao furrowed his brow at the unexpected intrusion. But before he could speak, Ma Liang's words left him astounded.
"Leader, we have news."
"What?" The Grand Elder almost instantaneously appeared at Ma Liang's side, seizing him by the shoulders.
"It concerns Senior Brother Xinghe. Not long ago, someone witnessed a flash of purple lightning in Tianran City. It should be the thunder shadow of Senior Brother Xinghe."
Tianran City?
Indeed. In a courtyard on the outskirts of Tianran City.
As soon as Ma Liang's words fell,
the Grand Elder vanished from sight, propelled by urgency.
Seeing the Grand Elder's fervor, Gu Mingqiao could no longer contain himself.